Sarah Turner was an aspiring photographer, renowned for her captivating images capturing the essence of rural life. She often ventured to remote locations to find the perfect shot, and her latest expedition led her to a small town nestled amidst vast cornfields, seeking the ideal photograph to define her portfolio. The town of Briarwood boasted endless fields of golden corn, a picturesque landscape that drew Sarah's artistic eye. Eager to capture the rural charm, she set out one autumn afternoon, navigating the rows of towering stalks, her camera in hand. The afternoon sun cast elongated shadows across the cornfield, creating a surreal ambience that mesmerized Sarah. As she ventured deeper into the labyrinth of stalks, the rustling leaves and whispers of the wind became her symphony, guiding her in pursuit of the perfect shot. Hours passed and Sarah was lost in her passion, absorbed in framing the beauty of the sun-kissed cornfield. However, as dusk descended and the skies turned crimson, a sense of disorientation crept over her. The rows of corn seemed endless, forming an enigmatic maze. Attempting to retrace her steps, Sarah discovered herself disoriented, no longer able to discern the direction back to town. Panic tinged the edges of her consciousness, but she attempted to remain composed, confident in her navigation skills. As twilight deepened into night, the once charming cornfield became an ominous landscape, a daunting labyrinth shrouded in darkness. Sarah's footsteps echoed through the silent rows, the crunching of dry leaves beneath her feet amplifying her growing unease. Faintly, Sarah discerned the sound of whispers. The wind carried ethereal murmurs that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the cornfield. A sensation of being watched enveloped her, and she quickened her pace, desperate to find her way out. In her frantic search for an exit, Sarah stumbled upon a clearing, a small, secluded space within the cornfield. Strange symbols etched into the ground caught her attention, illuminated by an uncanny glow emitted by the moonlight. Captivated yet unnerved by the inexplicable symbols, Sarah felt an inexplicable force pulling her closer. Instinct warned her to retreat, but an irresistible curiosity urged her to investigate further. As she knelt to examine the markings, an overwhelming dizziness consumed her. In a chilling moment, the ground beneath Sarah's feet seemed to shift, a disorienting sensation as if reality twisted around her. Time blurred, and a haunting echo reverberated through the field, drowning her senses in a cacophony of inexplicable sounds. When Sarah regained her bearings, the once familiar cornfield appeared distorted, a different realm that bore no resemblance to the landscape she entered. Panic surged through her veins, but she found herself paralyzed in the inexplicable environment, surrounded by towering stalks that seemed to reach towards the starless sky. A profound sense of dread washed over Sarah, an unsettling realization that she had stumbled into a grim dimension hidden within the cornfield. Desperate attempts to find an escape proved futile as the maze shifted, thwarting her every effort. Suddenly, shadowy figures emerged from the rows of corn, indiscernible shapes that flickered in and out of visibility, haunting echoes that circled Sarah with an ominous presence. Her heart raced with terror as the spectral figures closed in, their intent unknown and their forms shrouded in darkness. In a final moment of sheer horror, the figures enveloped Sarah, an unearthly force that seemed to consume her very essence. Her terrified screams echoed through the surreal landscape before silence engulfed the night, leaving behind a dark emptiness in the cornfield. Sarah Turner had vanished without a trace, lost to the enigmatic depths of the inexplicable realm hidden within the corn. Story 2. In the heart of the countryside nestled the serene farming town of Millfield, renowned for its sprawling fields that stretched as far as the eye could see. Among these fertile expanses, one plot held a dark reputation, Holton's Field. Once a thriving land that yielded bountiful harvests, it now lay barren, haunted by an ominous curse that lingered like an unspoken secret among the townsfolk. Whispers of the curse stemmed from the tragic tale of Old Man Holton, the land's former owner, whose fate had become entwined with the cursed acres. Legends spoke of a Faustian bargain struck between Holton and a mysterious stranger, sealing the land's doom with an unbreakable curse that condemned it to wither and decay. Nathan Monroe, an ambitious farmer driven by a passion to restore the land's lost vitality, seized the opportunity to purchase Holton's Field, undeterred by the warnings and superstition shrouding its history. Determined to defy the curse and resurrect the dying acres, Nathan set out on a mission to breathe new life into the desolate soil. As Nathan plowed the fallow fields and sowed the seeds of hope, the air crackled with anticipation. Tender shoots emerged from the once barren earth, a glimmer of promise amidst the cursed land. The townsfolk, skeptical yet hopeful, watched with cautious optimism as the land seemed to respond to Nathan's unwavering dedication. However, the burgeoning promise soon gave way to dread signs that hinted at the curse's spiteful presence. Whispers spread throughout Millfield of peculiar occurrences, strange shapes etched by moonlight on the desolate landscape, spectral rustlings that echoed through the night, and an unnerving aura that enveloped the field. As the crops flourished, so did the ominous undertones. Reports surfaced of shadowy figures lurking among the rows, their elusive forms seemingly shifting and vanishing into the cornstalks. Fear crept insidiously through the town. The legend of Old Man Holton's curse resurrected, casting a haunting pall over the community. Undeterred by the mounting unease, Nathan forged ahead, driven by an unyielding determination to witness the transformation of the cursed acres. The ripening cornfields swayed in the gentle autumn breeze, a haunting symphony that filled the air with an unsettling melody. Yet it was on the eve of the harvest when the town's darkest fears materialized. The harvest moon ascended, casting an odd glow over Holton's field, as an ethereal fog enveloped the land, concealing it in a strange haze. The once promising crops now bore a ghastly countenance, twisted and contorted stalks warped and mutated beyond recognition. A disconcerting chill gripped Nathan's heart as the fields transformed, an unnatural metamorphosis that defied explanation. Sinister shadows danced amidst the twisted rows, their ominous movements drawing Nathan's gaze with a morbid fascination. As Nathan ventured further into the cursed expanse, the shadows coalesced, morphing into ghostly figures that materialized from the cursed soil. Spectral entities, embodiments of the dark curse, emerged from the land, their ghastly forms pulsating with an unearthly evil. Frozen in terror, Nathan stood amidst the haunting spectacle, paralyzed by fear and disbelief. The spectral entities encircled him, their ethereal presence suffocating and oppressive. Panic surged through Nathan's veins as he realized the gravity of the curse that now held him captive. With an ear-splitting shriek that reverberated through the desolate field, the entities surged forth, their ghostly apparitions ensnaring Nathan within their ethereal grasp. Agonizing cries echoed through the cursed expanse, a chilling lament that marked Nathan's descent into the dark abyss of Old Man Holton's curse. The cursed land had claimed its latest victim, leaving behind a harrowing testament to the relentless grip of an ancient curse. As dawn broke over Millfield, the cursed acres stood silent and desolate, a haunting reminder of the tragic fate that befell those who dared to challenge the ominous legacy of Holton's field. Story 3. In the heart of a rural community lay the idyllic town of Greenview, surrounded by vast expanses of cornfields that extended as far as the eye could see. Among these fields lay a shadow that tainted the serene landscape, the chilling legend of the cornfield murders. The tale of the cornfield murders haunted Greenview, an unsolved mystery that shook every resident. It began a decade ago when a series of heinous crimes transpired, all linked to the vast cornfields that defined the town's landscape. The first victim, Rachel Thompson, a local school teacher, went missing on a balmy summer evening. Her disappearance sent shockwaves through the community, leaving behind only a few cryptic clues, signs of a struggle near the edge of the cornfields and faint traces of footsteps leading into the maze-like expanse. As the investigation into Rachel's disappearance commenced, a disturbing pattern emerged. More residents vanished under eerily similar circumstances. Each victim had one thing in common. They were last seen near or within the labyrinth of cornstalks that enveloped Greenview. Detective Mark Stevens, a seasoned investigator haunted by the unsolved cases, delved into the chilling enigma that plagued the town. His pursuit led him to the edge of the cornfields, a dreadful expanse that seemed to hold the secrets to the baffling disappearances. Despite exhaustive searches and relentless investigations, the maze-like nature of the cornfields defied logic, thwarting attempts to unravel the mystery. The townsfolk grew apprehensive, avoiding the fields after dark, fearful of falling prey to an elusive predator that lurked within the shadows. Sarah Wilson, a young journalist eager to unearth the truth, arrived in Greenview, drawn by the enigmatic aura surrounding the Cornfield murders. As Sarah delved deeper into the town's haunting legacy, she encountered a mosaic of chilling accounts. Determined to uncover the truth, Sarah ventured into the fields, navigating the twisting paths in search of answers. The dense rows of corn towered above her, casting elongated shadows that seemed to dance in the moonlight, forming a strange tapestry. As Sarah probed further into the labyrinth, an unsettling sensation of being watched enveloped her. Faint whispers carried by the rustling leaves echoed in the silent night, as though the cornfield itself harbored a hidden darkness. In a moment of chilling revelation, Sarah stumbled upon a clearing within the cornfield marked by a grotesque sight, a circle of symbols etched into the ground. The symbols pulsated with a dark glow, casting an ominous aura that sent a tremor down Sarah's back. Before Sarah could decipher the cryptic symbols, a shadowy figure emerged from the corn rows, shattering the silence. Panic surged through her veins as she recognized the dark silhouette, its scary presence looming closer. With a sudden realization, Sarah understood the harrowing truth. The cornfield concealed a sinister entity that preyed upon unsuspecting victims, ensnaring them within its ominous depths. Before she could flee, the shadowy figure lunged forth, its ghostly apparition enveloping Sarah in an ethereal grasp. Her terrified screams pierced the night, a harrowing chorus that echoed through the silent fields before fading into a mysterious silence. As dawn broke over Greenview, Sarah Wilson became the latest victim claimed by the Cornfield murders, leaving behind an unsolved mystery that continued to cast its haunting shadow over the town. The labyrinth of cornstalks stood as a grim testament to the chilling fate of those who dared to venture into its sinister embrace. Story 4. Nestled in the heart of the countryside lay the serene town of Ashwood, bordered by endless stretches of cornfields that whispered tales of an ancient secret. Among the town's enigmatic folklore lay the legend of the ancient tunnels, a network of mysterious underground passages concealed beneath the fertile soil of Ashwood's sprawling fields. The tale of the ancient tunnels was woven into the fabric of Ashwood's history. Centuries ago, a forgotten civilization had left behind a labyrinth of subterranean tunnels beneath the fertile lands, a testament to an age lost to time. The tunnels were said to hold ancient relics and untold secrets, hidden from the world above. As the modern world encroached upon Ashwood, the legend of the tunnels became a distant memory, fading into obscurity. However, rumors persisted among the town's older residents, whispers of hidden entrances scattered throughout the cornfields, waiting to be rediscovered. Matthew Hayes, an aspiring archaeologist captivated by the town's mysterious past, arrived in Ashwood, drawn by the elusive legend of the ancient tunnels. Determined to unearth the truth behind the folklore, Matthew embarked on an ambitious quest to unearth the secrets buried within the cornfield's depths. His fervent search led him to the outskirts of town, where the sprawling cornfields stretched endlessly. Armed with ancient maps and enigmatic clues gleaned from folklore, Matthew embarked on a solitary expedition, weaving through the rows of towering cornstalks in search of the hidden entrances. Days turned into weeks as Matthew meticulously scoured the fields, his tireless efforts driven by an insatiable curiosity. As twilight descended, a sense of anticipation coursed through him, accompanied by the silence that enveloped the deserted fields. In a moment of startling discovery, Matthew stumbled upon an overgrown mound nestled amidst the cornfield, a subtle anomaly that caught his attention. Excitement surged as he uncovered an ancient entrance concealed beneath layers of earth and vegetation, a portal to the forgotten world beneath the soil. With cautious reverence, Matthew descended into the depths of the subterranean passageway, its dank interior cloaked in shadows that seemed to harbor echoes of a long-lost civilization. The air was thick with a musty scent, a reminder of centuries that had passed since the tunnels were last traversed. As Matthew ventured deeper into the labyrinthine network, ancient symbols etched into the walls caught his eye, their significance shrouded in mystery. His footsteps echoed through the cavernous passages, reverberating like a haunting melody that stirred an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. In the heart of the tunnels, Matthew encountered a chamber adorned with ancient artifacts, an enigmatic tableau frozen in time. Forgotten relics lay scattered amidst the chamber, each bearing the weight of a forgotten era that whispered tales of an age long past. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawned upon Matthew. The tunnels were not merely a relic of the past, but a repository of ancient malevolence. Unearthly whispers echoed through the darkness, carrying a sinister resonance that freaked him out. In a harrowing moment, the chamber trembled with an otherworldly force, the walls pulsating with an ominous energy. Before Matthew could comprehend the danger that loomed, the tunnels unleashed their wrath. The subterranean passages convulsed violently, trapping Matthew within their ancient grip. A deafening roar reverberated through the tunnels as the earth itself seemed to rise against him. Unseen forces encircled him, their spectral presence suffocating and oppressive. In a chilling crescendo, the tunnels sealed shut, trapping Matthew within their dark embrace. His anguished cries echoed through the buried depths before fading into a scary silence, leaving behind only whispers of the horrors that lurked within the ancient tunnels of Ashwood, a cryptic testament to a fate entwined with the secrets of a forgotten civilization. Story 5. In the heart of the countryside stood the tranquil town of Greenleaf, enveloped by vast swaths of cornfields that held a chilling secret, the enigmatic crop circle mystery. Whispers of mysterious symbols etched into the cornfields circulated among the townsfolk, hinting at an unexplained phenomenon that left an unnatural mark on the landscape. The crop circle mystery had haunted Greenleaf for years, each intricate pattern in the cornfields, a riddle that defied explanation. Tales spoke of bizarre formations appearing overnight, intricate glyphs carved into the cornstalks with uncanny precision, leaving behind an enigmatic puzzle that confounded both residents and scientists alike. Among the townsfolk, speculation ran rampant, theories ranging from extraterrestrial visitations to elaborate hoaxes. However, the truth behind the cryptic symbols remained elusive, shrouded in an unsettling air of mystery. Alexandra Evans, a determined investigative journalist, arrived in Greenleaf, drawn by the enigmatic tales of the crop circle mystery. Intrigued by the unexplained phenomenon, Alexandra set out to unravel the truth behind the weird glyphs that adorned the cornfields, armed with a relentless curiosity and a desire for answers. Her pursuit led her deep into the heart of the cornfields, where the towering stalks formed an intimidating maze. The evening sun cast elongated shadows, creating an ethereal ambience that added to the mystery shrouding the landscape. As Alexandra ventured further, she stumbled upon the first signs of the inexplicable phenomenon, a vast expanse of cornstalks that bore intricate patterns, forming a labyrinth of enigmatic symbols etched into the soil. The glyphs were a mesmerizing sight, their complex designs hinting at an intelligence beyond human comprehension. Alexandra meticulously examined the formations, the precision of the glyphs leaving her awestruck and unsettled simultaneously. In the twilight hours, the cornfield seemed to awaken with an uncanny presence. Faint whispers carried by the rustling leaves danced through the air, as though the fields themselves were alive with a mystical energy. Alexandra's senses tingled with an inexplicable foreboding. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Alexandra delved deeper into the heart of the glyph-marked fields, determined to uncover the truth. The air crackled with an ethereal aura, the glyphs pulsating with an ethereal glow that intensified as she approached. In a chilling revelation, Alexandra realized the glyphs were more than mere symbols. They were a conduit, a bridge between worlds, and the catalyst for an evil-minded force lurking beneath the cornfields. As she stood amidst the mesmerizing formations, a deafening silence enveloped the fields before an unearthly resonance reverberated through the air. The glyphs began to shift and contort, an ominous transformation that heralded the descent of an ancient darkness. Before Alexandra could comprehend the danger, the glyphs released a mystic energy, ensnaring her within their eldritch grasp. An agonizing scream tore through the night as she became intertwined with the ominous force that lay dormant beneath the soil. In a final moment of horror, the glyphs sealed shut, swallowing Alexandra within their cryptic embrace. Her anguished cries echoed through the desolate fields before fading into a silence, leaving behind only whispers of the chilling fate that befell those who dared to unravel the mysteries of the crop circle glyphs. Story 6. In the heart of the rural town of Milford, enveloped by vast cornfields that stretched across the horizon, lay the unsettling legend of the cornfield abduction. It was a chilling tale whispered among the townsfolk, a story that spoke of inexplicable disappearances haunting the labyrinthine rows of the cornfields. The legend traced back to a series of baffling events that unfolded years ago. It began with the mysterious disappearance of a young couple, Anna and Jacob, who ventured into the cornfields on a moonlit summer evening, never to return. Their absence sent shockwaves through the town, igniting speculation and fear within the community. Desperate searches yielded no trace of the missing couple, leaving behind only cryptic clues, an abandoned flashlight near the edge of the cornfields and fragmented footprints leading into the rows. As the town grappled with the unresolved mystery, more incidents emerged. Reports surfaced of strange occurrences, a disorienting sense of being watched while traversing the cornfields, peculiar lights flickering among the stalks, and an ominous aura that hung over the fields, fueling the folklore of the cornfield abduction. Detective Benjamin Hayes, haunted by the unsolved cases, devoted himself to unraveling the enigma shrouding the cornfields. He delved into the labyrinthine paths, studying the patterns of disappearances and seeking clues that might reveal the truth behind the unsettling legend. Among the townsfolk, tales of strange encounters and fleeting glimpses of elusive figures among the cornstalks spread like wildfire. Many attributed the phenomenon to extraterrestrial activity or clandestine experiments, while others believed in a more terrestrial, albeit unknown threat, lurking amidst the rows. Amidst the speculations, Lydia Campbell, an inquisitive young reporter eager to uncover the truth, arrived in Milford. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Lydia embarked on an investigation into the cornfield abduction, determined to unravel the chilling mystery. Guided by the folklore, Lydia ventured into the cornfields, her footsteps echoing through the silent rows. The moon cast an eerie glow upon the sprawling expanse, creating haunting silhouettes that danced amidst the swaying stalks. As Lydia navigated the labyrinth of the cornfields, an unsettling sensation of being watched enveloped her. Faint whispers carried by the rustling leaves seemed to echo cryptic messages through the night, heightening her sense of trepidation. In a chilling moment, Lydia stumbled upon a clearing in the heart of the cornfield, a subtle anomaly amidst the rows. Strange markings etched into the soil caught her attention, an intricate pattern reminiscent of the tales surrounding the abductions. Before she could decipher the cryptic symbols, an inexplicable force gripped Lydia, engulfing her in an ethereal aura. Panic surged through her veins as she realized the impending danger lurking within the cornfields. In a harrowing crescendo, the rows around Lydia seemed to warp and distort, an unsettling transformation that defied reality. She found herself ensnared within a tight grip, an unseen force that rendered her powerless. In a final moment of horror, Lydia's cries pierced the night before the rows of corn enveloped her, swallowing her whole. The silence that followed echoed with a haunting emptiness, leaving behind only whispers of the terrifying fate that befell those who dared to tread into the sinister depths of the cornfield abduction. Story 7. In the heart of the countryside nestled the picturesque town of Willowbrook, surrounded by sprawling cornfields that whispered tales of a haunting mystery, the legend of the haunting echoes. Among the townsfolk, stories circulated of inexplicable phenomena that echoed through the rustling stalks, leaving behind an odd atmosphere that cast a shadow over the otherwise tranquil community. The legend of the haunting echoes traced back to a tragic incident that occurred decades ago. It began with the unexplained disappearance of a local farmer, Samuel Taylor, who ventured into the cornfields on a fog-shrouded night and vanished without a trace. Samuel's sudden disappearance became a chilling enigma, haunting the town for years to come. As time passed, whispers spread of strange occurrences within the cornfields. Residents reported unsettling echoes that reverberated through the stalks, an abnormal chorus that lingered in the air, faint whispers that seemed to convey cryptic messages, and an unshakable feeling of being watched amidst the rows. Among the townsfolk, superstitions mingled with curiosity, theories ranging from ghostly visitations to natural phenomena. Yet the truth behind the enigmatic echoes remained elusive, shrouded in an unsettling air of mystery. Emma Reynolds, an intrepid investigator with an insatiable thirst for unraveling unsolved mysteries, arrived in Willowbrook, drawn by the chilling tales of the haunting echoes. Determined to shed light on the mysterious phenomenon, Emma embarked on an investigation. armed with her unwavering resolve and a thirst for truth. Her exploration led her to the outskirts of the cornfields, where the towering stalks formed an intricate maze. The wind whispered through the rows, creating an ethereal ambience that seemed to carry murmurs of long-forgotten secrets. As Emma ventured deeper into the heart of the cornfields, an uncanny sensation enveloped her, an inexplicable presence that seemed to watch her every move. Whispers carried by the rustling leaves sounded like faint echoes of distant voices, heightening her sense of foreboding. In a moment of chilling discovery, Emma stumbled upon a clearing nestled amidst the cornstalks, a peculiar space that seemed to emit a mystical energy. Strange symbols etched into the soil caught her attention, an intricate pattern that echoed the tales of the haunting echoes. Before Emma could decipher the cryptic symbols, an unsettling phenomenon unfurled around her. The rows of corn seemed to come alive, swaying in an unnaturally synchronized motion. The air crackled with a dark resonance as the echoes intensified, forming an unsettling chorus that reverberated through the night. As Emma stood amidst the haunting tableau, a sudden realization struck her. The echoes were not mere sounds, but a conduit to an ancient malevolence lurking within the cornfields. In a spine-chilling crescendo, the echoes coalesced, swirling around Emma in an ethereal dance. An unseen force seized her, enveloping her in an overwhelming grip, an icy coldness that rendered her paralyzed. In a final moment of horror, the echoes consumed Emma, their haunting resonance drowning her in an abyss of chilling whispers. The silence that followed was deafening, leaving behind only whispers of the terrifying fate that befell those who dared to probe the chilling depths of the haunting echoes. Story 8. In the heart of the countryside stood the quaint town of Rockwell, encircled by vast expanses of cornfields that held a chilling secret: the legend of the cornfield cult. Whispers of a clandestine group that lurked amidst the rows, practicing rituals shrouded in secrecy, haunted the townsfolk, casting an ominous shadow over the serene community. The legend of the cornfield cult was steeped in mystery, stemming from a dark chapter in Rockwell's history. It was said to have originated generations ago, when a charismatic leader, Reverend Elijah Grant, established a fervent following, preaching doctrines of devotion to the land and the bountiful harvest it promised. The townsfolk whispered tales of sinister gatherings held within the cornfields, a secluded sect that adhered to arcane rituals beneath the moon's pale glow. Strange symbols etched into the soil and whispered incantations became the whispers of the cult's presence, leaving the townsfolk gripped by fear. Detective Mia Thompson, renowned for her unrelenting pursuit of the truth, arrived in Rockwell, drawn by the haunting rumors of the cornfield cult. Determined to unravel the mystery, Mia embarked on an investigation, propelled by her tenacious spirit and a commitment to uncover the chilling truth. Her inquiries led her to the outskirts of the cornfields, where the whispering stalks formed an intimidating maze. The rustling leaves carried an uncanny ambience, setting the stage for a confrontation with the unknown. As Mia delved deeper into the heart of the cornfields, a sensation of being watched enveloped her. The air crackled with an unsettling energy, and the faint murmur of distant chants seemed to echo amidst the rows, heightening her sense of unease. In a chilling revelation, Mia stumbled upon a clearing nestled amidst the cornstalks, a sight that bore the unmistakable signs of the cult's clandestine activities. Strange symbols adorned the soil, remnants of eerie rituals conducted under the cloak of darkness. Before she could process the implications of her discovery, an ominous presence materialized from the shadows. A group of hooded figures emerged from the corn rows, their faces obscured by dark robes, their eyes ablaze with fervent devotion. Realizing the danger that loomed, Mia attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The cultists encircled her, their fervor fueled by unwavering devotion to their leader's teachings. In a harrowing crescendo, the cultists seized Mia, binding her in a ritual. Unearthly chants reverberated through the night, invoking an ancient force that pervaded the air, suffocating and oppressive. As Mia struggled against the cultists' grip, a chilling realization dawned upon her. The cornfield cult was not merely a group of fanatics, but an entity that wielded a sinister influence over the land itself. In a final moment of horror, the cultists conducted their ritual, offering Mia as a sacrifice to appease the land. Her screams pierced the night before being swallowed by an ominous silence, leaving behind only whispers of the terrifying fate that awaited those who dared to confront the dark secrets of the cornfield cult. In a quaint suburban town nestled among the autumn-kissed trees, the Johnson family was gearing up for their annual Thanksgiving gathering. The crisp air outside hinted at the impending holiday, while inside the aroma of roasting turkey and simmering spices filled the cozy household. Warm hues of amber and gold adorned the walls, casting a welcoming glow upon the family members as they bustled about, preparing for the festive evening ahead. Margaret Johnson, the matriarch of the family, was orchestrating the culinary symphony in the kitchen. Her husband Thomas was meticulously arranging the dining table, making sure every detail was perfect for the impending feast. Meanwhile, their two children, Emily and James, were setting up the living room, adorning it with autumnal decorations and flickering candles to create a comforting ambience. As the day waned and darkness draped over the neighborhood, a sense of anticipation filled the Johnson household. However, unbeknownst to them, a horrific scenario was about to unravel. Far across town, at the local psychiatric institution, a man named Gabriel Smith had been undergoing treatment for severe schizophrenia. Gabriel had been committed after a series of violent episodes and delusions that made him a danger to himself and others. Despite the institution's strict security measures, Gabriel had managed to devise a plan, exploiting a moment of negligence by the staff to escape into the night. Disoriented and consumed by his fractured reality, Gabriel embarked on a harrowing journey through the moonlit streets. His mind was a labyrinth of tormenting whispers, urging him to find his way back to a place he vaguely remembered, a place where he believed his fractured memories could be made whole. As the Johnsons continued their Thanksgiving preparations, a sudden knock echoed through the quiet neighborhood. Thomas, curious about the unexpected visitor, made his way to the front door, assuming it might be an early guest. However, as he swung the door open, he was greeted not by a friendly face, but by a disheveled figure standing in the shadows. It was Gabriel, his eyes wide with a manic intensity, and his demeanor erratic, a stark contrast to the serene ambience of the holiday. "Please, I need to find her," Gabriel muttered, his voice trembling with urgency, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Thomas, taken aback by the stranger's frantic state, attempted to calm him down. "Who are you looking for? Can we help you?" But Gabriel's gaze remained fixed, his words disjointed. "She's here. I know she's here. I have to find her before it's too late." Sensing the man's distress, Thomas hesitated, unsure of how to handle the situation. Before he could respond, Gabriel pushed past him, rushing into the house with an unsettling determination. The sudden intrusion startled Margaret and the rest of the family. Emily let out a startled gasp, while James stood frozen, uncertain of what to do. "Who are you? What do you want?" Margaret demanded, her voice laced with concern and a hint of fear. Gabriel's eyes darted around the room, his breath shallow and rapid. "I need to find her. She's my daughter. They took her away, but I know she's here." The tension in the room escalated as Gabriel's presence became increasingly unsettling. His frenzied search led him through the house, overturning furniture and rummaging through belongings in a desperate quest that made the family uneasy and fearful. Attempting to defuse the situation, Thomas cautiously approached Gabriel. "Sir, please calm down. We don't have anyone here." Before he could finish his sentence, Gabriel's erratic behavior reached its crescendo. With a guttural scream, he lunged at Thomas, his eyes ablaze with madness. The family's shrieks reverberated through the house as chaos erupted. Furniture crashing and the once serene Thanksgiving atmosphere shattered. In a horrifying blur, Gabriel unleashed a frenzied assault, wielding objects at the family in a frenzy fueled by his fractured reality. Margaret's cries echoed in the chaos as James and Emily scrambled to escape the onslaught, their hearts pounding with terror. Amidst the pandemonium, a chilling realization struck the family. Gabriel was not merely a stranger, but a harbinger of unfathomable horror, an embodiment of relentless madness unleashed upon their tranquil Thanksgiving celebration. The harrowing ordeal culminated in a scene of unfathomable horror, a nightmare etched into the Johnson family's memory forever, a stark reminder of how swiftly and mercilessly darkness could descend upon the most joyous of occasions. As the sirens wailed in the distance, Echoing the arrival of law enforcement, the once vibrant household stood desolate, a haunting tableau of Thanksgiving turned tragically nightmarish, a tale of a broken mind that shattered the serenity of a family's cherished gathering, leaving behind a trail of unspeakable horror and irreparable devastation. Story 2. In the picturesque town of Maplewood Hills, the serene air was thick with the essence of autumn, painting the landscape in hues of gold and crimson. The Stevens family was bustling with anticipation, eagerly preparing for their annual Thanksgiving celebration. Sarah Stevens, the mother of the household, had spent days meticulously planning the feast, while her husband David tended to the fireplace, filling the home with a cozy warmth that contrasted the crisp November breeze outside. Their children, Michael and Rebecca, were giddy with excitement, hanging decorative turkeys and cornucopias, transforming the house into a festive haven. Laughter and the aroma of roasting turkey wafted through the air, promising a joyous evening of gratitude and togetherness. As dusk descended, an unexpected knock echoed through the Stevens' door, interrupting the harmonious ambience. Sarah, puzzled by the unanticipated visitor, opened the door to reveal a figure standing in the dimming light, an elderly man with weathered features and a somber demeanor. It was George Reynolds, a distant relative Sarah hadn't seen in years. "George, what a surprise! Come in," Sarah greeted him warmly, though a flicker of uncertainty danced in her eyes. George, clad in worn clothing and bearing a heaviness in his gaze, hesitated before stepping into the welcoming embrace of the Stevens household. His presence evoked an unsettling aura that lingered in the air, an unspoken tension palpable among the family members. "I hope it's not too late to join your celebration, Sarah," George said softly, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. "Of course not, George. We're delighted to have you here," Sarah replied, masking her unease with a gracious smile. As George settled in, his presence cast a shadow over the jovial atmosphere. The family attempted to engage him in conversation, but George remained distant, lost in his thoughts, occasionally offering solemn remarks that disrupted the festive cheer. Throughout the evening, Sarah observed George's demeanor with a growing sense of disquiet. Memories of distant whispers about George's troubled past surfaced in her mind. A past marked by a grim incident that had stained the family's history. Years ago, George had been involved in a harrowing incident, a murder that had sent shockwaves through their family. He had served his time in prison, but the haunting specter of that dark chapter lingered, an uncomfortable reality Sarah had hoped to bury in the depths of forgotten memories. As the evening progressed, unease simmered beneath the veneer of familial warmth. George's presence felt like a looming specter, his hollow stares and subdued demeanor casting a scary pall over the gathering. As the family sat down for their Thanksgiving meal, an unsettling silence settled upon the table. The clinking of utensils against plates was accompanied by fleeting glances exchanged between family members, an unspoken acknowledgement of the disquietude that George's presence had stirred. Midway through the meal, a somber hush enveloped the room, shattered only by George's sudden words, uttered in a tone that pierced through the tranquility. "I remember this place," George mumbled, his voice hollow, eyes fixed on a distant corner of the dining room. Sarah's heart skipped a beat as she exchanged a worried glance with David. Unnerved by George's cryptic statement, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, a dark realization dawned upon Sarah. The unsettling silence that had cloaked George's past, the distant whispers, all converged into a haunting moment of dreadful recognition. Before anyone could react, George's countenance contorted into a visage of anguish and remorse. With a tortured expression, he stood abruptly, knocking over his chair in a startling motion that shattered the fragile semblance of normalcy. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," George whispered, his voice laden with guilt as he clutched his chest, his body trembling violently. The room fell into a stunned silence, the air thick with disbelief and horror. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she watched in frozen terror, realizing the grim truth that was unraveling before her eyes. In a haunting culmination, George collapsed to the ground, convulsing in agony, his anguished cries echoing through the once celebratory household. Shocked and paralyzed by the unfolding horror, the family could only stare in sheer terror as George's body convulsed and writhed, a haunting finale to their Thanksgiving gathering. Amidst the chaos and distress, the truth unfolded. The harrowing burden of George's past had consumed him, unleashing an unfathomable nightmare upon the Stevens family, forever staining their cherished Thanksgiving with the unbearable weight of a dark and ghastly revelation. Story 3. In the cozy town of Willowbrook, anticipation filled the air as families prepared for the cherished Thanksgiving celebration. The Reed family, adorned in warm sweaters and smiles, gathered around the dining table, their home illuminated by the soft glow of flickering candles. Mark Reed, the patriarch, had spent the morning roasting the perfect turkey, while his wife Emily skillfully crafted an array of delectable side dishes, filling the house with enticing aromas. Their children, Ethan and Olivia, buzzed with excitement, eagerly setting the table with vibrant autumn-themed decorations. The mood was festive, and laughter echoed within the walls as the family anticipated the arrival of their relatives for the Thanksgiving feast. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a knock on the door shattered the serene atmosphere. Mark, puzzled by the unexpected interruption, answered the door to find two stern-faced police officers standing on his porch. A chill ran down his back at the sight of their grim expressions. "Mr. Reed, we need to speak with you," one of the officers stated, his voice laced with solemnity. Bewildered and apprehensive, Mark invited them in, his mind racing with confusion and concern. Emily and the children watched in worried silence as the officers explained the purpose of their visit, an allegation connecting Mark to a recent homicide in the vicinity. Mark's heart sank, and a wave of disbelief washed over him as he vehemently denied any involvement. The officers, however, insisted that they had evidence linking him to the crime scene. They informed Mark that they needed to take him into custody for further questioning. Stunned and desperate to clear his name, Mark attempted to reassure his family. "I promise, it's a mistake. I'll sort this out and be back soon," he assured them, his voice wavering with uncertainty. As the officers escorted Mark away, Emily and the children stood in shock, grappling with the sudden upheaval that had shattered their Thanksgiving bliss. Fear and confusion clouded their thoughts as they watched Mark being led away, their hearts heavy with disbelief. Hours passed, and the once vibrant household now felt eerily desolate without its patriarch. Emily struggled to maintain a facade of normalcy for the sake of Ethan and Olivia, but the weight of uncertainty hung heavily in the air, casting a pall over the Thanksgiving celebration. As the evening wore on, anxiety gnawed at Emily's core, and the children's fretful glances mirrored her distress. With every passing moment, the absence of Mark loomed larger, an ominous void that tainted the warmth of their familial gathering. Then a sudden ring of the doorbell pierced the silence, jolting Emily and the children from their worried thoughts. Ethan rushed to answer the door, hoping for Mark's return, but his hopes were shattered as he faced a disheveled man standing in the doorway. It was Mark, but his countenance was a haunting contrast to his usual demeanor. His eyes held a hollow emptiness, his clothing disheveled, and an air of desolation clung to him like a shroud. "Mark, what happened? Are you okay?" Emily's voice trembled with a mixture of relief and apprehension. Mark's response was a hollow whisper devoid of its usual warmth. "I didn't do it. I didn't—" He trailed off, his words trailing into a haunting silence. Before anyone could comprehend the gravity of the situation, Mark staggered forward, his gaze fixed on an unseen horror that seemed to consume him from within. With a sudden, shocking realization, Emily and the children recoiled in terror as Mark's hands trembled violently, clutching something, a blood-stained knife. In a horrifying twist of fate, the truth slowly unraveled, a truth too devastating to comprehend. Mark's fragmented recollections and the damning evidence against him collided in a dark revelation, a revelation that shook the foundation of the Reed family's world. Unable to bear the weight of his torment, Mark's shattered psyche succumbed to a terrifying reality. With a gut-wrenching scream, he raised the knife, plunging it into his own chest, the metallic tang of blood mingling with the acrid scent of tragedy. Shock and horror paralyzed Emily and the children, their cries drowned by the sudden nightmarish crescendo that shattered the once hopeful Thanksgiving celebration. The gut-wrenching sight of their beloved father and husband succumbing to the depths of despair stained their cherished memories, forever etching a harrowing finale to their once joyous holiday gathering. Story 4. The air hung heavy with the fragrant promise of Thanksgiving, a day for warmth, laughter, and family, The Carter household bustled with activity. The aroma of roasting turkey permeated every corner, blending harmoniously with the sweet scent of pumpkin pie. In the heart of the kitchen, Mrs. Carter orchestrated the culinary symphony, meticulously stirring gravies and basting the golden turkey with utmost care. Mr. Carter, with a jovial smile, prepared the dining room, adorning it with autumnal decorations, while their children, Sarah and Michael, playfully set the table, their laughter echoing through the house. As dusk began to descend, guests trickled in, relatives bearing pies, casseroles, and heartfelt smiles. Warm embraces and cheerful greetings filled the air, enveloping the house in a cocoon of familial bliss. Stories of yesteryears intermingled with peals of laughter, forging memories to be cherished for years to come. As the night wore on, the Carter residence glowed with contentment, the crackling fire in the hearth casting a gentle warmth over the gathering. Amidst the lively chatter, a disconcerting sense of unease began to pervade the atmosphere. A faint smell of smoke wafted into the room, initially dismissed as a mere errant ember from the fireplace. Unbeknownst to the jubilant occupants, a sinister presence lurked just beyond their sanctuary. A dark figure, cloaked in shadows, skulked in the periphery, clandestinely surveying the house, a simmering resentment fueling their every move. Unnoticed amidst the revelry, the figure's malevolent intent festered, stoking the flames of a nefarious scheme. Outside, under the cloak of night, the figure moved with ominous purpose, dousing the walls with a volatile accelerant. The air grew thick with the acrid scent of gasoline as the fiend meticulously drenched the foundation of the Carter home, marking it for destruction. Each sloshing step echoed their vengeful resolve, their heart pulsating with a sinister rhythm. With the stealth of a specter, the figure retreated into the shadows, a flickering match igniting their sinister design. The flame danced to life, a malevolent entity born from the betrayal seeping through the cracks of the night. It crept along the walls, greedily devouring the home, a monstrous fiend unleashed by the twisted desires of one consumed by hatred. Inside, the jovial symphony of laughter abruptly ceased as a faint crackling sound breached the festivities. Initially dismissed as part of the fireplace's ambience, dread slithered into the hearts of the celebrants as wisps of smoke curled around the doorframes. Panic seized the gathering. The festive cheer devolved into frantic chaos. Sarah's piercing scream pierced the clamor, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the tendrils of fire licking at the walls. Reality twisted into a nightmarish tableau, the once joyous home now a blazing inferno devouring everything in its insatiable hunger. Mr. and Mrs. Carter ushered their guests towards the exits, their faces etched with terror and determination. Smoke billowed, choking the once pristine air, while flames roared, devouring memories and dreams in equal measure. Amidst the pandemonium, the figure watched from the shadows, their twisted grin a grotesque mask of satisfaction. Heart-wrenching sobs echoed through the night as the Carter family, surrounded by the anguished cries of their loved ones, stumbled into the cold embrace of the night, their sanctuary reduced to a fiery abyss. The flames painted an infernal portrait against the dark canvas of the night sky, their home, a mere skeleton consumed by the insatiable appetite of destruction. With a final roar, the structure collapsed in a cacophony of splintering wood and billowing flames, a haunting crescendo to the symphony of terror. The figure, shrouded in darkness, vanished into the night, leaving behind the smoldering ruins and shattered lives, a twisted legacy etched in the embers of treachery. The echoes of that fateful Thanksgiving night lingered, a haunting reminder of the fragility of joy, the devastation wrought by betrayal, and the horrifying depths of human malevolence. The Carter family's once joyous celebration lay ensnared in the clutches of an unforgiving fate, their lives forever scarred by the flames of betrayal that ravaged their home and shattered their world in a terrifying denouement of horror. I had always been an adventurous soul. The thrill of the unknown and the call of the wild had guided me through countless trails and uncharted paths. But nothing could have prepared me for that one fateful journey into the dense, foreboding woods. It was a crisp autumn morning when I set out, the leaves beneath my boots crunching like brittle bones. A cold wind rustled the trees, and I shivered, though I couldn't tell if it was from excitement or the chilling breeze. The forest loomed before me, a sea of trees that seemed to stretch endlessly. I had heard tales of its vastness, but my youthful arrogance led me to believe I could conquer it. As I ventured deeper, the trees closed in around me, casting long, sinister shadows. The sunlight filtered through the leaves in sporadic beams, creating a scary patchwork of light and dark. With each step, my sense of direction began to blur. The trail I'd followed was gradually erased by the relentless march of the undergrowth. Panic clawed at the edges of my mind, but I pushed it away, convincing myself that I could backtrack. Hours passed, and my futile attempts to retrace my steps only left me more disoriented. The forest was a labyrinth, a place where time and space seemed to warp and twist, playing tricks on my senses. The more I struggled to find my way, the further I sank into the heart of the wilderness. My hunger gnawed at my insides, and the water in my canteen was running dangerously low. Panic had now fully engulfed me. The forest felt sentient, as though it were mocking my feeble attempts to escape. The distant calls of wildlife became whispers, and the rustling leaves carried unsettling secrets. I felt as if I was being watched, stalked by something unseen. Night fell like a shroud, and I huddled under a makeshift shelter of leaves and branches, feeling utterly exposed. The chilling symphony of the forest at night enveloped me, the howls of distant animals and the rustling of unseen creatures. Sleep was elusive, as every rustle or distant sound sent me into a state of high alert. Morning brought no solace. The woods seemed to have transformed overnight, the once familiar path now a maze of confusion. I decided to walk in a straight line, desperate to escape this haunting place. But the forest had other plans. It led me in circles, and my strength waned with each step. I was hungry, tired, and on the brink of despair. It was then that I saw him, or at least I thought I did. A shadowy figure darted between the trees just at the edge of my vision. My heart raced, and I chased after it, convinced it was my way out. But the figure remained elusive, a phantom in the woods. Days turned into weeks, and my desperation grew. I survived on a diet of berries and rainwater, but it was far from enough. My once taut frame had become emaciated, and my clothes clung to my shrunken body. The lines between reality and delusion blurred, and I often heard voices calling my name from the darkness, though no one was there. One night, as I lay beneath a twisted oak tree, the forest revealed its true nature. I was jolted awake by the sensation of something warm and wet on my hand. In the pale moonlight, I saw it. An animal carcass, torn and eviscerated, its entrails spread around my shelter like a gruesome offering. Fear clenched my heart as I realized the cruel message that the forest had sent. It was as if the wilderness had become a sentient, sinister entity, toying with me, luring me deeper into its clutches. I knew then that I was no longer alone in these woods, but I could never be sure who or what was watching me. The forest held secrets darker than the night, and I had become ensnared in its web of terror. Hunger and fear drove me to the brink of madness, and I began to question my own sanity. And then, one fateful day, I saw him again. The shadowy figure, this time closer, more distinct. It was a man, disheveled and wild, with eyes that held a hint of madness. He beckoned to me, his voice a mere whisper on the wind. In my fragile state, I followed him without question, convinced that he was my salvation. He led me to a small clearing in the heart of the forest, where a ramshackle cabin stood. It was a crude structure, cobbled together from rotting wood and tattered cloth. Inside, a fire crackled in a makeshift hearth, casting mystic shadows on the walls. The man, whose name was Elijah, explained that he had been lost in the woods for years, just like me. He had learned to survive in this unforgiving wilderness, and he offered me food and shelter. Desperation clouded my judgment, and I accepted his hospitality, though a nagging voice in my mind warned me that there was something deeply unsettling about him. Days turned into weeks as I lived in the cabin with Elijah, my only companion in this forsaken place. He spoke of the forest as if it were a living, breathing entity, a dark force that demanded sacrifices. He claimed that he had made a pact with the forest, offering it sustenance in return for his own survival. As the weeks passed, I began to notice the gruesome trophies that adorned the cabin's walls, skulls of animals and even a few human bones. It was then that the horrifying truth began to dawn on me. Elijah was not merely a survivor, he was a part of the very darkness that had consumed the forest. He was a cannibal. The realization struck me like a lightning bolt, and I knew I had to escape. But the forest, now even more sinister, seemed to tighten its grip on me. Every attempt to leave was thwarted, as if the trees themselves conspired to keep me there. Elijah's sanity unraveled further, and he spoke of the forest's insatiable hunger, of the countless lost souls who had met their end within its depths. I knew that my only chance lay in outwitting Elijah, and so I bided my time, pretending to embrace his twisted worldview. I learned his routines and waited for the right moment. One fateful night, as he lay in a feverish sleep, I made my move. The forest, it seemed, had grown tired of its plaything. I crept out of the cabin, my heart pounding like a drum, and plunged deeper into the woods, my every step a prayer to the forces of nature for salvation. The forest seemed to part before me, as if it had grown weary of the game, and I stumbled upon a trail. With a newfound burst of energy, I followed it, guided by the distant glow of moonlight. But I was free, and I would never forget the horrors I had witnessed within the heart of the unforgiving forest. The tale of my ordeal became a cautionary legend among those who dared to enter the woods, a reminder of the darkness that could consume even the most adventurous souls. I've always had a deep love for the outdoors, so it wasn't unusual for me to spend weekends exploring new hiking trails in the wilderness of upstate New York. This particular weekend, I decided to venture into the vast Catskill Mountains, an area renowned for its beauty and serenity. The crisp morning air greeted me as I embarked on my hike, following a well-marked trail into the dense forest. The path was clear and the sun filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled light on the forest floor. The sounds of nature surrounded me, from the chirping of birds to the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. As I hiked deeper into the woods, I became increasingly aware of the sheer solitude that enveloped me. There was a tranquil and a dead silence that settled over the forest. Although I was alone, I couldn't help but feel as if unseen eyes were watching my every step. The feeling was unnerving, but I shrugged it off as a product of the profound quiet. Hours passed as I ventured further into the forest. The trail had become narrower and the dense underbrush encroached on both sides. I felt a sense of vulnerability, a realization that I was in a remote area where help was far from reach. My goal for the day had been to reach a pristine mountain lake I had read about, nestled deep within the Catskills. It was rumored to be a hidden gem, a place of breathtaking beauty. But as the day wore on, I began to worry that I had veered off the path. I took out my map and compass to assess my location, but to my shock, I couldn't find them. Panic surged through me as I realized that I must have left them behind at my last rest stop. I cursed my carelessness, but told myself that I could rely on my intuition and make my way back. I turned to retrace my steps, but to my surprise, the trail I had been following seemed to have disappeared. The once clear path had become an overgrown tangle of branches and underbrush. I fought back the rising fear and decided to push forward, confident that I could eventually find my way back to the main trail. The hours passed and my sense of unease deepened as I continued to walk deeper into the woods. The forest around me had grown unfamiliar, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was lost. The towering trees seemed to loom over me, their branches blocking out the sunlight. The stillness of the woods was broken only by the occasional call of a distant bird. As the day turned into evening, I made the difficult decision to set up camp. I gathered wood for a fire and constructed a makeshift shelter using branches and leaves. The night was quiet and dark, save for the soft rustling of leaves in the wind. The following morning, I was determined to find my way back to civilization. I scoured the area for any signs of the trail, but it was as if the path had vanished entirely. I couldn't understand how I had managed to get so disoriented in what should have been a straightforward hike. I continued to walk, driven by a growing sense of desperation. The forest felt like a labyrinth, with no clear direction or landmarks to guide me. The solitude of the wilderness, which had once been so serene, now felt oppressive and isolating. Each step I took seemed to lead me further into the depths of the forest, away from the familiar world I had known. The shadows of the trees cast long shapes on the ground, and the silence was punctuated only by the sounds of my own footsteps. I searched for any signs of human activity, a path, or a clearing that might lead me to safety, but the forest held no answers. I couldn't help but feel as if I had stepped into a different world, a place where the rules of reality no longer applied. Desperate to find my way back. My supplies were running low, and I had no means of communication with the outside world. I was well and truly alone, a lost soul in the heart of the Catskills. The forest offered no relief from the oppressive silence, and the solitude weighed heavily on my shoulders. The feeling of being watched never left me, and I couldn't escape the sensation that I was not alone. In my desperate search for a way out, I stumbled upon a small, decrepit cabin deep in the woods. It was an unexpected discovery, a structure that seemed out of place in the heart of the wilderness. I approached cautiously, the cabin's weathered walls casting long, creepy shadows in the fading light. Inside, I found the remnants of a life long gone. Old furniture, rusted cookware, and faded photographs covered the cabin's interior. It was as if time had stood still, frozen in a moment from the past. I couldn't help but wonder who had lived in the cabin and what had become of them. The place seemed abandoned, but there was an unsettling feeling of being watched, as if the walls themselves held secrets. I spent the night in the cabin, sheltered from the elements. The hours passed slowly, the darkness outside growing more oppressive. I couldn't escape the feeling that the forest was closing in around me, that I was a mere intruder in a place that did not belong to me. The following morning, I continued my journey through the woods, determined to find a way out. But the forest seemed intent on keeping its secrets. I came across strange symbols carved into the trees, intricate patterns that seemed to form a trail of their own. I followed them, hoping they would lead me to safety, but they only seemed to take me deeper into the wilderness. The sense of isolation and despair deepened with each passing day. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being drawn deeper into the heart of the forest, as if it had a scary will of its own. I fought to keep my hope alive, clinging to the belief that I would one day find my way back to civilization. The forest had become my prison, a place of fear and uncertainty, and I was a lost soul in a realm of shadows and enigma. In the end, I couldn't escape the feeling that I had ventured into a world where time had no meaning, a place where the boundaries between the known and the unknown had blurred and merged. The forest had become a place of isolation and fear, and I was forever lost in its depths. My ordeal in the wilderness had been a descent into the unknown, a journey into a realm of solitude and desperation. The forest had revealed its enigmatic and unforgiving nature, and I had emerged from the experience forever changed. I had returned from the depths of the wilderness, but the memories of my time lost in the woods would continue to haunt me, a reminder of the beauty and the dangers that exist in the natural world. I've always been a nature enthusiast, and hiking has been a passion of mine for as long as I can remember. It was a sunny Saturday morning when I decided to embark on a solo hiking adventure in a remote and less traveled part of the Rocky Mountains. The idea was to find tranquility, to escape the bustling city life and reconnect with nature. The trail I chose led into an uncharted territory, a region that had been rarely explored by hikers. It was an area rich in dense forests, rolling hills, and breathtaking vistas. The promise of solitude and a genuine wilderness experience excited me. The day began with optimism and a sense of adventure. The early morning sun cast long shadows through the trees as I hiked deeper into the woods. The trail was marked, but it became increasingly overgrown and less maintained as I progressed. It was clear that few had ventured this far, but that only added to the appeal. The songs of birds and the rustling of leaves underfoot accompanied me. As the day wore on, I paused by a tranquil creek to refill my water bottle. The sun dappled the water's surface, and I could see small fish darting in the clear stream. I was in awe of the untouched beauty of the place. My goal was to reach a high ridge from which I'd have a panoramic view of the surrounding wilderness. I knew I would need to make camp up there for the night. With each step, I felt more disconnected from the outside world and more attuned to the wilderness that enveloped me. As the sun began to set, I found the perfect spot on the ridge to set up my campsite. I pitched my tent near the edge where I'd have a clear view of the sunrise. I sat by the fire, cooking a simple meal, and watching the stars twinkle above. But as night fell, the forest around me came alive with strange sounds. Owls hooted in the distance and the leaves rustled in the breeze. It was the kind of experience I had yearned for, and I was fully in my element. However, it was during the night that my journey took an unsettling turn. I awoke to a cold, chilling howl that echoed through the trees. It was unlike any sound I had ever heard, a low and mournful cry that sent shivers down my spine. My heart raced as I listened to the haunting howl. It was followed by more, as if a pack of unseen creatures were communicating through the night. Fear gripped me, and I realized that I was not alone in the wilderness. I had been trained to handle encounters with wildlife and knew that some animals could be territorial or curious, but this felt different. The howling continued, drawing nearer to my campsite. The sensation of being watched grew stronger, and I began to question whether this was a natural occurrence or something more ominous. With a flashlight in hand, I unzipped the tent and peered into the darkness. I couldn't see anything beyond the circle of light, but the howling was closer now, echoing from the surrounding trees. My instincts told me to remain in the tent, but curiosity and fear pushed me to investigate. I cautiously made my way to the edge of the ridge, where the forest below was obscured by shadows. The howling grew louder, and I began to make out the silhouettes of creatures moving through the underbrush. Their eyes gleamed with a scary, phosphorescent glow in the dim light of my flashlight. It was a pack of wolves, their silvery fur illuminated by the beam of my flashlight. They moved with a fluid grace, circling my campsite, their eyes locked onto me. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched the pack. It was a mesmerizing and terrifying sight. I had encountered wolves before, but I had never seen them behave like this, so close to a human presence. The leader of the pack, a massive silver-coated wolf, approached the edge of the ridge and locked eyes with me. Its gaze was intense and unwavering, as if it held a deep intelligence. I knew better than to run or make any sudden movements. For what felt like an eternity, I and the wolf maintained our silent standoff, each assessing the other. The howling of the pack had ceased, and the forest was still. The moment was surreal, a connection between man and beast in the heart of the wilderness. Then, with a subtle nod of its head, the wolf turned and led the pack back into the darkness of the forest. The dark, phosphorescent glow of their eyes faded into the night, and the howling resumed, echoing through the trees as they disappeared from view. I was left with a profound sense of wonder and a touch of fear. The wilderness had a way of revealing its secrets, and I had just witnessed a spectacle that few could claim to have experienced. The following morning, I awoke to the sound of birdsong and the warmth of the rising sun. The wolves were gone, leaving only their footprints and the memory of their haunting presence. I continued my hike, my perspective on the wilderness forever changed. I marveled at the untamed beauty of the land and the mysteries that it held. It was a reminder that even in the most remote corners of the world, we are not truly alone. As the days passed, I trekked deeper into the uncharted woods, exploring landscapes that few had laid eyes on. The trail had become less defined and the forest more untamed, but I continued on, driven by a sense of adventure and the allure of the unknown. The solitude of the wilderness surrounded me, and I embraced it as a kind of sanctuary. I couldn't help but feel that the forest had revealed a side of itself to me, a realm that few would ever have the privilege to witness. But as time passed, I began to realize that I was venturing deeper into uncharted territory, away from the well-trodden paths of civilization. The forest had a way of distorting time and space, and the sense of isolation grew stronger with each passing day. I continued my journey, searching for the next breathtaking vista, the next uncharted wonder. My supplies were dwindling, and my encounters with wildlife became more frequent. In the end, I couldn't help but wonder if the uncharted woods held a truth that was beyond my comprehension, a realm of solitude and fascination that would forever remain a mystery. My journey had been a descent into the unknown, a venture into a realm of fear and wonder, and I had emerged from the experience forever changed. I had returned from the depths of the wilderness, but the memories of my time in the uncharted woods would continue to haunt me, a reminder of the beauty and the uncertainty that exist in the natural world. As I sit here alone in this forgotten room, the memories of that fateful summer flood back, like a relentless tide of darkness. I never thought I'd be entangled in something so sinister, so surreal. But here I am, recounting my story, hoping that it serves as a cautionary tale. It all began innocently enough, I had recently graduated from college, eager to embark on the adventure of adult life. The world stretched out before me, full of possibilities. I had moved to a new city and was slowly settling into my job. But something was missing. A sense of belonging, a community. Little did I know that longing would lead me down a path I could never have imagined. One sunny afternoon, while sipping coffee at a local cafe, I noticed a flyer on the community board. It was an invitation to a gathering promising enlightenment and inner peace. The group called themselves the Cult of the Silent Shadows. The flyer showed a serene, masked figure bathed in moonlight, holding a candle. It piqued my curiosity, and with nothing to lose, I decided to attend their meeting. The address led me to an unassuming building on the outskirts of town. I entered a room filled with people of all ages, races, and backgrounds. The atmosphere was warm and inviting, and I felt an immediate sense of camaraderie. It seemed like the community I had been searching for. Their leader, a charismatic man named Gabriel, took the stage. He was a tall figure with piercing blue eyes and an air of magnetism that was impossible to ignore. He spoke eloquently about the struggles of modern life, the chaos of the world, and the need for inner tranquility. "We are the Silent Shadows," he proclaimed, "and we offer you a path to serenity, away from the noise and distractions of the outside world." His words resonated with me as they did with everyone else in the room. Gabriel spoke of meditation, mindfulness, and the power of silence in a world filled with constant chatter. It all sounded so appealing, so simple. Over the next few weeks, I attended the Silent Shadows gatherings regularly. The teachings became the anchor of my life. Gabriel's charisma and the sense of belonging I found within the group were addictive. I was not alone in my devotion, many others were equally captivated. As the days turned into months, the group's activities grew more intense. We were encouraged to immerse ourselves fully in their teachings. I began spending more time with my fellow members, often at the cult's secluded retreat deep in the woods. It was during one of these retreats that I began to notice something strange. The teachings, once focused on meditation and mindfulness, had taken a darker turn. Gabriel spoke of the need to shed our former selves, to become shadows of our former lives. He preached the power of silence, not just as a form of meditation, but as a way of life. The group started practicing silence for days at a time, communicating only through gestures and writing. We were discouraged from contacting our families and friends outside the cult, as they were seen as distractions from our true purpose. I began to feel a growing unease, but my attachment to Gabriel and the community kept me from questioning too deeply. I was not alone in my hesitation, but no one dared to speak out against the charismatic leader. One evening, as the sun set behind the trees, Gabriel gathered us around a roaring bonfire. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Gabriel announced that to become true Silent Shadows, we must undergo a ritual of purification. The ritual involved fasting for 3 days, spending all our waking hours in complete silence and meditating by the fire. It was meant to cleanse our minds and souls, to make us more receptive to the cult's teachings. I felt a knot of dread in my stomach but couldn't bring myself to refuse. As the days of fasting passed, I became increasingly weak. My body ached, and my mind felt like a stormy sea. The silence, once soothing, now pressed down on me like a heavy weight. It was as if we were all sinking into a darkness, a collective silence that threatened to swallow us whole. On the third night of the ritual, something changed. As we meditated around the fire, the flames seemed to dance with an eerie, unnatural intensity. Gabriel stood at the center, his eyes closed in deep concentration. Then, with a sudden and unsettling calmness, he began to chant in a language I didn't recognize. The chant grew louder and more fervent, and the flames leaped higher, casting bizarre, flickering shadows on the faces of the cult members. I watched in growing horror as the atmosphere shifted from one of serenity to something altogether different. It was at that moment that I realized the true nature of the Silent Shadows. We were not a community seeking enlightenment and inner peace. We were pawns in Gabriel's grand delusion. He had manipulated us into a cult of silence, using our vulnerability and desire for belonging against us. I knew I had to escape. With trembling hands, I rose from my meditation spot and slowly backed away from the fire. The cult members were so engrossed in the ritual that they didn't notice my departure. I slipped into the darkness of the woods, my heart pounding like a drum. As I made my way back to civilization, I couldn't help but wonder about the fate of my fellow cult members. Had they truly become the silent shadows Gabriel had envisioned? Or had they fallen victim to a madness born of silence and isolation? I reported the cult to the authorities, but by the time they arrived at the retreat, it was empty. Gabriel and his followers had vanished, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of their chilling silence. In the years that followed, I rebuilt my life, forever haunted by the memory of the silent shadows. I learned the hard way that the quest for belonging and purpose can sometimes lead us down the darkest of paths, and I vowed to never let the shadows of silence consume me again. But even now, as I sit here alone, I can't shake the feeling that Gabriel and his cult are still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for their next unsuspecting victim. The darkness of that summer still clings to me, a constant reminder of the horrors that can hide behind a mask of serenity. Months had passed since my escape from the cult of the silent shadows. I had rebuilt my life, but the memories of that nightmarish experience continued to haunt my every waking moment. I couldn't help but wonder what had become of my fellow cult members, and whether Gabriel and his twisted teachings still held them in their grip. I kept a low profile, fearing that the cult might somehow track me down. My days were spent in constant vigilance, always watching my back, always on edge. But I couldn't shake the feeling that Gabriel and his followers were out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. One day, as I was going through my mail, I came across a letter. It was an anonymous message, a simple piece of paper with a single word written in bold letters: silence. My heart raced as I realized that the cult had found me, or at least someone who knew about my past involvement with them. I had to find out who sent the letter, and more importantly, whether the cult was still active. I began to dig deeper, retracing my steps and reaching out to former cult members who had managed to break free like me. It wasn't easy. Many were still too frightened to talk, but gradually I pieced together a picture of what had transpired after my escape. It seemed that in the wake of my departure, the cult had become even more secretive and reclusive. They had changed their meeting locations frequently, always staying one step ahead of anyone who might be looking for them. Gabriel's hold on his followers had grown stronger, and his teachings had taken a more extreme turn. Rumors circulated that the cult had become involved in criminal activities, using their collective silence as a cover for illegal operations. But these were only whispers, and concrete information was hard to come by. Determined to expose the cult and bring an end to their reign of silence, I reached out to a journalist friend who had a reputation for investigating secretive organizations. With the evidence I had gathered, we began to dig deeper into the activities of the cult of the silent shadows. Our investigation led us down a twisted and treacherous path. We followed leads, interviewed former cult members, and even managed to infiltrate some of their gatherings undercover. What we discovered was chilling. The cult had evolved into a tightly knit, secretive society with Gabriel as its unquestioned leader. His charisma and manipulative tactics had only grown more potent over time. The members had become fanatical in their devotion, believing that silence was the key to ultimate enlightenment. But behind the facade of serenity and inner peace lay a darker truth. The cult had indeed become involved in criminal activities, ranging from money laundering to extortion. Their network stretched far and wide, with members in positions of power and influence across various industries. As we delved deeper into our investigation, we realized that exposing the cult would not be easy. They had eyes and ears everywhere, and anyone who tried to speak out against them faced threats, intimidation, and even violence. But we were determined to unmask the shadows and bring an end to their reign of terror. We compiled our findings, collected evidence, and prepared to blow the lid off the cult of the silent shadows. Our investigative report was set to be published in a major newspaper, promising to expose the cult's criminal activities and the dangers they posed to society. But as the publication date drew nearer, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into a trap. My fears were realized on the night before the report was scheduled to be released. I received another anonymous message, this time more ominous than the first. It was a simple warning: silence is golden. I immediately contacted my journalist friend, and we decided to go public with the threats we had received. We believed that the cult would think twice about taking any drastic action if their actions were brought to light. The next day, as the report hit the headlines, The cult's reaction was swift and brutal. They released a statement denying all allegations and accusing us of spreading lies and slander. Gabriel, in a chilling video message, warned that those who sought to expose the cult's secrets would face dire consequences. Despite our fears, we pressed on, believing that the power of truth and justice would prevail. But the cult was not to be underestimated. They launched a campaign of harassment and intimidation against us, trying to discredit our investigation and silence us through any means necessary. As the pressure mounted, my journalist friend and I received a tip that Gabriel and his inner circle would be holding a secret gathering in an isolated location. It was an opportunity we couldn't pass up. We contacted law enforcement and provided them with the information we had gathered. On the night of the raid, we accompanied the police to the remote location where the cult's gathering was taking place. The tension was palpable as we approached the compound. We knew that this would be the moment of reckoning, the final showdown with the cult of the Silent Shadows. As we stormed the compound, a fierce battle ensued. Gabriel and his followers, armed with unwavering devotion and a willingness to protect their secrets at all costs, put up a formidable resistance. But the combined efforts of law enforcement and the evidence we had gathered proved to be their undoing. Gabriel was arrested, and his mask of charisma finally shattered. The cult members were taken into custody, their reign of silence broken. The truth about their criminal activities was exposed for the world to see. In the aftermath of the raid, I couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had led me from a naive seeker of belonging to an unwitting victim of a dangerous cult, and finally to a crusader for justice. The cult of the Silent Shadows had been dismantled, its darkness brought into the light. But the scars it had left on my psyche and the lives of its former members would never fully heal. I had learned the hard way that the search for meaning and community could sometimes lead to places of unimaginable darkness. The experience left me with a profound sense of caution and a determination to be vigilant against the allure of charismatic leaders and their promises of enlightenment. As I looked back on the long and harrowing journey, I couldn't help but wonder if the shadows of the cult would ever truly fade away, or if they would continue to haunt me, like a lingering echo of silence in the darkest corners of my mind. My name is Sarah, and I grew up in a quiet suburban neighborhood with my loving parents, David and Linda, and my younger brother, Michael. We were an ordinary family, leading an ordinary life. Our days were filled with school, work, and the occasional family outing. But that all changed one fateful day. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when we first encountered the cult. David had taken us to the local farmers market, a place we often visited on weekends. As we strolled among the stalls, sampling fresh produce and enjoying the vibrant atmosphere, a woman approached us. She was dressed in simple robes, her demeanor calm and serene. "Hello," she said with a warm smile. "I couldn't help but notice your family. You seem like kindred spirits." We exchanged pleasantries, and the woman introduced herself as Emily. She spoke of a community called the Tranquil Souls, a group of like-minded individuals seeking inner peace and enlightenment. Emily's words were captivating, and we found ourselves drawn to her presence. Over the following weeks, Emily became a frequent visitor to our home. She brought with her the teachings of the Tranquil Souls, a philosophy centered around mindfulness, meditation, and a simpler way of life. She spoke of finding tranquility in a chaotic world, and her words resonated deeply with my family. One evening, as we sat around the dinner table, Emily proposed that we attend one of the Tranquil Souls gatherings. "It's an opportunity to experience our community firsthand," she said, "to see if it aligns with your desires for inner peace." We were hesitant at first, but the allure of tranquility and the sense of belonging that Emily offered were too enticing to resist. With her guidance, we made the decision to visit the Tranquil Souls. Our first gathering with the Tranquil Souls was held in an idyllic rural setting. A small group of people dressed in robes similar to Emily's welcomed us with open arms. They exuded an air of serenity that was both captivating and unnerving. The teachings of the Tranquil Souls revolved around meditation, minimalism, and the renunciation of worldly possessions. At first, it seemed like a path to inner peace, a way to simplify our lives and find a sense of purpose. But as time went on, the teachings became increasingly extreme. We were encouraged to sever ties with our old lives, to let go of our possessions, and to embrace a life of austerity. The cult members spoke in hushed tones about the need to transcend the material world and reach a higher state of consciousness. My family and I became increasingly isolated from our friends and extended family as the tranquil souls became the center of our lives. Emily, once a mere acquaintance, had become our de facto leader. Her charisma and unwavering devotion to the cult were impossible to resist. As the cult's grip on our family tightened, I began to notice disturbing changes in my parents and brother. They had become increasingly distant, their eyes vacant and hollow. The cult's teachings had taken a darker turn, emphasizing the need for complete submission and the rejection of individuality. I tried to reason with my family, to convince them that we were headed down a dangerous path, but my words fell on deaf ears. They saw me as an outsider, a threat to their newfound sense of purpose. One evening I overheard a chilling conversation between my parents and Emily. They spoke of a final ceremony that would allow them to transcend the material world and achieve true enlightenment. The details were shrouded in secrecy, but the sense of foreboding in the air was palpable. Terrified for my family's safety, I reached out to a childhood friend, Rebecca, who had been concerned about our sudden withdrawal from society. I confided in her about the tranquil souls and their increasingly sinister teachings. Rebecca, now a journalist, took it upon herself to investigate the cult. She uncovered a trail of disappearances, financial irregularities, and allegations of mind control associated with the tranquil souls. It became clear that the cult was not what it appeared to be. Together, we devised a plan to rescue my family from the clutches of the tranquil souls. We contacted law enforcement, providing them with the evidence Rebecca had gathered. It was a race against time to stop the impending final ceremony. As the authorities prepared to raid the cult's compound, Rebecca and I infiltrated the tranquil souls in disguise. We attended one of their gatherings, where the atmosphere was tense with anticipation. The cult members, dressed in their robes, gathered around a massive bonfire. Emily stood at the center, her eyes closed in deep concentration. The cult's teachings had culminated in this moment, and I feared what would happen next. As the authorities closed in on the compound, Rebecca and I sprang into action. We distracted the cult members, urging them to reconsider their choices, while law enforcement moved in to apprehend Emily and the cult leaders. A tense standoff ensued, but ultimately the cult members, my family included, were freed from the clutches of the tranquil souls. Emily and the cult leaders were arrested, their twisted beliefs exposed for all to see. In the aftermath of the rescue operation, my family and I faced a long and difficult journey of recovery. The hold of the tranquil souls had left deep scars, both physical and psychological. But with the support of therapy and the love of our extended family and friends, we began the process of healing. Rebecca's investigative reporting on the cult led to a nationwide expose, shedding light on the dangers of cults and the tactics they use to manipulate and control their members. The tranquil souls were disbanded and their leaders faced justice for their crimes. As I look back on that harrowing chapter of our lives, I can't help but reflect on the thin line between seeking inner peace and falling prey to the allure of a charismatic leader and a dangerous ideology. My family and I emerged from the darkness stronger and wiser, with a newfound appreciation for the importance of critical thinking and the bonds of love that hold a family together. The tranquil souls may have left their mark on us, but we refused to let their darkness define us. We were survivors, and we were determined to live our lives with newfound strength, resilience, and a commitment to never let the shadows of a cult engulf us again. My name is Mark, and I've always considered myself a rational and level-headed individual. I was in a loving relationship with my girlfriend, Emily, who shared my passion for adventure and self-improvement. We enjoyed exploring new places, seeking out unique experiences, and pushing the boundaries of our comfort zones. Life was a grand adventure with Emily by my side. One sunny afternoon, as Emily and I were sipping coffee at our favorite local cafe, she excitedly showed me a beautifully designed invitation. It was embossed with intricate symbols and read, "The Benevolent Cult of the Hidden Truth." Emily explained that she had stumbled upon this group online and had been following their teachings for a while. She believed that they held the key to enlightenment and personal growth. The idea of joining a group called a cult made me uneasy, but Emily insisted that it was different. She claimed that they were focused on self-improvement, kindness, and uncovering hidden truths about oneself and the world. With her enthusiasm and persuasive arguments, I reluctantly agreed to attend their introductory meeting. The introductory meeting took place in a cozy yet elegant room in an inconspicuous building. We were greeted by friendly and seemingly ordinary individuals who welcomed us warmly. Emily introduced me to the group's leader, a charismatic woman named Sophia, who exuded an air of calm and wisdom. Sophia began by explaining the group's philosophy centered around kindness, self-discovery, and the pursuit of hidden truths. She emphasized that they were not a typical cult, but rather a community of like-minded individuals seeking to improve themselves and make the world a better place. Emily and I attended several more meetings, each one focusing on personal development, mindfulness, and the cultivation of empathy. The group's teachings were captivating, and I started to believe that perhaps I had misunderstood the word cult. As the months went by, Emily became increasingly involved in the benevolent cult of the hidden truth. She attended their gatherings more frequently, sometimes staying overnight at their retreats. She spoke passionately about the positive changes she was experiencing and urged me to become more involved. But something didn't sit right with me. I noticed that Emily was becoming more distant from our friends and family, and her devotion to the group was bordering on obsession. She began to spend less time with me, and I couldn't help but feel like I was losing her to the cult. One evening I decided to investigate the group further. I attended one of their gatherings without Emily's knowledge, hoping to uncover the truth behind their seemingly benevolent facade. As I arrived at the retreat, I noticed a serene atmosphere, with participants engaged in meditation and deep philosophical discussions. Sophia, the charismatic leader, led a session focused on the concept of inner purity and the need to shed one's past to embrace a brighter future. But then as the night wore on, I witnessed something terrifying. The group's teachings took a darker turn. Sophia began speaking about the ultimate truth that could only be achieved through sacrifice. She spoke of letting go of one's attachments, even to loved ones, to attain a higher state of consciousness. I knew I had to act quickly. The group's teachings had taken a disturbing turn, and I feared for Emily's safety. I reached out to a friend, Alex, who had experience in investigating cults and the tactics they used to manipulate their members. Together, we delved deeper into the benevolent cult of the hidden truth, uncovering a trail of disappearances, financial irregularities, and allegations of psychological manipulation. It became clear that this cult was far more sinister than it appeared. We also discovered that Sophia, the cult's leader, had a history of leading similar groups that had all ended in tragedy. She had a talent for drawing in vulnerable individuals and using her charisma to exploit them. With the evidence we had gathered, Alex and I contacted law enforcement and shared our findings. It was clear that Emily was in grave danger, along with the other members of the cult. We knew that we had to act swiftly to rescue them from Sophia's grip. We devised a plan to infiltrate the cult's compound during one of their retreats. With the help of law enforcement, we would apprehend Sophia and her followers and put an end to their reign of darkness. The night of the rescue mission was tense with anticipation. Alex and I disguised ourselves as cult members, armed with the evidence we had collected, and a determination to free Emily and the others from the clutches of the benevolent cult of the hidden truth. As we infiltrated the cult's compound, we witnessed Emily and the other members gathered around a massive bonfire. Sophia, in her charismatic and persuasive manner, was preparing them for the ultimate truth, which involved a ritualistic act of sacrifice. With law enforcement at the ready, we began to confront the cult members, urging them to reconsider their choices and the darkness that had enveloped their lives. Sophia, however, was not easily swayed. A tense standoff ensued, with cult members torn between their loyalty to Sophia and the evidence of her dark intentions. As the authorities closed in, Sophia's grip began to weaken, and some members started to question their devotion. In the end, Emily and the other cult members were freed from the clutches of the benevolent cult of the hidden truth. Sophia was arrested, her charismatic facade shattered. The truth about the cult's sinister activities was exposed for the world to see. As Emily and I emerged from the darkness of the cult's influence, we faced a long and challenging road to recovery. The scars ran deep, both physically and emotionally. But with the support of therapy and the love of our friends and family, We began the process of healing. The benevolent cult of the hidden truth may have left its mark on us, but we were determined to emerge stronger and wiser, with a newfound appreciation for the importance of critical thinking and the bonds of love that held us together. Looking back on that harrowing chapter of our lives, I can't help but reflect on the fine line between seeking personal growth and falling prey to the manipulative tactics of a charismatic leader. Emily and I emerged from the darkness stronger and more resilient, committed to living our lives with newfound wisdom and a determination to never let the shadows of a cult engulf us again. The benevolent cult of the hidden truth may have temporarily ensnared our lives, but it ultimately failed to extinguish the light of reason and love that guided us back to the truth. In a quiet, unassuming town nestled deep within the heart of the countryside, secrets festered like mold in the damp corners of forgotten basements. The town was a place where people whispered of mysterious happenings and unsettling tales that kept them awake at night. None of these tales, however, could match the scary legend of the grave robber. The townsfolk had always known something wasn't right about the old cemetery on the outskirts of town. The cemetery had existed for generations, but it was more than just a final resting place for the deceased. It was a place of ominous stories and ominous sightings. For many, it was nothing more than a place they visited during daylight hours, never daring to linger once the sun began to dip below the horizon. The townspeople knew the grave robber's name but dared not utter it aloud for fear that even mentioning it would summon his dark presence. He was known as Elias Thorne, a man with a shadowy past and a reputation that would crack even the hardest of men of those who whispered about him. Elias had a penchant for lurking in the shadows, his gaunt face concealed by a tattered hood and his bony fingers clutching an old rusty spade. The grave robber was no common criminal. He was driven by a morbid obsession, a compulsion to unearth the secrets that lay beneath the ground. He wasn't interested in valuables or riches. Instead, he sought something more sinister. No one could quite understand his motives, but it was clear that he was on a relentless quest to unearth the past. The townspeople were haunted by the unsolved mystery that surrounded Elias Thorne. Whispers of his late-night visits to the cemetery had spread like wildfire. Some claimed to have seen him, his hunched figure silhouetted against the pale moonlight, while others spoke of creepy sounds and restless spirits. But these tales were always hushed, never reported to the authorities, for fear of retribution from the enigmatic grave robber. As the years passed, the mystery deepened. No one could explain why Elias chose to disturb the graves, why he unearthed the dearly departed, and what he did with them. The townspeople grew more and more wary, and some believed that he was conducting a sinister experiment, perhaps searching for a long-lost treasure buried in the depths of the cemetery. One crisp autumn evening, as a harvest moon hung low in the sky, a brave soul decided it was time to uncover the truth about Elias Thorne. Matthew Dawson, a local investigator with a relentless curiosity, had heard enough rumors and could no longer bear the weight of uncertainty. Dawson began researching the history of the cemetery, poring through old records and archives. He discovered that the cemetery was much older than anyone had suspected, dating back to the town's founding in the 18th century. It was said to be the final resting place of a long-forgotten family, the Wraithmoors, whose dark history was entwined with the town's own. As Dawson delved deeper into his research, he unearthed a disturbing connection between Elias Thorne and the Wraithmoors. It was rumored that Elias was a distant relative of the family, a black sheep who had been cast out due to his twisted obsessions. The Wraithmoors had been known for their bizarre rituals, and it was said that they had been practitioners of dark magic. Dawson's investigation led him to conclude that Elias Thorne was seeking something hidden in the depths of the Wraithmoor family crypt. It was believed that the crypt contained not only the remains of the family but also a repository of forbidden knowledge and arcane artifacts. Armed with his newfound knowledge, Dawson decided to confront Elias Thorne on a fateful night when the moon was at its zenith. He knew that he needed to reveal the truth and put an end to the grave robber's reign of terror. Dawson ventured to the cemetery, shrouded in darkness, and approached the Wraithmoor family crypt. There he found Elias Thorne hard at work, his spade clinking against the cold stone surface. Dawson watched in horror as Elias uncovered the heavy crypt lid, revealing a chamber filled with ancient tomes and arcane relics. With a voice trembling with fear, Dawson demanded answers from Elias. The grave robber's eyes, hollow and devoid of emotion, met Dawson's gaze. In a voice that sent shivers down Dawson's spine, Elias spoke of his obsession with the Wraithmoors, of the dark knowledge hidden within the crypt, and the power he sought to harness. Elias confessed to practicing the same dark arts as his ancestors, believing that the secrets contained within the crypt held the key to ultimate power. He spoke of the restless spirits that he had awakened, trapped within the cemetery's boundaries, and how he intended to use them to achieve his sinister goals. Dawson knew he had to put an end to Elias Thorne's madness. He pleaded with the grave robber to reconsider his actions, to let go of his obsession, but Elias would not be swayed. With a chilling grin, he reached for a cursed amulet from the crypt, a relic said to grant dark powers. As Elias raised the amulet, Dawson lunged forward, knocking it from his grasp. A struggle ensued, with the two men locked in a desperate battle for control of the sinister artifact. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble as the amulet crackled with unholy energy. The amulet's power was unleashed in a cataclysmic burst of energy. The ground shook and the earth itself seemed to rebel against the dark forces at play. The crypt crumbled, burying Elias Thorne beneath its rubble, and sealing the ancient secrets within. Dawson managed to escape the collapsing crypt, but the cemetery had changed forever. The restless spirits that Elias had awakened were finally put to rest, and the town was free from the malevolent presence of the grave robber. The mystery of Elias Thorne was buried along with him, and the old cemetery became a place of quiet reflection once more. The townspeople never spoke of Elias Thorne again. The legend of the grave robber faded into obscurity, and the dark history of the Wraithmoors remained a buried secret. But one question lingered in the minds of the townspeople. What had Elias Thorne truly sought in the depths of the cemetery, and had he found it in the end? As the years passed, the memory of the grave robber became a distant echo, a chilling tale told around campfires on dark, moonless nights. The town moved on, but the shadow of Elias Thorne continued to haunt their dreams, a reminder of the darkness that could lurk in even the most unassuming of places. And so the mystery of the grave robber remained, a story that would never be forgotten, a tale of obsession, darkness, and the unearthing of secrets that should have remained buried for all eternity. Years passed, and the town's legend of Elias Thorne began to fade from memory. The once dreaded cemetery was now a tranquil place, its overgrown paths and time-worn headstones standing as silent witnesses to the past. But some residents couldn't shake the feeling that there were still secrets buried beneath the ground, waiting to be unearthed. One such resident was Sarah Whitman, a young historian with a keen interest in the town's history. Sarah had grown up listening to the stories of Elias Thorne and the Wraithmoor family, and she had always been intrigued by the mystery that surrounded them. She was determined to pick up where Matthew Dawson had left off and delve deeper into the enigma that shrouded the cemetery. Sarah began her investigation by poring over the old records, letters, and diaries of the town's founding families. She spent countless hours in the town's dusty archives, uncovering long-forgotten documents that shed light on the Wraithmoor family's dark past. She also studied Elias Thorne's genealogy, tracing his bloodline back to its origin. As Sarah delved deeper into her research, she uncovered a startling revelation. The Wraithmoor family had indeed practiced dark arts, but it wasn't just dark magic they were involved in. They had been pioneers in the study of alchemy and the transmutation of elements, seeking the elixir of life itself. The family had believed that immortality was within their grasp, and their experiments led to mysterious disappearances and unsettling legends. Sarah's research revealed that Elias Thorne's obsession with the Wraithmoors had been driven by a belief that they had discovered the key to eternal life hidden within the crypt. He believed that the crypt's contents held the final piece of the puzzle, the culmination of centuries of experimentation. The Wraithmoors' experiments were nothing short of alchemical madness, and the secrets they had sought were both tantalizing and horrifying. Sarah couldn't help but wonder if Elias Thorne had succeeded in his quest, or if he had met a fate worse than death in his relentless pursuit. Sarah was haunted by the story of the cursed amulet that had caused the cataclysmic showdown between Elias Thorne and Matthew Dawson. She decided to revisit the wreckage of the family crypt, hoping to find clues that had been overlooked. Among the rubble and broken stones, she discovered a shard of the amulet, still emanating in dark energy. As she touched the fragment, Sarah felt a rush of unearthly sensations. Visions of the Wraithmoors' experiments, their twisted pursuits, and the restless spirits they had awakened flooded her mind. She knew that the shard held a connection to the family's cursed past, and that it held the power to reveal the truth behind Elias Thorne's obsession. Sarah's quest for answers took her deeper into the dark history of the Wraithmoors and their experiments. She was able to piece together a chilling account of their alchemical pursuits, their belief in the elixir of life, and the horrifying results of their experiments. It became clear that Elias Thorne had indeed unearthed the crypt's secrets. In his relentless quest for power and immortality, he had discovered the elixir the Wraithmoors had sought. He had taken their research to its final terrifying conclusion, and he had achieved a form of eternal existence. However, the price for such a dark triumph had been high. The restless spirits he had awakened, the cataclysmic power of the amulet, and the burden of the Wraithmoors' dark legacy had all taken their toll. Elias Thorne had become a prisoner of the very immortality he had sought, a tormented soul bound to the cemetery for all time. Armed with the knowledge of the crypt's secrets, Sarah realized that the only way to free Elias Thorne and the tormented spirits was to reverse the dark alchemical rituals of the Wraithmoors. She embarked on a journey to gather the necessary components to create a counter-ritual, one that would restore balance to the cemetery and release the trapped souls. As Sarah worked tirelessly to break the curse, she faced challenges and obstacles that tested her determination and courage. She enlisted the help of local experts in alchemy and ancient rituals, studying forgotten texts and seeking guidance from those who had knowledge of the arcane. After months of research and preparation, the day of the counter-ritual arrived. Sarah, accompanied by a small group of trusted individuals, returned to the cemetery and entered the ruined crypt. They performed the ritual with precision, invoking the power of light and restoration to counteract the darkness that had plagued the Wraithmoors for centuries. As the ritual reached its climax, a surge of energy enveloped the crypt, and the restless spirits, including Elias Thorne, were released from their torment. The ground ceased to shake, and the crypt began to repair itself, restoring the tranquility that the cemetery had long lost. With the curse lifted and the spirits at rest, the cemetery was reborn as a place of peace and reflection. The dark chapter in the town's history was finally closed, and the legend of Elias Thorne took on a new significance. Sarah's tireless efforts had not only unveiled the truth behind the grave robber's obsession, but it also brought closure to a long-forgotten story of alchemical folly and the pursuit of immortality. The townspeople, once haunted by their own history, now found solace in the newfound peace that Sarah had brought to the cemetery. The town's residents came to view Elias Thorne in a different light. No longer a malevolent grave robber, he became a figure shrouded in tragedy. His relentless pursuit of immortality had led him down a path of darkness, but in the end it was his quest that had ultimately restored peace to the cemetery. The memory of Elias Thorne, the grave robber, lived on as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers of obsession and the consequences of tampering with the unknown. The town would never forget the legend, but they would remember it with a newfound understanding and respect for the mysteries of life and death. In the end, the cemetery stood as a testament to the enduring power of history and the complexity of human nature. The town's past was filled with tales of darkness, but it was also marked by the resilience of those like Sarah Whitman who sought to uncover the truth. The legacy of the grave robber lived on in the form of stories, whispered secrets, and the undying curiosity of those who were drawn to the enigmatic cemetery. And as the years passed, new mysteries and legends would continue to surface, each adding another layer to the town's rich tapestry of history. So the tale of the grave robber Elias Thorne remained a haunting mystery, a story of obsession, redemption, and the unending quest to unravel the secrets. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its final rays painted the sky in shades of crimson and violet. The dense forest surrounding us whispered secrets of the unknown, and the cabin, a remote sanctuary hidden deep within the woods, seemed to beckon with an otherworldly allure. Our group of friends, Sarah, Alex, Mark, Lisa, and Eric, had chosen this cabin for a weekend retreat, ignorant of the eerie tale it held. Sarah, the intrepid explorer of our group, had stumbled upon the listing while seeking an escape from our daily lives. The cabin was a two-story structure, its weathered facade hinting at the stories etched into its very wood. Little did we know this weekend would etch its own chapter into the cabin's history. The first night passed relatively uneventfully. We arrived with excitement, unpacked, and settled into the cozy interior of the cabin. The fireplace crackled with warmth, dispelling the chill that clung to the air. We enjoyed a hearty meal, shared laughter, and played card games long into the night. The cabin embraced us with its charm, and the unsettling feeling that had loomed on our arrival seemed to ebb away. The following day, we decided to explore the forest, its dense trees looming like ancient sentinels. The air was cool. The leaves rustled in the breeze, and the beauty of nature surrounded us. It felt like an ideal escape from the urban chaos we left behind. As we ventured deeper into the forest, a feeling of unease settled upon us. The silence was profound, and the trees with their gnarled branches seemed to close in around us. Lisa, usually the calm and collected one, leaned over to Mark and whispered, "Do you feel that? It's like the forest is watching us." Mark, typically the skeptic of the group, couldn't shake the eerie atmosphere either. The woods seemed to have a life of their own, secrets that they guarded with an ironclad silence. That evening, as we gathered around the dining table, we heard it for the first time. A faint, ghostly whisper that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the cabin. It was as if the very wood and stone were infused with ancient tales. An uneasy shiver rippled through us, and we exchanged concerned glances. Eric, the one with an insatiable curiosity, couldn't resist the urge to investigate the source of the sound. The whisper seemed to guide him to a small locked room within the cabin. Layers of dust veiled the forgotten chamber, and as he swung open the door, he discovered an old journal amidst the relics of the past. The journal had aged, its pages yellowed and brittle. It belonged to a previous inhabitant of the cabin, and the entries told a chilling story. The author wrote of strange occurrences, of whispers in the night, shadows that moved of their own volition, and a final entry, a desperate plea for help. We gathered around as Eric read the journal aloud, and though we tried to dismiss it as the ramblings of a tormented mind, the cabin's unsettling atmosphere clung to us like a second skin. That night, as we retired to our beds, strange occurrences commenced once again. The whispers grew louder, and eerie shadows danced upon the walls. I was the first to see it. A shadowy figure, human-like but not quite, moved slowly and menacingly across the room. I gasped, awakening the others. Terrified, we huddled together in the living room, and our fear escalated with each chilling sound and movement. It was then we decided that this place was no longer safe, and we needed to leave at first light. Morning came, but the cabin had other plans. The front door, which had welcomed us so willingly, refused to open. Panic set in as anguished cries emanated from the cabin's very walls. We were trapped, our fate seemingly sealed. Desperation led us to the attic, where we discovered an old dusty Ouija board. It was a relic of the past, a forgotten game, and its presence heightened the eerie atmosphere. It felt like our last hope, our final attempt to communicate with whatever entity had ensnared us. Placing our hands on the planchette, it began to move on its own, spelling out words in response to our questions. The spirit identified itself as the restless soul of the man who had penned the journal. He had been consumed by a dark force within the cabin and needed our help to escape. We hesitated, but ultimately agreed to assist the spirit, hoping that by doing so we could free ourselves from the cabin's sinister grip. We followed the spirit's guidance, which led us to the cellar. There, he claimed, was the source of the sinister, an old locked chest containing the key to our release. As we found the chest and returned to the attic, the cabin's grasp intensified. Objects moved on their own, doors slammed shut, and the whispers evolved into a cacophony of haunting voices. We were undeterred, determined to complete the ritual that would release us from this nightmare. Finally, the oppressive force was expelled, and the cabin descended into an eerie silence. The front door swung open as if granting us passage to freedom. We fled without looking back, leaving behind the haunted cabin, its darkness expelled at last. As we drove away, we couldn't help but cast one final anxious look back at the cabin. It stood serene and innocent in the warm sunlight, its history hidden beneath the wooden facade, as if the evil had never taken root. We returned to the city, forever marked by our weekend in the woods. The memory of the cabin would stay with us, a constant reminder that some places, no matter how charming, should remain untouched by human curiosity. We left the cabin to the mysteries of the forest, hoping that it would remain dormant, at least for another generation. The forest of whispering shadows remained an enigmatic guardian of the cabin's history, and the whispering shadows whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. It was a tale we'd carry with us, a story of survival against the unknown, a memory of a weekend none of us would ever forget. The memories of our haunting weekend at the Whispering Shadows cabin remained etched in our minds long after we returned to the familiarity of city life. We tried to move forward, but the eerie events of that retreat were not so easily forgotten. It was as if the cabin's history had left an indelible mark on our souls, and as time passed, that mark only grew more pronounced. Sarah, the one who had originally found the cabin, bore the burden of that experience more than anyone else. She couldn't let go of the feeling that something remained unresolved, a story left incomplete. Her determination to unveil the cabin's dark history became an obsession, a mission to confront her own fears and put an end to the secrets that haunted that secluded place. As she delved deeper into the cabin's history, Sarah uncovered a trail of stories and tragedies that had unfolded over the years. The cabin had changed hands multiple times, each owner leaving behind tales of unexplainable occurrences and bizarre accidents. The most recent owner, a reclusive scholar of the occult, had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind an unfinished manuscript that hinted at a mysterious presence residing in the cabin. The book contained cryptic rituals meant to bind the being, but it was incomplete, leaving the entity unrestrained. Sarah became convinced that the key to ending the cabin's curse lay in completing the ritual and sealing the entity. Her determination was unwavering, and she believed that our group, bound by the memories of that fateful weekend, owed it to the cabin's lost souls and to future visitors to confront our fears and put an end to the malevolence. Despite the reservations of the group, we agreed to return to the Whispering Shadows cabin, driven by a mixture of curiosity, determination, and lingering dread. The closer we got to our destination, the more the unease we had felt before seemed to wrap itself around us once more. As we arrived at the cabin, an eerie silence greeted us, as if the forest itself held its breath. The cabin stood before us, its history shrouded in shadows, and it seemed to welcome us back with an unsettling sense of anticipation. We crossed its threshold not as unsuspecting visitors, but as individuals haunted by memories we couldn't forget. The moment we entered, the whispers began anew, soft and forlorn, as though the cabin itself yearned for release. We descended into the cellar, the incomplete manuscript in hand, determined to complete the ritual that had eluded its former owner. As we followed the ritual steps, the cabin seemed to resist. Objects moved on their own, doors slammed shut, and the whispers grew more insistent. The atmosphere became tense and threatening, as though the cabin itself fought to protect the entity that dwelled within. But we pressed on, united by our shared goal, determined to complete the ritual and bring an end to the cabin's terror. The final steps of the incantation were heavy with foreboding, and the air crackled with an unseen force. As the last words left our lips, the cabin let out a chilling scream, its walls seemingly protesting the expulsion of the dark presence. In that moment, the cabin itself seemed to wither and age, as if the very life force that had sustained it was being drained away. We left the cabin for the final time, the forest surrounding it now echoing with a newfound stillness. The cabin had changed. Its once haunting presence had lost its malevolence, and it stood silent and unassuming in the light of day. As we departed, we couldn't help but cast one final apprehensive look at the cabin. It stood there, serene and tranquil, its history hidden beneath the wooden facade, as if the darkness had never existed. Returning to the city, the memories of our haunted retreat began to lose their sharp edges, but they remained a part of us, forever etched into our shared history. The Whispering Shadows cabin had lost its ominous reputation, and we left it to the secrets of the forest, with the hope that it would remain undisturbed for years to come. The Whispering Shadows forest continued to whisper its tales, but the cabin had become just another story, an echo of the past. It was a reminder that some places held secrets that were better left undisturbed. The night shift was always my least favorite part of the job. The empty hallways of St. Martin's retirement home seemed to echo with the ghostly memories of its inhabitants. The corridors played tricks on my tired eyes, and the creaks and groans of the old building were unnerving. But it was a paycheck and I had bills to pay. As the new night nurse on duty, I was responsible for the well-being of the elderly residents during the darkest hours. Most of them slept through the night, but a few would occasionally need my assistance. The isolation of the night shift only heightened my unease. It was as if the building itself was haunted by the shadows of the past. The first few weeks were relatively uneventful, except for the occasional patient needing assistance to the bathroom or a glass of water. But as the nights passed, I began to notice peculiar things. The residents, particularly the ones with dementia, would sometimes speak in hushed tones to no one in particular. They claimed to see figures standing at the foot of their beds or hear distant whispers. I tried to reassure them, chalking it up to their old age and fragile mental states. But deep down, their stories sent a cold feeling down my spine. And then there was Mrs. Henderson. Mrs. Henderson was an elderly woman who lived in room 212. She was sharp for her age, a former librarian who still possessed a wealth of knowledge. But as the weeks went by, I noticed she became increasingly agitated during my shifts. One night as I entered her room to check on her, she grabbed my arm with surprising strength. Her eyes were wide with fear as she whispered, "They're watching. Don't you see them, dear? They're always there." I followed her gaze, but there was nothing to see. The room was empty, save for the soft glow of the nightlight. I tried to soothe her, telling her it was just her imagination. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As days turned into weeks, I noticed a pattern. The residents' restlessness seemed to increase with each passing night. They would talk of shadowy figures, distant voices, and faces in the windows. I began to doubt my own sanity, wondering if the isolation and dark atmosphere of the retirement home were playing tricks on my mind. One night, as I made my rounds, I heard a faint sound coming from the basement. It was a soft, melodic hum that made my blood freeze. I decided to investigate, my curiosity getting the best of me. I descended the creaky stairs, and as I reached the bottom, the humming grew louder. The basement was a labyrinthine maze of storage rooms and long-forgotten furniture. The source of the humming seemed to be coming from one of the rooms at the end of the corridor. The door was slightly ajar, and a pale, eerie light seeped through the crack. As I pushed the door open, I was met with a scene that froze me in my tracks. In the center of the room, a group of elderly residents sat in a circle, their faces twisted with a strange mix of fear and ecstasy. They were chanting in a language I couldn't comprehend, their voices rising and falling in an unsettling rhythm. In the center of the circle was Mrs. Henderson. Her eyes rolled back in her head, her frail body swaying to the haunting melody. My heart raced as I watched the bizarre spectacle unfold before me. I had no idea what I was witnessing, but it felt like something out of a nightmare. I couldn't move, couldn't speak as the chanting continued. It was as if time had stopped, and I was trapped in this surreal, otherworldly moment. I finally mustered the courage to step back and quietly close the door, retreating to the safety of the narrow corridor. My mind raced with questions and fear. What were they doing? What was the purpose of that strange ritual? I decided to consult my supervisor in the morning, hoping for an explanation. The morning couldn't come soon enough. I rushed to my supervisor's office, my heart pounding with anxiety. I explained what I had witnessed in the basement, expecting shock and disbelief. But to my surprise, my supervisor's face remained unnervingly calm. "That's nothing to worry about," he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Sometimes they just do strange things at night. It's part of their condition." I tried to protest to convey the urgency of the situation, but he brushed it off as the ramblings of confused elderly residents. I couldn't help but feel as though there was more to the story than he was letting on. That night, I couldn't get the image of the basement ritual out of my mind. I felt a growing sense of unease, a gnawing fear that there was something sinister lurking in the shadows of St. Martin's retirement home. As I made my rounds that evening, I couldn't help but notice the tension in the air. The residents seemed more restless than ever, their eyes darting around as if they were constantly on edge. It was as if the retirement home had become a pressure cooker ready to burst at any moment. And then it happened. As I entered Mrs. Henderson's room, I found her lying in bed, her eyes wide with terror. She pointed a trembling finger towards the window, her voice barely more than a whisper. "They're here," she said, her voice quivering. "The Watchers in the night. They're waiting for you." I turned to look out the window, half expecting to see some malevolent presence lurking in the darkness. But there was nothing, just the same empty courtyard and the distant glow of streetlights. I tried to calm Mrs. Henderson, but her fear was palpable. She clutched my arm and begged me not to leave her alone. I decided to stay with her, hoping to provide some comfort in the face of her overwhelming terror. As the night wore on, Mrs. Henderson's fear only intensified. She spoke of the Watchers in the night, of the things they had seen and the terrible secrets they held. It was a chilling narrative that creeped me out. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered and dimmed, casting mysterious shadows on the walls. Mrs. Henderson's grip on my arm tightened, and she gasped in terror. I turned to look at the window, and that's when I saw them. Figures, dark and indistinct, stood outside the window. They were tall and featureless, their outlines shifting and swaying in the night breeze. Mrs. Henderson's eyes were locked onto them, her face a mask of pure horror. I tried to pull the curtains shut to block out the nightmarish figures, but they seemed to flicker in and out of existence, as if they were ethereal and insubstantial. I was overcome with a sense of dread, a feeling that we were being watched by something vicious and beyond our understanding. Mrs. Henderson's frail voice broke the silence, her words laced with terror. "They're the Watchers in the night. They've been waiting for you, waiting for your turn." I couldn't bear to look at those shadowy figures any longer. I grabbed Mrs. Henderson, her trembling body in my arms, and rushed out of the room. As I made my way down the hallway, I noticed that the other residents were also in a state of fear and agitation. They spoke of the Watchers in the night, of their long-awaited arrival. The retirement home had descended into chaos. Residents roamed the corridors in a daze, their voices filled with terror and confusion. It was as if a sinister force had descended upon the building, and there was no escape from its grasp. I desperately tried to call for help, but the phone lines were dead, and the lights continued to flicker, casting weird, dancing shadows on the walls. The building seemed to groan and creak, as if it were a living, breathing entity. As I led Mrs. Henderson down the stairwell, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being pursued. The air was thick with an oppressive sense of dread, and the dark figures seemed to be closing in on us. Finally, we reached the ground floor, but the entrance seemed impossibly far away. The retirement home had become a nightmarish labyrinth, and we were trapped in its web of fear and uncertainty. Just as we reached the entrance, I heard a soft, melodic hum, the same creepy tune that I had heard in the basement. I turned to look behind us, and the figures were there, their shadowy forms looming in the darkness. They were closing in, their presence suffocating and malicious. I pushed the heavy double doors open, the night air rushing in to greet us. As I stepped out into the courtyard, I felt a strange sensation, as if the ground beneath me was shifting and undulating. I turned to look back at the retirement home, and what I saw will haunt me for the rest of my days. The building seemed to contort and twist, its windows transforming into gaping, hollow eyes that stared out at me with an otherworldly malevolence. The retirement home had become a nightmarish entity, a living, breathing abomination that defied all reason and logic. Mrs. Henderson's voice broke through my shock, her trembling words a haunting lament. "They've been waiting for you, waiting for your turn." I turned and fled into the night, leaving the retirement home and its horrors behind. The night air was cold and unforgiving, and the darkness seemed to stretch on into eternity. As I stumbled through the streets, I couldn't help but wonder what had become of the residents and the sinister figures that had pursued us. I was haunted by the memory of the retirement home, a place where the boundaries between reality and nightmare had blurred and twisted. The night shift had turned into a night of terror, a night that would forever haunt my dreams. The retirement home and its dark secrets were now a part of me, an unending nightmare that I could never escape. And as I walked through the cold, unforgiving darkness, I couldn't help but wonder if the retirement home was still there, waiting for its next victim, waiting for my turn to come. Working the night shift in a small research facility was always a creepy experience. The building was situated on the outskirts of town, surrounded by dense forest and far from the comforting glow of the city lights. As a laboratory assistant, I had grown used to the solitude of the night, but one particular night would forever change the way I viewed the facility. My shift began like any other. The research facility specialized in studying rare plants and their potential medicinal properties. Most nights, the silence was broken only by the soft hum of the air conditioning system and the distant chirping of crickets. But that night was different. As I made my rounds, checking on the various experiments, I noticed something odd. In one of the isolated containment chambers, a peculiar plant had grown much larger than it should have. It was a rare species known as luminaris, with phosphorescent leaves that emitted a soft, eerie glow. But this plant had exceeded its normal size and now filled the chamber. I approached the containment chamber, my curiosity piqued. The soft green glow of the luminaris leaves cast a surreal, almost otherworldly light on the surroundings. I reached out to touch the leaves, but before my fingers could make contact, a voice behind me said, "Don't touch it." Startled, I spun around to see Dr. Eleanor Weber, the head researcher. She was known for her reclusive nature and rarely ventured into the facility during the night. Her face was pale, and her eyes held a mixture of fear and fascination. "What's going on, Dr. Weber?" I asked, bewildered by the strange occurrence. "Why has this plant grown so large?" She didn't answer immediately, her eyes fixed on the luminaris. Finally, she spoke, her voice barely more than a whisper. "It's not just the size, it's the rate of growth. I've never seen anything like it." We both watched in silence as the luminaris continued to expand, its leaves pulsating with strange light. Dr. Weber's fear was palpable, and I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. As we left the containment chamber, she explained that the luminaris had been a subject of intense research for years. Its unique properties made it a potential game-changer in the pharmaceutical industry, but its cultivation was notoriously difficult, with growth rates measured in millimeters over months, not inches and hours. Dr. Weber believed that something extraordinary had occurred, something beyond our comprehension. She was determined to find answers, and as the night progressed, we delved deeper into the anomaly. Our investigation led us to the main research lab where the luminaris seeds were stored. To our shock, the seeds had begun to germinate, their tiny shoots pushing through the soil. It was as if an invisible force was propelling their growth. Dr. Weber took a sample of the anomalous plant, and we returned to her office to examine it under the microscope. What we discovered was beyond belief. The plant cells showed signs of accelerated growth, as if they had been subjected to some unknown force. As the night wore on, we became increasingly absorbed in our research, forgetting about the time. The luminaris anomaly was unlike anything we had ever seen, and it held a dark, magnetic allure. At around 3 a.m., while we were engrossed in our research, a low, guttural sound echoed through the facility. Dr. Weber and I exchanged worried glances. The sound was unnatural, a discordant blend of whispers and growls. We decided to investigate, following the sound to its source. It led us to a remote section of the facility that housed the staff quarters. As we approached, the strange noises grew louder and more unsettling. It was as if the building itself was alive with a sinister presence. Inside one of the quarters, we discovered a horrifying scene. The room had been torn apart, furniture scattered, and the walls were covered in strange symbols. At the center of the room was the facility's janitor, Mr. Ramirez. He was huddled in a corner, his eyes vacant, and he muttered incoherently. Dr. Weber tried to speak to him, to understand what had happened, but Mr. Ramirez's words were a nonsensical jumble. He kept repeating the word growth over and over. We called for security and Mr. Ramirez was escorted from the facility. But the sense of dread remained. The mysterious anomaly of the luminaris and the strange events of the night had left us all deeply unnerved. We returned to the main lab, determined to find answers. As we examined the luminaris sample, Dr. Weber made a chilling discovery. The plant cells were mutating, merging with other organisms in ways that defied the laws of nature. The more we delved into the research, the more we realized that we were dealing with something far beyond our understanding. Dr. Weber's fascination had given way to fear, and I couldn't help but feel that we had stumbled upon something malevolent. We worked through the night, our research becoming increasingly frantic as the luminaries continued to grow and mutate. Those sounds that had plagued us earlier had returned, filling the facility with a sense of foreboding. At around 4 a.m., as we reached a breakthrough in our research, a blinding flash of light filled the lab. We shielded our eyes, stumbling back in shock. When the light subsided, we were met with an astonishing sight. The luminaris had grown to an enormous size, its leaves stretching out like dark, outstretched hands. It pulsed with a green light, filling the lab with an otherworldly glow. Dr. Weber and I exchanged horrified glances. The luminaris had become a monstrous, mutated entity, its presence dominating the room. It was as if it had absorbed the very essence of the facility. We tried to retreat to escape the nightmarish scene, but the door to the lab had become sealed shut. Panic set in as we realized we were trapped with the abomination. The luminaris leaves seemed to reach out, as if they had a mind of their own. We fought to break free, our desperate struggles doing little against the overwhelming power of the luminaris. The plant seemed to pulse with malevolence, its unnatural growth spiraling out of control. As the luminaries closed in, the facility itself seemed to come alive, the walls shifting and contorting as if they were part of some grotesque living organism. The guttural sounds grew louder, filling the air with a cacophony of whispers and growls. Dr. Weber and I clung to each other, our fear mounting as the monstrous plant closed in. It was as if we had become part of a grotesque experiment, one that defied all logic and reason. The luminaris leaves enveloped us, their scary light casting us into a surreal, nightmarish world. It was a place where the boundaries between reality and nightmare had blurred, a place where the laws of nature were bent and twisted. And as the luminaries consumed us, I couldn't help but wonder if the plant had become a doorway to a world beyond our comprehension, a world of darkness and malevolence. It was a world that had claimed us, a world that we would never escape. The night shift had become a night of horror, a night that would forever haunt my dreams. Working the night shift at an old small-town museum had always been a strange and solitary experience. The hallways were lined with dusty exhibits, their silhouettes casting long, unsettling shadows. On most nights, the silence of the museum was broken only by the occasional creak of the wooden floors and the distant hum of a malfunctioning air conditioning system. But one night, as I soon discovered, held something far more sinister beneath its seemingly mundane surface. I had been the night security guard at the Hamilton Historical Museum for years, tasked with keeping watch over the priceless artifacts and ensuring the security of the building. It wasn't a glamorous job, but it paid the bills, and the quiet nights allowed me time to work on my novel. One particular evening, as I settled into the monotonous routine of my shift, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The usual stillness of the museum felt different. I checked the locks on the main entrance, but they were secure. I dismissed the feeling as mere paranoia, a side effect of the solitude of the night. As I made my rounds through the museum, my flashlight beam danced over the glass display cases, revealing a treasure trove of antiques and relics. Ancient weapons, old photographs, and delicate porcelain figurines seemed to watch me as I passed. I couldn't help but feel that the artifacts held stories of their own, secrets that the passage of time had failed to erase. One exhibit in particular drew my attention. It was a display of Victorian-era dolls, their porcelain faces frozen in a lifelike expression. The dolls had always unnerved me, and I never lingered near them for long. However, on this night I noticed something unusual. One of the dolls had shifted position, its porcelain head now turned to face me. I approached the display, my heart pounding. I had been the only person in the museum all night, and I was certain I had locked up securely. But there it was, the doll, its tiny, lifeless eyes seemingly following my every move. I reached out to examine the doll, my fingers trembling. As my hand brushed against the cold porcelain, I noticed a faint scratching sound coming from within the exhibit. I swung my flashlight around, but there was nothing to explain the noise. My unease grew as I continued my rounds, the sensation of being watched lingering at the edge of my consciousness. The more I investigated, the more unsettling discoveries I made. In the natural history section, the stuffed animals seemed to have shifted position, their glassy eyes appearing more animated than usual. I dismissed it as a trick of the light and a result of my imagination. However, the creeping feeling of being watched never left me. I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. The museum, once a place of quiet solace, had become a source of unrelenting paranoia. The night wore on and I returned to my desk in the security office to catch up on some writing. I had always been an aspiring novelist, and the quiet nights at the museum provided the perfect backdrop for inspiration. But that night the words eluded me. I couldn't focus, my attention continually drawn to the ambiance of the museum. At around 2 a.m., as I sat staring at a blank page, the museum's old grandfather clock chimed loudly from the adjacent hallway. The sudden, unexpected sound startled me. I got up and approached the clock, wondering how it could have possibly chimed on its own. It was a mechanical clock, not connected to any electrical system. As I examined the clock's intricate gears, the scratching sound from earlier returned. It was now louder, more insistent. I followed the noise down the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. The source of the scratching was coming from a small, nondescript door that led to the basement. The door, typically locked at night, was now slightly ajar. I couldn't explain how the door had come open, but my sense of unease deepened. With cautious trepidation, I pushed the door open and descended the creaky stairs into the dark basement. The overhead light was dim, casting long, mystic shadows on the walls. The scratching sound grew louder as I descended further into the basement. It was coming from behind an old, dusty curtain that separated a storage area from the rest of the basement. I approached the curtain and cautiously pulled it aside. What I saw made me grasp for air. Huddled in a corner was a homeless man, his eyes wide with fear, his clothes tattered and filthy. He clutched a small, worn-out notebook and scribbled furiously in it with a shaky hand. The room smelled of decay and desperation. I took a step back, my mind racing with questions. How had he entered the basement, and why was he here in the museum at this hour? The homeless man appeared to be incoherent, muttering to himself as he continued to write in his notebook. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice trembling. The man's head snapped up and his eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that made my blood turn cold. "They're coming," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "They're always coming, and I have to document it. You mustn't let them in." I couldn't make sense of his words, and the feeling of unease deepened. I took a step closer, trying to offer help, but the man recoiled, his eyes filled with terror. "They're watching," he said, his voice growing louder. "You can't trust anyone, not even yourself." Before I could respond, he bolted from the corner and disappeared into the darkness of the basement. I called out to him, but he was gone, leaving behind his notebook, open on the ground. Curiosity got the better of me, and I picked up the notebook, my hands trembling. The pages were filled with rambling, cryptic notes, sketches of strange symbols, and frantic scribbles about being watched and the need to document everything. It was a chaotic, nightmarish diary of someone who had lost touch with reality. I had a million questions, but no answers. Who was this man? And what had brought him to the museum? What had he meant by, "they're coming"? As the night dragged on, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The homeless man's ominous warning echoed in my mind, and I couldn't help but wonder if there was more to the museum than met the eye. The sense of unease had escalated into a full-blown paranoia. Around 3 a.m., I made my way back to the security office, intending to call the authorities about the intruder. But the moment I picked up the phone, a chilling sound filled the room. A soft, melodic hum that seemed to emanate from the museum itself. I turned to look out into the hallway, and there, standing in the dim light, was a group of people. They were dressed in black, their faces obscured by masks. They moved silently, in perfect unison, as if they were part of some ritual. My heart raced as I watched the bizarre spectacle unfold. The group of masked figures moved in a circular formation, their movements fluid and graceful. It was a surreal, otherworldly performance. I couldn't explain what I was witnessing, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from the haunting scene. The humming sound grew louder, filling the air with a hypnotic melody. And then, with a sudden jerky movement, the group of figures raised their arms in unison and pointed toward me. The sight sent a jolt of terror through my body, and I stumbled back, my pulse racing. I dropped the phone and fumbled for the door to the security office, desperate to escape the nightmarish scene. But the door was stuck and I couldn't get it open. The humming sound grew louder and the masked figures continued to point in my direction. I was trapped, surrounded by the enigmatic performance. The sense of dread deepened as I realized that the homeless man's warning had come true. I was being watched, and I had no way to escape. As the figures closed in, their masks devoid of expression, I couldn't help but wonder what their intentions were and what secrets the museum held. The night shift had taken a surreal, nightmarish turn, and I was left with an overwhelming sense of dread, my every instinct screaming at me to run, to escape the bizarre, sinister spectacle unfolding before my eyes. But the figures advanced, their hands reaching out, and the world around me began to warp and distort. It was as if reality itself had become unhinged, and I was trapped in a waking nightmare, a place where the boundaries between the mundane and the inexplicable had blurred and twisted. And as the figures closed in, their masks a chilling mask of indifference, I couldn't help but wonder if I would ever escape the enigmatic grip of the night shift, if I would ever uncover the truth behind the museum's eerie and unsettling mysteries. The chill of autumn had settled into our small college town, and with it came the promise of new beginnings. I was excited to start my freshman year at Crestwood University, eager to make friends and explore the world beyond my hometown. Little did I know that the darkest, most unsettling chapter of my life was about to unfold within the walls of my dormitory. My roommate Mark seemed like an ordinary guy at first. He was friendly, always willing to help with my heavy bags during move-in day, and he even offered to share his stash of snacks. We hit it off quickly, bonding over our shared love of horror movies and late-night gaming sessions. Everything was perfect, or so I thought. As the weeks passed, I began to notice odd things about Mark. He was a night owl, staying up until the early hours of the morning. I'd often wake to find him hunched over his desk, staring at his computer screen with an intensity that creeped me out. I tried not to think too much of it, chalking it up to his eccentric study habits. One evening, curiosity got the better of me. Mark had left his laptop open, and I couldn't resist taking a peek. What I saw made my blood run cold. His screen was filled with newspaper articles and photographs of missing persons, each one carefully cataloged with notes. My heart raced as I realized the extent of his obsession. "Mark, what is all of this?" I asked, my voice trembling as I confronted him about the disturbing discovery. He turned to face me, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Just a hobby," he replied casually, as if discussing the weather. "I'm interested in unsolved mysteries, that's all." But it wasn't just the obsession with missing persons that unnerved me. Mark's behavior grew increasingly erratic. He would disappear for days on end, claiming he was visiting his family or taking impromptu trips. Whenever he returned, he'd bring back strange, unmarked packages that he stashed in the depths of our closet. I tried to distance myself from Mark, spending more time with my new friends on campus, but he always managed to pull me back into his world. He'd invite me to movie nights or offer me his snacks, and I'd find myself unable to refuse. It was as though he had some strange power over me, a magnetic pull I couldn't resist. One evening after a particularly long gaming session, I couldn't hold back my questions any longer. "Mark, what are those packages you keep bringing back? And why do you always leave in the middle of the night?" He grinned a chilling, predatory smile. "I have a secret," he whispered, his voice laced with menace. "But I can't tell you just yet. You'll find out soon enough." I should have run then, fled from the darkness that seemed to envelop my roommate. But fear held me captive, and I couldn't tear myself away from the web he'd woven around me. Weeks turned into months, and the campus buzzed with rumors of missing students. It was as if our peaceful college town had become a breeding ground for tragedy. I couldn't help but connect the dots, wondering if Mark's obsession with missing persons had taken a sinister turn. One night, as I lay in bed unable to sleep, I heard the creaking of our closet door. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched in horror as Mark emerged, carrying one of the mysterious packages. He didn't notice me, too consumed by whatever dark purpose drove him. I watched in terror as he unwrapped the package, revealing a collection of photographs, all of them featuring me. Each image had been taken without my knowledge, capturing intimate moments from my life. Fear gripped me as I realized that I was at the center of his obsession. "Mark, what the hell is this?" I screamed, my voice trembling with rage and fear. He turned to face me, his eyes filled with a manic intensity. "You see, I have a secret and you're a part of it," he hissed. I knew I had to escape, to run as far away from Mark as possible. I leaped out of bed and bolted for the door, but he was faster, tackling me to the ground. We grappled on the floor, my fear-fueled strength matching his desperation. As we struggled, Mark's words spilled out in a frenzied confession. He had been responsible for the disappearances on campus, luring unsuspecting students into his twisted web. He had been studying me, preparing for the day when I would become his next victim. With every ounce of strength, I managed to break free from his grip and make a run for it. I dashed out of the room, the chilling echo of his maniacal laughter following me down the dormitory hallway. My mind raced as I fled, knowing that I had narrowly escaped a fate worse than death. I reached the campus security office, breathless and covered in bruises. They took my statement and launched an immediate search for Mark. As they combed through his room, they discovered a chilling array of evidence, including photographs and personal items belonging to his victims. Mark was apprehended, and the truth of his dark secret was laid bare for all to see. He had been living a double life, posing as an ordinary college student while hiding a sinister obsession with abducting and tormenting his fellow classmates. In the aftermath, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had taken hold of me. The scars, both physical and emotional, ran deep, a constant reminder of the horrors I had narrowly escaped. Crestwood University would never be the same, and neither would I. As the seasons changed and the years passed, I found solace in therapy and the support of my friends and family. Mark was locked away, never to harm another soul, but the nightmares of that fateful year would haunt me forever. The darkness that had once resided within my own dormitory had been exposed, but the true nature of Mark's secret would forever remain a chilling mystery, one that I hoped would fade into obscurity, never to be unearthed again. But the story didn't end with Mark's capture. As the investigation deepened, the authorities discovered a network of hidden chambers beneath our dormitory, each one containing evidence of Mark's depraved activities. The underground lair was a chilling maze of photographs, journals, and mementos, each one linked to a different victim. It became clear that Mark had been operating in secret for years, selecting his victims with disturbing precision. He had meticulously documented their lives, collecting information and mementos that allowed him to assume their identities. It was a nightmare beyond comprehension, a secret so dark and twisted that it defied explanation. The campus was in shock, and the media descended upon Crestwood University, hungry for every detail of the horrifying discovery. Students and their families demanded answers, and the university was forced to confront the unthinkable truth that had festered beneath their very noses. As the investigation continued, more victims were identified, and the full scope of Mark's crimes became clear. Families were reunited with their missing loved ones, but the scars of their ordeals ran deep. Crestwood University would never fully recover from the stain of Mark's actions, and the dormitory where the nightmare had unfolded was forever tainted. In the years that followed, I tried to move on with my life, but the memories of that fateful year continued to haunt me. I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, of a darkness that lingered in the corners of my mind. The nightmares persisted, a relentless reminder of the horror I had endured. As I walked the halls of Crestwood University, I couldn't help but wonder how many other secrets lay hidden beneath the surface, how many other nightmares were waiting to be uncovered. The campus had been forever changed by the darkness that had taken root within its walls, a darkness that had nearly claimed me as its victim. The legacy of Mark's dark secret would cast a long shadow over Crestwood University, a chilling reminder that even in the most ordinary of places, the most sinister of secrets could be lurking, waiting to be revealed. And so, as I looked out at the campus that had once been a place of promise and hope, I couldn't help but wonder if the darkness that had consumed Mark might one day resurface, casting its sinister shadow once again. I had always thought of myself as someone who could handle life's twists and turns with ease. After all, I had weathered my fair share of ups and downs over the years. But nothing could have prepared me for the peculiar turn my life would take when I moved in with my new roommate, Alex. It was a sweltering summer day when I first met Alex. I had been searching for a roommate to share the rent of my small 2-bedroom apartment, and he had responded to my online ad. We met at a nearby cafe, and our initial conversation was pleasant enough. Alex was a tall, wiry man in his early 30s, with a mop of unruly brown hair and an awkward but endearing smile. We quickly agreed to become roommates. His rent payment would be a lifesaver for me, and Alex assured me that he was quiet and kept to himself, which sounded like a dream come true for a roommate. Little did I know that his reserved demeanor would soon unravel into a series of bizarre and unsettling behaviors. The first sign that something was amiss came in the form of late-night noises. At first, I chalked it up to the usual settling sounds of an old apartment building. But as the weeks went by, the noises became more distinct and scary. I would hear faint whispers and soft thumps in the middle of the night, as if Alex were engaged in some mysterious nocturnal activity. One night, unable to ignore it any longer, I ventured out of my room to investigate. I found Alex sitting cross-legged in the living room, surrounded by an array of candles. He was hunched over a worn, leather-bound book, muttering incantations in a language I couldn't recognize. His eyes were wide, unblinking, and filled with an intensity that made my blood freeze. "Alex, what are you doing?" I stammered, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and confusion. He looked up at me, his eyes momentarily vacant, before a twisted smile crept across his face. "Just some late-night reading," he replied cryptically before closing the book and extinguishing the candles. I returned to my room, my heart pounding in my chest. The encounter had left me deeply unsettled, but I convinced myself that it was nothing more than an eccentric habit, a quirk that I could tolerate in a roommate. As the weeks turned into months, Alex's behavior grew increasingly erratic. He would spend hours locked in his room, and when he emerged, he would be carrying strange items, a taxidermy crow, an antique dagger, and even a collection of unmarked vials filled with murky liquids. I had no idea what he was doing with these items, but it was clear that he was immersed in some bizarre and unsettling hobby. One evening, I returned home from work to find our living room transformed into a makeshift altar. Candles, incense, and strange symbols were scattered across the floor. Alex was kneeling at the center, his eyes closed in what appeared to be deep meditation. "Alex, what is all of this?" I demanded, my frustration and anxiety boiling over. He opened his eyes slowly, gazing at me with a scary calmness. "I'm pursuing a higher purpose," he replied, his voice carrying an otherworldly quality. "I've found a path to enlightenment, and I must follow it." I couldn't make sense of his cryptic words, and a sense of dread settled over me. It was as if Alex had ventured into a world of his own, one that was steeped in mysticism and darkness. I couldn't fathom what had led him down this path or how it had taken hold of him so completely. As the days turned into weeks, I became increasingly isolated in my own home. Alex's presence loomed over me like a dark cloud, and I couldn't escape the feeling that he was hiding something far more sinister than his eccentric hobbies. It was as though a wall had been erected between us, and I was left on the outside, trying to peer in and make sense of the madness that had consumed my roommate. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to investigate further. I carefully picked the lock to Alex's room and ventured inside. What I discovered would haunt me for the rest of my days. The walls of his room were covered in intricate symbols, drawn in what appeared to be blood. Shelves were lined with ancient-looking books, each one filled with cryptic texts and illustrations of grotesque creatures. The air was heavy with the scent of incense, and in the center of the room I found a circle etched into the floor, surrounded by candles and adorned with disturbing symbols. As I inspected the room, I stumbled upon a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. Inside, I found a collection of journals, each one filled with Alex's ramblings and accounts of his bizarre experiences. He wrote of visions of encounters with entities from other realms, and of a growing obsession with the occult. My heart raced as I realized the depth of Alex's descent into madness. It was clear that he had become entangled in a world of dark magic and forbidden knowledge, and there was no telling where it would lead him, or what it might mean for me. Terrified and unsure of what to do, I confronted Alex about what I had discovered. His reaction was unlike anything I could have anticipated. He laughed, a chilling, mirthless laugh. "You've stumbled upon the truth, my friend," he said, his eyes gleaming with a manic intensity. "I've unlocked the secrets of the universe, and there's no turning back." I knew then that I had to escape, to flee from the madness that had consumed my roommate. I packed my belongings hastily and made plans to move out. But as I prepared to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that Alex's dark obsession would follow me, that I had become entangled in a web of darkness that would never let me go. As I settled into my new apartment far away from the nightmare of my old life, I couldn't help but wonder what had become of Alex. Had his obsession with the occult consumed him completely, or had he found some semblance of peace? I would never know the answers, but the memory of those eerie nights in our shared apartment would haunt me forever. I had learned a valuable lesson about the darkness that can lurk within the hearts and minds of those we think we know. It was a lesson that would stay with me, a reminder that sometimes the most unsettling and inexplicable mysteries can be found closer to home than we ever imagined. In the years that followed, I tried to put the nightmare of my former roommate behind me, to move on with my life and leave the darkness that had consumed him far behind. But I couldn't escape the feeling that some part of that darkness had latched onto me, that I had become a part of a story that was far from over. And so, as I looked out at the world, I couldn't help but wonder how many other individuals were hiding their own dark secrets, how many others were on the brink of a descent into madness and obsession. The line between reality and the unknown was thinner than I had ever imagined, and I couldn't help but fear what lurked on the other side. Living with roommates was nothing new to me. In fact, it had been a significant part of my adult life since graduating from college. The shared rent, responsibilities, and the occasional company of fellow housemates had always seemed like a reasonable arrangement. But when my new roommate, John, introduced me to his girlfriend, Sarah, our home dynamic took a turn into uncharted territory, revealing a dark secret that would forever change my perspective on shared living. John had moved in about a month ago, taking over the room across the hall from mine in our cozy two-bedroom apartment. He was a friendly, easygoing guy, always ready with a joke or a helping hand when needed. He had mentioned his girlfriend, Sarah, a few times in passing, but I hadn't had the chance to meet her until one fateful Friday evening. I was relaxing in the living room, engrossed in a book, when I heard the front door swing open, followed by the muffled sound of conversation. I looked up as John and a woman entered the apartment. She was petite, with a cascade of jet black hair and an air of mystery that seemed to envelop her. "Hey, this is Sarah," John said with a warm smile. "Sarah, meet my roommate, Alex." Sarah extended her hand and I shook it, offering a polite greeting. There was something about her that piqued my curiosity, a sense that there was more to her than met the eye. But I dismissed it as mere intrigue, thinking that perhaps it was just my overactive imagination. As the weeks went by, Sarah became a regular presence in our apartment. She and John spent most evenings together, cooking dinner, watching movies, and sharing stories of their day. On the surface, they appeared to be the picture-perfect couple, deeply in love and genuinely happy. However, I couldn't help but notice that Sarah had a certain aloofness about her. She would often retreat into herself, lost in thought as if carrying a weighty secret. I tried to respect their privacy and dismissed it as a personal quirk, but a growing unease began to gnaw at me. One evening, I found myself alone in the kitchen with Sarah. John had gone out to run some errands, leaving us in an awkward silence. I decided to break the ice. "So Sarah, how did you and John meet?" I asked, trying to keep the conversation light. Her eyes flickered with a shadow of something I couldn't quite place, a mixture of sadness and fear. "We met at a support group," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "A support group?" I asked, intrigued and concerned by her answer. Sarah hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Yes, it's a group for people who have experienced trauma," she said, choosing her words carefully. I could sense that Sarah was holding something back, something dark and painful. I didn't want to pry, but my curiosity got the better of me. "Trauma?" I asked gently, hoping she would open up a little more. She took a deep breath, her eyes welling with tears. "I can't go into details, but let's just say that we've both been through some really difficult times," she replied, her voice trembling. I didn't press her for more information, but her words left a lingering sense of unease. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of trauma had brought Sarah and John together, and what dark secret she was hiding beneath her quiet demeanor. Over the following weeks, I began to notice subtle changes in Sarah's behavior. She would often startle easily, her eyes darting around the room as if expecting danger to strike at any moment. Her cheerful moments with John grew fewer, replaced by long periods of brooding silence. One evening, as I was in my room working on a project, I overheard a heated argument between Sarah and John in the living room. Their voices were raised and I couldn't make out the words, but the tension in the air was palpable. It was the first time I had witnessed such a dispute between them, and it left me with a growing sense of concern. The following morning, I ran into John in the kitchen. He looked exhausted, his eyes bloodshot from what appeared to be a sleepless night. "Is everything okay with you and Sarah?" I asked cautiously. John sighed, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "We've been going through a rough patch lately," he admitted. "Sarah's been dealing with some personal demons, and it's been taking a toll on both of us." I wanted to offer my support, to reach out to Sarah and let her know that she wasn't alone, but I didn't know how to broach the subject without intruding on their privacy. Instead, I decided to keep a watchful eye on the situation, hoping that things would eventually improve. As the days turned into weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong with Sarah. She had become increasingly withdrawn, rarely leaving the apartment except for her support group meetings. I had tried to strike up casual conversations with her, but she would respond with one-word answers, her eyes haunted by a deep sadness. One evening, as I was returning from work, I found Sarah sitting alone her eyes fixed on the flickering television screen. Her gaze was distant, and she appeared lost in a world of her own. "Sarah, are you okay?" I asked, genuinely concerned. She turned to look at me, her eyes welling with tears. "I can't do this anymore, Alex," she whispered, her voice filled with anguish. I sat down next to her, offering a comforting presence. "Do what, Sarah? You can talk to me." She hesitated for a moment, as if wrestling with her thoughts. Then, in a trembling voice, she began to reveal her dark secret. "I've been living in fear for years," she confessed, her words heavy with pain. "There's someone from my past, a dangerous person who's been haunting me. I thought I could escape, start a new life with John, but he's found me. And now he's threatening to destroy everything I hold dear." I listened in shock as Sarah recounted a harrowing tale of abuse, manipulation, and a relentless pursuit by a figure from her past. She had been forced to change her identity, move to a different city, and join the support group to escape the tormentor who had haunted her for so long. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, and I could see the terror in her eyes. It was a story of unimaginable suffering, and I couldn't help but feel a deep sympathy for her. "Why haven't you gone to the police?" I asked, my concern growing. Sarah's expression turned to one of sheer terror. "I can't," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "He's always been one step ahead of me. If he finds out that I've gone to the police, he'll stop at nothing to find me. I can't put John or anyone else in danger." I realized that Sarah was trapped in a living nightmare, unable to escape the dark shadow of her past. It was a chilling revelation, and I knew that I had to do everything in my power to help her. Over the next few days, I worked with Sarah to develop a plan to ensure her safety. We installed security measures in our apartment, changed her routines, and she began attending therapy sessions to address the trauma she had endured. It was a small glimmer of hope in an otherwise bleak situation. But as we delved deeper into the intricacies of Sarah's past, it became clear that her tormentor was growing increasingly relentless. Strange and threatening messages would appear on our doorstep, and we would occasionally spot a shadowy figure lurking in the shadows near our building. The situation reached a breaking point one fateful night. John had gone out to run an errand, leaving Sarah and me alone in the apartment. As we sat in the living room, the light suddenly went out, plunging us into darkness. Fear clenched at my chest as I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight. I could hear Sarah's rapid breathing, and I knew that we were not alone in the apartment. The sound of shuffling footsteps echoed through the darkness, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, bathed in the dim glow of my phone's flashlight. It was a man, tall and menacing, with a look of malevolence in his eyes. He advanced toward us, a chilling smile on his lips. "Sarah, you can't hide from me," he hissed, his voice dripping with malice. I sprang into action, doing my best to shield Sarah from the intruder. With a surge of adrenaline, I managed to push him back and slam the door shut, locking it securely. "Call the police," I told Sarah urgently, as I braced the door with all my strength. Sarah dialed 911, and I could hear her shaky voice as she relayed our terrifying situation to the dispatcher. Meanwhile, the intruder pounded on the door, his threats growing more unhinged by the second. Minutes felt like hours as we waited for the police to arrive. The intruder continued his relentless assault on the door, and I could feel my strength waning. Just when it seemed like he might break through, the sound of sirens filled the air and the intruder fled into the night. The police arrived, taking our statements and promising to investigate the incident. It was a small victory, but it came at a great cost. Sarah was traumatized by the encounter, and the fear that had consumed her for so long had now become a horrifying reality. In the days that followed, Sarah and John decided to relocate to a different city, hoping to escape the relentless tormentor who had haunted their lives. I helped them pack their belongings and wished them well, hoping that the distance would finally provide them with the safety and peace they deserved. As I watched them drive away, I couldn't help but reflect on the darkness that can lurk beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary lives. Sarah's ordeal had been a stark reminder that the past can cast a long shadow, one that can engulf even the most promising futures. I returned to my apartment, grateful that Sarah and John were safe, but haunted by the knowledge that their tormentor was still out there, lurking in the shadows. It was a chilling reminder that sometimes, the darkest secrets are the ones that threaten to consume us whole, and that even in the face of unimaginable fear, there is always a glimmer of hope. And so as I settled back into my quiet, unassuming life, I couldn't help but wonder how many other individuals were living with their own dark secrets, how many others were grappling with the shadows of their pasts. It was a sobering thought, a reminder that we never truly know the demons that may be lurking just beneath the surface. The day we moved into Sterling House was like any other. The sun cast long shadows on the lawn as we carried our boxes through the creaking front door. My husband David and I had always dreamed of owning an old Victorian house, and Sterling House was the embodiment of that dream. It was a stately 3-story structure with a wraparound porch, intricate woodwork, and a history that whispered through its weathered walls. Our 2 children, Emily and Daniel, were thrilled at the idea of living in such a grand house, though there was one peculiar aspect that gave them pause. The townsfolk had whispered about the house, calling it haunted and cursed. They claimed it was a place of restless spirits and unexplained events. But we dismissed these stories as mere superstition, eager to start our new life. The first night in Sterling House was quiet and uneventful. We gathered in the cozy, old-fashioned living room to celebrate our new beginning. The fireplace crackled with life, and Emily and Daniel played with their toys. The only thing that seemed odd was the faint odor of roses that lingered in the air, but we attributed it to some old potpourri left behind by the previous owners. That night, as we settled into our respective rooms, I couldn't help but marvel at the house's character. The rooms were spacious, and the moonlight filtered through the lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the hardwood floors. I fell asleep to the soothing sound of the wind rustling through the leaves outside. But then, in the dead of night, I was jolted awake by a soft, distant whisper. It was so faint that I couldn't make out the words. I lay in bed, straining my ears, but the voice disappeared as quickly as it had come. I shook off the cold feeling, blaming it on my imagination running wild. Over the next few weeks, strange things began to happen. Emily started having vivid nightmares, waking up in tears, speaking of a dark figure at the foot of her bed. Daniel claimed he saw his toys move on their own and heard whispers in the hallways. I too experienced the whispered voices at odd hours, and the scent of roses became more pronounced. David, ever the skeptic, brushed off our concerns, attributing it to stress and our overactive imaginations. He urged us to embrace the house's charm and history, rather than fear its supposed hauntings. One day, while I was cleaning out the attic, I came across a stack of old, dusty journals. They were filled with the handwritten thoughts and experiences of previous residents. The entries were a mix of mundane daily life and accounts of strange occurrences that mirrored our own. One sentence from the year 1923 stood out. "The whispers persist, and I can't bear to sleep in the master bedroom anymore. The scent of roses lingers, and I often feel a cold presence by my side. I know not what haunts this house, but I am certain it is not of this world." The journal was filled with similar stories, and it sent a cold breeze down my back. I shared my discovery with David, who, despite his skepticism, couldn't deny the scary connection between our experiences and those of the previous residents. As our unease grew, we decided to investigate the house's history. We discovered that a family named the Sterlings had lived in the house for generations until it was sold to the family we had purchased it from. The Sterlings had been prominent in the town, known for their wealth and power. Rumor had it that the family had a dark side, dabbling in the occult and dark practices. Determined to put an end to the unsettling occurrences, we decided to contact a local historian to learn more about the Sterling family's past. The historian, Mrs. Anderson, was a frail, elderly woman with a wealth of knowledge about the town's history. She invited us to her home to share her findings. Mrs. Anderson's living room was filled with ancient books and dusty tomes. She began to recount the history of the Sterlings, explaining that they had been obsessed with the occult and the afterlife. They were rumored to have performed dark rituals within the house, and it was said that they had communed with the dead. The Sterlings were searching for something beyond the realm of the living, Mrs. Anderson said. They believed that the house held a gateway to another world, and their experiments were their attempt to bridge the gap between life and death. As she spoke, I couldn't help but wonder if the strange occurrences we'd experienced were somehow linked to the Sterling family's obsession with the supernatural. Mrs. Anderson offered to help us cleanse the house and rid it of any lingering negative energy. She explained that we needed to perform a ritual that would break the connection between our world and the other side. That night we gathered in the living room, the hearth crackling with a warm fire. Mrs. Anderson led the ritual, guiding us through each step. We lit candles, burned sage, and recited incantations to banish any lingering spirits. As we chanted, the air grew heavy and the scent of roses became overpowering. A soft wind rustled through the curtains. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped and a shadowy figure materialized before us. It was a woman, her eyes hollow and sorrowful. She seemed to be from another time, dressed in a gown reminiscent of the early 1900s. Her presence made my blood freeze. The figure spoke in a soft, mournful voice. "You have awakened me from my slumber. I am Isabella Sterling, and I have been trapped in this house for eternity. The experiments of my family tethered me to this realm, and I have longed for release." Tears welled up in her eyes as she told us her story. Isabella explained that she had been an innocent victim of her family's dark pursuits. They had used her as a vessel to communicate with the dead, and her spirit had been bound to the house ever since. We felt a deep sympathy for Isabella, trapped in a liminal state between life and death. Mrs. Anderson continued the ritual, beseeching Isabella to find peace and move on to the afterlife. Isabella's form began to waver, and her voice faded as she gradually disappeared into the ether. The room grew still and the scent of roses lifted. It was as though the weight of centuries had been lifted from Sterling House. We completed the ritual, ensuring that Isabella's spirit had found the release it had longed for. In the days that followed, the house felt different. The air was lighter, and the unsettling occurrences ceased. Emily and Daniel's nightmares subsided, and the whispers that had haunted us for weeks disappeared. It was as if the house had been cleansed of its dark past. Sterling House, once a place of fear and uncertainty, had become a warm and welcoming home. Isabella's presence no longer lingered, and the history that had whispered through its walls was now a distant echo. We had finally found peace in our new home. As the years passed, we cherished our time in Sterling House. It had become a place of happiness, where our family had grown. My name is Alex Holloway, and I never believed in ghosts until I moved into Hollywood House. I had inherited the old Victorian mansion from a distant relative I'd never met. The news of my sudden inheritance came as a shock, but the prospect of living in such a grand, historic house excited me. Little did I know that the house came with a history that would test the very limits of my skepticism. I had always considered myself a rational, level-headed person. I was an engineer by profession, and I approached life with a practical and analytical mindset. Ghost stories were nothing more than tales told around campfires designed to scare and amuse. But that was before I set foot in Hollywood House. The mansion sat atop a hill overlooking the sleepy town of Hollywood. The exterior was a sight to behold, with its ornate architecture, towering turrets, and sprawling gardens. It was a place that seemed to belong to a different era, and the townsfolk whispered about its dark past. The house had stood empty for as long as anyone could remember, and its imposing presence cast a shadow over the town. My first night in Hollywood House was a surreal experience. As I walked through the echoing hallways with a single flickering candle, I couldn't help but wonder about the stories I'd heard. People claimed to have seen figures in the windows at night, heard unexplained footsteps in the empty corridors, and witnessed lights flicker and doors open and close on their own. These were the tales that had earned the mansion its haunted reputation. I settled into one of the spacious bedrooms on the second floor, the large canopy bed and heavy drapes making me feel like I'd stepped into a period drama. As I lay in bed, I tried to dismiss the unease I felt. The wind whistled through the old windows and the house seemed to sigh with its own ancient history. That night, as I drifted off to sleep, I heard it, a faint, distant whisper. I dismissed it as a trick of the wind or my own overactive imagination. But the whisper persisted, growing louder and more distinct. It was as though a voice from the past was trying to communicate with me. I strained my ears and the words became clearer. "Help me," the voice pleaded, soft and trembling. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, my breaths coming quick and shallow. The voice sounded desperate, like a soul in torment. I leaped out of bed and searched the room, but there was no one to be found. The windows were shut tight and the doors were locked. I had heard the voice, there was no doubt about it, but its source remained a mystery. In the following days, I tried to put the incident out of my mind, convincing myself that it had been a vivid dream. I was determined not to let such irrational thoughts take hold of me. I delved into my work, focusing on renovations to make the house livable. However, the feeling of being watched and the whispers persisted. It was as though the house itself was trying to communicate with me, to tell me something I couldn't yet comprehend. One evening, as I was exploring the dusty attic, I came across a trove of old letters and journals. They were written by the previous inhabitants of Hollywood House, the Eldridges, who had lived there in the late 19th century. The journals were filled with accounts of strange occurrences that mirrored my own experiences. One of them caught my eye. The house is not what it seems. It harbors a presence that defies explanation. We hear the whispers at night, voices from another world, and the shadows move with a purpose we cannot comprehend. The house is cursed, and it hungers for something we cannot fathom. The journals were filled with similar stories, of doors that opened on their own, of apparitions in the hallways, and of voices that pleaded for help. The Eldridges had lived in constant fear, and they eventually abandoned the house, leaving it to decay. I couldn't ignore the striking similarities between their experiences and my own. The house was not just haunted, it was cursed, as if an insatiable darkness clung to its very foundations. As I continued my research, I learned that the house had been built on the site of a tragic event, a fire that had claimed the lives of several townspeople. It was said that the souls of those who had perished in the fire were never at rest, and their restless spirits haunted the mansion. My skepticism wavered as the evidence piled up. The history of Hollywood House was filled with inexplicable events and unexplained phenomena. It was clear that the house held secrets that defied logic and reason. One night, as I sat in the library, the whispers grew louder. They seemed to surround me, as if the walls themselves were trying to communicate. I strained to listen, and the voice became distinct, a woman's voice filled with anguish. "Help me," she implored, her words resonating with sorrow. I followed the voice to the grand staircase, where a shadowy figure materialized before me. It was a woman, her eyes filled with despair. She was dressed in a gown from a bygone era, and her form flickered in and out of existence. "My name is Eleanor," she said, her voice trembling. "I died in the fire, and my spirit has been trapped here ever since. You are our only hope." Eleanor's story was one of tragedy. She had been a resident of Hollywood, a young woman with dreams and aspirations, until the fateful night of the fire. She had perished along with others, and their spirits had been bound to the house, unable to find peace. I couldn't turn my back on Eleanor's plea for help. I reached out to a local historian, Mr. Thompson, who had spent years researching the history of Hollywood House. He explained that the house was a focal point for paranormal activity, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was thin. With Mr. Thompson's guidance, we decided to conduct a ritual to free the trapped souls and cleanse the house of its dark history. We gathered in the living room, surrounded by candles and incense, and recited incantations passed down through generations. As we chanted, the atmosphere grew heavy, and the air seemed to vibrate with energy. The whispers in the walls intensified, as if the spirits were aware of our intentions. I felt a presence in the room, a gathering of souls seeking release. Suddenly the room grew icy cold, and the shadowy figures of the trapped souls materialized before us. Eleanor, along with others, stood in a solemn assembly, their eyes filled with gratitude and longing. The atmosphere was charged with emotion as we completed the ritual. The spirits began to fade, their forms dissolving into the ether. Eleanor's voice, filled with relief, echoed through the room. "Thank you," she whispered, and then she was gone. The house fell silent, and the weight of its cursed history seemed to lift. The whispers were gone, and the oppressive atmosphere had dissipated. I had not only inherited a haunted house, but had played a part in setting its restless souls free. In the weeks that followed, Hollywood House no longer felt haunted. It was a place of serenity, with no whispers or unexplained phenomena. The history of the mansion had changed from one of darkness to one of redemption. As I continued my life in Hollywood, I couldn't help but reflect on the mysteries of the house. I had learned that sometimes the unexplainable defied the rational mind. The spirits that had haunted the house were not malevolent, but trapped souls seeking release from their torment. I had been a part of their liberation, and the experience had forever altered my perception of the supernatural. Hollywood House, once a place of fear and uncertainty, had become a sanctuary of peace and redemption. Its history no longer whispered of despair, but of the resilience of the human spirit and the power of compassion and understanding. And as I looked out at the town of Hollywood from the mansion's grand windows, I knew that the house had found its own peace, and so had I. And as I looked out at the town of Hollywood from the mansion's grand windows, I knew that the house had found its own peace, and so had I. I had always imagined that the first year of marriage would be full of love, laughter, and adventure. My husband John and I were excited to begin this journey together. Little did we know that our adventure would take us to a place shrouded in mystery and darkness, a house with a history that had the townsfolk filled with fear. The house stood at the end of Willow Street, an imposing Victorian structure that loomed over the neighborhood. The moment we laid eyes on it, we fell in love. The high, arched windows, the ornate wooden details, and the sprawling garden in the back. Everything about the house was perfect. We were told that it had been empty for years, but no one seemed eager to share the reason. As we moved in, I couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. The house had an air of antiquity, with creaking floorboards and long, dark hallways. The previous owner had left behind old, dusty furniture that seemed to belong to another era. The entire place was a throwback to the 19th century. We spent our first few days unpacking and exploring our new home. The living room was adorned with a grand fireplace, and a beautiful chandelier hung from the ceiling. It was the perfect place for cozy evenings together. The kitchen, though outdated, had a charming feel, and I couldn't wait to cook our first meal there. The bedroom, with its heavy drapes and old-fashioned wardrobe, was both enchanting and slightly eerie. It wasn't long before strange occurrences began. At first, it was the soft whispers that seemed to emanate from the walls. John and I exchanged nervous glances as we tried to make out the words. The whispers were unintelligible, but they sounded like voices from another time. One evening, as we sat in the living room, we heard the whispers again. This time, I was certain that the voice said, "Help me." I shivered and looked at John, who had a concerned expression. He dismissed it as a draft or our imagination, but the unease lingered. As the weeks went by, the whispers grew more frequent. I decided to confide in our neighbor, Mrs. Davis, who had lived in the neighborhood for decades. She was known as the local historian and a keeper of town secrets. Mrs. Davis listened to my story with a knowing look. "That house, dear," she began. "It has a history, and not a pleasant one. It was built by a wealthy family in the late 1800s, the Chattertons. They were reclusive, strange people, and the townsfolk had always whispered about their dark practices." She paused for effect. "The Chattertons dabbled in the occult, trying to communicate with the dead. They believed the house had a connection to the spirit world, and they performed rituals in the hopes of unlocking its secrets." My heart raced as I realized that the whispers we heard might be connected to the Chatterton's experiments. Mrs. Davis went on, "It said that they summoned a presence they couldn't control, and it cursed the house. After that, no one dared to live there, and the Chatterton family vanished without a trace." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The house we had so eagerly moved into had a dark and chilling history. But what could we do? We had just started our life together, and leaving wasn't an option. We decided to research the house's history and learn more about the Chatterton family. Our research led us to old newspaper clippings and journal entries from the late 1800s. The more we discovered, the more we realized the depth of the Chatterton family's obsession with the supernatural. They believed that the house was a portal to the afterlife and that they could communicate with the dead through seances and dark rituals. One journal in particular made my pulse rise. The whispers grow louder, and I fear we have awakened something dark. Shadows move through the house at night, and I've seen apparitions in the hallways. We must find a way to undo what we've done before it's too late. It was evident that the Chattertons had unleashed something beyond their control, and it had plagued the house ever since. As we delved deeper into the history, we couldn't ignore the increasing occurrences in the house. Doors would open and close on their own, and we heard footsteps in empty rooms. The whispers continued, and I couldn't help but feel that they were trying to tell us something. One night we awoke to the sound of a child crying. John rushed out of bed and followed the sound to the nursery. There he saw a faint, ghostly figure, a little girl in a white dress. She turned to him with tearful eyes, her voice trembling as she said, "Help me, please." As he reached out to touch her, she disappeared into thin air. John returned to our room, his face pale. "I saw her," he said, his voice shaking. "A little girl, just like the one from the old photographs we found in the attic. She was asking for help." We couldn't ignore the plea of the ghostly child any longer. We reached out to Mrs. Davis once more, hoping she could shed light on the mysterious girl. She listened intently and revealed that the Chattertons had a daughter, Emily, who had gone missing and was never found. It was believed that the entity they had summoned had taken her, and her spirit was trapped in the house. We realized that Emily's spirit was trying to communicate with us, asking for the help she never received in life. We couldn't turn our backs on her, and we decided to try and find a way to release her from the house's curse. Mrs. Davis suggested that we perform a ritual to free Emily's spirit. She explained that it would be a way to break the connection between the Chattertons' experiments and the trapped souls. We were hesitant but desperate to bring peace to the house. With Mrs. Davis's guidance, we gathered the necessary materials and prepared for the ritual. The air grew heavy as we lit candles, burned sage, and chanted incantations. The whispers in the walls grew louder and more frantic, as if the spirits were aware of our intentions. In the midst of the ritual, a chill filled the room and a shadowy figure appeared before us. It was Emily, her eyes filled with both fear and longing. She whispered, "Thank you," before slowly fading away, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of relief. As the ritual concluded, the house fell silent. The whispers were gone and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. It was as though the curse that had plagued the house for decades had finally been broken. We felt a sense of peace we had never experienced before. In the weeks that followed, the house no longer felt haunted. It was a place of warmth, and we could finally enjoy our marriage without the constant presence of restless spirits. Emily had found her release, and the darkness that had clung to the house had dissipated. As I watched my family's car disappear into the distance, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. My parents were heading out of town for the weekend, leaving me alone in our old creaky house. I was no stranger to solitude, but this time felt different. A heavy feeling settled in my chest, and an unshakable feeling of dread began to creep into my thoughts. The house itself was a relic of the past, a grand structure with imposing pillars and a sprawling, overgrown garden. It was beautiful in its own way, but as the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows stretched across the property, it transformed into something foreboding. I reluctantly closed the front door and locked it, the click echoing through the empty hallway. The house felt too big, too silent, and suddenly, I felt too small. The first night alone in a house could be daunting, but as time wore on, I had imagined myself growing into the role. I could make my own meals, watch my favorite movies, and revel in the freedom of being the master of my own domain. Yet as I moved from room to room, something about the darkness outside felt oppressive, as if it were closing in on me. I made my way to the kitchen, trying to shake off the feeling of unease. The familiar space, with its warm wooden cabinets and cozy ambience, was meant to be comforting. However, the faintest hint of a draft seemed to whisper through the room. I tightened the shawl around my shoulders and decided to prepare a simple meal to distract myself. As I stood at the stove, the low hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the kitchen clock were the only sounds that reached my ears. The house was eerily silent, and with each creak and groan, I couldn't help but feel as though it had a life of its own. I had always known it was old, but that night, it felt ancient, bearing secrets from generations long past. I finished my meal and tried to find solace in the glow of the television. I put on a comedy, but even the laugh track couldn't drown out the unsettling sense of isolation. The show's canned laughter sounded more like mocking than mirth, and I switched it off, casting the room into silence once more. Reluctantly, I made my way upstairs to my bedroom. The old wooden steps creaked beneath my weight, creating a symphony of unsettling sounds. I couldn't help but look over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows behind me. Of course, there was nothing there, but that didn't stop the creeping feeling that I was not alone. My bedroom, with its soft muted colors and familiar scent, should have been a sanctuary, but that night, it was just another chamber in the house of unease. The window offered a view of the moonlit garden, its unkempt hedges and statues shrouded in a cold glow. I closed the curtains and turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Lying in bed, I couldn't help but listen to the strange sounds of the old house. It was as if it were alive, breathing in the night, exhaling soft sighs and whispers. I closed my eyes and tried to remind myself that it was just an old house, that my unease was nothing more than my imagination running wild. Yet, despite my rationalizations, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Hours passed, and the darkness seemed to press down on me, heavy and suffocating. I tossed and turned in bed, unable to find comfort. The gentle, rhythmic ticking of the clock in the hallway only served to remind me of the relentless passage of time. Just as I felt myself drifting into sleep, a noise from downstairs jolted me awake. It was a soft but distinct thud, followed by the sound of something scraping against the floor. My heart began to race, and I strained to listen. Silence settled in the room once more. I debated whether to investigate the source of the noise, but fear kept me frozen in place. The darkness outside my window seemed impenetrable, and the shadows in the room appeared to twist and contort. My imagination was running wild, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister lurked in the house. Another noise, this one louder and more distinct, broke the silence. It was the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming up the stairs. My heart pounded in my chest as the footsteps drew nearer, the creaking of the old wooden steps growing louder. I clutched the blanket tightly, unsure of what to do. My first instinct was to call the police, but the feeling of vulnerability kept me rooted in place. The footsteps reached the top of the staircase and drew closer to my bedroom. Panic surged through me, and I scrambled out of bed, searching for a place to hide. The closet seemed like the safest option, and I squeezed into it, pulling the door closed as quietly as I could. I left a slight crack to peer through, my eyes fixed on the dimly lit room beyond. The footsteps grew louder, and the door to my bedroom slowly creaked open. A figure emerged from the darkness, barely visible in the moonlight. It was a man, tall and slender, dressed in tattered clothing. His face was obscured, hidden by the shadows. He moved with a deliberate, almost predatory grace, as if he knew the house intimately. The intruder's presence sent a cold feeling down my spine. He moved through the room, his eyes scanning every corner. The moonlight revealed a gaunt face with hollow cheeks and a scruffy beard. In his hand, he held a knife, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I held my breath as the intruder approached the closet. His steps were slow and deliberate, and I prayed that he wouldn't discover me. The closet door seemed like paper, too flimsy to protect me from the danger lurking just outside. My heart pounded in my chest, drowning out all other sounds. The man's hand reached for the closet door, and I braced myself for the inevitable. But then, just as his fingers brushed the wood, He hesitated. A low growl echoed through the room, causing the intruder to freeze. The sound was not human. It was primal and filled with menace. I strained to see what had caused it, and my eyes widened in terror. From the darkness of the room, a pair of glowing eyes emerged. They were feral, belonging to a creature that shouldn't exist within the confines of the house. The growl grew louder, more menacing, and the intruder backed away from the closet. In that moment, fear gave way to curiosity. I couldn't see the creature clearly, but I had the distinct feeling that it was not a typical household pet. It was something wild and untamed, a guardian of the darkness. The intruder, sensing that he was outmatched, fled from the room, leaving the closet door ajar. I waited, my heart still racing as the growling receded into the distance. I had narrowly escaped a terrifying encounter, and the feeling of dread had shifted to one of profound gratitude. Hours passed, and the first light of dawn began to filter through the curtains. With trembling hands, I emerged from the closet, still cautious and unsure of what I might find. The house was silent once more, and the intruder was gone. But the encounter had left an indelible mark on me. As I watched the sunrise, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe for the mysterious guardian that had protected me. The old house had revealed a hidden secret, a protector of the night that had stood between me and danger. The rest of the weekend passed without incident, and when my parents returned, I shared my harrowing experience with them. They were understandably shocked and concerned, but we found no sign of the intruder, and the police were unable to determine his identity. In the following weeks, I began to research the history of the house, hoping to uncover the origins of the guardian that had saved me. It was then that I stumbled upon an old, faded photograph, hidden in a dusty corner of the attic. The photograph depicted a man, tall and slender, dressed in tattered clothing. His face was obscured, but I recognized the scruffy beard and gaunt features. He was standing in the overgrown garden, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. The photograph was dated more than a century ago. I couldn't explain the connection between the intruder and the man in the photograph, but it was clear that the old house held secrets that spanned generations. The guardian that had protected me was a mystery, a part of the house's history that had come to life in the darkest of moments. As time passed, the sense of unease in the old house began to fade, replaced by a feeling of reverence for the guardian that had watched over it for generations. The creak of the front door echoed through the empty house as my parents departed for a weekend getaway, leaving my sister, Emily, and me alone. At 17, I was no stranger to spending time on my own. I turned to Emily, who was 12, and tried to muster a reassuring smile. "It's just the two of us this weekend, Em. We've got the whole house to ourselves." She nodded, her eyes wide with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Yeah, but it's kind of creepy when it's so quiet." I couldn't argue with her. The silence in the house was overwhelming, a heavy presence that seemed to settle in every corner. I told myself it was the absence of our parents that made the house seem so much larger and emptier than usual. We had our dinner in the cozy kitchen, chatting about school and life, doing our best to chase away the unease. But no matter how much we talked, the silence of the house lingered in the background, like a watchful spirit. After dinner, I suggested we watch a movie to distract ourselves from the disconcerting atmosphere. We settled on a comedy, and Emily's laughter filled the room as the characters on the screen stumbled through their ridiculous antics. It was a welcome distraction, but even as we laughed, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. The movie ended and Emily stifled a yawn. "I'm heading to bed, you coming?" I shook my head. "I'll join you later. Just going to check things out downstairs first." She gave me a worried look but didn't protest. With a quick goodnight, she headed upstairs, leaving me alone in the dimly lit living room. The house seemed to creak and groan as I moved through it, its age and weight pressing down on me. The silence was so profound that it felt as though it was closing in, squeezing the very air from the room. I took a deep breath and tried to shake off the feeling of dread. As I passed the hallway leading to the basement, I heard a faint sound, like a whisper carried on the wind. I paused, my heart racing, straining to hear more. But the house remained still, as though it had swallowed the sound. Chalking it up to my imagination, I continued my exploration of the house. I made my way to the large, darkened living room, where heavy drapes blocked out the moonlight. I switched on the overhead light, dispelling some of the darkness that clung to the room. The furniture was old, relics from a different time, and the room held a sense of history that was both fascinating and unsettling. I'd heard stories of past occupants, tales of love and loss, of joy and sorrow, and sometimes it felt as though those stories were imprinted on the very walls. I moved to the bookshelves that lined one wall, running my fingers over the spines of old books and photo albums. As I leafed through one album, I came across a series of faded photographs. They depicted a family, a couple with 2 children, in a house that looked strikingly similar to the one I now lived in. There was something haunting about those photographs, a sense of familiarity and yet a gnawing discomfort. The faces in the photographs were unfamiliar, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were somehow connected to the house, as though the past had reached out to touch the present. With a shiver, I closed the album and returned it to the shelf. The room had grown colder, and I could feel the presence of the past, lingering like a shadow in the corners. I decided it was time to head upstairs and join Emily. The heavy silence of the house had grown oppressive, and the stories of the past were pressing in on me. As I climbed the stairs, I could have sworn I heard a faint whisper behind me, a voice carried on the wind, but when I turned, there was nothing there. I joined Emily in our shared bedroom, the dim glow of her nightlight casting dark shadows on the walls. She was already asleep, her breathing soft and steady. I climbed into my own bed, trying to put the unsettling feeling of the house behind me. But the night brought no solace. As I lay in the darkness, I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. The room seemed to pulse with an unsettling energy, and I could hear the soft rustling of fabric and the gentle creak of floorboards, as if someone were moving through the house. Hours passed, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone in the room. I turned to look at Emily, half expecting to see a figure lurking in the shadows, but there was nothing there, and my unease only deepened. I decided to check on the source of the sounds, telling myself that it was probably just the old house settling. I climbed out of bed and made my way to the hallway. The darkness was thick, like a shroud, and I moved cautiously, guided only by the faint moonlight filtering through the windows. As I descended the stairs, the sounds grew louder, more distinct. It was as though the house had come to life, its walls murmuring secrets that had been long buried. I followed the sounds to the living room, where the overhead light flickered to life, casting a creepy glow on the room. And there, in the center of the room, I saw her, a young girl, no older than Emily, with long dark hair and eyes that held a haunting sadness. She was dressed in an old-fashioned nightgown, her feet bare and dirty. She looked at me with a mixture of fear and longing, as though she had been waiting for someone to finally see her. My heart raced as I took in the sight of the ghostly figure before me. I had heard the stories, tales of a young girl who had lived in the house long ago and had vanished without a trace. It was said that she had never left the house, that her spirit still lingered in the dark corners, searching for something lost. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, as the young girl reached out a hand toward me, her fingers trembling. And then, with a soft, plaintive whisper, she spoke. "Help me." The sound was barely audible, a faint echo in the night, but it gave me a scary feeling. I knew I had to do something, to find out what had happened to this lost soul, to help her find peace. But as I took a step toward her, she faded away, dissolving into the shadows. The house fell silent once more, the only sound the thudding of my own heart. I returned to my room, my mind racing with questions and fear. The young girl's presence had shaken me to my core, and I couldn't escape the feeling that her story was entwined with the history of the house. Morning came, and I told Emily about the ghostly encounter. She listened with wide eyes, her fear mirrored in my own. We decided to investigate the history of the house, hoping to uncover the mystery of the young girl and the stories that had been passed down through generations. Our research revealed a tragic tale. The young girl, named Isabella, had lived in the house with her family in the late 1800s. She had vanished one fateful night, leaving her family in despair. Despite extensive searches, she was never found, and her disappearance had remained a haunting mystery. As we delved deeper into the history, we learned that the house had passed through various owners over the years, and each had their own stories of unexplained phenomena and ghostly encounters. It seemed that Isabella's spirit had remained in the house, searching for answers and perhaps someone who could finally help her find peace. Determined to uncover the truth, we embarked on a quest to find out what had happened to Isabella. We scoured old records, visited local archives, and even interviewed descendants of past owners. Slowly, we pieced together a narrative of a family torn apart by tragedy, a series of secrets and the mystery of a lost girl who had never found her way home. As we delved deeper into the past, we began to experience more encounters with Isabella's ghost. She appeared to us at night, her presence both scary and heart-wrenching. She would speak in soft, mournful whispers, imploring us to help her, to uncover the truth of what had happened on that fateful night so long ago. We couldn't deny her plea, and our determination to unravel the mystery only grew stronger. Together, we combed through the old attic, searching for clues that had remained hidden for generations. And then, as we sifted through dusty boxes and tattered letters, we made a discovery that creeped me out. Hidden beneath a pile of old photographs, we found a letter, its pages yellowed with age. It was a letter from Isabella to her parents, written on the night of her disappearance. In it, she revealed a secret, a forbidden love that had torn her family apart. As we read the letter, it became clear that Isabella had run away from home, unable to bear the pain of her family's disapproval. She had hoped to find her true love and start a new life, but fate had other plans. The letter ended abruptly, with no indication of what had happened to her. Armed with this new information, we continued our investigation, determined to uncover the full story of Isabella's disappearance. We tracked down old family records and discovered that she had indeed run away, eloping with her love, a poor artist from a neighboring town. Their love had been forbidden and their families had disowned them. Isabella and her love had struggled to make a life together, but tragedy had struck. They had been separated, and Isabella had vanished without a trace. Our research led us to a small, forgotten cemetery on the outskirts of town, where we found the final piece of the puzzle. Isabella's grave, a simple, weathered headstone, marked her resting place. The date of her death was the same as the night she had disappeared. With heavy hearts, we realized that Isabella's ghost had been searching for closure, for someone to uncover the truth of her story. We had brought her one step closer to finding peace, but her presence in the house had not yet faded. We decided to hold a small private ceremony at Isabella's grave, a gesture of remembrance and closure. As we stood by her headstone, the air grew heavy, and we felt the weight of the past. Emily and I said our goodbyes to Isabella, thanking her for the lessons she had taught us about love, loss, and the enduring power of the human spirit. That night, as we returned to the house, we felt a profound sense of peace. Isabella's ghost, it seemed, had found the closure she had longed for, and the house was no longer filled with the haunting presence of the past. In the years that followed, the old house became a place of warmth and comfort, a sanctuary for our family. I sat alone in our old family home, the soft ticking of the antique clock on the wall the only sound to break the heavy silence. My parents had left for a week-long business trip, and I had volunteered to take care of our aging dog Max while they were away. I was 16, and spending a week on my own wasn't new to me. But as the evening sun dipped below the horizon and shadows stretched across the rooms, a feeling of unease crept in. The house, built in the early 1900s, bore the weight of its history, and every creak and groan seemed to carry with it a whisper of the past. Max, an old and arthritic Labrador, lay at my feet. His presence was comforting, a reminder of the familiar in this sea of uncertainty. I stroked his graying fur, my fingers finding solace in the soft rhythm of his breath. The first night alone in the house felt oddly disquieting. I made a simple dinner, and as I ate, the empty chairs around the dining table seemed to watch me, their emptiness unsettling. I turned on some music, hoping to drown out the silence, but it only seemed to echo through the empty rooms. After dinner, I took Max for a short walk in the garden, the chilly evening air offering a welcome break from the stifling quiet of the house. As we made our way back inside, the soft rustling of leaves in the garden seemed to carry secrets of their own. I shook off the feeling of unease and closed the door, locking it securely behind us. The evening passed uneventfully, and I settled in the living room to watch a movie. The flickering light from the screen cast shifting shadows across the walls, and for a moment I felt as if the house were holding its breath. I brushed the feeling aside and tried to immerse myself in the film. As the movie ended and the room plunged into darkness, I realized that it was time to head to bed. Max followed me upstairs, his slow, deliberate steps echoing through the hallway. The house was silent, and as I climbed into bed, I couldn't help but feel as though I were being watched. Sleep was elusive, and the silence seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment. I tossed and turned, my thoughts racing through the labyrinth of the dark. The old house felt like a living, breathing entity, its walls listening to secrets long buried. Then, in the stillness of the night, a sound broke through, a soft, rhythmic tapping, like a finger gently rapping on a window pane. I listened intently, straining to locate the source of the sound. It was persistent, almost like a distant melody, and it seemed to be coming from somewhere within the house. As I slipped out of bed, Max's eyes followed me, his gaze filled with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The tapping grew louder, and I moved through the hallway, trying to pinpoint its origin. It was as if the very walls were murmuring, carrying with them a haunting melody. I reached the top of the stairs and followed the sound down to the living room. The tapping led me to the large bay window that overlooked the garden. I gazed outside, my breath catching in my throat as I saw what had been making the sound. A gnarled tree branch swaying in the wind and brushing against the glass. Relief washed over me, and I laughed at my own jittery nerves. It was just a tree branch, a trick of the wind, but in the stillness of the house it had taken on an eerie presence. I made a mental note to trim the branch the next day and returned to bed. Max followed me, and with his reassuring presence, I gradually drifted off to sleep. The house settled into an uneasy quiet, and I thought I could hear the faint echoes of footsteps in the dark, but I brushed it off as the stuff of dreams. The following day, I busied myself with chores around the house. I cleaned the rooms, trimmed the overgrown hedges in the garden, and even tackled the chore of trimming the troublesome tree branch outside the living room window. The sunlight cast long, comforting shadows across the property, and for a moment, the unease of the night before seemed like a distant memory. As the day turned into evening, I settled in the living room with Max, watching TV. The laughter of the characters on the screen was a comforting contrast to the silence of the house. I had almost forgotten the strange events of the previous night when the tapping sound returned. It was just as rhythmic and insistent as before, and this time I couldn't deny the feeling that it was coming from within the house. I muted the television and listened carefully, trying to locate the source of the sound. Max, too, lifted his head, his ears perked in the direction of the living room window. The tapping seemed to grow louder, more urgent, and I realized it was coming from the basement. I had never been particularly fond of the basement, with its old creaky stairs and dimly lit corners, but I couldn't ignore the persistent sound. With Max at my side, I made my way to the basement door, my heart pounding in my chest. The silence in the house had turned oppressive, and the tapping seemed to be a defiant challenge to that silence. I took a deep breath and descended into the dimly lit basement. The tapping grew louder as I reached the bottom of the stairs, and my eyes were drawn to a small narrow window set high in the basement wall. The window was covered by a tattered curtain, its fabric moving gently in the breeze. And as I approached, I realized that the tapping sound was the curtain brushing against the window frame. Relief washed over me, and I chuckled at my own jittery nerves. It was just the wind, the same wind that had caused the tree branch to tap against the living room window the night before. I made a mental note to secure the curtain and headed back upstairs with Max. That night, I settled into bed with Max at my side, trying to shake off the lingering unease from the previous nights. Sleep once again proved elusive, the silence of the house pressing in on me. I listened to the soft sound of Max's breathing, grateful for his presence. Just as I began to drift off, a sound broke through the stillness, a low, mournful howl. I sat up in bed, my heart racing. It was Max, his head tilted back, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and confusion. The howl was not his own, but it seemed to be coming from somewhere within the house. I called out to Max, trying to calm him, but his howling continued. I could feel the unease from the previous nights returning, and the house seemed to pulse with an unsettling energy. I knew I had to investigate the source of the sound. With Max following closely, I made my way downstairs, my unease growing with each step. The howling was louder now, echoing through the house like a mournful lament. It seemed to be coming from the basement once again. I reached the basement door and descended the stairs. the howling growing more distinct. It was as though the sound was beckoning me, pulling me deeper into the darkness. I reached the basement window, the same one where I had discovered the tapping curtain the night before. But this time the curtain was still and the window was closed. The howling continued, its source elusive. I could feel Max's distress, his eyes fixed on the dark corners of the basement, as though he could sense something I couldn't. I called out once more, trying to calm Max and to dispel the unease that had settled over me. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the howling ceased. The house fell into silence once more, the only sound the soft ticking of the antique clock on the wall. I retreated from the basement, Max at my side, a sense of foreboding settling over me. I couldn't explain the source of the howling, but it was clear that the old house held mysteries that extended beyond its walls. As I climbed back into bed, I couldn't escape the feeling that the house itself was trying to communicate with me. Morning came and I decided to delve into the history of the house, hoping to uncover the mysteries that seemed to be lurking within its walls. I learned that the house had been built in the early 1900s by a prominent family, but their history was shrouded in secrecy. As I delved deeper, I uncovered a newspaper article from the early 1920s. The article described a tragic event, a fire that had claimed the lives of the family who had built the house. The fire had been a mystery, its cause never determined, and it had left the house empty and abandoned for years. I couldn't ignore the feeling of unease that settled over me as I read the article. It was as though the events of the past were reaching out to touch the present, their stories carried on the wind, in the tapping of branches and in the mournful howling that had filled the house. I decided to explore the basement once more, convinced that it held the key to the mysteries of the house. As I descended the stairs, the unease in the air grew heavier, and the basement seemed to shift and contort as though it were a place of secrets long buried. I made my way to the narrow window, the same one where I had discovered the tapping curtain. But this time as I approached, I noticed something strange, a soft, ghostly figure that seemed to be standing just beyond the glass. The figure was indistinct, its features blurred, and it was difficult to make out any details, but there was no denying the sense of a presence, a silent observer who had been watching from the shadows. With trepidation, I reached for the curtain, pulling it aside to reveal the basement window. The figure remained, its eyes fixed on me, and for a moment I felt as though I were looking into the past, into a world that had long since vanished. The figure's eyes held a haunting sadness, a plea for understanding, and it seemed to be reaching out to me, trying to convey a message. I couldn't explain the presence of the figure, but it was clear that it was connected to the mysteries of the house. As I watched, the figure slowly faded away, dissipating into the darkness. The house seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and the unease that had settled over it began to lift. I returned to my room, my mind racing with questions and fear. The figure in the basement had shown me that the house held secrets that extended beyond its walls, that its history was a tapestry of tragedy and loss. And as I watched the sunrise from my bedroom window, I couldn't help but feel that the house was not just a structure, but a living entity, a repository of stories that were waiting to be uncovered. In the days that followed, I continued my research into the history of the house, determined to uncover the secrets that had long been buried. The figure in the basement had been a messenger, a reminder that the past could not be forgotten, that the stories of those who had lived in the house were still waiting to be told. As I uncovered more of the house's history, I realized that it was a place of both darkness and light, a sanctuary for the lost and a repository of the past. The mysteries of the house had become a part of my own story, a testament to the enduring power of history and the importance of uncovering the truth. Jake sat hunched over his desk, bathed in the soft glow of his desk lamp. He had always been drawn to stories of suspense and intrigue, and now, as a writer, he was determined to craft the ultimate thriller. His latest project, The Unseen Pursuer, was taking him to places he had never ventured before. He had been researching the psychology of stalkers, poring over case studies and talking to experts. The more he learned, the more fascinated he became with the idea of the unseen threat, the person who blends seamlessly into the background while terrorizing their victims. As Jake began to write, he created his protagonist, a stalker who operated with meticulous precision. This character left no trace, no breadcrumbs for the authorities to follow. The victims were left in a state of constant paranoia, unable to escape the feeling that they were being watched. With each passing day, Jake's writing grew more intense. He vividly described the stalkers' surveillance techniques, the way they infiltrated their victims' lives, leaving them with a sense of vulnerability that gnawed at their sanity. The story was gripping, and Jake couldn't help but immerse himself in it completely. He wrote late into the night, the lines between fiction and reality blurring. Sometimes he found himself looking over his shoulder, as if he were the one being pursued. The weight of the story bore down on him, but he couldn't stop himself. He had to see it through to the end. One evening, as Jake sat at his computer, the room bathed in the eerie glow of the monitor, he heard a faint sound from outside his window. It was a soft scraping noise, like the rustle of leaves against glass. He froze, his breath catching in his throat. His eyes darted to the window, and there, in the dimly lit backyard, he saw a figure. It was obscured by darkness, but Jake could make out the silhouette of a person. Panic surged through him as he realized that the figure was watching him. Jake stumbled away from the window, his heart racing. He had created this world of suspense, but now it seemed that it was encroaching on his own life. The line between fiction and reality had become dangerously thin, and he didn't know how to escape it. As the days passed, Jake's paranoia deepened. He became convinced that he was being followed, that the unseen pursuer from his story had crossed into his own existence. He couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, of constantly looking over his shoulder, just like his characters. The unseen pursuer had become more than a story. It had become a haunting presence in Jake's life, an obsession that threatened to consume him. He had delved too deep into the mind of a stalker, and now he was living the nightmare he had created. Weeks turned into months, and Jake's obsession with his story grew. He spent hours each day locked in his office, writing feverishly, trying to capture the essence of the stalker's relentless pursuit. He barely ate, barely slept, his mind consumed by the chilling world he had created. His writing took on an almost manic quality. He wrote about the stalker's careful planning, the way he gathered information about his victims, infiltrating their lives through social media and online forums. Jake's research had taught him the insidious ways in which stalkers operated, and he used that knowledge to make his story all the more chilling. Outside his office, the world continued to turn, but Jake was oblivious to it. His friends and family grew worried, but he pushed them away, telling himself that he needed to finish his masterpiece. He couldn't let go of the unseen pursuer. One night, as Jake sat at his desk, the words flowing from his fingers like a torrent, he heard a noise in the hallway outside his office. It was a creaking floorboard, a soft but unmistakable sound. He froze, his heart pounding in his chest. With bated breath, he listened, and then he heard it again, a shuffling sound as if someone were moving cautiously in the dark. Fear gripped him, and he knew he couldn't ignore it any longer. He had to investigate. Slowly, he pushed his office chair back and stood up. His legs were shaky as he made his way to the door, his hand trembling as he reached for the doorknob. He swung the door open and peered into the dimly lit hallway. There, at the far end of the hallway, stood a shadowy figure. Jake's blood ran cold as he recognized the silhouette. It was the stalker, the character he had brought to life in his story. But this time it was different. This time, it was real. Jake's voice caught in his throat as he whispered, "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure didn't answer. It simply stood there, unmoving, its eyes fixed on Jake. Panic surged through Jake's veins, and he took a step back, slamming the door shut and locking it. He stumbled backward, his mind racing. This couldn't be happening. It was impossible. The stalker was a creation of his imagination, a character in a story. But as he stood there, his heart pounding, he couldn't escape the feeling that the line between fiction and reality had been irrevocably blurred. The unseen pursuer from his story had become all too real, and now he was the one being pursued. Jake retreated to his computer, his hands trembling as he typed out the final chapters of The Unseen Pursuer. He had to finish the story, had to bring it to a close, as if that would somehow put an end to the nightmare that had taken over his life. As he wrote, the words flowed from him with an urgency he had never felt before. The stalker closed in on his victims, the tension building to a crescendo. And then, in the climax of the story, the stalker's true identity was revealed. With a sense of dread, Jake typed the final words of the story, and as he did, he heard a loud crash from outside his office. The sound of breaking glass echoed through the house, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching. Jake's heart raced as he realized that the stalker was no longer confined to the pages of his novella. The nightmare had become his reality, and there was no escape. He pushed away from the computer, his chair falling to the floor with a loud thud. He knew he had to confront the stalker, to face the relentless pursuit head-on. With trembling hands, he reached for the doorknob and flung open the door. But the hallway was empty. There was no one there, no sign of the stalker. Jake's breath came in ragged gasps as he searched the house, room by room, but there was no trace of the intruder. He collapsed onto the living room couch, his mind reeling. Had it all been a hallucination, a product of his obsession with the story? Or had the stalker truly been there, only to vanish into the night? In the days that followed, Jake struggled to make sense of what had happened. He couldn't escape the feeling that the stalker was still out there, watching, waiting. He had created a monster, and now it seemed that the monster had turned on him. The unseen pursuer was finished, but Jake's life would never be the same. The line between fiction and reality had been crossed, and he was left to wonder if he would ever truly be free from the relentless pursuit that had consumed him. In the heart of a bustling city, nestled among the towering skyscrapers and neon lights, there was a quaint art gallery that had become the obsession of one man. Jonathan, a mild-mannered accountant by day, had a secret passion for art, one he had kept hidden from the world. But the gallery, with its eclectic collection of paintings and sculptures, had drawn him in like a moth to a flame. It all began innocently enough. Jonathan had stumbled upon the gallery one rainy afternoon while seeking shelter from the downpour. He had entered, expecting to stay for a few minutes, but as soon as he crossed the threshold, he was captivated by the artwork that surrounded him. The pieces were unlike anything he had ever seen, bold, provocative, and hauntingly beautiful. The gallery's owner, a reclusive artist named Isabella, rarely made public appearances, but her work spoke volumes. Each piece seemed to hold a piece of her soul, and Jonathan felt an inexplicable connection to them. He returned to the gallery day after day, losing himself in the vibrant strokes of paint and the intricate details of the sculptures. He became a regular visitor, the staff recognizing him with a nod and a smile as he roamed the gallery's halls. But it wasn't long before his infatuation took a darker turn. He began to follow Isabella's every move, tracking her online presence and attending any public events she was rumored to attend. He started to collect newspaper clippings and magazine articles about her, creating a shrine of sorts in the hidden corners of his apartment. His obsession grew with each passing day. He convinced himself that he was her most devoted fan, the only one who truly understood the depths of her art. He believed that they were connected on a spiritual level, that she had created her masterpieces for him alone. One evening, as Jonathan stood before his private gallery of Isabella's work, he heard a soft voice behind him. Startled, he turned to find a security guard from the art gallery, a concerned look in her eyes. "You've been spending a lot of time here," she said gently. "Is there something you'd like to share or discuss?" Jonathan's heart raced as he stammered out an excuse, claiming that he was conducting research for a book he was writing. But the security guard was not convinced. She had seen the way he stared at Isabella's self-portraits, the intensity in his eyes. She urged him to seek help, to channel his passion for art in a healthier direction. Jonathan, feeling exposed and cornered, hastily left the gallery, vowing never to return. But his obsession could not be quelled so easily. He continued to stalk Isabella online, leaving anonymous messages on her social media profiles, professing his undying love for her and her art. He knew he had crossed a line, but he couldn't stop himself. Isabella, growing increasingly alarmed by the messages, contacted the authorities. They launched an investigation, uncovering Jonathan's history of online harassment and his disturbing shrine of her work. A restraining order was issued, barring him from coming within a certain distance of the gallery and its owner. Jonathan's world unraveled as he was forced to stay away from the one thing that had consumed his life. He watched from a distance as Isabella's career continued to soar, her art garnering international acclaim. But his obsession with her and the gallery never truly abated. In the shadows, he continued to follow her career, collecting every piece of information he could find. He knew that one day, he would return to the place that had ignited his passion and obsession. And as the years passed, his desire to possess the gallery and its enigmatic owner would grow stronger, ensuring that his relentless pursuit would one day reach a terrifying climax. Isabella, the reclusive artist behind the Gallery of Obsession, lived a life shrouded in mystery. She had always been drawn to the world of art, but she had chosen to remain in the shadows, letting her creations speak for themselves. Her striking self-portraits, often painted with a haunting intensity, had garnered her a cult following. For Isabella, art was a means of catharsis, a way to express the complexities of her own emotions and experiences. Her paintings were a window into her soul, each stroke of the brush revealing a part of her that she kept hidden from the world. As her career flourished, so did the intrigue surrounding her. Rumors and speculations swirled, with some suggesting that her art was a reflection of a tumultuous personal life. She had a talent for tapping into the darkest corners of the human psyche, and her works resonated deeply with those who viewed them. But Isabella was fiercely protective of her privacy. She rarely gave interviews and avoided public appearances whenever possible. She preferred to let her art be the focus, allowing others to interpret it in their own way. It was this aura of mystery that had drawn Jonathan to her gallery in the first place. He had become convinced that there was a deeper connection between them, that her art held secrets meant for his eyes alone. He believed that by delving into her work, he could unlock the enigma that was Isabella. Yet as the years passed and Jonathan's obsession grew, Isabella's sense of unease deepened. The anonymous messages and letters from Jonathan had left her feeling violated and exposed. She couldn't understand why someone would be so fixated on her art. Isabella's closest friends, fellow artists who had known her for years, urged her to take legal action against Jonathan. They feared for her safety and believed that his relentless pursuit was a threat to her well-being. Reluctantly, Isabella had no choice but to involve the authorities. She knew that she had to protect herself and her art from this disturbing intruder. The restraining order was a necessary step, but it did little to ease her anxiety. She couldn't shake the feeling that Jonathan's presence loomed over her like a dark cloud. As Isabella's art continued to gain acclaim, she found solace in her work. Each painting, each sculpture became a sanctuary where she could retreat from the outside world. Her art was her refuge, a place where she could express the emotions that she dared not voice aloud. But deep down, she couldn't escape the fear that Jonathan would return, that he would find a way to breach the boundaries that had been set. The gallery, once a place of inspiration and creativity, had become a fortress guarded by security measures and a vigilant staff. Isabella had always believed that art should be a source of beauty and meaning in the world. But now, she found herself grappling with the darker side of creativity, the side that attracted those who couldn't distinguish between admiration and obsession. As the years passed, Isabella's art continued to evolve, reflecting her own journey of self-discovery and resilience. She had faced the darkness that had encroached upon her life and channeled it into her creations, turning pain into beauty. But she knew that the Gallery of Obsession would always carry the scars of Jonathan's relentless pursuit. It was a place where the line between devotion and madness had been irrevocably crossed, a testament to the power of art to both inspire and terrify. And as Isabella continued to create, she hoped that her work would resonate with others, that it would touch their souls in a way that left no room for obsession, only a deep and profound appreciation for the beauty that could be found in the world. The city of Ashford had always been known for its winding streets, historic architecture, and the lingering echoes of a bygone era. Yet beneath the charm of its cobblestone alleys and ivy-covered buildings, there was a darker side that had remained hidden for generations. Nina, a young journalist with a passion for uncovering hidden truths, had recently moved to Ashford. She had been drawn to the city's rich history and the countless stories it held within its walls. Little did she know that her quest for the truth would lead her into a tangled web of secrets, deception, and an unforgiving past. One sunny afternoon, while exploring the city's historic district, Nina stumbled upon an old abandoned mansion that had long been rumored to be haunted. The mansion, with its weathered facade and broken windows, seemed to call out to her, as if begging her to uncover its long-buried secrets. As she approached the mansion, Nina noticed a flicker of movement behind one of the shattered windows. She hesitated for a moment, her curiosity battling with a hint of unease, but her journalistic instincts prevailed, driving her to investigate further. Carefully, she pushed open the creaking front door and stepped into the darkness of the mansion's interior. The air was thick with dust and the musty scent of decay. She pulled out her flashlight and began to explore the dilapidated rooms, her footsteps echoing through the empty halls. It wasn't long before she stumbled upon a stack of old, yellowed newspapers. They were filled with headlines that spoke of a scandal that had rocked Ashford decades ago. A prominent family torn apart by betrayal, a mansion abandoned, and a mystery left unsolved. Nina's curiosity was piqued, and she began to dig deeper into the history of the mansion and the family that had once lived there. She spent hours at the local library, poring over archives and speaking to elderly residents who still remembered the scandal that had shaken the city to its core. The story that emerged was one of love, betrayal, and tragedy. The mansion had belonged to the Hawthorne family, one of the wealthiest and most influential in Ashford. It was here that a forbidden love affair had blossomed between Eleanor Hawthorne, the daughter of the family patriarch, and Robert Sinclair, a struggling artist from the wrong side of town. Their love had been a closely guarded secret, hidden from the prying eyes of society. But when Eleanor's engagement to a wealthy suitor was announced, the young lovers were driven to desperation. They hatched a plan to run away together, leaving behind their families and the constraints of their social classes. On the night they were to escape, tragedy struck. A fire consumed the mansion, destroying everything in its path. Eleanor's lifeless body was found in the charred remains, while Robert was never seen again. The fire was declared an accident, but rumors of foul play and a family's desire to protect its reputation lingered in the shadows. As Nina continued to uncover the details of the Hawthorne scandal, she became increasingly obsessed with the story. She knew there was more to the tragedy than met the eye, and she was determined to unearth the truth, no matter the cost. Nina's investigation into the Hawthorne scandal consumed her days and haunted her nights. She spent hours at the local archives, meticulously piecing together the events that had led to the mansion's destruction and Eleanor's death. The more she learned, the more she became convinced that there was a cover-up, a dark secret that the Hawthorne family had gone to great lengths to protect. She tracked down descendants of the Hawthorne family, hoping to find answers that had been hidden for generations, but her inquiries were met with silence and hostility. The family had long since closed ranks, and they were unwilling to revisit the past. Undeterred, Nina turned her attention to the city's elderly residents, hoping to find someone who had a first-hand account of the events surrounding the fire. It was during one of these interviews that she met Mrs. Emily Collins, a frail elderly woman who had once worked as a housemaid for the Hawthornes. Mrs. Collins, with her thinning white hair and faded blue eyes, welcomed Nina into her modest home. She had lived in Ashford her entire life and had been a witness to the events that had unfolded all those years ago. As Nina listened to Mrs. Collins's recollections, a chilling tale began to emerge. The night of the fire, she had been working late in the mansion, unaware of the young lovers' plan to elope. She described hearing faint whispers and footsteps in the hallway outside Eleanor's room, followed by the sound of a struggle. "I heard Eleanor and Robert arguing," Mrs. Collins said, her voice trembling with the weight of her memories. "I wanted to go to them to help, but I was too afraid. And then there was a terrible scream." Tears welled up in Mrs. Collins' eyes as she recounted how she had hidden in a closet, too terrified to move, as the fire raged through the mansion. She had heard the desperate cries of Eleanor and the frantic shouts of the Hawthorne family, but she had been powerless to intervene. Nina's heart raced as she realized the significance of Mrs. Collins's testimony. It suggested foul play, a struggle between Eleanor and someone else in the moments leading up to the fire. It was a revelation that could shatter the long-held belief that the fire had been a tragic accident. Determined to uncover the full truth, Nina delved deeper into the Hawthorne family's history. She uncovered a pattern of secrecy and manipulation, a family that had gone to great lengths to maintain its image of respectability. She also learned that Robert Sinclair had left behind a series of cryptic paintings before his disappearance, artworks that seemed to contain hidden messages and clues about the events of that fateful night. The paintings, long thought to be lost, were rumored to hold the key to unlocking the Hawthorne mystery. Nina's obsession with the story grew, and she found herself spending countless hours studying the paintings and deciphering their enigmatic symbols. It was as if Robert had left behind a trail of breadcrumbs, a puzzle that only the most dedicated and determined could solve. As she worked tirelessly to unravel the mystery, Nina began to feel the weight of the past pressing down on her. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, that the echoes of the past were growing louder, and that the truth was drawing nearer. Months turned into years, and Nina's investigation into the Hawthorne scandal consumed her life. She had become a recluse, devoting every waking moment to unraveling the mystery that had haunted Ashford for generations. Her quest had taken her to the darkest corners of the city, and she had unearthed long-buried secrets that had been hidden for decades. She had tracked down the descendants of the Hawthorne family, each one harboring their own guilty secrets and fears of exposure. But it was the cryptic paintings left behind by Robert Sinclair that held the key to the truth. Nina had painstakingly decoded the hidden messages within the artwork, and they pointed to a chilling revelation. The fire that had claimed Eleanor's life had been deliberately set. The evidence was circumstantial, but it was enough to reopen the investigation into the Hawthorne scandal. The local authorities, who had long believed the fire to be an accident, were hesitant to accept the new information. But Nina's unwavering determination forced them to re-examine the case. As the investigation gained momentum, tensions in Ashford began to rise. The descendants of the Hawthorne family vehemently denied any involvement in Eleanor's death, but the evidence continued to mount against them. Old wounds were reopened, and the city found itself torn between a desire for justice and a fear of the scandal's consequences. Nina's obsession with the case had taken a toll on her personal life. She had become estranged from her friends and family, who could no longer understand the depths of her commitment to uncovering the truth. Her once promising career had stalled, replaced by a singular focus on the Hawthorne scandal. The echoes of the past seemed to grow louder with each passing day, and Nina couldn't escape the feeling that she was being watched. She began to receive anonymous threats, warning her to abandon her investigation or face dire consequences. But Nina refused to be intimidated. She had come too far to turn back now. She continued to dig deeper, determined to expose the truth and bring closure to the city of Ashford. As Nina's investigation reached its climax, the city of Ashford held its breath. The evidence against the Hawthorne family was overwhelming, and it seemed that justice would finally be served for Eleanor's tragic death. But the truth, as it often does, came at a cost. The revelations tore apart the Hawthorne family, exposing long-held secrets and betrayals. The descendants, burdened by guilt and shame, were forced to confront their family's dark legacy. Nina, however, was not prepared for the final twist in the Hawthorne scandal. As she delved deeper into the family's history, she uncovered a shocking revelation. The person responsible for Eleanor's death had been none other than Robert Sinclair, the man she had once loved. Robert's motive had been a twisted one. He had become obsessed with Eleanor, believing that her family's wealth and status were the key to his success as an artist. Fueled by jealousy and greed, he had set the fire that had claimed her life, all in the misguided belief that her death would propel him to fame and fortune. Nina's world crumbled as she grappled with the knowledge that the man she had been searching for all these years had been the very source of the tragedy she had sought to uncover. She couldn't reconcile the Robert she had known through his art with the man who had committed such a heinous act. The city of Ashford, too, struggled to come to terms with the truth. The echoes of the past reverberated through its streets, leaving a haunting sense of unease. The scandal that had once been buried had now been laid bare, and the scars it had left behind were unlikely to heal. Nina, her obsession finally laid to rest, left Ashford behind, her heart heavy with the weight of the truth. She had uncovered the unforgiving echoes of a tragedy that had haunted the city for generations, and in doing so she had learned that some secrets were better left buried. As she drove away from the city, she couldn't help but wonder if the price of uncovering the truth had been too high. The Hawthorne scandal had taken a toll on her life, leaving her with more questions than answers and a profound sense of loss. But in the end, she had fulfilled her role as a journalist, to seek the truth, no matter the cost. And in the shadows of Ashford's historic streets, the echoes of a long-buried scandal would continue to whisper their secrets, a reminder that the past could never truly be forgotten. I never should have gone to that abandoned asylum. It had always been a place of morbid fascination for me, and one fateful summer night, curiosity got the better of my fear. Little did I know that this decision would plunge me into a nightmare beyond my wildest imagination. It was a moonless night, and the air was thick with foreboding as I made my way through the overgrown path leading to the asylum. My footsteps echoed eerily in the silence, and the crunch of leaves beneath my feet was a symphony of dread. The asylum loomed ahead, its decaying facade illuminated only by the faint glow of my flashlight. As I stepped through the shattered remnants of a once imposing entrance, a chilling gust of wind enveloped me, as if the building itself were exhaling a malevolent breath. The interior was a maze of decaying corridors and shattered windows, where shadows danced in sinister patterns. My heart pounded, but I pressed on, compelled by an irresistible force. I followed the eerie sounds of distant whispers deeper into the asylum, my flashlight flickering as if it, too, was afraid of what lurked within. Suddenly, I stumbled upon a room, its door hanging ajar. The room was furnished with rusted metal beds, their surfaces stained with unspeakable horrors. My stomach churned as I realized I was in a former patient's room. As I scanned the room with trembling hands, I noticed something etched into the wall beside one of the beds. It was a crude drawing, a grotesque figure with elongated limbs and hollow eyes. Beside it, the words "he sees" were scrawled in blood-red letters. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I had an overwhelming sense that I was not alone. I fled the room, my heart pounding in my chest, and continued my journey through the asylum's dark recesses. The whispered voices grew louder, and I could now discern words, though they made no sense. It was as if the very walls were whispering their own dreadful secrets. I descended into the bowels of the building, where I stumbled upon an operating theater bathed in an eerie, flickering light. In the center of the room stood an old surgical table, restraints still intact. My flashlight beam revealed an array of surgical instruments, some encrusted with dried blood. The air was heavy with the stench of antiseptic and decay. My gaze was drawn to a corner of the room where an ornate mirror hung. My reflection stared back at me, but its eyes were empty voids, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Panic gripped me as I stumbled backward, crashing into a tray of instruments. The mirror shattered and the room plunged into darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, my breath ragged. When the light returned, I was no longer alone. A figure stood at the entrance to the operating theater, shrouded in darkness. My heart raced as I tried to discern its features, but it remained a formless specter. The whispers intensified, growing into a cacophony of torment. "He sees! He sees!" they chanted in a dissonant chorus. The figure advanced slowly, its movements disjointed and unnatural. I tried to flee, but my legs betrayed me, refusing to move. As the figure drew closer, I finally caught a glimpse of its face, or what passed for one. It was a grotesque mask of agony and despair, twisted into a permanent rictus of torment. Its eyes, black pits devoid of humanity, fixed upon me with malevolence beyond comprehension. With a sudden surge of terror-fueled strength, I broke free from my paralysis and sprinted through the asylum's labyrinthine corridors, desperate to escape the relentless pursuit of the figure. The whispers pursued me, growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment. I stumbled into a room filled with rows of rusted metal beds, each occupied by a shadowy figure. Their hollow eyes stared into nothingness, and their mouths moved in silent agony. I realized with horror that these were the tortured souls of the asylum's former patients, trapped in an eternal nightmare. The figure was closing in, its distorted face contorted with sadistic glee. I had to find a way out to escape this living nightmare. With trembling hands, I pushed open a door at the end of the room and emerged into a moonlit courtyard. The asylum loomed behind me, its decaying facade now a nightmarish silhouette against the pale glow of the moon. I could still hear the whispers, faint but persistent, as if the asylum itself were whispering its cursed secrets. I ran through the courtyard, through overgrown weeds and crumbling walls, until I reached the outer perimeter of the asylum grounds. As I crossed the threshold, a deafening silence enveloped me, and the whispers ceased. I collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath, my mind reeling from the horrors I had witnessed. The asylum stood silent and foreboding, a sentinel of malevolence in the moonlight. I knew I had escaped with my life, but I would forever carry the scars of that night. To this day, I cannot forget the figure with the face of torment, the tortured souls in the asylum's depths, or the haunting whispers that continue to echo in my nightmares. The asylum's secrets remain buried in its decaying walls, but I know one thing for certain. Some places are best left unexplored, for the darkness they hold can consume even the bravest of souls. It had been a grueling week of hiking in the remote wilderness, and exhaustion had settled deep into our bones. My friends and I had embarked on this adventure seeking solitude and adventure, but we had no idea what awaited us in the heart of the forest. As we set up camp near a serene lake, we couldn't help but marvel at the beauty that surrounded us. Towering trees formed a natural canopy overhead, and the still waters of the lake reflected the deep blue sky. It was idyllic, but the tranquility would soon give way to an unsettling sense of unease. On the second night, as we huddled around the campfire, a distant sound echoed through the trees. It was a soft, mournful wail that seemed to carry on the wind. We dismissed it as an animal, or perhaps the wind itself, but the unease in our group was palpable. As the days passed, the wailing continued, growing closer with each passing night. We attempted to rationalize it, attributing the sound to wildlife or the peculiar acoustics of the forest, but it gnawed at our nerves. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, we heard it again, louder and more haunting than before. This time it was unmistakably human, a cry of anguish that sent shivers down our spines. We decided to investigate, to determine the source of this eerie wail. Armed with flashlights, we ventured deeper into the forest, following the sound. The path grew treacherous and the trees closed in around us, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The wail led us to a small clearing where we discovered an old, dilapidated cabin. Its windows were shattered and the roof sagged under the weight of years of neglect. The cry seemed to emanate from within, and our hearts raced as we cautiously approached. The door creaked open with a ghostly groan, revealing a scene of utter desolation. Dusty furniture lay in disarray, cobwebs hung in the corners, and the air was heavy with the scent of decay. But what chilled us to the bone was the sight of an old, worn photograph on the mantel. It depicted a family, a mother, father, and a young child, their faces etched with sorrow. It was as if time had frozen in that moment of despair. Beneath the photograph was an inscription, "Never forget." The wailing continued, echoing through the cabin's decaying walls. We followed it to a room at the back of the cabin, where we discovered an old wooden trapdoor in the floor. With trembling hands, we lifted it, revealing a dark earthen tunnel beneath. Hesitant but driven by curiosity, we descended into the tunnel, our flashlights piercing the oppressive darkness. The cries grew louder, and we soon realized their source: a hidden chamber buried deep underground. Inside, we found a room filled with chains and shackles, their cold, rusted metal bearing silent witness to untold suffering. The walls were lined with scratches and etchings, the desperate marks of someone who had been imprisoned here. As the wailing reached its crescendo, we discovered a journal tucked away in a corner. Its pages were filled with the anguished writings of a man who had been locked in this chamber, tormented by the relentless cries that had haunted us. We never did learn the fate of the man who had penned those desperate words, but the eerie cries that had led us to this place had been his torment, a ghostly echo of a tragedy long forgotten. Terrified and shaken, we fled the cabin, leaving behind the wailing and the darkness that had consumed it. We returned to our campsite, packed our gear, and left the wilderness behind, haunted by the chilling discovery we had made. To this day, the memory of that forsaken cabin and its mournful cries lingers in my nightmares, a reminder that even in the depths of the wilderness, the past can reach out and grasp you in its chilling grip. It was the summer of 1997, and my friends and I were eager to embark on a road trip adventure. We had just graduated from high school, and this was our way of celebrating our newfound freedom before we scattered to colleges and universities across the country. Our destination, a remote, abandoned mining town in the Nevada desert that we had heard about from locals. The sun hung low on the horizon as we set out on that fateful morning. 4 friends packed into a beat-up old van with a map spread across the dashboard. The desert stretched out before us, a vast expanse of sand and sagebrush that seemed to go on forever. It was desolate and eerily quiet, with only the occasional tumbleweed rolling across the cracked highway. Hours passed and the landscape remained unchanged. The old town was rumored to be located far off the beaten path, and we began to wonder if we were on the right track. The relentless sun beat down on us, and our excitement began to wane as the miles dragged on. Just as we were about to give up and turn back, we spotted a weathered sign by the roadside. "Welcome to Dustwood Population Zero." It was faded and barely legible, but it was the confirmation we needed. We followed a narrow dirt road off the highway and into the desert, winding deeper into the arid wilderness. As we approached Dustwood, we were struck by the sight of dilapidated buildings rising from the desert like specters of a bygone era. The town had been abandoned for decades, its wooden structures weathered by time and neglect. We couldn't help but be drawn to the eerie allure of a place forgotten by the world. We parked the van in the town's dusty square, the tires crunching on gravel as we exited the vehicle. The air was hot and dry, and the silence was oppressive. The only sounds were the distant hum of the wind and the creaking of old timbers. Our first stop was an old saloon, its swinging doors barely hanging on their hinges. Inside, the bar was covered in a layer of dust, and broken glass littered the floor. Faded posters and remnants of a bygone era decorated the walls. It was as if the town's inhabitants had simply vanished, leaving everything behind. As we explored further, we stumbled upon the remnants of a schoolhouse, its chalkboard still covered in faded lessons, and a long-abandoned general store, its shelves barren and splintered. It was a town frozen in time, a snapshot of a once-thriving community that had fallen into decay. We ventured deeper into Dustwood, our footsteps echoing in the empty streets. It was as if the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to break the silence. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch infinitely. As we approached the outskirts of town, we noticed a building that stood apart from the others. A large, imposing structure that loomed like a dark sentinel against the fading light. It was the old Dustwood mine, the source of the town's prosperity in its heyday. We couldn't resist the urge to explore the mine, and we made our way inside, our flashlights piercing the inky darkness. The air grew cooler and damper as we descended into the depths of the earth. The tunnels seemed to stretch on forever, their walls lined with the remnants of mining equipment. As we ventured deeper, the walls of the mine began to close in around us, and the sense of isolation grew more pronounced. The beams of our flashlights danced along the walls, revealing ancient cave-ins and tunnels that seemed to lead to nowhere. Suddenly, we stumbled upon something that sent shivers down our spines. A series of handprints, smeared in what appeared to be blood along the tunnel walls. They were accompanied by crude drawings of terrified faces and desperate pleas for help. We exchanged nervous glances but pressed on, compelled by a mixture of curiosity and dread. The tunnels twisted and turned, leading us deeper into the labyrinthine darkness. The air grew colder and the silence was oppressive. It was then that we heard it, a faint, distant sound like a whisper carried on the wind. At first, we dismissed it as our imagination, but it grew louder and more insistent, echoing through the tunnels like a mournful cry. We followed the sound, our footsteps echoing in the narrow confines of the mine. It led us to a chamber, its walls adorned with more blood-smeared handprints and chilling messages. In the center of the chamber stood an old wooden platform, its surface stained with what could only be described as a pool of dried blood. As we approached, our flashlights revealed a rusted chain and shackles attached to the platform, and a shiver of horror coursed through us. It was a chilling reminder of the town's dark past, a past that had been buried beneath layers of time and silence. The whispers grew louder, their words incomprehensible but filled with anguish and despair. We knew we had to leave to escape the suffocating darkness of the mine, but as we turned to go, the entrance to the chamber slammed shut with a deafening crash, plunging us into darkness. Panic surged through us as we fumbled for our flashlights, their beams revealing that we were no longer alone. Figures emerged from the shadows, their faces twisted in terror and suffering. They were the specters of Dustwood's past, the souls of those who had toiled in the mine and perished in its depths. Desperate and terrified, we fought to escape the chamber, but the figures closed in around us, their bony hands reaching out as if to drag us into their eternal torment. The whispers grew into a cacophony of agony, drowning out our cries for help. Just as all hope seemed lost, the entrance to the chamber suddenly burst open, and blinding daylight flooded in. We stumbled out of the mine, gasping for breath, and found ourselves back in the town square, the sun hanging low on the horizon. The figures of Dustwood's past remained trapped within the mine, their mournful cries echoing through the tunnels. We knew we had narrowly escaped a fate worse than death. Terrified and shaken, we piled back into the van and sped away from Dustwood, leaving the abandoned town and its haunting secrets behind. As we drove into the desert night, we couldn't help but wonder if we had disturbed something in that forsaken place, something that should have remained hidden. To this day, the memory of Dustwood and the chilling encounter in the mine haunts my dreams. It serves as a stark reminder that some places are best left untouched, their secrets buried in the sands of time, waiting for the curious and the foolish to stumble upon them. Sarah and Mark had always dreamed of owning a charming old house with character. So when they stumbled upon a dilapidated Victorian mansion tucked away on a quiet street, they couldn't believe their luck. The place was a mess, but they saw its potential. With determination, they began the renovations. The first few weeks went smoothly as they painted walls, replaced floorboards, and restored the grand staircase. But then, strange things started happening. One evening, Sarah left her paintbrush on the kitchen counter while she went to fetch a glass of water. When she returned, the brush was on the floor and the faucet was running. She assumed it was Mark playing a prank, but he denied it. As days turned into weeks, the occurrences became more unsettling. Tools would vanish only to reappear in odd places. Eerie whispers echoed through the empty hallways at night, and both Sarah and Mark felt a constant chill in the air, no matter how high they turned up the heating. One evening, as they relaxed in the living room after a long day's work, they heard the creaking of footsteps on the stairs above. Their hearts pounded as they looked at each other, both thinking the same thing. Mark grabbed a flashlight and they crept up the staircase, their footsteps echoing through the hollow house. The upper floor was dark, save for the occasional flicker of a candle-like glow that seemed to be moving ahead of them. Following the eerie light, they found themselves in a dusty, neglected room. There, in the corner, stood an old trunk. As Mark opened it, they found a series of handwritten letters tied with a faded ribbon. The letters were dated from the early 1900s and were addressed to a woman named Margaret. The letters spoke of a forbidden love affair between Margaret and a man named Samuel. Margaret's husband, it seemed, had discovered their secret, leading to a terrible tragedy. The final letter hinted at a curse placed upon the house, a curse that would torment anyone who dared to live within its walls. Sarah and Mark were horrified by what they had uncovered. They couldn't believe they had stumbled upon such a dark secret hidden within their dream home. But they couldn't deny the escalating paranormal activity that had plagued them since they began the renovations. Fearing for their safety, they decided to leave the house, but the malevolent presence wasn't ready to let them go. As they packed their belongings, a sudden gust of icy wind blew through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging them into darkness. Terrified, they stumbled toward the door, but it slammed shut before they could escape. The room seemed to come alive, with furniture floating in the air and ghostly figures appearing all around them. Desperate and overwhelmed, they clung to each other, reciting prayers and begging for release from the vengeful spirits. Finally, as the clock struck midnight, the apparitions vanished, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. Sarah and Mark fled the house, never looking back. They left behind their dream home, realizing that some dreams are better left unfulfilled, especially when they come with a curse. As they stood outside in the cold night air, the full moon casting an eerie glow on the old Victorian mansion, they couldn't help but wonder about the tragic love story they had uncovered. Margaret and Samuel's forbidden love had brought them together even in death, bound to the house by a curse that sought to punish anyone who dared to intrude. Months passed, and Sarah and Mark tried to put the horrifying experience behind them. They moved into a new house and tried to forget the haunted mansion. However, the memories of that night continued to haunt their dreams. One rainy evening, Sarah received a mysterious package in the mail. It was addressed to her, but there was no return address. Inside the package was a single weathered letter, written in the same handwriting as the letters they had found in the trunk. The letter was from Margaret, or at least that's what it claimed. It spoke of regret, of a love that could never be, and of a longing to break free from the curse that bound her to the house. It asked for their help, their understanding, and their forgiveness. Sarah and Mark were perplexed and frightened. How could this be possible? Had they truly communicated with the spirits that haunted the old mansion? They decided to seek the advice of a paranormal investigator to unravel the mystery. The investigator, a middle-aged woman named Evelyn, arrived at their new home with a bag full of equipment. She listened intently as Sarah and Mark recounted their experiences and showed her the letter they had received. Evelyn was intrigued and sympathetic to their plight. With the couple's permission, Evelyn set up her equipment in their living room, including cameras, audio recorders, and electromagnetic field detectors. As night fell, they dimmed the lights and waited for any signs of paranormal activity. Hours passed with nothing out of the ordinary. Sarah and Mark began to doubt their earlier experiences, wondering if it had all been a product of stress and imagination. Just as they were about to call it a night, the temperature in the room dropped suddenly and the air grew heavy with tension. Evelyn's equipment started to react. Cameras captured orbs of light darting around the room, and the audio recorder picked up faint whispers. The electromagnetic field detectors beeped erratically, indicating a surge in activity. Then, a voice echoed through the room, faint but distinct. It was Margaret's voice, pleading for forgiveness and release from the curse. Sarah and Mark were paralyzed with fear, their eyes fixed on the spot where the voice seemed to originate. Evelyn, experienced in dealing with the supernatural, calmly addressed the spirit. She asked Margaret why she had reached out to them and how they could help. The room seemed to vibrate with energy as Margaret's story unfolded. Margaret and Samuel had indeed lived in the house decades ago, their love a secret hidden from the world. When their affair was discovered, tragedy struck. Samuel was killed and Margaret's life ended in a desperate act of sorrow. Their souls remained bound to the house, trapped by a curse fueled by unresolved emotions. Margaret explained that Sarah and Mark's discovery of the letters had stirred something within the spirits, a glimmer of hope for redemption. They believed that by helping to free Margaret and Samuel's souls, they could break the curse that had plagued the house for generations. Touched by the spirit's plea, Sarah and Mark agreed to help. With Evelyn's guidance, they performed a ritual meant to cleanse the house and release the trapped souls. It was a solemn and emotional process, filled with tears and forgiveness. As the ritual neared its end, a warm, golden light enveloped the room, and a sense of peace washed over them all. The temperature returned to normal, and the oppressive presence that had haunted the house lifted, as if a heavy weight had been removed. Evelyn assured Sarah and Mark that the curse had been broken, and Margaret and Samuel's spirits were finally free to move on. The couple felt a profound sense of closure and relief, knowing that they had played a part in ending the haunting of the old Victorian mansion. They decided to sell the house, disclosing its history and the paranormal events they had experienced to the new owners. With the curse lifted, the house regained its charm, and its new occupants never encountered the same eerie occurrences that had tormented Sarah and Mark. As for the couple, they continued their lives with a newfound appreciation for the mysteries of the afterlife. They were forever connected to the tragic love story of Margaret and Samuel, a story that had taught them the power of forgiveness and the importance of helping spirits find peace. When Emma inherited her grandmother's Victorian mansion, She saw it as an opportunity for a fresh start. The house stood nestled among ancient oaks, its exterior adorned with intricate gingerbread trim. Memories of childhood visits filled her with nostalgia, and she couldn't wait to restore the place to its former glory. As she explored the house, memories of her grandmother flooded back. Warm evenings in the garden, the comforting scent of her famous apple pie, and the soothing lullabies that used to fill the air. Yet beneath these cherished memories, Emma couldn't help but remember the stories her grandmother had whispered to her as a child, the stories of a haunting that had plagued the family for generations. One evening, as Emma was sifting through her grandmother's old belongings in the attic, she stumbled upon a stack of dusty journals. These journals, she soon realized, were her grandmother's personal diaries, filled with tales of strange occurrences and her growing fear of the house. The entries described chilling encounters with unseen entities, mysterious shadows that roamed the hallways at night, and whispers that seemed to emanate from the very walls. Emma's grandmother wrote of a sense of being watched, of a malevolent presence that seemed to feed off her fear. As Emma delved deeper into the journals, she discovered that her grandmother had sought the help of mediums, psychics, and even priests to rid the house of the malevolent force. But all attempts had been in vain, and her grandmother's descent into madness was palpable in the later entries. Haunted by her grandmother's words, Emma decided to investigate further. She contacted a paranormal researcher named Dr. Richard Thornton, who specialized in cases involving haunted properties. Dr. Thornton agreed to visit the mansion and conduct a thorough investigation. On a stormy night with rain pounding against the windows and thunder rumbling in the distance, Dr. Thornton arrived at the mansion. Emma greeted him at the door, her anxiety evident. Together, they ventured into the heart of the house, armed with cameras, voice recorders, and a sense of trepidation. As they began their investigation, strange occurrences manifested themselves. Doors creaked open on their own, and cold spots seemed to materialize out of thin air. Dr. Thornton's equipment detected fluctuations in electromagnetic fields, and eerie EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, whispered chilling messages. In the attic, where Emma had discovered her grandmother's journals, the activity reached its peak. The air grew heavy with a palpable sense of dread, and the temperature dropped dramatically. Emma felt a presence close by, as if someone, or something, was watching her every move. Dr. Thornton conducted a series of seances and communicated with the entities using a spirit board. Through these interactions, they learned that the malevolent force had a name: Elijah. Elijah claimed to be a tortured soul who had died tragically in the house long ago and had been bound to it ever since. Emma, filled with empathy, tried to understand Elijah's pain and the reason behind his malevolence. As the hours passed, she and Dr. Thornton unraveled the tragic tale of a love affair gone awry, one that had led to Elijah's untimely death and his eternal torment. It became apparent that Elijah sought release from the curse that bound him to the house. With Dr. Thornton's guidance, Emma decided to help. They performed a ritual to communicate with Elijah's spirit and guide him towards the light. It was a fraught and emotional process, filled with fear and uncertainty. As the ritual reached its climax, a blinding light enveloped the attic and a sense of profound peace washed over them. Emma could feel Elijah's presence receding, and she knew that he had finally found the release he had longed for. With the curse lifted, the house felt different, lighter, as if a weight had been lifted from its foundations. The paranormal activity ceased, and Emma could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She decided to continue her grandmother's legacy by turning the mansion into a small bed and breakfast, sharing the history of the house and its spirits with those who dared to stay. Emma knew that her grandmother's tragic story was finally at an end, and she had played a part in bringing peace to the restless spirits that had haunted the old Victorian mansion for generations. Alex and Jess had purchased their dream home, an old charming cottage nestled in a picturesque countryside. The house had a unique character with its exposed wooden beams, stone fireplace, and a sense of history that seemed to seep through its walls. They believed it was the perfect place to start their life together. As they settled into their new home, They couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder and excitement. The cottage held so much potential, and they looked forward to making it their own. But their journey of discovery would soon take an eerie turn. One sunny afternoon, while Alex was inspecting the basement for any needed repairs, he noticed an unusual gap in the stone wall that seemed out of place. Curiosity piqued, he investigated further and discovered a hidden door. It was concealed behind a stack of old crates and almost impossible to spot. Alex and Jess worked together to pry the door open, revealing a narrow, dusty corridor that led to a small, forgotten room. The room was filled with cobwebs, and the air was heavy with the scent of age. But what captured their attention most was an old, leather-bound diary sitting on a dusty wooden table in the center of the room. The diary was dated from the early 1900s and belonged to a woman named Eleanor. As they began to read, they became engrossed in the life of the previous occupant. Eleanor had lived in the cottage with her husband Arthur and their young daughter Emily. Eleanor's entries chronicled the family's life, but as they read further they encountered disturbing details. Eleanor wrote of a mysterious presence in the house, one that seemed to manifest in the form of eerie whispers, inexplicable drafts of cold air, and objects moving on their own. The entries grew more frantic as Eleanor described sleepless nights and a growing sense of dread. She mentioned hearing voices that urged her to leave the cottage, warning her that something malevolent resided within its walls. But she and Arthur were determined to keep their home and protect their daughter. As Alex and Jess continued to read, they noticed a pattern in Eleanor's entries, the mention of a secret room hidden in the basement. Eleanor believed that whatever haunted their home was tied to that hidden space. She wrote of her plans to uncover its mysteries, but the diary abruptly stopped. Alex and Jess were both intrigued and unnerved by the diary's contents. They decided to investigate the hidden room mentioned by Eleanor, feeling compelled to uncover the truth about the haunting. With flashlights in hand, they descended into the basement and followed the narrow corridor to the secret room. It was locked, and after some effort, they managed to pry it open. The room was small and dimly lit, with stone walls covered in strange symbols and a feeling of oppressive energy that sent shivers down their spines. On a rickety wooden shelf, they discovered a series of old journals that had belonged to Arthur. As they skimmed through the entries, a chilling narrative began to emerge. Arthur had continued where Eleanor left off, documenting his own experiences with the malevolent force that haunted the house. He wrote of being tormented by vivid nightmares, of feeling a cold, clammy hand brushing against him in the dead of night, and of witnessing objects levitating and crashing to the ground. The journals contained pleas for help and prayers for deliverance. As Alex and Jess read on, they realized that Arthur had become obsessed with uncovering the source of the haunting, the secret room. He believed that the key to freeing their family from the malevolent entity lay within its hidden walls. With trembling hands, they turned their attention to the room itself. They searched for any hidden compartments or clues that might lead them to the truth. It was then that Alex noticed a loose stone in the wall, and when he pushed it aside, they revealed a small concealed chamber. Inside, they found a wooden chest covered in dust and cobwebs. With bated breath, they opened it, revealing a collection of old photographs, letters, and a small weathered doll that sent a chill down their spines. The doll bore a striking resemblance to Emily, the daughter mentioned in Eleanor's diary. As they examined the contents of the chest, they realized that it held the remnants of a tragic family history, a history that had somehow become intertwined with the malevolent presence in the house. Determined to uncover the truth and put an end to the haunting, Alex and Jess continued their research. They reached out to a local historian who delved into the history of the cottage and its previous occupants. What they discovered was a heartbreaking tale of a family torn apart by tragedy. Eleanor and Arthur had indeed lived in the cottage with their young daughter, Emily. But Emily had mysteriously disappeared one fateful night, never to be found again. The heartbreak of losing their child had shattered the family, and the malevolent presence that had haunted the house was believed to be the spirit of Emily, trapped in a state of torment and confusion. With this knowledge in hand, Alex and Jess decided to hold a seance in the hidden room, hoping to communicate with the spirit of Emily and offer her the peace and closure she so desperately needed. As they gathered in the dimly lit room, surrounded by the symbols on the walls, they reached out to Emily's spirit. Through the seance, they managed to establish a connection with her, and the room filled with a palpable sense of sorrow and longing. Emily's spirit conveyed her confusion and fear, revealing that she had been trying to reach out to her parents for years, but her efforts had only fueled their terror. She longed for her family's forgiveness, and for a way to move on from the torment that bound her to the house. With tears in their eyes, Alex and Jess assured Emily that they understood her pain and were willing to help. They performed a ritual to guide her spirit towards the light, offering words of forgiveness and love. As they completed the ritual, the room seemed to brighten and a sense of peace washed over them. They knew that Emily's spirit had finally found the release it had yearned for. In the days that followed, the cottage felt different. The oppressive presence had vanished, replaced by a sense of serenity and warmth. Alex and Jess knew that they had played a crucial role in bringing closure to a long-forgotten tragedy. They decided to preserve the hidden room as a place of remembrance for Emily, a testament to her enduring spirit. The cottage, haunted by a painful history, had now become a place of healing and redemption. David, a talented musician, had always dreamt of having his private recording studio. When he stumbled upon an old mansion in a quiet countryside, he saw the perfect opportunity to turn his dream into reality. The mansion was a grand and imposing structure, with high vaulted ceilings and ornate architecture, a perfect setting for his creative endeavors. As David began setting up his recording equipment in the mansion's grand living room, he couldn't help but marvel at the acoustics and the rich, warm sound that filled the space. It was as if the very walls of the house resonated with music. Late one night, as David was tinkering with his instruments and recording software, he heard the faint strains of a piano melody. At first, he dismissed it as a product of his tired imagination, but the music persisted, growing clearer and more enchanting with each passing moment. Following the haunting melody, David found himself drawn to a locked room on the second floor. It was a room he had never noticed before, and the door was adorned with intricate carvings of musical notes and instruments. The room seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Determined to uncover the source of the haunting music, David searched the mansion for a key. After a thorough investigation, he discovered an old brass key tucked away in a dusty drawer. With trepidation and excitement, he inserted the key into the door's lock, and it creaked open to reveal a room frozen in time. The room was a magnificent music chamber, with a grand piano at its center. The walls were adorned with portraits of composers long past, and sheet music was scattered across the polished wooden floor. It was as if the room had been untouched for centuries. As David approached the grand piano, he noticed a journal resting on its dusty surface. The journal belonged to a composer named Victor, and it detailed his obsession with a symphony he had never been able to finish. A symphony that was meant to be his masterpiece. Victor's entries spoke of a mysterious muse who had inspired him with hauntingly beautiful melodies. He described the muse as a ghostly presence that would visit him in the dead of night, whispering enchanting compositions into his ear. As David read on, he realized that Victor had been consumed by his desire to complete the symphony. He had isolated himself from the world, pouring all his creative energy into the haunting melodies that had been gifted to him by the enigmatic muse. But Victor's obsession had taken a toll on his sanity. He wrote of sleepless nights, of hearing the muse's voice even during waking hours, and of a growing darkness that seemed to overshadow his life. David felt a deep connection to Victor's story, as if he understood the composer's yearning for creative perfection. He decided to honor Victor's memory and complete the unfinished symphony, believing that it was his destiny to bring the haunting music to life. With each passing day, David dedicated himself to the symphony, spending hours at the grand piano, composing and refining the melodies that had been left incomplete for so long. The music seemed to flow effortlessly, as if guided by an unseen hand. But as David delved deeper into the symphony, he began to experience strange occurrences. He would hear whispers in the empty rooms, voices that seemed to echo the haunting melodies he was composing. Shadows danced in his peripheral vision, and he often felt a chilling presence watching over him. One night, as he sat alone in the music chamber, absorbed in the composition, he felt a cold, ethereal hand gently touch his shoulder. Startled, he turned to see a ghostly figure. A woman dressed in a flowing gown, her eyes filled with a mixture of longing and sorrow. The figure extended her hand toward David, and without hesitation he reached out and touched it. As their hands met, he felt a surge of emotions, loss, passion, and an unfulfilled yearning for completion. Through the connection, David understood that the ghostly woman was the muse who had inspired Victor. She had longed for her symphony to be brought to life, to be heard by the world, and to find closure for her own unfinished story. Determined to honor the muse's wishes, David continued his work on the symphony, pouring his heart and soul into the haunting melodies. As he composed the final notes, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment, as if he had completed a journey that had spanned centuries. The night he performed the finished symphony in the grand living room of the mansion, a sense of transcendence filled the air. The music flowed through the space, carrying with it the emotions and yearnings of the muse. It was a symphony that spoke of love, loss, and the eternal quest for artistic perfection. As the last note faded into silence, David felt a gentle breeze caress his cheek, and he knew that the muse had finally found peace. The mansion, once haunted by the specter of creative obsession, now resonated with a sense of artistic fulfillment. David continued to use the mansion as his recording studio, but he always left the music chamber untouched, as a testament to the creative journey he had embarked on, and the connection he had forged with the haunting muse. Lisa and Tom were drawn to the charm of their new cottage, nestled in the heart of a historic town. The cottage came furnished with antique pieces that added character to the space, but one item caught their attention: an ornate vintage mirror with an intricately carved wooden frame. The mirror hung in the hallway, its aged glass reflecting the passage of time. As Lisa and Tom settled into their new home, they noticed that the mirror seemed to possess a captivating allure. Its reflection had a certain depth and magnetism that drew them in. One evening, as they gazed into the mirror, Lisa noticed something unusual: a faint, fleeting reflection of a woman dressed in a Victorian-era gown, her eyes filled with sadness. Startled, she turned to Tom, but when they looked back at the mirror, the mysterious figure had vanished. They dismissed it as a trick of the light, attributing it to their overactive imaginations. However, as the days passed, they began to experience more peculiar occurrences. Objects would disappear from their usual places, only to reappear in front of the mirror. Unexplained cold drafts swept through the hallway, and they often heard whispers that seemed to emanate from the mirror itself. Tom decided to do some research into the history of the mirror, and he discovered that it had once belonged to a wealthy family who had lived in the cottage more than a century ago. Tragedy had befallen the family when their daughter, Eleanor, had gone missing under mysterious circumstances, never to be found. Eleanor's disappearance had cast a shadow over the cottage, and her distraught parents had commissioned the ornate mirror in her memory. It was said that they believed the mirror held a connection to their lost daughter's spirit, and that it possessed the power to reveal her fate. As Tom delved deeper into the mirror's history, he uncovered a series of letters written by Eleanor's parents. In these letters, they spoke of their anguish and their belief that Eleanor's spirit still lingered within the mirror. They described seeing glimpses of her reflection and hearing her voice in the stillness of the night. Lisa and Tom couldn't ignore the unsettling parallels between their experiences and the tragic history of the mirror. They began to suspect that Eleanor's spirit was reaching out to them, seeking to communicate or find closure for her long-forgotten story. Determined to unravel the mystery, they decided to conduct a séance in front of the mirror, hoping to establish a connection with Eleanor's spirit. They invited a medium named Professor Evelyn Hartley to assist them in their endeavor. As night fell, Lisa, Tom, and Professor Hartley gathered in the hallway, with the ornate mirror as their focal point. They lit candles and prepared to communicate with whatever presence may dwell within the antique glass. As the séance began, they felt a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The room grew colder, and the reflection in the mirror seemed to waver, as if the surface held a portal to another realm. Professor Hartley channeled her energy, inviting any spirits present to make contact. Whispers filled the air, and the temperature continued to drop. In the mirror's reflection, a faint image began to form. A young woman dressed in a Victorian gown, her eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and longing. Eleanor's spirit had indeed reached out to them. Through the seance, she conveyed her desire for her story to be heard and her fate to be acknowledged. She revealed that she had been trapped in a liminal state, unable to move on until her story was acknowledged and the mystery of her disappearance was solved. Lisa and Tom listened attentively, offering words of compassion and understanding. They assured Eleanor that they would do everything in their power to uncover the truth about her fate and to help her find the peace she sought. With their promise, Eleanor's spirit seemed to brighten and the room filled with an ethereal light. It was as if a weight had been lifted, and the mirror's surface grew still and serene. In the days that followed, Lisa and Tom embarked on a journey to uncover the truth behind Eleanor's disappearance. They combed through historical records, conducted interviews with local historians, and even consulted psychics to piece together the puzzle of the past. Their efforts led them to a hidden chamber in the cottage's basement, a chamber that had been sealed for decades. Inside, they discovered a collection of old journals and letters that revealed a dark secret: the involvement of a trusted family friend in Eleanor's disappearance. With this newfound knowledge, Lisa and Tom sought justice for Eleanor, even if it was long overdue. They brought the evidence to the authorities, leading to the posthumous exoneration of Eleanor's name and the exposure of the guilty party. Eleanor's spirit, freed from the torment of her unresolved story, visited Lisa and Tom one final time. In the reflection of the ornate mirror, she appeared, her eyes now filled with gratitude and peace. She thanked them for their dedication and compassion, and assured them that she could finally move on to the next realm. As time passed, the cottage's haunting occurrences ceased, and the ornate mirror no longer held a connection to the past. Lisa and Tom decided to keep the mirror as a symbol of their journey, one that had brought justice, closure, and peace to a long-forgotten tragedy. The Phantom Ship of Ravenscove, Diary Entry, September 22, 1891. Dear Diary, today I find myself in the coastal village of Ravenscove, where a chilling legend has gripped the hearts of the locals. A phantom ship that emerges from the fog-shrouded sea. Last night, as I stood upon the rugged cliffs, I witnessed the ghostly vessel firsthand. It materialized from the mist, its tattered sails billowing in the ethereal breeze. The crew, skeletal and draped in seaweed, toiled ceaselessly, their hollow eyes fixed upon some unseen task. The ship's name, etched into the rotting wood, struck fear into the hearts of those who gazed upon it. The Spectre's Revenge. It sailed past with an eerie silence, and I could not suppress a shudder. The villagers believe the ship is cursed, doomed to haunt these waters for eternity, and they dare not speak its name. It is said that any who do so are doomed to join the phantom crew in their spectral toil. My curiosity led me to delve into the history of Ravenscove, unearthing the dark tale of the Spectre's Revenge. The ship had once belonged to Captain William Blackwood, a feared pirate who plundered these very shores in the late 1700s. It was said that Blackwood's lust for treasure knew no bounds, and he would stop at nothing to amass his ill-gotten riches. Legend has it that he made a sinister pact with a malevolent sea spirit, binding his own soul to the cursed ship in exchange for untold wealth. As the years passed, Blackwood's greed only grew, and the Spectre's Revenge became a vessel of terror, leaving destruction in its wake. Villagers lived in fear of the pirate captain's return, and many whispered that he had become a wraith forever condemned to roam the seas. Determined to uncover the truth, I embarked on a perilous journey to the underwater cave rumored to be the resting place of Blackwood's ill-gotten treasures and the source of the curse. Armed with a diving suit and lantern, I descended into the depths. Within the cave's eerie confines, I found a treasure chest encrusted with barnacles and seaweed. As I pried it open, a sense of foreboding washed over me. Inside, I discovered not gold or jewels, but a tattered journal, the diary of Captain William Blackwood himself. The diary recounted Blackwood's descent into madness as the curse took hold. He wrote of the ceaseless torment inflicted upon him and his crew, of voices in the night that whispered of their impending doom. The sea spirit he had bargained with demanded not only their lives but their souls. With trembling hands, I returned to the surface, diary in hand. It was then that I realized the key to breaking the curse lay not in hoarding treasure, but in releasing the tormented spirits. Under the light of the full moon, I conducted a solemn ritual, beseeching the sea spirit to release Captain Blackwood and his crew from their cursed existence. The waters churned and frothed, and for a moment it seemed as though the very sea itself responded to my plea. As the last words of the incantation left my lips, a spectral ship materialized before my eyes, but this time it bore no air of malevolence. Captain Blackwood and his crew stood upon the deck, their forms fading into the night with expressions of gratitude. The specter's revenge vanished into the mist, leaving Ravenscove's shores forever. The village, once plagued by fear, now thrived, and the curse that had haunted it for generations was finally broken. The Diary of the Holloway House. Diary entry, December 10, 1887. Dear Diary, I write to you from the Holloway House, a grand estate that has stood for generations on the outskirts of London. My curiosity led me to this secluded mansion, where I now find myself ensnared in a web of darkness and despair. The mansion's halls are lined with portraits of long-dead ancestors, their eyes following my every move. But it is the diary I discovered in the library that chills me to the bone. The diary belonged to Sarah Holloway, a woman who lived here in the late 1800s. Her entries speak of a malevolent presence that haunts the house, a shadowy figure that whispers to her in the dead of night, promising power and wealth in exchange for her soul. Sarah's words are filled with dread as she recounts the entity's relentless pursuit. She writes of seeing it in the mirrors, its eyes like burning coals, and hearing its raspy voice in the corridors, urging her to fulfill its sinister pact. The diary ends abruptly, and I cannot help but wonder what became of Sarah Holloway. Is her spirit among the countless others that are said to linger in the Holloway house, forever tormented by the malevolent presence that dwells within? I fear that I may soon uncover the answers, for the whispers in the dark have grown louder, and I feel a presence closing in around me. I pray that I may escape the fate that befell Sarah Holloway. As I delved deeper into the Holloway house's history, I discovered that the mansion had been built upon an ancient burial ground, a fact that may explain the malevolent force that dwells here. The restless spirits of those interred beneath the house may be seeking retribution for the desecration of their final resting place. I consulted a local medium, Mrs. Eleanor Thornton, to help me communicate with the spirits. In a dimly lit room, she conducted a seance, calling upon the souls that lingered in the Holloway house. At first there was only silence, but then a series of eerie knocks echoed through the room. Mrs. Thornton, her eyes closed in concentration, began to speak in a voice not her own, a voice filled with anguish and longing. The spirit identified itself as Sarah Holloway, and it spoke of the torment it had endured for decades. It yearned for release, to find peace in the afterlife. With tears in her eyes, Mrs. Thornton implored the spirit to trust us and follow the light to the other side. As the seance concluded, a sense of serenity settled over the room, and the oppressive atmosphere that had plagued the Holloway house lifted. The malevolent presence was gone, and it seemed that Sarah Holloway and the other restless spirits had finally found the peace they had sought for so long. The Holloway house, once a place of darkness, was transformed into a haven of tranquility. The portraits lining the walls no longer bore witness to suffering, and the mansion's long, dark history was rewritten with a happier ending. The Curse of the Silver Locket. Diary entry, June 3, 1899. Dear Diary, as I sit by the flickering candlelight, I am filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. It is with a heavy heart that I recount the events of the past weeks, a curse that has plagued my family for generations. The curse is tied to a silver locket, an heirloom that has been passed down through the years. It is said to hold a dark power, one that grants riches but exacts a terrible price. My great-grandmother, Eliza, was the first to bear the locket. She found it in the attic of our ancestral home and in her greed could not resist its allure. She wore it day and night, her once gentle demeanor twisted by a thirst for wealth. Soon, tragedy befell our family. Eliza's husband vanished without a trace, and her children suffered terrible misfortunes. It was as if the locket fed upon their suffering. Generations have passed, and now I am the keeper of the cursed locket. I can feel its malevolence, a force that compels me to wear it despite the knowledge of its consequences. Already I have seen signs of the curse's return. My beloved cat disappeared without a trace, and the crops in our fields withered overnight. I can no longer deny that the locket is exacting its toll once more. I have made the decision to rid our family of this cursed heirloom, to break the cycle of suffering that has plagued us for so long. Tomorrow I shall seek out a way to rid myself of the locket's sinister influence, even if it means facing the darkest of horrors. May my actions spare future generations from the torment of the silver locket's curse. As I delved deeper into the lore surrounding the locket, I uncovered a grim ritual that had been passed down through the generations of my family. A ritual meant to sever the locket's connection to our bloodline. It was a dangerous undertaking, but I was willing to take the risk to end the curse. The ritual required me to venture into the heart of a long-forgotten forest on the outskirts of our estate. With the locket clasped tightly in my hand, I followed the ancient instructions, reciting incantations under the light of the full moon. As I completed the final chant, the forest around me came alive with an eerie energy. The ground trembled and the trees seemed to sway in time with my words. It was as if nature itself was responding to the desperate plea of my family to be free of the locket's curse. A blinding light enveloped me, and I felt an intense surge of pain as the locket's hold on me was severed. With a final burst of energy, I hurled the locket deep into the heart of the forest, watching as it disappeared into the underbrush. The forest fell silent, and I knew that the curse had been broken. I returned to our family home, exhausted but relieved, knowing that I had sacrificed the locket to spare future generations from its malevolent influence. As I write these final words, I am filled with a sense of closure and hope. The curse of the silver locket has been vanquished, and I can only pray that my actions will bring peace and prosperity to my family for generations to come. The Forgotten Factory. In the heart of an industrial town, hidden away from the bustling streets and curious eyes, there stood an abandoned factory. For years, the massive, decaying structure had been left to rot, its ominous presence looming over the town like a ghost from a bygone era. The factory had once been a hub of activity, churning out textiles that had clothed generations. But as time passed, its machinery grew obsolete, and the business crumbled, leaving behind only echoes of its former glory. One fateful summer, a group of 4 friends, Emily, David, Sarah, and Ben, decided to explore the abandoned factory. Armed with flashlights, they ventured through its rusted gates and into the shadowy interior. The air inside was thick with dust and the scent of old machinery. Cobwebs clung to the walls and forgotten tools lay scattered across the floor. It was as if time had stood still within the factory's walls. As they ventured deeper into the factory, they came across a series of old photographs. The images depicted workers toiling away at the machinery, their faces etched with exhaustion. Among the photos, they found one of a man who stood out. A tall figure with a stern expression, identified only as Elijah. Their curiosity piqued, they continued their exploration, eventually stumbling upon an office buried in the heart of the factory. Dust-covered ledgers and journals filled the room, documenting the factory's history. It was there they uncovered the tragic story of Elijah, the factory's enigmatic owner. Elijah had been a stern and demanding taskmaster, obsessed with productivity and profit. He had driven his workers relentlessly, often subjecting them to harsh working conditions and long hours. The ledgers detailed a string of accidents and injuries that had befallen the laborers, all seemingly swept under the rug. As they read on, they discovered a chilling account of a workers' strike that had erupted in protest of Elijah's cruel treatment. The strike had turned violent, with workers clashing with security forces hired by the factory owner. One entry in particular sent shivers down their spines. It described a night when the factory had been set ablaze, resulting in a catastrophic loss of life. Elijah had narrowly escaped the inferno, but the fire had claimed the lives of many workers. As they delved deeper into the journal, they realized that Elijah had never been held accountable for the tragedy. Instead, he had disappeared from the town, his fate shrouded in mystery. Their exploration took them to the factory's basement, a dark and foreboding space. There, they discovered an ancient, dusty safe hidden behind a crumbling wall. With trembling hands, they managed to pry it open, revealing a collection of letters that had never been sent. The letters were addressed to Elijah, each penned by a grieving family member of a worker who had perished in the factory fire. They spoke of sorrow, anger, and a thirst for justice. It was clear that the families believed Elijah bore responsibility for the tragedy. Suddenly, a chilling sensation washed over them, and they heard faint whispers echoing through the basement. The voices were filled with anger and sorrow, as if the very walls of the factory were bearing witness to the long-suppressed grief and rage of the workers who had perished. As they fled the basement in terror, the factory seemed to come alive with supernatural activity. Machinery long silent rumbled to life, and ghostly apparitions of workers filled the dimly lit corridors. Desperate to escape the malevolent presence that had awakened, Emily, David, Sarah, and Ben raced toward the factory's exit. But the massive doors slammed shut before them, sealing them inside. With each step, the apparitions drew closer, their ghostly forms reaching out for the intruders. It was as if the spirits of the workers sought retribution for the injustice that had plagued the factory for so long. In their frantic search for an escape, they stumbled upon a hidden passage that led to the factory's rooftop. As they burst into the open air, they were met with a breathtaking view of the town below. The factory trembled, its very foundations shaking as if in protest. The apparitions of the workers drew back, their mournful wails filling the air. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the supernatural activity ceased. The massive doors creaked open, allowing Emily, David, Sarah, and Ben to flee the factory. They ran from the abandoned structure, their hearts pounding with terror, and never looked back. They knew that they had stumbled upon a dark and tragic chapter in the factory's history, a story of exploitation and tragedy that had left its mark on the town. The factory, once a place of industry and labor, had become a haunted relic of the past, a chilling reminder that the sins of the past could never truly be forgotten. The Whispering Pines Inn. The Whispering Pines Inn stood nestled among a grove of ancient trees, its weathered facade exuding an air of faded grandeur. For decades, it had lured weary travelers with promises of solace and rest, but those who entered its doors often left with a sense of unease that lingered long after their departure. On a chilly autumn evening, Emma and Alex, a young couple seeking a romantic getaway, arrived at the inn. The innkeeper, a stooped man with hollow eyes, welcomed them with a strained smile. He showed them to their room, the Pineview Suite, on the upper floor of the creaking Victorian building. As Emma and Alex settled into their room, they couldn't help but notice the peculiar decor. Faded wallpaper adorned with intricate patterns of pine trees and a painting of a sorrowful-looking woman who seemed to watch them with mournful eyes. The night began like any other romantic getaway. They dined by candlelight in the inn's dimly lit dining room and sipped wine beside a crackling fireplace. Yet, as the evening wore on, they couldn't ignore the subtle but unsettling sensations that seemed to pervade the inn. In their room, Emma heard faint whispers that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. She dismissed them as her imagination, but when she mentioned it to Alex, he admitted to hearing them too. They strained to make out the words, which spoke of sorrow, longing, and a plea for release. Determined to unravel the mystery, they decided to explore the inn after dark. They descended the narrow staircase, their footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. The inn seemed different at night, shadows dancing across the walls and a chill in the air that was far more pervasive. They ventured into the inn's library where an old guest book sat on a dusty shelf. Leafing through its pages, they discovered entries dating back centuries, each filled with tales of inexplicable experiences and unsettling encounters. One entry, written by a couple in the 1800s, described a nightmarish encounter in the Pine View suite. They spoke of whispers that grew into haunting voices and a feeling of suffocation that left them gasping for air. They had fled the inn in the dead of night, never to return. As they continued reading, they noticed a recurring theme. Guests who had stayed in the Pine View suite had experienced inexplicable phenomena and left the inn forever changed. Emma and Alex decided to return to their room, hoping to capture evidence of the mysterious whispers they had heard earlier. They set up a recording device and settled into bed, the oppressive atmosphere weighing on them. In the dead of night, the whispers returned, louder and more insistent. The recording device captured eerie voices pleading for release, and Emma and Alex huddled together, their fear growing with each passing moment. Then, the room plunged into darkness, and the air grew icy. Emma and Alex felt an otherworldly presence in the room, a malevolent force that seemed to press against their chests, making it difficult to breathe. In their terror, they fumbled for the flashlight, casting its beam across the room. To their horror, they saw the woman from the painting in the corner, her eyes no longer mournful but filled with rage. She moved closer, her form flickering like a ghostly apparition. Driven by instinct, Emma and Alex fled the room, racing down the narrow hallway and down the staircase. As they burst out of the inn, they heard a mournful wail that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the building. They drove away from the Whispering Pines Inn, their hearts pounding and their minds haunted by the nightmarish encounter. They knew they had narrowly escaped the clutches of a malevolent force that dwelled within the inn, a force that preyed on the souls of those who dared to stay in the Pineview suite. Though they never returned to that accursed place, the memory of their night at the Whispering Pines Inn would forever linger, a chilling reminder that some mysteries were better left unsolved, and some places were better left unvisited. The Abandoned Mill. The abandoned mill had stood as a silent sentinel on the outskirts of town for as long as anyone could remember. Its skeletal structure loomed over the landscape, a dark and imposing presence that had long been shrouded in local legends. Among the townsfolk, tales of the mill's malevolent history had been passed down through generations. It was said that a series of grisly murders had occurred within its walls, and the tormented spirits of the victims still roamed the crumbling structure. Curiosity often got the better of daring individuals, and one fateful night, Mark, Lisa, and Mike decided to explore the mill. Armed with flashlights and a sense of bravado, they ventured into the decaying building, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. As they explored the maze-like interior, the air grew heavy with a sense of foreboding. Shadows danced across the walls, and strange noises echoed in the distance. It was as if the very walls of the mill were whispering secrets of the past. In a dimly lit room, they discovered a series of faded photographs scattered across a wooden table. The images depicted a family that had once owned the mill, their faces contorted in expressions of madness and malevolence. The family's history was marred by a series of gruesome killings that had shocked the town. As they continued their exploration, they reached the upper floors of the mill, where the murders had allegedly taken place. The atmosphere grew even more oppressive, and the temperature seemed to drop dramatically. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a child's laughter echoing through the darkness. It was a haunting, ghostly sound that sent shivers down their spines. Following the eerie laughter, they discovered a small, forgotten nursery with toys strewn across the floor. As they examined the room, they noticed that the toys seemed to move of their own accord, as if guided by unseen hands. Mark reached out to pick up a dusty old teddy bear, and as he did, the laughter grew louder, filling the room with a chilling cacophony. Terrified, they fled the nursery and descended the stairs, their hearts pounding with fear. But as they reached the ground floor, they realized that they were no longer alone in the mill. Shadows moved in the corners of their vision, and ghostly figures began to materialize before them. The apparitions were the restless spirits of the murder victims, their eyes filled with torment and accusation. They reached out to the intruders, their ghostly fingers brushing against their skin like an icy breeze. In a desperate attempt to escape, Mark, Lisa, and Mike ran for the mill's exit. But as they crossed the threshold, they felt a bone-chilling coldness wash over them. It was as if the very spirits of the mill had latched onto them, refusing to let go. They ran through the moonlit night, the ghostly apparitions pursuing them relentlessly. It was only when they reached the town's edge that the spirits finally relented, disappearing into the darkness with mournful wails. Exhausted and shaken to their core, Mark, Lisa, and Mike vowed never to return to the abandoned mill. The malevolent history and the restless spirits that dwelled within its walls were a chilling reminder that some places held horrors beyond imagination. As they left the mill behind, they couldn't help but wonder how many others had ventured into its dark depths, never to return, and how many more would be drawn to the malevolent presence that haunted the abandoned structure. The Silent Forest. The Silent Forest had always been a place of mystery and unease in the small town of Ravenswood. The ancient trees, with their gnarled branches, seemed to reach out like skeletal fingers, and an oppressive stillness hung in the air. Locals spoke of strange occurrences within the forest, from unexplained disappearances to eerie sightings in the dead of night. One summer's eve, Claire and Alex, two adventurous friends, decided to venture into the heart of the Silent Forest. They had heard the tales and legends, and they were determined to uncover the truth behind the eerie reputation of the woods. As they entered the forest, the daylight dimmed, and an eerie silence enveloped them. The crunch of leaves beneath their feet seemed to echo, amplified by the oppressive stillness. The forest felt like a realm untouched by time, as if it existed outside the boundaries of reality. They followed a narrow, winding path that led deeper into the heart of the forest, their flashlights cutting through the encroaching darkness. The trees seemed to close in around them, their twisted branches forming grotesque shapes in the dim light. As they ventured deeper, they began to hear faint whispers carried on the wind. The whispers were indistinct, as if they belonged to an ancient language long forgotten. Claire and Alex exchanged nervous glances but pressed on, their curiosity driving them forward. The forest grew denser, and they soon found themselves surrounded by towering trees that blotted out the moonlight. The path ahead seemed to twist and turn, leading them deeper into the labyrinthine heart of the Silent Forest. That's when they heard the music, a haunting melody that seemed to emanate from the very trees themselves. It was a mournful tune, played on an unseen instrument, its notes echoing through the darkness. They followed the sound of the music, unable to resist its enchanting pull. It led them to a clearing bathed in an eerie, otherworldly light. In the center of the clearing stood a spectral figure, a woman with long flowing hair and a tattered gown, her fingers dancing over an invisible instrument. As Claire and Alex watched in awe, the spectral woman turned her gaze upon them, her eyes filled with a sorrow that seemed to pierce their very souls. Without uttering a word, she extended a ghostly hand toward them, beckoning them closer. Compelled by an irresistible force, they stepped into the clearing, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and fascination. The spectral woman's music grew more haunting, and she began to dance, her movements ethereal and graceful. As they watched, they felt themselves being drawn into the dance, their bodies moving in time with the spectral figure. It was as if they had become part of an ancient ritual, connected to forces beyond their comprehension. The forest itself seemed to come alive, its trees swaying in time with the music, and strange, glowing orbs floated in the air around them. Claire and Alex felt a profound sense of both wonder and dread as they became ensnared in the supernatural dance. Hours passed in a blur, and when the dance finally came to an end, they found themselves standing at the edge of the Silent Forest, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon. The spectral woman had disappeared, leaving them with a sense of profound loss and confusion. They stumbled out of the forest, their minds reeling from the otherworldly experience. As they returned to the town of Ravenswood, they knew that they had glimpsed a realm beyond human understanding, a place where the boundaries between the living and the supernatural were blurred. The Silent Forest remained an enigma, its mysteries hidden deep within its ancient woods, waiting to ensnare those who dared to venture into its depths. Claire and Alex would forever carry the memory of their encounter with the spectral figure and the haunting dance of the silent forest, a testament to the inexplicable wonders and terrors that lurked in the shadows. The lighthouse keeper's legacy. Perched on a desolate stretch of coastline, the Weatherby Lighthouse had long been a beacon of safety for sailors navigating treacherous waters. Its towering structure had weathered countless storms, but it was not just the elements that had left their mark on this lonely outpost. The legend of the Weatherby Lighthouse was one of tragedy and mystery. Local folklore spoke of a lighthouse keeper named Samuel Weatherby, a solitary man who had tended to the beacon for decades. He had lived alone, shrouded in secrecy, and had rarely been seen by the townsfolk. One foggy evening, a group of friends, Kate, Tom, and Rachel, decided to visit the lighthouse as part of their coastal adventure. The tales of Samuel Weatherby had always intrigued them, and they were determined to uncover the truth behind the enigmatic keeper. As they approached the lighthouse, its towering form emerged from the mist, its light sweeping across the turbulent sea. The beacon seemed to beckon them closer, its eerie glow casting long shadows on the rocky shore. Inside the lighthouse, they found a narrow spiral staircase that wound its way to the top. As they ascended, the air grew colder, and a sense of unease settled upon them. The walls were lined with old maritime charts and faded photographs of the sea, but there was no trace of Samuel Weatherby. Finally, they reached the lantern room where the lighthouse's powerful beam cast a piercing light out to sea. It was there that they found a dusty journal, its pages filled with Samuel Weatherby's handwritten entries. The journal spoke of a life of solitude and isolation, of a man who had become obsessed with the sea and its mysteries. Samuel had written of strange sightings in the waters below, of eerie lights that danced on the waves and ghostly apparitions that haunted the shoreline. As they read on, the entries grew more disturbing. Samuel had become convinced that a malevolent force lurked beneath the waves, a dark entity that sought to claim his soul. He had begun performing strange rituals and incantations to ward off the malevolent presence. As Kate, Tom, and Rachel continued to read, they heard a sound that sent shivers down their spines, a mournful, echoing wail that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the lighthouse. It was a sound of anguish and despair, a sound that chilled them to the bone. Terrified but driven by a morbid curiosity, they ventured out onto the lighthouse's balcony, where they were met with a sight that defied explanation. The sea below churned with unnatural fury, its waves crashing against the rocks with a ferocity that seemed impossible. And there on the rocky shore they saw a spectral figure, the ghostly apparition of Samuel Weatherby, his eyes filled with a torment that transcended the boundaries of the living world. He beckoned to them, his bony fingers reaching out as if pleading for release. In that moment, they knew that the legend of the Weatherby Lighthouse was all too real, and the malevolent force that had haunted Samuel Weatherby still clung to the beacon. They turned to flee the lighthouse, but the spectral figure of Samuel pursued them, his anguished wails echoing in their ears. They stumbled down the spiral staircase, their hearts pounding with terror, and burst out of the lighthouse. The fog had grown even thicker, shrouding the coastline in an impenetrable veil. As they made their way back to their car, they knew that they had witnessed something beyond the realm of the living, something that defied explanation. The legend of Samuel Weatherby and the malevolent force that haunted the Weatherby Lighthouse would forever haunt their nightmares, a chilling reminder that some mysteries were best left undisturbed. They never spoke of their encounter to the townsfolk, knowing that the lighthouse held secrets that were not meant to be revealed. The Weatherby Lighthouse continued to cast its eerie glow over the coastline, a silent sentinel that guarded its secrets with a malevolent force that defied understanding. And so the legend of the Weatherby Lighthouse lived on, a dark and enigmatic chapter in the coastal town's history, a testament to the enduring mysteries of the sea and the haunting legacy of Samuel Weatherby, the lighthouse keeper who had dared to confront the unknown. Story 1. The Forbidden Temple of Angkor Wat. Angkor Wat, the famous temple complex in Cambodia, was a must-visit for tourists worldwide. Mark and his friends, avid urban explorers, decided to explore not just the main temple but also the less-known ruins nearby. The group had heard whispers of the temple's dark past, horrifying experiments, cruel treatment of patients, and rumors of restless spirits. Determined to document their adventure, they brought cameras, flashlights, and a sense of dread that clung to them like a second skin. As they entered the decaying building, the stench of mildew and decay assaulted their senses. Crumbling walls, shattered windows, and discarded hospital equipment painted a grim picture of what had transpired within these walls. The exploration was unnerving, but nothing could prepare them for what they discovered in the basement. Rows of rusted cages, restraints, and a chillingly preserved operating room told a haunting tale of suffering. Sarah's friend Jake couldn't resist trying on an old straitjacket for a photo. As he posed, a deafening crash echoed through the basement. The group frantically searched for the source of the noise but found nothing. Their unease grew and they decided to leave the basement. That's when they realized Jake was missing. Panic set in as they scoured the asylum, but there was no sign of him. Terrified and hearts pounding, they fled the asylum, vowing to return with help. The police were called, and a search of the building commenced. But Jake was never found. In the following weeks, the group reviewed their photos, hoping for clues. In one, they saw Jake straitjacketed, surrounded by shadowy figures with hollow eyes. His fate remained a mystery, but the chilling photograph served as a haunting reminder of their ill-fated exploration. As time passed, the group's obsession with Jake's disappearance grew. They delved deeper into the history of the asylum, uncovering tales of a doctor who had conducted grotesque experiments on patients, leaving them scarred both physically and mentally. One evening, Sarah received an anonymous email with a cryptic message, coordinates leading to an abandoned mansion on the outskirts of town. Intrigued and driven by the need for closure, the group decided to investigate. The mansion, hidden behind overgrown trees and crumbling stone walls, exuded an air of malevolence. As they entered, they discovered a room filled with disturbing photographs and journals detailing the doctor's experiments. The truth unfolded before their eyes. Jake had become a victim of the asylum's dark past. He had been subjected to torturous procedures, his mind shattered by the doctor's sadistic pursuits. As they continued to explore, they stumbled upon a hidden chamber deep within the mansion. Inside, they found Jake, his emaciated body suspended from the ceiling by chains. His eyes, once vibrant, now held only emptiness. With trembling hands, they released Jake from his nightmarish prison. His reunion with Sarah was bittersweet, as the horrors he had endured left him a shell of his former self. The group vowed to bring the doctor's atrocities to light, to ensure that no one else would suffer the same fate. But as they left the mansion, they couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness of the asylum still clung to them, a haunting reminder of the evil they had uncovered. The Haunting at Whispering Pines Inn. Nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains, Whispering Pines Inn was known for its rustic charm and breathtaking views. Sarah and her husband Mark decided to spend their anniversary there, eager to escape the hustle and bustle of city life. The innkeeper, Mr. Simmons, welcomed them warmly and showed them to their room, a quaint antique-filled suite with a balcony overlooking the dense forest. Their first night was peaceful, but on the second night, Sarah was awakened by a soft, mournful whisper that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. She roused Mark, but he heard nothing and dismissed it as a dream. The whispers grew louder each night, accompanied by a feeling of icy dread that seemed to seep into their bones. Sarah's sleepless nights left her exhausted, and Mark's skepticism slowly eroded. One evening, as they sat on the balcony, a chilling voice spoke directly into their minds. "Leave this place before it claims you," it warned. They glanced around, but there was no one to be seen. Terrified, they packed their bags and sought out Mr. Simmons. As they approached the innkeeper's office, they noticed a portrait on the wall, an eerie painting of Mr. Simmons himself, his eyes cold and lifeless. And Mr. Simmons explained that he had been bound to the inn by a dark pact made long ago, and the inn demanded souls to sustain it. He had lured countless guests to their doom, and he was bound to do so for eternity. With a heavy heart, Mr. Simmons urged them to run to save themselves from the inn's insatiable hunger. Sarah and Mark fled, leaving behind the cursed Whispering Pines Inn and its malevolent innkeeper. They sought refuge in a nearby town, haunted by the memories of their ordeal. The whispers and icy dread had left scars on their souls, a constant reminder of the evil that had lurked within the inn's walls. Years later, as they passed by the inn, they saw that it had fallen into further disrepair, its once charming exterior now a decrepit facade. They knew that the innkeeper's curse would forever bind him to the crumbling building, a prisoner of his own malevolence. The disappearing hamlet of Whitestone. Eager for an adventure off the beaten path, Tom and his friends embarked on a road trip through the remote countryside of Eastern Europe. They had heard rumors of a hidden village called Gavroska, untouched by modern civilization. After hours of driving, they stumbled upon the village nestled in a picturesque valley. Its inhabitants, dressed in traditional attire, welcomed the travelers with open arms. The village seemed idyllic, frozen in time. As they explored, Tom and his friends noticed peculiarities: the villagers' insistence on not mentioning the modern world, the absence of any technology, and the eerie quiet that pervaded the village. On the second day, they awoke to find the village deserted. Panic set in as they searched for any sign of life, but there was none. They decided to leave, but discovered their car had vanished. Trapped in Gavroska, they delved deeper into the mystery. Hidden in a cellar, they uncovered a journal from the 1800s that told of a curse placed upon the village, a curse that trapped its inhabitants in a timeless purgatory. With each passing day, Tom and his friends felt time slip away, their own bodies aging while the village remained untouched. Desperate, they sought a way to break the curse. Their research led them to a hidden chamber beneath the village church, where they discovered a decrepit altar. There, they performed a solemn ritual to appease the ancient curse, offering their own time and memories in exchange for the village's freedom. The village came alive once more, but Tom and his friends aged decades in an instant, their memories fading like mist. They were old, their lives reduced to fragments of time, but they had succeeded. The curse of Gavroska was lifted and the village was free. Tom was the only one who survived. A frail old man with only fleeting memories of his youth and friends. He would never forget the sacrifice that had set the village free, a sacrifice that had come at a great personal cost. The sinister cave of Appalachian Shadows. For their annual adventure, a group of college friends decided to explore the Appalachian Mountains, known for their rugged terrain and hidden secrets. Their destination was a remote cave, rumored to hold ancient treasures. As they ventured into the cave, the air grew chilly and the darkness pressed in around them. Illuminating the path with flashlights, they navigated the labyrinthine tunnels, uncovering eerie carvings on the walls. Deeper within the cave, they discovered a chamber unlike any other, an underground lake, its waters shimmering with an unnatural glow. The sight was breathtaking, but the tranquility was short-lived. A shadowy figure emerged from the water, its eyes gleaming with malevolence. It spoke not with words but with images in their minds, a warning to leave, for the cave was cursed. Fearful yet curious, the friends pressed on, desperate to uncover the cave's secrets. As they delved deeper, the shadows grew thicker and their flashlights flickered. One by one, they vanished, consumed by the darkness. Only Sarah remained, her heart pounding as she tried to escape, but the cave seemed to shift and twist, trapping her within its depths. Finally, she reached the underground lake where the shadowy figure awaited. It revealed its true form, a guardian spirit tasked with protecting the cave's ancient secrets. With sorrow in its eyes, the guardian explained that the cave held the memories of those who had entered, bound for all eternity. The friends had become one with the cave, their souls imprisoned within its depths. Sarah, alone and terrified, realized that there was no escape. She had uncovered the cave's dark secret, but it had come at a terrible price. As she gazed into the glowing waters, she knew that she would join her friends in the shadows, a part of the cave's cursed legacy. The ghost ship of Roanoke Island. Roanoke Island, with its rich history and maritime legends, drew tourists seeking adventure. A group of friends set out to explore the coastal town, eager to uncover the mysteries hidden within its shores. As they wandered the historic waterfront, they stumbled upon a dilapidated ship, its timbers rotting and sails tattered. The locals spoke of the ship as cursed, the Phantom Voyager, a vessel that had vanished without a trace centuries ago. Undeterred by the superstitions, the friends boarded the ship, armed with cameras and a sense of curiosity. They explored its eerie corridors and abandoned cabins, documenting their findings. As night fell, a thick fog enveloped the ship, cutting off their view of the shore. Panic set in as they realized they were trapped on the ghostly vessel. Desperate, they tried to signal for help, but their cries went unanswered. Strange occurrences plagued them. The sound of ghostly footsteps, whispers in the dark, and apparitions that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. The friends grew increasingly frightened, their unity crumbling. One by one, they vanished, consumed by the ship's supernatural forces. Only Alex remained, his heart pounding as he tried to make sense of the nightmare that had become his reality. In the ghostly silence, Alex stumbled upon a journal hidden in the captain's quarters. It revealed the ship's dark history, the captain's pact with a vengeful sea spirit, offering the souls of his crew in exchange for eternal life. The Phantom Voyager had become a floating prison, a vessel bound by dark magic to claim the souls of those who dared to step aboard. Alex understood that the ship could never be free until its curse was broken. With grim determination, he confronted the sea spirit, offering his own soul in exchange for the release of the ship and the trapped souls within. The spirit, its eyes filled with malevolence, accepted the offer, and the ship faded into the mist. Alex was left alone on the fog-shrouded waters, a survivor of the ghostly ordeal. He watched as the Phantom Voyager vanished from sight, knowing that his sacrifice had set the trapped souls free, but had come at a terrible cost. One, the haunting of Willow Lake. Nestled in the heart of the dense forest, Willow Lake had always been a tranquil and picturesque camping destination. Families and nature enthusiasts flocked to its shores during the summer months, seeking respite from the hustle and bustle of the city. One warm July weekend, a group of friends, Sarah, Mike, Lisa, and Tom, decided to embark on a camping trip to Willow Lake. They had heard stories of its serene beauty and the abundance of wildlife in the area. It seemed like the perfect getaway. They arrived at the campsite, pitched their tents, and spent the day hiking along the trails that crisscrossed the woods. As evening descended, they gathered around a crackling campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing ghost stories. As the night deepened, an eerie stillness settled over the forest. The usual sounds of nocturnal creatures seemed to have vanished. leaving the group in a hushed silence that was punctuated only by the crackling of the fire. Sarah, an avid photographer, decided to capture the beauty of the moonlit lake. She ventured toward the water's edge, her camera in hand. The others watched as she framed her shot, capturing the shimmering reflection of the full moon on the tranquil surface. Just as Sarah was about to take her photo, she heard a faint whisper behind her. Startled, she turned, but there was no one there. She dismissed it as a trick of the wind and snapped her photo. But as the flash illuminated the area, it revealed a chilling sight. Standing at the water's edge was a figure, its back to Sarah. It appeared to be a woman, her long, disheveled hair flowing down her back. Sarah called out to the figure, asking if she was lost or needed help. There was no response. The figure remained motionless, facing the lake. Sarah cautiously approached, her heart pounding in her chest. When she reached out to touch the woman's shoulder, the figure turned slowly, revealing a face etched with sadness and despair. Her eyes were vacant and her lips moved soundlessly as if trying to convey a message. Terrified, Sarah stumbled backward, her friends rushing to her side. They saw the spectral figure too, standing by the water's edge, a ghostly presence that seemed to radiate sorrow. They decided to pack up and leave the campsite immediately, their fear overpowering their curiosity. As they retreated, they glanced back one last time to see the figure disappear into the moonlit mist. The group never returned to Willow Lake, their encounter with the mysterious apparition forever etched in their memories. They would later learn that the lake had a history of tragedies, including drownings and disappearances, leaving them to wonder if the ghostly woman they had encountered was a lost soul still seeking peace. The enigmatic footprints. Deep in the heart of the Adirondack Mountains, there existed a remote and secluded camping spot, known only to a few seasoned adventurers. It was a place untouched by modernity, a paradise for those seeking solitude and communion with nature. One crisp autumn weekend, a trio of friends, Ben, Emily, and Alex, embarked on a camping trip to this hidden gem. They were avid hikers and had heard tales of the pristine wilderness and untouched beauty of the area. Their journey into the heart of the Adirondacks was challenging, requiring them to traverse rugged terrain and ford rushing rivers. But the promise of pristine wilderness and untouched beauty drove them forward. They arrived at their secluded campsite, nestled in a small valley surrounded by towering pine trees. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, far removed from the trappings of civilization. They pitched their tents by the edge of a crystal-clear stream and spent the day hiking through the pristine forest. As night descended, they gathered around a campfire, its crackling flames providing a sense of warmth and security in the remote wilderness. The stars overhead shone with a brilliance only found in such remote locations. As they settled in for the night, they heard the distant call of an owl and the rustling of leaves in the forest. But there was something else, something unsettling about the night. They couldn't quite put their finger on it. In the morning, they discovered the source of their unease. Surrounding their campsite were dozens of footprints, human footprints, leading to and from the stream. It was as if someone had been walking around their campsite while they slept. They followed the footprints, their hearts pounding with trepidation. The tracks led deeper into the forest, becoming more erratic as they went. It was as if the person had been wandering aimlessly in the dark. Suddenly, they came upon a small, dilapidated cabin hidden deep in the woods. Its windows were shattered, and its door hung off its hinges. It was a chilling sight, a place that seemed to have been abandoned for years. Cautiously, they entered the cabin, their flashlights illuminating the decaying interior. As they explored, they found old newspapers and photographs, all dating back decades. The cabin seemed to be a relic of the past, frozen in time. Then they heard a soft whispering, a voice that seemed to echo through the cabin's walls. It was a woman's voice filled with sorrow and longing. They followed the sound, which led them to a small room at the back of the cabin. Inside the room, they discovered a diary, its pages filled with the handwritten entries of a woman named Evelyn. Her words spoke of loneliness, isolation, and a deep yearning for human connection. She wrote of a tragedy that had befallen her family, leaving her alone in the wilderness. As they read on, the entries grew more chilling. Evelyn spoke of strange occurrences in the forest. of eerie figures that seemed to watch her from the shadows. She described sleepless nights haunted by whispers and footsteps outside her cabin. The final entry was dated decades ago and spoke of a decision to leave the cabin and seek help. But there was an ominous tone to the words, as if Evelyn knew that she was leaving something behind, something that would never let her go. As they exited the cabin, they noticed that the footprints had disappeared, as if they had never been there. It was as if the cabin itself had drawn them in, revealing its secrets and then erasing all evidence of their presence. They left the remote wilderness of the Adirondacks, their encounter with the cabin and its enigmatic past forever etched in their memories. They couldn't help but wonder if Evelyn's spirit still lingered in the forest, a lost soul forever seeking connection in the wilderness. The Phantom Hunter. In the heart of the Smoky Mountains, there existed a hidden camping spot known only to a select few. It was a place of unparalleled beauty, where the dense forest stretched as far as the eye could see, and the stars shone with a brilliance unmatched by city lights. A group of friends, Jake, Megan, and Chris, decided to embark on a camping trip to this secluded paradise. They were avid outdoors enthusiasts and had heard stories of the pristine wilderness and abundant wildlife of the area. Their journey took them deep into the heart of the Smoky Mountains, where they pitched their tents near a pristine mountain stream. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, untouched by the trappings of modernity. As the day turned to night, they gathered around a campfire, sharing stories and laughter under the canopy of stars. The forest seemed alive with the sounds of night creatures, their calls and rustlings creating a symphony of nature. As they settled in for the night, they heard the distant call of an owl and the rushing of the nearby stream. But there was something else, something unsettling about the night. It was as if the forest held its breath, waiting for something to happen. In the early hours of the morning, Chris was awoken by a sound that chilled him to the bone, a distant, echoing gunshot. He shook Jake and Megan awake, and they listened in the darkness for any sign of danger. The forest was silent, as if the gunshot had never occurred. They wondered if it had been a hunter in the distance, but something about the sound had seemed off, as if it didn't belong in the tranquil wilderness. As they debated whether to investigate, they heard it again, the unmistakable sound of a gunshot, much closer this time. It echoed through the forest, sending shivers down their spines. They decided to leave their campsite immediately, fearing that they might be in the line of fire. But as they packed up their gear, they heard something that froze them in their tracks, a series of eerie, ghostly whispers seemingly carried on the wind. The whispers spoke of death and despair, of a hunter condemned to roam the forest for eternity. They spoke of a curse that had befallen him, a curse that bound him to the wilderness. Terrified but compelled to uncover the source of the haunting whispers, they followed the sound deeper into the forest. The moonlight illuminated their path, casting eerie shadows on the towering trees. They soon came upon a clearing where an old, dilapidated hunting cabin stood. Its windows were shattered, and its door hung off its hinges. It was a chilling sight, a place that seemed to have been abandoned for years. Cautiously, they entered the cabin, their flashlights revealing the decaying interior. As they explored, they found old hunting gear and trophies, all covered in dust and cobwebs. It was as if the cabin had been frozen in time. In a corner of the cabin, they discovered a journal, its pages filled with the handwritten entries of a man named Samuel. His words spoke of a love for hunting and the thrill of the chase. But as they read on, the entries grew darker, revealing a descent into obsession and madness. Samuel wrote of a fateful day when he had wounded a majestic buck, but had been unable to claim his prize. He spoke of a mysterious figure that had appeared in the forest, cursing him to roam the wilderness as a phantom hunter, forever seeking the elusive buck. The final entry was dated decades ago and spoke of Samuel's decision to leave the cabin and seek help. But there was a sense of hopelessness in his words, as if he knew that he was bound to the forest, unable to escape the curse that had befallen him. As they exited the cabin, they noticed that the forest had grown silent, as if the whispers had ceased. It was as if the cabin itself had drawn them in, revealing its secrets, and then silencing its haunting past. They left the Smoky Mountains, their encounter with the cabin and its enigmatic past forever etched in their memories. They couldn't help but wonder if Samuel's spirit still roamed the forest, a phantom hunter forever seeking his elusive prey. The mysterious disappearance. In the remote wilderness of the Pacific Northwest, there existed a pristine camping spot known only to a handful of intrepid explorers. It was a place of rugged beauty, where towering trees reached for the sky, and the sound of rushing rivers filled the air. A group of friends, Mia, Ethan, and Lily, decided to embark on a camping trip to this hidden haven. They were outdoor enthusiasts and had heard tales of the untouched wilderness and abundant wildlife of the area. Their journey into the heart of the Pacific Northwest was challenging, requiring them to navigate dense forests and ford rushing rivers. But the promise of unspoiled wilderness and breathtaking vistas drove them forward. They arrived at their secluded campsite, nestled on the banks of a pristine river. It was a place of unparalleled beauty, far removed from the trappings of modernity. They pitched their tents and spent the day hiking through the lush forest. As night descended, they gathered around a campfire, its warm glow providing a sense of comfort in the remote wilderness. The stars overhead shone with a brilliance only found in such isolated locations. As they settled in for the night, they heard the distant call of an owl and the rustling of leaves in the forest. But there was something else, something unsettling about the night. It was as if the forest held its breath, as if it were waiting for something to happen. In the middle of the night, Mia was awoken by a sound that sent a chill down her spine. A distant, echoing cry for help. She woke Ethan and Lily, and together they listened in the darkness for any sign of distress. The cry came again, closer this time, and it was unmistakably human. They knew they had to investigate, fearing that someone might be in danger. With flashlights in hand, they followed the sound deeper into the forest. The forest was eerily silent as they ventured into its depths, the only sound the rushing of the river in the distance. They soon came upon a small clearing where they discovered a tent pitched haphazardly. Cautiously, they entered the tent, their flashlights revealing a scene of chaos. Sleeping bags were tossed about, and supplies were strewn across the floor. It was as if the occupants had fled in a hurry. Then they heard it again, the cry for help, this time coming from deeper in the forest. They followed the sound, their hearts pounding with trepidation. It led them to a narrow trail that disappeared into the trees. As they ventured further along the trail, they stumbled upon a journal, its pages filled with handwritten entries. It belonged to a woman named Sarah, and her words spoke of a solo camping trip in the wilderness. Sarah wrote of the beauty of the forest and the solitude she had found in its depths. But as they read on, the entries grew more unsettling. She described strange occurrences in the night, of eerie shadows and ghostly whispers that seemed to haunt her campsite. The final entry was dated only a few nights ago and spoke of a chilling encounter. Sarah had heard the cries for help in the darkness, and when she had ventured out of her tent to investigate, she had been met with a sense of overwhelming dread. She wrote of a presence in the forest, a malevolent force that seemed to watch her every move. She feared that she was being hunted, that something in the wilderness wanted to claim her. As they continued down the trail, they found themselves in a small clearing, where they discovered a backpack and a pair of hiking boots. It was as if Sarah had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only her belongings. The cry for help came again, this time echoing through the trees closer than ever. It sent shivers down their spines, and they knew they had to leave the forest immediately, fearing that they too might become victims of whatever malevolent force had claimed Sarah. They retreated from the wilderness of the Pacific Northwest, their encounter with the mysterious disappearance forever etched in their memories. They couldn't help but wonder if Sarah's spirit still haunted the forest, a lost soul forever seeking answers to the enigmatic forces that had claimed her. The Phantom Camper. In the heart of the Appalachian Mountains, there existed a remote camping spot known only to a select few adventurers. It was a place of pristine beauty, where the rugged terrain and dense forests created a sanctuary for those seeking solace in nature. A group of friends, James, Emma, and Daniel, decided to embark on a camping trip to this hidden gem. They were experienced outdoors enthusiasts and had heard tales of the untouched wilderness and pristine streams of the area. Their journey into the heart of the Appalachians was challenging, requiring them to navigate steep slopes and dense underbrush. But the promise of unspoiled wilderness and the chance to disconnect from the modern world drove them forward. They arrived at their secluded campsite, nestled in a valley surrounded by towering peaks. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, far removed from the trappings of civilization. They pitched their tents and spent the day hiking through the rugged terrain. As night descended, they gathered around a campfire, its crackling flames providing a sense of warmth and security in the remote wilderness. The stars overhead shone with a brilliance only found in such isolated locations. As they settled in for the night, they heard the distant call of an owl and the rustling of leaves in the forest. But there was something else, something unsettling about the night. It was as if the forest held its breath, waiting for something to happen. In the middle of the night, James was awoken by a sound that sent a shiver down his spine, a faint echoing voice calling out in the darkness. He woke Emma and Daniel, and together they listened for any sign of distress. The voice came again, a desperate plea for help, and it was unmistakably human. They knew they had to investigate, fearing that someone might be in danger. Armed with flashlights, they followed the sound deeper into the forest. The forest was eerily silent as they ventured into its depths, the only sound the distant rush of the nearby stream. They soon came upon a small clearing, where they discovered an old tattered tent. Cautiously they entered the tent, their flashlights revealing a scene of disarray. Sleeping bags were torn open, and supplies were scattered across the floor. It was as if the occupants had fled in a panic. Then they heard it again, the voice this time closer, as if it were just beyond the trees. They followed the sound, their hearts pounding with trepidation. It led them to a narrow trail that wound deeper into the forest. As they ventured further along the trail, they stumbled upon a backpack and a hiking jacket, abandoned on the ground as if their owner had hastily discarded them. It was a chilling sight, a sign that someone had been in distress. The voice came again, echoing through the trees, desperate and pleading. It sent shivers down their spines, and they knew they had to leave the forest immediately, fearing that they too might become victims of whatever unseen force had claimed the camper. They retreated from the wilderness of the Appalachians, their encounter with the phantom camper forever etched in their memories. They couldn't help but wonder if the voice they had heard was the desperate plea of a lost soul, forever trapped in the remote wilderness, forever seeking escape from the enigmatic forces that had claimed them. The Haunting of the Amityville House. In November 1974, the quiet town of Amityville, New York, became the epicenter of a terrifying supernatural ordeal that would go down in history as one of the most famous haunted house stories ever told. The story began when the Lutz family, consisting of George and Kathy Lutz and their 3 children, moved into a beautiful Dutch colonial house at 112 Ocean Avenue. Little did they know that this idyllic-looking house had a gruesome and sinister past. Just a year before the Lutz family's arrival, the house was the site of a horrifying and gruesome mass murder. Ronald DeFeo Jr., the previous occupant of the house, had shot and killed 6 members of his own family while they slept. It was a chilling and inexplicable crime that sent shockwaves through the community. Ronald DeFeo Jr. claimed that voices in the house had compelled him to commit these heinous acts. When the Lutz family moved in, they were initially captivated by the house's charm and character. The spacious rooms, the cozy fireplaces, and the view of the Amityville River from their backyard all seemed perfect. However, it wasn't long before they began to experience a series of eerie and unexplained phenomena that would forever change their lives. The first signs of something amiss were subtle, but unsettling. Strange odors permeated the house, ranging from sickly sweet perfumes to the stench of decay. Doors and windows would open and close by themselves, and cold spots seemed to linger in certain rooms, no matter how high they cranked up the heat. Bizarrely, flies swarmed the house in the dead of winter, gathering in unusual patterns that defied natural explanation. As the days turned into weeks, the Lutz family's experiences escalated. They claimed to have seen apparitions, shadowy figures that moved through the hallways and rooms, often accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. Kathy Lutz was particularly affected, waking up at 3:15 a.m., the same time the DeFeo murders had occurred, plagued by terrifying nightmares and unexplained bruises on her body. George Lutz's behavior began to change as well. He became increasingly irritable and withdrawn, spending long hours in the basement, which he claimed was unnaturally cold. He even woke up one morning to find his hair had turned completely white, a shocking transformation attributed to the house's malevolent influence. The most disturbing event occurred when George Lutz began hearing voices urging him to harm his family. The walls seemed to pulse with a sinister energy, and green slime oozed from the walls, as if the house itself was bleeding. George, fearing for his family's safety, reached out to paranormal investigators for help. Among those who came to investigate the Amityville house were Ed and Lorraine Warren, renowned paranormal investigators famous for their work on other cases, including the Annabelle doll and the Perron family haunting, as depicted in the Conjuring series of films. The Warrens believed that the house was infested with malevolent spirits, possibly drawn to it due to the residual energy from the DeFeo murders. During their investigations, the Warrens documented numerous eerie occurrences. They recorded unexplained noises, captured photographs with strange anomalies, and reported feelings of extreme cold and malevolence in certain areas of the house. These findings later became part of the basis for their book, The Amityville Horror, which recounted the Lutz family's terrifying experiences in great detail. The Amityville Horror by J. Anson, based on the Warrens' investigations and the Lutz family's accounts, became a bestseller upon its release. The book sent shockwaves through popular culture, and the story of the Amityville haunting was adapted into a series of movies, further cementing its place in the annals of paranormal lore. The Amityville haunting story has sparked intense debate over the years. Skeptics question the validity of the Lutz family's claims, suggesting that they might have fabricated the story for financial gain. Others argue that the house is indeed haunted, pointing to the corroborating evidence collected by the Warrens and the enduring sense of dread that seems to hang over the property. To this day, 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville remains a place of fascination and fear, drawing curious visitors and paranormal enthusiasts. Whether one believes the story of the Amityville haunting to be fact or fiction, it undeniably stands as a chilling and enduring mystery in the realm of the supernatural, reminding us that sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that claim to be true. The Enfield Poltergeist, the true story behind The Conjuring 2. In the late 1970s, a modest house in Enfield, North London, became the center of a paranormal phenomenon that both baffled and terrified the family living there. The Hodgson family, consisting of Peggy Hodgson and her 4 children, Margaret, Janet, Johnny, and Billy, found themselves thrust into a nightmarish ordeal that would go down in history as the Enfield Poltergeist case. It all began innocuously enough with strange but seemingly harmless events. It started with unexplained knocking sounds and furniture moving on its own. Peggy, a single mother struggling to make ends meet, initially brushed these occurrences off as pranks or figments of her children's imagination. However, the incidents quickly escalated into something far more sinister. The paranormal activity intensified, and Janet, the 11-year-old daughter, became the primary target. She would often be hurled across rooms by an unseen force, seemingly defying the laws of physics. Janet's voice changed dramatically during these episodes, taking on an eerie, guttural quality, and she spoke in languages she had never learned. Furniture levitated and spun in the air. Objects were thrown across rooms with tremendous force, and family members reported feeling invisible hands gripping them. The house was filled with a chilling presence, and it was clear that something malevolent was at play. The Hodgson family turned to the police and the media for help, hoping to bring attention to their terrifying situation. It was during these interactions with law enforcement and the press that some of the most compelling evidence of the haunting emerged. Photographs captured Janet levitating above her bed, and audio recordings captured her speaking in strange, otherworldly voices. One of the most famous incidents involved investigator Maurice Gross, who witnessed a chair moving by itself. When he attempted to sit in it, the chair inexplicably tilted backward, sending him sprawling to the floor. Gross, along with fellow investigator Guy Lyon Playfair, became convinced that the Enfield case was genuine and not a hoax. Ed and Lorraine Warren, renowned paranormal investigators, also became involved in the Enfield poltergeist case. They visited the Hodgson family and conducted investigations, lending further credibility to the claims of supernatural activity. The Enfield poltergeist case garnered widespread attention, both in the UK and internationally. Skeptics questioned the authenticity of the events, suggesting that the Hodgson family had fabricated the entire story for attention or financial gain. However, investigators, including Grosse and Playfair, as well as the Warrens, remained convinced that the haunting was real. The case continued for over a year, during which the Hodgson family endured terrifying ordeals, but eventually, the intensity of the paranormal activity subsided. Janet Hodgson returned to a semblance of normalcy, and the family was able to regain some sense of stability. While the Enfield poltergeist case remains one of the most well-documented and controversial in the annals of paranormal research, it has left an indelible mark on popular culture. The event served as the inspiration for the film The Conjuring 2, directed by James Wan. The movie brought the Enfield haunting to a new generation of horror enthusiasts and reignited the debate over its authenticity. To this day, the Enfield poltergeist case remains a perplexing and unsettling chapter in the history of the paranormal. Whether one believes it to be a genuine haunting or a complex hoax, it stands as a testament to the enduring fascination with the unknown and the inexplicable forces that sometimes intrude upon our everyday lives. The Dyatlov Pass Incident, a cold and mysterious case. In the frigid winter of 1959, a group of 10 experienced hikers embarked on a challenging expedition in the Ural Mountains of Russia. They were led by Igor Dyatlov, a 23-year-old engineering student, and their goal was to reach Otorten, a mountain about 10 kilometers north of their final campsite, in a region known as the Northern Ural. The hikers were well prepared and equipped for the harsh conditions, but what transpired during their journey remains one of the most chilling and perplexing mysteries in the annals of true crime and unexplained phenomena. As the group ventured deeper into the wilderness, they faced extreme weather conditions, including heavy snowfall and bitterly cold temperatures. On the night of February 2, 1959, they made camp on the slopes of Kholat Syakhl, or Dead Mountain, a name that would soon take on an eerie significance. The journey should have been routine for these seasoned hikers, but something went terribly wrong. Weeks passed without any word from the group, and their families grew increasingly concerned. Finally, a search and rescue team was dispatched to find them. What the search team discovered was both baffling and horrifying. The hikers' tent had been abandoned, slashed open from the inside, with all of their belongings left behind. Footprints led away from the campsite, showing that the hikers had fled barefoot and in various states of undress despite the sub-zero temperatures. The first bodies were found not far from the campsite, buried in the snow. They were clad only in underwear and socks, and their bodies showed signs of exposure to the cold. Strangely, there were no visible external injuries or signs of a struggle. Autopsies later revealed that some of the hikers had sustained internal injuries, including fractured ribs and a fractured skull, but there were no indications of a physical altercation. As the search continued, the remaining bodies were discovered deeper in the forest. These hikers had apparently attempted to make a makeshift shelter in a den dug out of the snow, but it offered little protection from the elements. The last two bodies were found months later, buried under several meters of snow. They were better dressed than the others, but had also succumbed to the cold. What could have driven these experienced hikers to flee their campsite in such a panic, especially in their undergarments, in the middle of the night? Theories abound, ranging from avalanches to military involvement, from animal attacks to infrasound, a low-frequency sound that can cause discomfort and panic in humans. The official Soviet investigation concluded that the hikers had died of a compelling natural force, which only added to the mystery. The details of the investigation were classified, further fueling speculation and conspiracy theories. Decades later, in the 1990s, the Russian government declassified some of the case files, shedding a little more light on the incident. Yet the Dyatlov Pass incident remains a chilling enigma. Theories and speculation continue to swirl around this tragic event, with no conclusive explanation ever offered. The eerie circumstances surrounding the Dyatlov Pass incident have captured the imaginations of people around the world, inspiring numerous books, documentaries, and even fictionalized accounts. To this day, it stands as a stark reminder of the vast, unforgiving wilderness and the mysteries that can unfold in the most remote and treacherous corners of the earth. The Dyatlov Pass incident remains one of the most enduring and chilling unsolved mysteries in history, serving as a testament to the unpredictable and mysterious forces of nature and the human spirit's enduring quest for answers. The Exorcism of Anneliese Michel. The real story of the exorcism of Emily Rose. In the small town of Klingenberg, Germany, in the early 1970s, a young woman named Anneliese Michel was about to become the center of a haunting and deeply disturbing case of demonic possession. Her ordeal, which ultimately resulted in her tragic death, has been the subject of fascination, controversy, and cinematic adaptation, most notably in the film The Exorcism of Emily Rose. Anneliese Michel was a devoutly religious girl raised in a strict Catholic family. However, her life took a dark turn when at the age of 16, she began experiencing bizarre and disturbing symptoms. She started suffering from seizures, hearing voices, and exhibiting behavior that seemed far removed from her usual self. Her family, concerned for her well-being, sought medical and psychiatric help. Medical professionals diagnosed Anneliese with epilepsy and depression, prescribing medication to manage her symptoms. However, the treatments proved ineffective, and Anneliese's condition continued to deteriorate. She became increasingly isolated, unable to attend school or socialize with friends. As her condition worsened, Anneliese and her family began to believe that her affliction might be more than a medical or psychological disorder. They became convinced that she was possessed by demons. Her behavior included speaking in strange languages she had never learned, exhibiting superhuman strength, and displaying an aversion to religious symbols and artifacts. Desperate for help, Anneliese and her family turned to the Catholic Church, seeking an exorcism. The process of obtaining permission for an exorcism was not easy, as the Catholic Church is known for its cautious approach to such matters. However, after much persistence and evaluation by clergy, the Church eventually granted permission for an exorcism to be performed. Over a period of several months from 1975 to 1976, a series of exorcism sessions were conducted on Anneliese Michel. These sessions were grueling, often lasting for hours, and were physically and emotionally exhausting for both Anneliese and the attending priests. Anneliese's condition continued to worsen during the exorcisms, and her health deteriorated significantly. She refused to eat, believing that her suffering was a form of atonement for the sins of others. She eventually became emaciated and dehydrated, leading to pneumonia and malnutrition. Tragically, on July 1, 1976, Anneliese Michel passed away in her home. She was just 23 years old. The official cause of death was determined to be starvation and dehydration. Her death raised profound ethical and legal questions, resulting in a trial that garnered significant media attention. In 1978, both the priests who had conducted the exorcisms and Anneliese's parents were charged with negligent homicide. The trial that followed was highly contentious, with the defense arguing that Anneliese was genuinely possessed and that they had sought the Church's help in good faith. The court found the defendants guilty but issued relatively light sentences, taking into account the family's suffering and their belief that they were trying to help Anneliese. The story of Anneliese Michel's possession and exorcism continues to generate debate. Skeptics view the case as an example of mental illness and suggest that her condition could have been treated with medical intervention. Believers, however, point to the extraordinary phenomena witnessed during the exorcisms as evidence of demonic possession. The Exorcism of Emily Rose, a film loosely based on Anneliese's story, explores the legal and moral complexities of her case. Regardless of one's beliefs, the tragic tale of Annalisa Michel serves as a stark reminder of the intersection of religion, mental health, and the enduring human fascination with the supernatural. The Mothman Prophecies: Strange Encounters in Point Pleasant. In the small town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, between 1966 and 1967, residents experienced a series of bizarre and unsettling encounters with a creature that would become known as the Mothman. These strange events, accompanied by reports of eerie sightings and unexplained phenomena, have fascinated and mystified people for decades. The Mothman's tale began on the evening of November 15, 1966, when two couples, Roger and Linda Scarberry and Steve and Mary Malata, were driving near an abandoned munitions factory known as the TNT area. As they approached a remote area known as the McClintock Wildlife Management Area, they spotted a tall, winged figure with glowing red eyes standing near the factory gate. Terrified by the sight of this bizarre creature, the couple sped away, but the creature pursued them, effortlessly keeping up with their car even as it reached speeds of up to 100 miles per hour. Only when they reached the Point Pleasant city limits did the Mothman vanish into the night. The following day, the couples reported their encounter to the local authorities, who were initially skeptical, but soon became inundated with similar reports from other residents. Eyewitness accounts described a creature roughly 7 feet tall, with enormous wings and piercing red eyes. It was often described as having the ability to glide or hover just above the ground. In the weeks that followed, Point Pleasant was gripped by a sense of fear and unease. More sightings of the Mothman were reported, often accompanied by strange electrical disturbances, malfunctioning car engines, and mysterious phone calls with eerie metallic voices. Many who saw the creature experienced intense feelings of dread and foreboding. Journalist John Keel, who arrived in Point Pleasant to investigate the phenomenon, documented these strange occurrences in his book, The Mothman Prophecies. Keel's research suggested that the Mothman sightings were connected to a broader series of paranormal events, including UFO sightings, Men in Black encounters, and a bridge collapse that claimed the lives of 46 people on December 15, 1967, exactly 1 year after the first Mothman sighting. Keel proposed various theories about the Mothman, including the idea that it was a harbinger of doom or a manifestation of psychic energy. He also explored the possibility of a government conspiracy or a connection to extraterrestrial beings. The Mothman phenomenon continued to mystify and terrify residents of Point Pleasant, but as quickly as it had begun, it seemed to vanish. Sightings of the creature grew less frequent, and the town gradually returned to a sense of normalcy. Despite the passage of time, the legend of the Mothman endures. Point Pleasant embraces its eerie reputation and hosts an annual Mothman Festival, drawing visitors from around the world. Statues, artwork, and memorabilia dedicated to the creature can be found throughout the town. The Mothman's true nature and purpose remain a subject of debate and speculation. Some view it as a purely paranormal phenomenon, while others attribute it to folklore, mass hysteria, or natural explanations such as large owls or sandhill cranes. Regardless of one's beliefs, the Mothman continues to be a symbol of the unexplained and the enduring allure of the mysterious and unknown in the human psyche. Once upon a time, in a small town nestled between rolling hills, there stood an old house. This house had a reputation, one that sent shivers down the spines of anyone who dared to speak its name. It was known as the Whispering House. The Whispering House had been abandoned for as long as anyone could remember. Its wooden shutters hung crookedly on the windows, and ivy had wound its way up the crumbling walls. Locals claimed that strange things happened inside, things that couldn't be explained. One crisp autumn day, 4 friends named Jack, Sarah, Mark, and Lisa decided to put the rumors to the test. They gathered outside the Whispering House, their breath visible in the chilly air. They had all heard the stories, The whispers that echoed through the halls, the doors that opened and closed by themselves, the eerie glow in the windows at night. Jack, the adventurous one of the group, was the first to speak. "Are we really going in?" Sarah, always curious, replied, "We have to see if it's true, don't we?" Mark, the skeptic, scoffed, "This is just superstition. There's no such thing as haunted houses." Lisa, who had heard countless ghost stories from her grandmother, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. "Well, if there's nothing to be afraid of, then let's prove it." With a mixture of trepidation and determination, they pushed open the creaking front door and stepped into the whispering house. The air inside was stale, and dust motes danced in the sunlight that filtered through the cracked windows. They began to explore room after room, their flashlights revealing peeling wallpaper, discarded furniture, and an eerie silence that hung heavy in the air. As they ventured deeper into the house, a sense of foreboding settled over them. Shadows seemed to move on their own, and strange noises echoed through the hallways. It wasn't long before even Mark, the skeptic, felt a chill run down his spine. "I don't like this," Lisa whispered, her voice barely audible, but Jack was determined to press on. "Come on, guys, it's just an old house. Let's not chicken out now." As they continued their exploration, they couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Whispers seemed to drift through the walls, too faint to make out words, but unsettling nonetheless. "I heard something," Sarah said, her voice trembling. Mark dismissed it. "Probably just the wind." But Lisa knew it wasn't the wind. She had heard it too. A faint, ghostly whisper that sent shivers down her spine. They reached the grand staircase, its ornate banister worn with age. The stairs creaked beneath their feet as they began to ascend. It was as if the very house was alive, its timbers groaning and protesting their presence. On the second floor, they explored room after room, each one seemingly frozen in time. Old portraits stared down at them from the walls, their eyes following their every move. Dust-covered furniture lay draped in white sheets, as if waiting for a guest who would never arrive. The sense of being watched grew stronger, and the whispers grew louder. It was as if the very walls of the whispering house held secrets that longed to be revealed. In one room, Jack's flashlight beam fell upon an old dusty mirror. He approached it, curiosity getting the better of him. As he looked into the mirror, he froze. Staring back at him was not his own reflection, but the pale, ghostly face of a young girl. Her eyes were hollow and her lips moved silently, forming words that he could not hear. Jack stumbled back, his heart pounding. Did anyone else see that? The others rushed over, but the mirror showed only their own reflections. "It was probably just a trick of the light," Mark said, though his voice wavered. But Jack knew what he had seen. It was as if the whispering house was trying to communicate with them, to tell them its secrets. As they continued their exploration, they came upon a room at the end of the hallway. The door was slightly ajar, and a soft, inviting light spilled out from within. They exchanged glances, and with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, they pushed the door open. Inside, they found a room bathed in a soft golden glow. The walls were adorned with intricate wallpaper, and a crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. In the center of the room stood an antique music box, its delicate melody filling the air. The room felt different, as if it existed outside of time. The whispers were louder here, their words almost discernible. Lisa approached the music box and carefully lifted its lid. The haunting melody continued to play, and as she peered inside, she saw a small porcelain figurine, a ballerina frozen in mid-dance. As they watched, the figurine seemed to come to life, spinning gracefully to the music. The room seemed to sway with the motion, and the whispers grew more insistent, as if urging them to stay, to listen, to understand. It was as if the very walls of the whispering house were pleading with them, begging them not to leave, to stay and uncover the secrets that lay hidden within. But the four friends pushed open the front door and stepped out into the crisp autumn air, their hearts pounding, their minds filled with questions and unease. As they walked away from the whispering house, they couldn't shake the feeling that they had left something behind, something that wanted to be heard, something that had been waiting for them. That night, as they lay in their beds, they heard the whispers once more. They were no longer faint and distant, but loud and clear, as if the very walls of their homes were speaking to them. The whispers told of a tragic tale, a tale of a young girl who had once lived in the Whispering House. Her name was Isabella, and she had loved to dance. But her life had been cut short, and her spirit had remained trapped within the walls of the house, longing for release. Over the following days, the whispers grew louder, and the four friends could no longer ignore them. They returned to the Whispering House, determined to uncover the truth. As they entered the room with the music box, the whispers reached a crescendo, and Isabella's voice filled the air. She told them of her love for dancing, of the joy it had brought her, and of the tragic accident that had taken her life. Tears filled Lisa's eyes as she listened to Isabella's story. "We have to help her," she said. Together they searched the room and found an old diary hidden beneath the floorboards. It belonged to Isabella, and it told of her dreams, her hopes, and her love for dancing. As they read Isabella's words, the room began to glow with a soft light, and the music box started to play once more. The porcelain ballerina twirled gracefully, as if dancing to Isabella's memory. And then, in a moment of pure magic, Isabella herself appeared before them, a translucent figure, her eyes filled with gratitude and joy. She danced, her ethereal form moving with grace and beauty, as if finally free to express the passion that had been locked away for so long. With a final joyful twirl, Isabella faded away, leaving behind a sense of peace and fulfillment. The whispers in the Whispering House ceased, and the old mansion seemed to sigh with relief, as if a long-held secret had been shared, and a restless spirit had found release. The four friends left the Whispering House that day, their hearts light and their minds filled with wonder. They had witnessed something truly extraordinary, something that defied explanation. And as they looked back at the old house, they knew that it was no longer the Whispering House, but a place of beauty, of magic, and of a dance that would be remembered for all time. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, but the memory of their encounter with Isabella and the Whispering House remained vivid in their minds. The four friends couldn't help but feel a deep connection to the old mansion and the spirit that had once dwelled within its walls. As the autumn leaves began to fall, they decided to return to the Whispering House one more time. They wanted to pay their respects to Isabella and to ensure that her memory lived on. When they arrived, they were surprised to find that the old mansion had undergone a transformation. The ivy that had once choked its walls had withered away, revealing the beauty of its architecture. The windows that had once been dark and foreboding now sparkled in the sunlight. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a sense of warmth and welcome. The Whispering House no longer felt eerie and unsettling. Instead, it radiated a quiet serenity. In the room with the music box, they found a single red rose placed beside it, a symbol of love and remembrance. The music box played Isabella's favorite melody, and the room seemed to come alive with the memory of her presence. Jack, Sarah, Mark, and Lisa sat together, their hearts filled with gratitude for the experience they had shared. They knew that they had been touched by something extraordinary, something that had brought them closer together and had changed their lives forever. As they left the Whispering House for the final time, they knew that they were leaving behind a place haunting whispers, but for the enduring tale of Isabella, a tale of love, loss, and the power of friendship to transcend even the darkest of mysteries. As they looked back one last time at the old mansion, they couldn't help but smile, knowing that they had played a part in bringing light to a place that had once been shrouded in darkness. And as the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm golden glow over the Whispering House, they knew that Isabella's spirit would forever dance in its hallowed halls, a testament to the enduring power of love and the beauty of the unknown. But as the years passed, the memory of the Whispering House began to fade. The town's younger generation paid little heed to its history, and the old mansion once again fell into disrepair. Jack, Sarah, Mark, and Lisa grew older, their lives filled with the responsibilities and demands of adulthood. They had families of their own, and the demands of daily life left little time for the memories of their youth. But one autumn day, as they gathered together for a rare reunion, the topic of the Whispering House came up. They reminisced about the strange and wondrous events of that fateful day, and their faces lit up with the joy of shared memories. "I wonder if the Whispering House is still there," Lisa mused. "It's been so long since we visited." Jack, ever the adventurer, suggested, "Why don't we go back and see? Maybe it's still as magical as we remember." And so, on a crisp autumn morning, the four friends made their way back to the town where they had spent their youth. As they approached the familiar hills, they couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. But when they arrived at the location of the Whispering House, they were met with a sight that filled them with sorrow. The old mansion had fallen into complete disrepair. Its once glistening windows were shattered, its walls were covered in graffiti, and the ivy that had once adorned its exterior had withered away. Tears welled up in Lisa's eyes as she gazed upon the sorry state of the house. "It's such a shame. The Whispering House used to be so beautiful." Sarah nodded, her voice filled with sadness. "It's as if all the magic has been drained from it." They ventured inside, their footsteps echoing in the empty, decaying halls. The whispers that had once filled the house were now gone, replaced by a haunting silence. In the room with the music box, they found only dust and decay. The music box itself had been stolen, leaving behind an empty space that seemed to mock their memories. Jack, Sarah, Mark, and Lisa walked through the rooms, their hearts heavy with the weight of time and loss. The Whispering House, once a place of wonder and mystery, had become a forgotten relic of the past. As they made their way back outside, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of melancholy. The magic of their youth, the memory of Isabella's dance, and the enduring bond of their friendship all seemed like distant echoes in the autumn breeze. And so, they left the Whispering House for the last time, their footsteps echoing in the empty halls. The once magical place had become a ghost of its former self, a testament to the passage of time and the fleeting nature of memories. As they stood outside looking at the crumbling mansion, Jack spoke quietly, his voice filled with resignation. "It's time to let go of the past. The Whispering House is no more." And with heavy hearts, they turned away from the once magical place and walked back toward their own lives, carrying with them the bittersweet memories of a time when the world was filled with wonder, when the whispers of a haunted house had been a source of excitement, and when the dance of a young spirit had touched their hearts. But in the quiet corners of their minds, they knew that the Whispering House would forever live on in their memories, a place where the past and the present intertwined, where the line between reality and magic blurred, and where the echoes of a young girl's dance would forever haunt their souls. My dad was a priest and a servant of God. All others called him Father Antonio, and this is his story. Father Antonio had always been a man of unwavering faith. For years, he had performed his duties as a Catholic priest with devotion and conviction, but nothing could have prepared him for what he would encounter in the small Italian village of Rocca di Ombre. It was a cold and misty evening when he received a phone call that would change the course of his life. The voice on the other end was that of a desperate woman, Francesca, who sobbed as she explained the torment her family had endured. She spoke of unnatural occurrences, objects moving on their own, strange voices in the dead of night, and a malevolent presence that seemed to lurk in every corner of their ancestral home, Villa delle Ombre. "I beg you, Father Antonio," Francesca implored. "Please come to our village and help us. We fear that evil has taken hold of our home." With his heart heavy with concern, Father Antonio agreed to make the journey to Rocca di Ombre. He knew that exorcisms were rare and dangerous endeavors, reserved for the most extreme cases, but he couldn't turn his back on a family in distress. As he arrived in the village, he was greeted by Francesca and her family, a mother, a father, and their 2 young children. Their eyes were filled with a mixture of hope and fear as they led him to Villa delle Ombre, a grand old mansion that had stood for centuries. The house itself was an imposing structure, its stone facade weathered by time and its windows darkened by shadows. Father Antonio couldn't shake the feeling that the very walls of the villa held secrets that were better left undiscovered. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. The air seemed to vibrate with an otherworldly presence, and the flickering candles cast eerie shadows on the walls. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for the exorcism to begin. Francesca's father, Angelo, spoke with a tremor in his voice. "Father, we have sought the help of priests before, but the evil that dwells here is relentless. It mocks our prayers and defies our faith." Father Antonio nodded solemnly. He had heard such accounts before, but the true nature of evil was something that could never be fully comprehended. He knew that the battle ahead would not be an easy one. The exorcism began in the dimly lit living room. Father Antonio, accompanied by the family, recited prayers and performed rituals, calling upon the power of God to cast out the malevolent entity that had taken root in Villa delle Ombre. But as the hours passed, it became clear that this was no ordinary exorcism. The entity resisted with a ferocity that Father Antonio had never encountered before. Objects flew across the room, furniture shook violently, and a deep guttural voice emanated from the very walls themselves. "Leave this place, foul spirit," Father Antonio commanded, his voice unwavering. "In the name of God, I cast you out." But the entity only laughed, a chilling, mocking laughter that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Part 2. The Dark History. As the exorcism continued into the night, Father Antonio couldn't help but wonder about the history of Villa delle Ombre. There was something about the house, something ancient and sinister, that seemed to fuel the malevolent force within. During a brief respite in the exorcism, he spoke with Angelo about the history of the villa. Angelo's eyes were haunted as he recounted the tales that had been passed down through generations. "Father, this house has witnessed unspeakable horrors," Angelo began. "Centuries ago, it belonged to a powerful nobleman who dabbled in the dark arts. He practiced forbidden rituals and made pacts with demonic forces in exchange for wealth and power." Father Antonio listened intently, his heart heavy with foreboding. As the years passed, Angelo continued, the nobleman's soul grew darker, and his deeds more depraved. He committed acts of unspeakable cruelty, and his victims were many. It is said that the very walls of this house absorbed the suffering and anguish of those who suffered within its walls. Father Antonio realized that the evil that dwelled in Villa delle Ombre was not a recent affliction, but a malevolence that had festered for centuries. The sins of the past had left an indelible mark on the house, and the entity that now tormented the family was a manifestation of that darkness. Determined to confront the malevolent force head-on, Father Antonio resumed the exorcism with renewed resolve. He recited prayers and wielded holy relics, pushing the entity to the brink. But as the climax of the exorcism neared, the entity's resistance reached a fever pitch. The very foundations of the house seemed to tremble, and the family clung to each other in terror. Francesca's mother, Maria, cried out, "Father, please, we cannot endure this any longer. The evil is too strong." Father Antonio knew that he could not falter now. With all the strength of his faith, he invoked the power of God and confronted the entity with unwavering resolve. "In the name of God Almighty, I command you to leave this place and never return." For a moment, there was a deafening silence, and Father Antonio feared that his efforts had been in vain. But then, with a bone-chilling wail, the entity was expelled from Villa delle Ombre, leaving behind an eerie calm. The family collapsed in exhaustion and relief, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Father Antonio knew that the battle was won, but the scars of the ordeal would remain for a lifetime. Part 3. Lingering Shadows. In the days that followed the exorcism, Villa delle Ombre underwent a profound transformation. The heavy, suffocating atmosphere lifted, and the house seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The family felt a newfound sense of peace and safety within its walls. But Father Antonio couldn't shake the feeling that the evil that had plagued the villa for centuries had not been fully vanquished. He knew that the malevolent force had been expelled, but its lingering presence cast a long shadow over the family. As he prepared to leave Rocca di Ombre, Father Antonio spoke with Angelo one last time. "The battle is won, my friend, but the scars of the past may never fully heal. You must remain vigilant and steadfast in your faith." Angelo nodded solemnly, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Father, for saving our family. We will never forget your bravery and your unwavering faith." As Father Antonio made his way back to his own parish, he couldn't help but reflect on the nature of evil. He knew that it could take root in the darkest corners of the human soul and fester for generations. But he also knew that the power of faith and the resilience of the human spirit could triumph even in the face of the most malevolent forces. Villa delle Ombre would forever be a place haunted by its dark history, but it would also be a testament to the enduring power of faith and the courage to confront the shadows that lurked in the deepest recesses of the human soul. Father Antonio couldn't shake the feeling that the evil that had plagued the villa for centuries had not been fully vanquished. He knew that the malevolent force had been expelled, but its lingering presence cast a long shadow over the family. In the days following the exorcism, the family cautiously settled back into their ancestral home, Villa delle Ombre. The heavy, suffocating atmosphere had lifted, and a newfound sense of peace seemed to have taken hold. But peace was a fragile thing in the face of such malevolence. Francesca and her family tried to resume their lives, grateful for the reprieve from the horrors they had endured. They returned to work, the children to school, and the daily routines of life. Yet, there was a lingering unease that refused to dissipate. At night, they would gather around the dinner table, sharing stories and laughter, trying to rebuild the bonds that had been strained by the darkness that had consumed their home. Father Antonio had urged them to lean on their faith, to seek solace in prayer, and to remain vigilant. As the weeks turned into months, life seemed to return to normal. But then subtle signs began to emerge, whispers in the dead of night, shadows that moved of their own accord, and an unshakable feeling that they were being watched. Francesca's father, Angelo, was the first to notice the changes. He confided in Father Antonio, his voice trembling with fear. "Father, I hear the whispers again, just as we did before. It's as if the evil has found a way back into our home." Father Antonio's heart sank. He knew that evil was relentless, and it would seize any opportunity to return. He returned to Villa delle Ombre, this time with a sense of grim determination. The family greeted him with a mixture of relief and anxiety. They knew that the battle was far from over. Father Antonio conducted a thorough investigation, seeking any clues that might explain the resurgence of the malevolent force. It was during this investigation that he discovered a hidden room in the depths of the villa, a chamber that had been sealed for centuries. The walls of the chamber were adorned with sinister symbols and blasphemous writings, a testament to the dark rituals that had been performed there in ages past. Father Antonio realized that this chamber held the key to understanding the evil that had plagued Villa delle Ombre. He consulted ancient texts and sought guidance from the Vatican, determined to confront the malevolent force once and for all. Part 4. The Final Battle. The day of reckoning arrived as Father Antonio, armed with sacred relics and the unwavering faith of the family, entered the hidden chamber. The air was thick with malevolence, and the very walls seemed to pulse with dark energy. As he recited prayers and performed rituals, the malevolent force within the chamber stirred. Shadows danced on the walls, and the temperature plummeted to an icy chill. But Father Antonio was unyielding in his resolve. "In the name of God Almighty," he proclaimed, "I command you to reveal yourself and face the judgment of heaven." With a deafening roar, the entity manifested before him, a swirling vortex of darkness, its shape shifting and contorting as it lashed out with tendrils of pure evil. But Father Antonio held fast, his faith a shield against the onslaught. The battle raged on, a titanic struggle between the forces of light and darkness. The entity fought with a ferocity that defied comprehension, but Father Antonio's unwavering faith and the family's support provided a glimmer of hope. Hours turned into days as the exorcism continued. The hidden chamber became a battleground, and the very foundations of Villa delle Ombre trembled. Father Antonio knew that he was facing an ancient evil, one that had endured for centuries. With a final resounding prayer, Father Antonio called upon the power of God to cast out the malevolent force once and for all. The entity let out a howl of anguish, its form unraveling and dissipating into nothingness. The hidden chamber fell silent, and an eerie calm descended upon Villa delle Ombre. Father Antonio emerged, exhausted but victorious, to find the family waiting anxiously. Francesca and her family embraced Father Antonio, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. They knew that the battle had been won, and their home was finally free from the malevolent force that had tormented them for generations. In the aftermath of the final battle, Villa delle Ombre underwent a profound transformation. The hidden chamber was sealed for all eternity, its dark secrets buried with it. The heavy, suffocating atmosphere that had plagued the villa for centuries lifted, replaced by a sense of peace that was, at last, genuine. Francesca and her family were forever changed by their ordeal. They knew that the scars of the past would never fully heal, but they were determined to move forward with their lives. Their faith remained unshaken, and they drew strength from their unwavering belief in the power of good over evil. Father Antonio returned to his parish, forever marked by his experiences in Rocca di Ombre. He knew that evil was a force that could never be fully eradicated, but he also knew that the power of faith and the resilience of the human spirit could triumph even in the face of the most malevolent forces. As he looked back at Villa delle Ombre one last time, he knew that the battle had been won, but the scars of the past would serve as a reminder of the enduring power of faith and the courage to confront the shadows that lurked in the deepest recesses of the human soul. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the solitary stretch of road that led to the Meadowview Motel. Amelia, a young travel blogger with an adventurous spirit, found herself drawn to the allure of this remote establishment nestled among the rolling hills. Her journey had been long and tiresome, the allure of the quaint motel promising a much-needed respite. As she pulled into the gravel lot, the motel's neon sign flickered, casting an ethereal glow against the darkening sky. Amelia's tired eyes scanned the weathered facade, a sense of intrigue mingling with weariness. The sight of the rustic building evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of a bygone era. Stepping out of her car, Amelia breathed in the crisp evening air, a tinge of anticipation mingling with apprehension. The motel seemed frozen in time, the peeling paint and faded signage lending it an air of mysterious charm. The lobby greeted her with a musty scent and dated decor, a threadbare carpet, mismatched furniture, and a faint hum from a flickering overhead light. A portly man behind the reception desk looked up from his newspaper, his eyes scrutinizing her with a forced smile. "Welcome to Meadowview Motel," he greeted in a practiced tone. "How can I assist you?" Amelia returned the smile, her curiosity piqued by the antiquated charm of the place. "I'd like a room for the night, please," she said, her voice echoing in the quiet lobby. The man handed her a key with a worn tag. "Room 7 on the second floor, enjoy your stay," he replied, his eyes darting back to the newspaper as if eager to resume his interrupted reading. As she made her way up the creaking staircase, Amelia's mind buzzed with excitement, envisioning the quaint room where she would spend the night. However, as she unlocked the door to room 7, an uneasy feeling crept over her, a subtle sensation that something was amiss. The room was modest yet cozy, adorned with vintage furniture and floral curtains that billowed softly in the evening breeze. Amelia dropped her bag onto the bed, her gaze lingering on the old-fashioned television and the peculiar arrangement of the room. A quick exploration revealed nothing unusual, yet an odd sensation lingered, an intangible unease that whispered of hidden secrets. Dismissing it as mere fatigue from the journey, Amelia settled in, hoping for a peaceful night's rest. As the night deepened, Amelia's exhaustion waned, replaced by an inexplicable restlessness. She tossed and turned, her mind unable to shake off the unsettling feeling that lingered within the confines of room 7. A faint click roused her from her fitful slumber. Groggy and disoriented, Amelia blinked in the dimness, her eyes adjusting to the shadows dancing across the room. The TV screen emitted a faint glow, casting shadows on the walls. Her heart raced as she realized the source of the sound. A small camera mounted inconspicuously in the corner of the room, its lens fixed upon the bed. Shock coursed through her veins, the realization sending a surge of panic through her body. Thoughts raced through her mind, attempting to rationalize the presence of the camera, but no explanation could ease the rising terror. Amelia's hands trembled as she approached the camera, her breath shallow and erratic. With trembling fingers, she unplugged it from the power source, the silence that followed feeling deafening in the stillness of the room. Questions swirled in her mind, the sense of violation and vulnerability unsettling her to the core. Who was watching? How long had she been under surveillance? And most alarmingly, what purpose did this clandestine recording serve? Dread knotted in her stomach, urging her to flee, but a gnawing curiosity compelled her to investigate further. She rummaged through the room, scouring every nook and cranny for any evidence of hidden cameras or recording devices. Her search led her to a small ventilation grill near the ceiling, its metal frame rusted with age. With trepidation, Amelia stood on tiptoe, peering into the dark recesses beyond the grill. There, hidden within the shadows, lay a maze network of wires and surveillance equipment, an intricate setup of cameras meticulously positioned to capture every corner of the room. The realization struck her like a physical blow. This was no mere oversight or malfunctioning equipment. This was a meticulously orchestrated scheme of voyeurism, a violation of privacy beyond comprehension. An odd feeling went down her back as an alarming thought seeped into her mind. Was she the only guest subjected to this invasive scrutiny? A surge of adrenaline propelled Amelia to action. With frantic haste, she gathered her belongings, her mind racing with a singular focus: to confront the motel manager, to demand answers, to expose this egregious violation. As she burst into the lobby, her eyes met the gaze of the manager, who sat behind the reception desk, an unreadable expression etched on his face. Amelia's voice trembled with anger and fear as she confronted him, accusing him of violating her privacy, demanding an explanation for the covert surveillance. The manager's facade remained strangely calm, his gaze unwavering. "I assure you, it's for your safety, miss," he replied, his tone unsettlingly composed. Anger surged within her, mingling with the fear that threatened to overwhelm her senses. "Safety? How dare you invade my privacy under the guise of safety? Who else have you been watching? What have you done with those recordings?" Amelia's voice quivered with a mix of fury and dread. Before the manager could respond, a disturbing realization dawned upon her. His calm demeanor held an underlying menace, a sinister edge that scared her. With mounting horror, Amelia noticed a flicker of movement behind the manager, a fleeting glimpse of shadowy figures lurking in the dark corners of the lobby, their presence ominous and foreboding. The manager's lips curled into a twisted smirk, his eyes gleaming with an unkind glint. "You see, my dear guest, the Meadowview Motel harbors its own secrets," he uttered in a serene tone. Before Amelia could react, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the corridors, emerging from every corner of the motel. Shadowy figures materialized, encircling her with silent intent, their faces obscured by darkness. Paralyzed with fear, Amelia's desperate cries echoed through the desolate lobby, drowned out by the ominous silence of the motel and the menacing presence of those who lurked within its clandestine depths. And in that moment of terror and despair, the sinister truth of the Meadowview Motel unfolded. A web of voyeurism and evil, orchestrated by the manager and his clandestine accomplices who thrived on the voyeuristic gaze, ensnaring unsuspecting guests within their realm of horror. Amelia's anguished screams were swallowed by the suffocating darkness, becoming yet another haunting echo in the watchful eye of the Meadowview Motel. Story 2. In the heart of a desolate town nestled among the tall, looming trees, there stood an ancient motel, its facade weathered by time and neglect. It bore the name Whispering Pines Motel in faded letters that barely clung to the peeling paint. A once thriving establishment now echoed only with the sound of emptiness and the whispers of its forgotten past. It was a moonless night when Laura and Jack arrived, weary from hours of driving through winding roads that seemed to lead nowhere. The couple, seeking respite from the endless journey, stumbled upon the strange motel. The flickering neon sign outside barely illuminated the gravel parking lot, casting shadows that danced across the cracked pavement. Jack pulled their beaten-up car to a halt, the engine sputtering before falling silent. Laura peered out of the window, her eyes scanning the dark surroundings. "Are you sure about this place, Jack?" she asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Jack glanced at the foreboding motel. "It's late, Laura. This is the only place around for miles. Let's just stay for the night and leave first thing in the morning," he replied, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Reluctantly, they stepped out of the car and made their way to the motel's entrance. The wooden door creaked open as they entered, revealing a lobby adorned with dusty furniture and an ancient reception desk. The air felt heavy, thick with a sense of foreboding. A stooped old man emerged from the shadows behind the desk, his face etched with wrinkles and his eyes clouded with age. "Welcome to Whispering Pines Motel," he rasped, his voice scratchy and low. "How can I help you tonight?" "We need a room for the night," Jack said, trying to ignore the unsettling feeling creeping up his neck. The old man nodded slowly, reaching for a tarnished brass key hanging on a peg behind the desk. He handed it to Jack. "Room 13, he murmured, his gaze fixed on some distant point beyond them. Taking the key, the couple made their way down a corridor, the faint smell of mildew lingering in the air. Room 13 was at the far end, its door slightly ajar as if beckoning them inside. Once inside, Laura shivered, feeling a cold that seemed to penetrate her bones. The room was bare and devoid of any warmth, the ancient wallpaper peeling at the edges. Jack tried to reassure her, but even he couldn't shake off the unease that hung in the stale air. As the night deepened, strange sounds began to echo through the motel. The faint whispers of the wind outside, the creaking of floorboards, and occasional faint murmurs that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Laura tossed and turned in the uncomfortable bed, unable to shake off the feeling of being watched. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence, jolting both of them awake. Heart-pounding, Jack leaped out of bed, rushing into the corridor. The source of the scream seemed to originate from the room adjacent to theirs. They found the door ajar, and as Jack pushed it open, the sight before them froze their blood. A ghastly scene unfolded. The room bathed in a crimson glow, furniture overturned, and crimson streaks splattered across the walls. In the center of the chaos stood the old man from the reception, his eyes wide and wild, a sinister grin etched on his face. He clutched a gleaming knife, its blade glistening in the light. "Welcome to Whispering Pines, where secrets are kept," he hissed, his voice unnaturally twisted. Laura gasped in horror, trying to comprehend the nightmarish reality unfolding before her. Before they could react, the old man lunged towards them, his laughter echoing maniacally through the desolate halls. Jack pushed Laura behind him, his heart pounding with fear and adrenaline. They bolted back towards their room, the sound of the old man's crazed laughter echoing through the corridors. As they reached their door, Jack fumbled with the key, his hands shaking uncontrollably. With a click, they managed to lock the door just as the old man's heavy footsteps drew closer. Breathless and trembling, they huddled in the corner of the room, their eyes wide with terror. The sound of the old man's footsteps halted outside their door, followed by a bone-chilling silence that stretched on for an agonizing moment. Then, without warning, the door creaked open, revealing the twisted silhouette of the old man, his sinister grin illuminated by the pale moonlight that filtered in through the window. With a haunting whisper, he uttered, "You can never leave Whispering Pines. You'll join the secrets that reside within." Before they could react, the old man lunged forward, the glint of the blade in his hand flashing in the darkness. The gleaming blade arced through the air, glinting cruel in the moonlight as the old man lunged toward them. Laura's scream pierced the air, mingling with Jack's desperate attempts to push the assailant away. In a frantic struggle, Jack grappled with the old man, their bodies colliding against the room's worn-out furniture. Laura's eyes widened with terror as she searched for anything to defend herself. Amidst the chaos, Jack managed to knock the knife from the old man's grasp, sending it skittering across the floor. With a surge of adrenaline, he wrestled the assailant to the ground, pinning him down. "Call for help, Laura, now." Jack's voice trembled with urgency as he strained to keep the old man restrained. Laura fumbled for her phone, her fingers shaking violently as she dialed emergency services. But as she raised the phone to her ear, a grim realization struck her. There was no signal. Panic surged within her, the walls of the motel seemingly suffocating her with their evil presence. The struggle continued in the room, Jack's strength waning against the surprising vigor of the old man. It was as if some unnatural force fueled the assailant, lending him in strange strength. With a sudden burst of energy, the old man shoved Jack aside, his eyes alight with a feral intensity. He scrambled to his feet, his gaze fixated on Laura, who stood frozen in terror. "You think you can escape? You think you can unravel the secrets of this place?" The old man spat, his voice twisted with madness. "The Whispering Pines feeds on your fear, on your despair. You're trapped here with me." Laura's breaths came in ragged gasps as she backed away, her eyes darting around the room in a desperate search for an escape route. But the room seemed to constrict around her, the walls closing in with an oppressive weight. In a last-ditch effort, Jack lunged toward the old man, tackling him to the ground once more. But before he could subdue him, a haunting whisper seemed to echo from the very foundation of the motel, a chorus of disembodied voices that melded together in a dark symphony. "The secrets must be kept." The room quivered as if caught in the grip of an unseen force. Shadows danced along the walls, contorting into grotesque shapes that twisted and writhed in macabre patterns. Laura staggered backward, her mind reeling with fear and confusion. As Jack grappled with the old man, an unearthly sensation washed over them, an inexplicable pull toward the motel's hidden depths. Their surroundings blurred and wavered, reality itself bending and warping, as if succumbing to the dark forces that held sway over the Whispering Pines. Suddenly, the motel seemed to unravel before their eyes, its decrepit facade giving way to a sinister revelation. They stood on the precipice of a nightmarish realm, a grotesque web of corridors and chambers that extended far beyond the physical boundaries of the motel they thought they knew. The old man's maniacal laughter pierced through the dissonant whispers, echoing through the twisted corridors of the unearthly expanse. With a final guttural cry, the old man dissolved into the shadows, his laughter lingering as an ominous echo in the air. Laura and Jack found themselves lost in a nightmarish maze, their very existence ensnared within the vicious grip of the Whispering Pines. Each corridor they navigated seemed to lead to another realm of horror, each chamber revealing grotesque secrets that defied all logic and reason. Time lost its meaning as they stumbled through the surreal landscape of the motel's hidden dimensions, their screams drowned out by the cacophony of whispers that reverberated through the endless corridors. And in the heart of this eldritch labyrinth, the couple's agonized pleas dissolved into the startling symphony of the motel's secrets, becoming yet another haunting whisper lost within its cursed walls. The Whispering Pines Motel stood silent once more, its dark secrets buried within the confines of its twisted reality, waiting for the next unsuspecting souls to become ensnared in its sinister embrace. Story 3. John, a weary traveler seeking solace from the wearisome road, arrived at the Sunset Haven Motel as dusk painted the sky in shades of crimson and gold. The motel stood nestled amidst a serene landscape, its faded sign welcoming guests with a flickering neon glow. Weariness tugged at John's muscles as he trudged into the motel's reception. The scent of aged wood and dust lingered in the air as he approached the middle-aged woman behind the counter, her tired eyes peering at him from behind thick-rimmed glasses. "Welcome to Sunset Haven. How can I assist you?" She greeted with a forced smile, the weariness evident in her voice. "I'd like a room for the night, please," John replied, his fatigue palpable. The woman handed him a key with a faded room number etched onto the tag. "Room 12 on the ground floor. Enjoy your stay," she murmured, her gaze already drifting back to a crossword puzzle on the counter. John lugged his duffel bag across the gravel path, feeling a sense of relief as he reached room 12. As he unlocked the door, a musty odor assaulted his senses, a pungent stench that lingered in the air. The room itself was modest, but the overpowering smell tainted the quaint atmosphere. Ignoring it as a mere inconvenience, John opened a window to let in the evening breeze, hoping to dissipate the unpleasant scent. As the night draped the motel in shadows, John's weariness battled against his restlessness. Sleep eluded him as he tossed and turned, the relentless stench invading his nostrils hanging heavy in the stagnant air. Restless, John decided to take a stroll around the motel grounds, hoping to clear his mind and escape the oppressive odor that clung to room 12. The night was eerily silent, broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant hum of passing vehicles. As he wandered, a peculiar sensation drew his attention toward the room adjacent to his, room 11. The faint aroma of decay lingered in the air, mingling with the already foul stench that had plagued him since his arrival. Curiosity piqued, John approached the door of room 11. The odor grew stronger, an unsettling amalgamation of rot and something indefinably putrid. With a growing sense of unease, he pressed his ear against the door, straining to catch any sound from within. Silence greeted him, but the sickening stench lingered, clawing at his nostrils. A foreboding sensation settled over him, a feeling that something was terribly amiss behind the closed door. A faint sliver of light escaped from the gap beneath the door, casting a weird glow onto the corridor. John hesitated, torn between his curiosity and an inexplicable dread that gnawed at his instincts. An inexplicable urge to investigate overcame him, fueled by the need to unravel the mystery behind the putrid scent emanating from room 11. He reached for the doorknob, his hand trembling slightly as he twisted it cautiously. The door creaked open, revealing a room adorned with shabby furnishings and an unsettling stillness that hung in the air. The stench intensified, assaulting John's senses with a suffocating weight that made him gag. The room was sparsely furnished, a bed with rumpled sheets, a tattered armchair in the corner, and a faintly humming refrigerator. Yet the source of the noxious odor remained elusive, shrouded in the gloomy confines of the room. John's eyes scanned the space, searching for any clue that could unravel the mystery. As he approached the refrigerator, a wave of dread washed over him, a primal instinct warning him of imminent danger. With trembling hands, he opened the refrigerator door, the putrid smell hitting him like a physical blow. Inside, amidst the cold air, lay decomposing food, containers with mold-covered leftovers, and a sickening sight, a sealed plastic bag stained with dark, ominous splotches. Dread gripped him as he realized the sinister truth. A morbid secret hidden within the confines of room 11. The stench was no mere neglect or oversight. It was the sickening aroma of something far more sinister. A foreboding scent of death and decay. A sense of horror and revulsion engulfed John, his mind reeling with the implications of what he had stumbled upon. His instincts screamed at him to flee, to seek help, to alert the authorities. But fear rooted him to the spot, paralyzed by the gruesome reality that lay before him. Before he could comprehend the full extent of the intimidating discovery, a shuffling sound drew his attention to the darkest corner of the room. Shadows danced, elongating into grotesque shapes, as a figure stirred from the depths of the gloom. In the dim light, a haggard and disheveled man emerged, his eyes hollow and haunted. A haunting realization struck John. The man was the occupant of room 11, lurking in the darkness with an air of desolation and despair. As their eyes locked, a silence descended, broken only by the ragged breaths of the man standing before him. Without a word, without a hint of remorse, the man's lips curled into a twisted smirk, a macabre expression that sent a shiver down John's spine. And in that heart-stopping moment, the man's silence spoke volumes, revealing a horrifying truth. Room 11 harbored a secret so sinister, so ghastly, that its presence lingered in the stench of death and the haunting gaze of its forlorn occupant. With a guttural sound that echoed in the suffocating silence, the man retreated back into the shadows, leaving John frozen in horror, the nightmarish sight seared into his memory. The grotesque revelation of room 11 and its ghastly occupant became yet another awful chapter in the sinister history of the Sunset Haven Motel, a place where secrets festered in the darkness, ensnaring unsuspecting guests within its nightmarish embrace. In the quaint town of Oak Ridge, Nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, life was ordinary until whispers of the vanishing began. It all started with Mrs. Thompson, a beloved librarian who failed to show up one morning for her routine story hour. Concern rippled through the community like a silent tremor, prompting worried glances and speculative murmurs. Days turned into weeks, and the mystery of Mrs. Thompson's disappearance deepened. The town's gentle rhythms were disrupted by a palpable unease, an undercurrent of anxiety that coursed through the veins of Oak Ridge. Rumors circulated like tendrils of smoke, conjectures spun from the fragile threads of speculation. Was she abducted? Did she choose to vanish? No one could decipher the truth. In the heart of this turmoil stood Detective James Carter, a seasoned investigator with a penchant for unraveling enigmas. He arrived in Oak Ridge, his presence a beacon of hope to the distressed townsfolk. Determined and methodical, Carter delved into Mrs. Thompson's life, sifting through every fragment of information. Yet the case remained an enigmatic puzzle. The disappearance of Mrs. Thompson was soon followed by others, ordinary people from various walks of life, each one fading into the enigmatic mist of the unknown. Carter sensed a pattern, a subtle tapestry woven with threads of inexplicable occurrences. His meticulous investigation unearthed connections, trivial at first glance but weaving a sinister narrative that crept through the fabric of Oak Ridge's history. There were no signs of struggle, no ransom demands, no logical explanations. The vanishing was an enigma wrapped in a shroud of ambiguity. As Carter combed through witness testimonies and scoured through evidence, the unsettling truth began to unfold like a grotesque tableau. Residents grew wary, haunted by the specter of uncertainty lurking in the shadows. They locked doors, avoided deserted alleys, and cast furtive glances over their shoulders. The once vibrant town square now wore a veneer of desolation, a ghostly echo of its former vitality. Carter found himself consumed by the investigation, sleepless nights spent poring over files, chasing elusive leads that seemed to slip through his fingers like fine grains of sand. The weight of the unsolved mystery bore down on him, gnawing at the edges of his resolve. One frigid evening, as the town lay cloaked in a scary silence, Carter received an anonymous tip. It led him to the outskirts of Oak Ridge, to a battered barn nestled amid overgrown foliage. The detective's pulse quickened as he cautiously ventured inside, the musty air thick with unease. Moonlight filtered through broken beams, casting elongated shadows that danced along the decaying walls. In the center of the barn lay a crude altar, adorned with faded symbols etched in crimson paint. Carter's heart pounded in his chest as he scrutinized the cryptic markings, a chilling realization dawning upon him. Before he could process the revelation, a sudden gust of wind extinguished his flashlight, plunging him into suffocating darkness. Panic clawed at his throat as whispers echoed from unseen corners, insidious murmurs that toyed with his sanity. A voice, cold and hollow, slithered through the void. "You seek answers, detective. Embrace the truth." The darkness seemed to constrict around Carter, tendrils of fear coiling around his mind. He fumbled for his flashlight, fingers trembling as he struggled against an overwhelming sense of dread. In a desperate attempt to flee, he turned to leave but stumbled upon an unseen obstacle, crashing to the ground. And then silence. The townsfolk awoke to an empty Oak Ridge, a ghost town frozen in time. Detective Carter, the last beacon of hope, had joined the vanishing, leaving behind a chilling message etched into the town square's worn cobblestones. None shall unveil the veil of the vanishing. Embrace the void. In the wake of his disappearance, Oak Ridge became a fading memory, a cautionary tale whispered in hushed tones, a place lost in the sinister embrace of the unknown. And the enigma of the vanishing persisted, a macabre legacy etched into the annals of a forgotten town, where echoes of life dissolved into the abyss. Months passed, and the narrative of Oak Ridge's vanishing faded into the periphery of neighboring towns' conversations. It became a cautionary tale, a chilling fable parents whispered to their children as a reminder of the fragility of reality. Despite the town's desolation, the mystery lingered like an unspoken curse. People avoided Oak Ridge, believing it to be cursed, an echo chamber of the supernatural. The government declared the town off-limits, citing an unexplained phenomenon as grounds for quarantine. However, among the whispered tales of the town's demise, a shadowy figure emerged from the depths of obscurity. Dr. Evelyn Pierce, a brilliant but unconventional scientist specializing in the study of quantum anomalies, became fixated on Oak Ridge's inexplicable vanishing. Driven by a relentless thirst for truth, Dr. Pierce defied warnings and clandestinely ventured into the forbidden town. Armed with an array of specialized equipment and a mind unshackled by conventional reasoning, she sought to decipher the enigma that had eluded understanding. The once thriving streets of Oak Ridge were now draped in silence, a surreal stillness that clung to the buildings like a shroud. Dr. Pierce navigated cautiously, her steps echoing off the hollow facades of abandoned homes. Her investigation led her to the decrepit barn on the outskirts, the epicenter of the mystery. Despite the palpable sense of worry, Dr. Pierce pressed forward, her determination a beacon in the suffocating darkness. Inside the barn, she encountered remnants of Detective Carter's presence, scattered files, a broken flashlight, and the cryptic symbols etched upon the weathered altar. Dr. Pierce meticulously cataloged every detail, her scientific curiosity fueled by an insatiable desire to unravel the inexplicable. As she meticulously examined the symbols, a sudden resonance reverberated through the air, a dissonant frequency that reverberated in her bones. A surge of energy crackled through the barn, distorting the fabric of reality itself. The symbols glowed with an ethereal luminescence, casting an otherworldly hue upon the surroundings. Dr. Pierce's breath hitched as she realized the symbols weren't merely markings. They were a conduit, a gateway to an unknown realm beyond comprehension. In a reckless bid to unveil the truth, she activated a device designed to analyze the anomalies. The barn quaked, the air pulsating with an otherworldly resonance that transcended the boundaries of human comprehension. Reality fractured. The barn, once an abandoned husk, transformed into a surreal nexus, a convergence of disparate dimensions. Dr. Pierce's surroundings warped and twisted, a kaleidoscope of fractured realities coalescing into a mind-bending panorama. Time lost its semblance, folding and contorting upon itself. Dr. Pierce, ensnared in the maelstrom, witnessed echoes of Oak Ridge's vanished denizens, their spectral visages flickering like distant stars in an immeasurable void. In that moment of fractured existence, she glimpsed the truth. The vanishing wasn't a mere disappearance. It was a transcendence. Oak Ridge had become a fractured locus, a confluence where reality unraveled and souls transcended mortal constraints. Amidst the chaos, Dr. Pierce's consciousness teetered on the precipice of comprehension and madness. She yearned to unravel the enigma, yet the sheer enormity of the revelation threatened to devour her sanity. As swiftly as it began, the cataclysmic event reached its crescendo, and then silence. Dr. Evelyn Pierce, a lone sentinel in the turbulent sea of fractured realities, became another enigmatic fragment in the tapestry of Oak Ridge's vanishing. Her existence blurred into the ether, a fleeting anomaly lost in the labyrinth of dimensions. And Oak Ridge, a town lost to the annals of existence, remained a haunting reminder of the unfathomable mysteries that lurk at the edges of human understanding, where the veil of reality trembles and echoes fade into the cosmic abyss. Story 2. In the heart of the Appalachian Mountains nestled an old, weathered cabin shrouded in mystery and tales of sinister happenings. It stood isolated, embraced by the dense foliage that whispered secrets of generations past. The cabin's desolation had earned it a reputation among locals as a place of unspoken dread. Among the curious wanderers was Emily, an adventurous soul who sought solace in the serene beauty of nature. Drawn by tales of the forgotten cabin's haunting aura, she embarked on a solo journey into the depths of the Appalachian wilderness. As Emily ventured deeper into the labyrinth of trees, a sense of isolation enveloped her. The sun cast elongated shadows across the forest floor, creating an ominous path that led her to the elusive cabin. Upon arrival, the cabin appeared as though frozen in time, its wooden panels weathered by time and neglect, windows boarded up as if concealing a cryptic history. The air crackled with an unsettling energy, sending goosebumps along Emily's skin. Determined to unravel the mysteries shrouding the cabin, Emily cautiously stepped inside. The interior was a time capsule, an abandoned sanctuary of forgotten memories. Dust danced in the rays of light that filtered through cracks in the boarded-up windows. Despite the ambiance, Emily found herself inexplicably drawn to the cabin's haunting beauty. She set up camp inside, hoping to unearth the secrets it held. As night descended upon the wilderness, a chilling silence enveloped the cabin. Emily lit a solitary lantern, casting dim, flickering shadows that danced upon the walls. The hours ticked by, the silence disrupted only by the occasional rustling of leaves outside. Emily's attempts to uncover the cabin's mysteries proved futile, and a sense of unease gnawed at her thoughts. Just as she settled into a fitful sleep, an unsettling noise echoed through the cabin, a faint, rhythmic tapping against the window. Emily's eyes shot open, her heart pounding in her chest. She dismissed it as the wind or a curious animal, attempting to quell her rising unease. Yet the tapping persisted, growing louder with each passing moment. It transformed into an incessant, deliberate rapping against the window pane. Summoning courage, she cautiously approached the window. What she saw froze her blood in terror. Silhouetted against the moonlit forest stood a figure, its face obscured by the darkness, rhythmically tapping a long, gnarled finger against the glass. Fear clenched Emily's throat as she stumbled backward, her mind racing with inexplicable terror. The figure continued its haunting rhythm, its presence an unsettling harbinger of unknown horrors. Torn between fleeing and confronting the inexplicable entity, Emily's resolve wavered. She sought refuge by the fireplace, clutching the lantern as her only source of solace in the encroaching darkness. As the night dragged on, the cabin seemed to echo with malevolent whispers, the walls reverberating with unheard murmurs that pierced the silence. Emily's terror grew, a suffocating grip tightening around her chest. Then a sudden change. The tapping ceased, plunging the cabin into an alarming stillness. Emily's heart raced, her senses on high alert, as a bone-chilling silence enveloped the cabin, more ominous than any sound. Just as she dared to hope for an end to the haunting ordeal, a disembodied voice echoed from the shadows, and dark whisper that pierced through the darkness, chilling her to the core. "Leave this place, Emily, you are not welcome here." The voice resonated with an otherworldly quality, laced with a warning that reverberated through her very soul. Panic seized Emily as she realized she was not alone in the desolate cabin. Dread washed over her, an insidious realization that she had stumbled upon something beyond comprehension. In a desperate bid to escape the encroaching malevolence, Emily bolted toward the cabin door, her heart racing with frantic fear. But the door remained stubbornly sealed shut, refusing her escape, as if the cabin itself conspired to keep her captive within its walls. The haunting whispers grew louder, an invisible force pressing upon her, suffocating her will to resist. Shadows danced maniacally across the walls, contorting into grotesque shapes that taunted her sanity. As Emily grappled with her terror, a bone-chilling realization dawned upon her. She had unwittingly trespassed into a realm beyond understanding, a domain bound by malevolent forces that defied human comprehension. In a last desperate attempt to break free, Emily unleashed a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the desolate forest. But her cries were swallowed by the suffocating silence, leaving her at the mercy of the sinister entity that lurked within the forgotten cabin's walls. And so, Emily became another haunting tale whispered among the locals, a cautionary reminder of the forgotten cabin's unspoken horrors. Forever lost to the depths of the Appalachian wilderness, Emily's panicked screams reverberated through the desolate forest, swallowed by an unforgiving silence. The cabin seemed to pulsate with a malevolent energy, its walls closing in on her, trapping her in an abyss of terror. As her voice faded into the night, Emily's mind raced with desperate thoughts. She frantically searched for a means of escape, her trembling fingers clawing at the boarded-up windows, hoping for a glimpse of the outside world. Yet the windows remained sealed, offering no respite from the chilling embrace of the cabin's claustrophobic confines. The silence became deafening, a tangible presence that suffocated her senses. Desperation coursed through Emily's veins as she scanned the room for any semblance of salvation. In a last-ditch effort, she frantically rifled through the cabin's decrepit belongings, seeking something, anything that might offer a way out. Amidst the aged belongings, she discovered an ancient journal, its leather-bound cover worn and weathered. With trembling hands, Emily flipped through its pages, hoping for answers buried within the faded ink. The journal belonged to a previous inhabitant of the cabin, chronicling unnerving accounts of unexplained occurrences, Whispers in the night, strange apparitions, and a pervasive sense of dread that plagued the writer's every waking moment. In a chilling entry, the writer recounted a harrowing experience, a confrontation with an entity that dwelled within the cabin's walls. The entity, described as a malevolent spirit, trapped its victims in a nightmarish limbo, feeding on their fear and despair. Emily's breath hitched as she realized the chilling truth. She had stumbled upon a realm tethered to the spectral plane, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred. With a newfound sense of urgency, Emily clutched the journal to her chest, determined to defy the entity's grasp. She gathered her resolve, casting aside the paralyzing fear that threatened to consume her. As she prepared to confront the unseen malevolence, the cabin's atmosphere shifted. An icy chill swept through the air, and the flickering lantern dimmed to a mere whisper of light. Shadows danced frenetically across the walls, coalescing into grotesque shapes that loomed menacingly. Whispers echoed from the darkness, a chorus of tormented voices that clawed at Emily's sanity. With sheer determination, Emily uttered words of defiance, a shaky voice that reverberated with unwavering resolve. "I don't belong to this place. Release me from your grasp." Her words seemed to echo in the abyss, silencing the haunting whispers for a fleeting moment. The oppressive malevolence recoiled, a testament to Emily's unwavering courage. In that fleeting respite, a glimmer of hope ignited within her, a surge of determination to break free from the entity's sinister hold. She cast a desperate gaze toward the door, mustering every ounce of strength to challenge the spectral force that ensnared her. With a trembling hand, Emily reached for the doorknob, her heart pounding with frantic urgency. To her surprise, the door creaked open, revealing a faint glimpse of the moonlit forest beyond. A rush of exhilaration surged through her as she pushed against the force that held her captive. With every ounce of strength, she fought against the entity's malevolent grip, inching closer to the threshold of freedom. Just as she dared to hope for escape, a bone-chilling laugh echoed from the shadows, freezing her movements. The entity's sinister voice resounded through the cabin, a haunting reminder of its relentless power. "You will never leave, Emily. You belong to this place now." As the entity's laughter reverberated through the cabin, Emily's hope waned. She found herself trapped in a nightmarish limbo, the elusive freedom she sought slipping through her grasp. In a last act of defiance, she flung the journal out of the door, a desperate plea for someone to uncover the forgotten cabin's malevolent secrets. And so, the night consumed Emily, leaving her entwined in the haunting legacy of the forgotten cabin. A cautionary tale whispered among wanderers, forever lost to the depths of the Appalachian wilderness. Story 3. In the quiet suburban neighborhood of Elm Street, the house at number 64 stood like a monolith of mystery and intrigue. It was the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Wilson, an elderly couple who'd resided there for decades. Yet the air around their home bore an weird stillness that unsettled the neighbors. Among the residents was the Cunningham family, who lived next door. Alex Cunningham, an inquisitive teenager, noticed peculiarities surrounding the Wilsons. He observed Mr. Wilson's erratic behavior, the furtive glances, the hasty retreats indoors upon noticing neighbors, and the infrequent, creepy noises emanating from their residence. Curiosity gnawed at Alex's mind, and he confided in his parents about the unsettling occurrences. His father dismissed them as the quirks of aging neighbors, but Alex's instincts refused to relent. With his suspicions piqued, Alex embarked on a clandestine investigation. He kept a vigilant eye on the Wilsons, noting their peculiar habits and the palpable aura of secrecy surrounding their home. Days turned into weeks, and Alex's intrigue transformed into obsession. He staked out the Wilsons' house, studying their patterns and scrutinizing every minuscule detail, determined to uncover the truth. One fateful evening, as the moon cast a ghostly pallor over Elm Street, Alex noticed an unusual occurrence. The Wilsons, usually reclusive, appeared to be hurriedly loading boxes into their car, their faces etched with anxiety. Alex's heart raced as he seized the opportunity to delve deeper into the mystery. Under the veil of darkness, he stealthily crept toward the Wilsons' house. Cautiously peering through a partially open window, he glimpsed an unsettling sight. The interior was in disarray. the furniture overturned and the walls adorned with bizarre scribblings. Mr. Wilson seemed agitated, muttering to himself in a frenzied manner. His wife, Mrs. Wilson, appeared distressed, her eyes brimming with fear. Before Alex could discern more, a scream pierced the night, sending a cold rush down his back. The Wilsons abruptly vanished from sight, leaving the house cloaked in a silence. Determined to unravel the enigma, Alex decided to explore the abandoned Wilson residence the following day. With trepidation gnawing at his gut, he cautiously stepped over the threshold. The interior was a tapestry of chaos and inexplicable symbols etched into the walls, a cryptic language of madness. As Alex ventured deeper into the house's belly, a sense of fear enveloped him. A disquieting revelation awaited him in the basement. An ancient-looking tome lay open, its pages adorned with peculiar runes and esoteric diagrams. As he deciphered the cryptic writings, an ominous realization dawned upon him. The Wilsons had been involved in unsettling occult practices. A sudden gust of wind extinguished the basement light, plunging Alex into suffocating darkness. Panic gripped him as he fumbled for his flashlight, the silence deafening in the absence of sound. Whispers echoed from the shadows, ethereal murmurs that seeped into Alex's consciousness. A malevolent presence materialized, a grotesque manifestation of his worst nightmares. Before he could react, an unseen force propelled Alex backward, slamming him against the wall. His screams echoed, drowned in the abyss of malevolence that enveloped him. And in that harrowing moment, the house at 64 Elm Street devoured its final victim, leaving behind an echoing silence that reverberated through the neighborhood, a chilling testament to the disturbing secrets hidden behind closed doors. In the bustling city of Millbrook, Claire, a young professional, enjoyed a routine life until a series of unnerving phone calls disrupted her tranquility. It all began innocuously, muffled breathing and faint static noises followed by an abrupt disconnection. Claire dismissed it as a glitch in the line, attributing it to the city's erratic phone services. As the days passed, the calls persisted, escalating in frequency and intensity. A scary discomfort settled within Claire, an unspoken fear that lingered long after each unsettling interaction. The weird caller remained enigmatic, concealing their identity behind the veil of silence. No discernible voice or coherent words, just an unsettling symphony of static and indistinct breathing that creeped Claire out. Determined to quell her rising apprehension, Claire sought solace in rational explanations, faulty connections, anonymous pranks, or an overactive imagination. Yet the persistent dread gnawed at her sanity. She confided in her friends seeking reassurance, but their dismissals only fueled her escalating paranoia. Alone in her apartment, the phone became an instrument of terror, its ring inducing a sense of dread that echoed through her existence. Claire's once peaceful routine crumbled under the weight of relentless anticipation. Every ring of the phone pierced her tranquility, a harbinger of the unnerving calls that spiraled into a haunting obsession. Desperate for reprieve, Claire sought refuge in the police, hoping for intervention. But without a discernible threat or coherent message, her pleas fell on deaf ears, leaving her entangled in an enigma she couldn't comprehend. Nights grew unbearable as sleep eluded her. The persistent dread of the next call lingered, a specter haunting her waking moments and encroaching upon her dreams. In a fateful twist, the calls took an ominous turn. Bizarre whispers replaced the customary silence. Vague murmurs emerged from the static, elusive words that taunted her sanity. Claire's unraveling became apparent to those around her. Her once vibrant demeanor faded into a shadow of anxiety and paranoia, a haunting reminder of the unnerving calls that plagued her existence. Determined to regain control, Claire embarked on a relentless quest for answers. She delved into archives, scouring records for any semblance of clues, but the enigmatic caller remained elusive. As her pursuit intensified, so did the sinister nature of the calls. The whispers evolved into menacing threats, strange warnings that echoed through the receiver, each call plunging Claire deeper into a nightmarish abyss. Haunted by the enigmatic caller's elusive threats, Claire's reality blurred between delusion and terror. Every passing moment became a nerve-wracking ordeal, her once familiar world overshadowed by an ever-present sense of foreboding. In an alarming crescendo, the caller's final message shattered Claire's fragile reality. A chillingly familiar voice whispered, "I'm closer than you think." Panic seized her, rendering her world into a kaleidoscope of fear and desperation. With trembling hands, she unplugged the phone, hoping to sever the connection to the haunting caller. But as the silence enveloped her apartment and terrifying realization dawned, footsteps echoed from within her own home. Claire's blood ran cold as she realized the haunting words had been a terrifying truth all along. The caller had been inside her home, lurking in the shadows, closer than she could have ever imagined. The dark revelation of the caller being inside her home froze Claire in terror. Her breath hitched, heart pounding violently against her chest as a cold sweat dampened her skin. Panic surged through her veins, urging her to flee, but fear had rooted her to the spot. Silence draped over the apartment, thick and suffocating. Every creak, every whisper of movement amplified, resonating with malevolence. The once familiar space now seemed foreign, haunted by the specter of an unknown assailant. With trembling hands, Claire fumbled for her cell phone, her lifeline to the outside world. She dialed emergency services, her voice quivering as she whispered frantic pleas for help, detailing the unnerving calls and the chilling realization of the intruder's presence. The dispatcher's voice offered a semblance of reassurance amidst Claire's mounting terror. She held her breath, straining to listen for any indication of the intruder's movements, her heart pounding in sync with each passing second. Minutes stretched into an eternity as Claire awaited the arrival of the authorities. Every shadow morphed into a potential threat, each creak of the floorboards a harbinger of impending danger. Footsteps echoed from the hallway, drawing nearer with ominous intent. Claire's chest tightened, her pulse thundering in her ears as the sound of her own heartbeat drowned out rational thought. The apartment door burst open, flooding the room with blinding light, and uniformed officers rushed in, their reassuring presence a brief respite from the terror. They scoured the apartment, finding no sign of the intruder. As the officers conducted their investigation, Claire's shaken state intensified. She recounted the series of unsettling calls, the escalating threats, and the bone-chilling realization of the caller's proximity. Despite her distress, the officers found no evidence of forced entry or any indication of the mysterious caller's presence. Claire's recounting of the disturbing events bore the mark of genuine fear, but without tangible proof, her claims were met with skepticism. Hours dragged by, the officers concluding that it might have been a prank call or a case of paranoia induced by stress. Claire felt a sinking despair as their dismissive stance left her vulnerable and terrified, trapped in a reality tainted by the unknown. Alone once more, Claire sought refuge in the solace of a friend's apartment. Sleep evaded her, the echoes of the caller's haunting words resonating in her mind, a sinister reminder of the intruder's malevolent presence. Days became nights of restless anxiety. Claire's once vibrant spirit withered under the weight of relentless dread. She attempted to resume her routine, but the specter of fear loomed over every moment, casting shadows of suspicion and paranoia. The menacing calls ceased, leaving Claire in a silence that offered no solace. Her world had become a labyrinth of apprehension, every shadow a potential threat, every sound a haunting echo of the past. Her friends' concern grew palpable as Claire's mental state deteriorated. They urged her to seek professional help, fearing the toll the harrowing experience had taken on her well-being. Therapy sessions offered temporary relief, a sanctuary where Claire found respite in recounting her ordeal. The therapist's reassurances were a flicker of hope amidst the darkness, but the specter of the caller's intrusion lingered, an unresolved enigma that tormented her psyche. Weeks turned into months, and Claire attempted to rebuild her shattered life. She moved to a new apartment, hoping for a fresh start, yet the haunting memory of the intrusion lingered like an unshakable shadow. Her vigilance became her constant companion, an ever-present reminder of the vulnerability that had once shattered her sense of security. Every ringing phone, every unexpected noise reignited the dormant fear, threatening to plunge her back into the abyss of terror. In a twist of fate, one fateful evening as Claire settled into her new sanctuary, a familiar vibration stirred from her phone. A number she hadn't seen in months flashed on the screen. Her heart lurched with dread, the numbing fear resurfacing as she stared at the screen in disbelief. The phone rang, each ring echoing like a death knell, a haunting reminder of the unresolved terror that had tormented her life. Trembling, Claire hesitated before answering, her voice barely above a whisper. She hoped for closure, an end to the lingering nightmare that had plagued her existence. "Hello, Claire," a chillingly familiar voice hissed from the other end. "I told you I was closer than you think." A paralyzing terror gripped Claire, her breath catching in her throat. Before she could react, the line went dead, leaving behind an unsettling silence that echoed with malevolence. In that horrifying moment, Claire realized that the caller's insidious presence hadn't vanished. It lingered, an inescapable specter lurking within the shadows, an eternal reminder of the scary intrusion that had forever tainted her life. And so Claire's fate became a haunting tale whispered among those who had known her, a tragic narrative of unending fear, a legacy born from the enigmatic caller's insidious torment. Story 2. In the quaint town of Brooksville, nestled amidst rolling hills and meandering roads, an old tale lingered in the whispers of locals, the legend of the vanishing hitchhiker. For Peter, a journalist known for his insatiable curiosity, this local lore became a puzzle he was determined to solve. The story had captivated his attention, weaving its enigmatic threads into the fabric of his thoughts. Seeking answers, Peter scoured through archives, interviewed residents, and roamed the back roads, hoping to unearth the truth behind the mysterious vanishing hitchhiker. On a moonlit evening, while navigating the quiet stretches of highway on the outskirts of Brooksville, Peter's eyes caught a glimpse of a solitary figure standing at the roadside. A young woman draped in darkness, her silhouette echoing the description of the elusive hitchhiker from the town's folklore. Curiosity mingled with caution as Peter slowed his car to a stop. He pondered the legend's warnings, cautioning against giving the hitchhiker a ride. But the allure of unraveling the mystery outweighed his apprehensions. The woman, introducing herself as Rachel, possessed an air of melancholy that intrigued Peter. Her eyes held a depth of sorrow, a hidden story yearning to be unraveled. Engaging in conversation, Rachel spoke in cryptic phrases, alluding to a haunting past and a yearning for closure. As they journeyed along the darkened roads, Rachel's demeanor shifted. A palpable tension clouded the atmosphere. She cast furtive glances as if expecting someone to emerge from the shadows behind them, an unspoken urgency permeating her movements. Peter's unease heightened, a sense of foreboding settling in his gut. He probed Rachel with gentle persistence, hoping to unearth the truth concealed within her cryptic narrative. Suddenly, Rachel demanded Peter to halt the car at an isolated spot, insisting it was near her intended destination. The location mirrored the bizarre settings of the legend, an isolated stretch of road immersed in an unsettling silence. A sense of déjà vu washed over Peter, a realization that they stood at the crossroads between myth and reality. Rachel's departure felt unnervingly similar to the legend's account, a hitchhiker vanishing into the night. Peter's journalistic curiosity wrestled against his apprehensions. Torn between investigating further and yielding to superstition, he grappled with conflicting instincts. Resolving to quench his insatiable quest for truth, Peter stepped out of the car, cautiously scanning the desolate surroundings. The silence was deafening, the darkness suffocating, and an unspoken fear clawed at his rationality. As he scanned the vicinity, a whisper lingered in the air, a disembodied voice that seemed to echo from the shadows. Beware the road less traveled. The hair on Peter's neck stood on end, his heart racing with an inexplicable dread. A primal instinct urged him to retreat, but the allure of uncovering the truth propelled him forward. In a desperate search for answers, Peter ventured deeper into the darkness, his footsteps echoing against the silent road. The night seemed to thicken around him, an ominous cloak veiling the truth he so fervently pursued. Suddenly, a bone-chilling sensation coursed through Peter's veins, an unsettling feeling of being watched. His breath hitched, senses on high alert, as he turned to head back to his car. But the darkness had intensified, the surroundings unfamiliar, as if the landscape had shifted in his absence. Panic seeped into his consciousness, and a realization dawned upon him. Peter was lost in an unrecognizable labyrinth of roads that seemed to twist and turn, defying logic and reason. With every step, the sense of disorientation grew, a disconcerting feeling of being ensnared in an inexplicable maze. The whispers of the legend echoed hauntingly in his mind, intertwining with the enigmatic warning. The road less traveled held secrets that defied comprehension. A glimmer of light appeared in the distance, offering a beacon of hope amidst the engulfing darkness. Peter hastened toward it, his heart pounding with the anticipation of salvation from the unsettling labyrinth. But as he approached, the light revealed an abandoned, creepy house, a broken-down structure nestled at the crossroads of the desolate roads. The air hung heavy with an odd silence that pierced Peter's soul. Unease crept over him, an instinctual apprehension warning against venturing closer. Yet an irresistible pull egged him on, compelling him to explore the decrepit abode that stood as a haunting sentinel in the desolate night. Every creak of the decaying structure echoed like a haunting whisper, a prelude to the dark climax of the enigmatic legend. Peter's breaths came in shallow gasps, his senses on high alert as he cautiously stepped onto the porch. The floorboards groaned under his weight, the dilapidated structure groaning in protest against the intrusion. A palpable tension saturated the air, as if the house itself harbored a malevolent secret. In the silence, a sense of impending horror loomed over Peter, an insidious realization that the legend might not merely be a tale woven from folklore. Every shadow seemed to morph into a spectral presence, every rustle an omen of terror. A sudden gust of wind howled through the broken windows, stirring the silence into a cacophony of unsettling whispers. Peter's heart pounded in his chest, the whispers reverberating like a haunting melody that resonated with the unexplained. In that moment, an abrupt silence enveloped the desolate house, a deafening absence of sound that amplified Peter's dread. Shadows danced ominously, coalescing into grotesque apparitions that encroached upon his sanity. A primal fear gripped Peter as a realization dawned. The enigmatic legend held a sinister truth that surpassed rational comprehension. The whispers transformed into a ghostly symphony, a haunting crescendo of terror that shattered the fragile veil between reality and myth. In the end, a haunting figure materialized from the shadows, a spectral presence that embodied the essence of the vanishing hitchhiker. Peter's terrified gaze locked onto the apparition, a silent witness to the inexplicable convergence of the legend with the fabric of reality. The spectral figure seemed to transcend the boundaries of the physical realm, a haunting embodiment of the enigmatic hitchhiker who had vanished into the night. Its ethereal form exuded in strange aura, a haunting reminder that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled. And in that harrowing moment, Peter's fate became entangled with the haunting legend, leaving behind a legacy of fear that would forever echo through the darkened roads and silent whispers of Brooksville, a tale of curiosity leading to a horrifying encounter with the unexplained. Story 3. In the heart of Crestview, Emily Foster's once peaceful life spiraled into a harrowing nightmare. It all began with subtle, unnoticeable occurrences, tiny ripples in the fabric of her reality that culminated into a crescendo of fear. The uneasy feeling of being watched had become a constant companion, an ever-present shadow that lingered in Emily's periphery. She attempted to rationalize these unsettling sensations, a trick of the mind, the stress of an overburdened life. But the gnawing discomfort persisted. As the weeks progressed, Emily's unease escalated. Her apartment, once a sanctuary, transformed into a battleground of apprehension. Strange anomalies plagued her, a picture frame askew, a misplaced trinket, and dark testament to the intruder's unseen presence. Desperate to dispel her growing paranoia, Emily confided in her friends and family. Their initial concern turned to skepticism, attributing her fears to stress-induced paranoia, or the overactive imagination of an isolated mind. Her attempts to seek aid from the authorities yielded equally fruitless results. Without tangible evidence or a discernible threat, Emily's concerns were met with polite assurances but no tangible resolution, leaving her ensnared in the clutches of her escalating terror. Nights descended into a haunting ritual of sleepless torment. Every shadow in her apartment morphed into sinister omens, every creak of the floorboards a harbinger of impending dread. Sleep eluded her, replaced by endless hours of restless vigilance. The city's bustling streets offered no respite from the suffocating sensation of being followed. Each glance over her shoulder revealed nothing out of the ordinary, yet the relentless feeling of an unseen presence persisted. a disconcerting reality that cast a shadow over her daily life. Seeking solace in the mundane, Emily buried herself in her work, hoping to escape the tendrils of fear that coiled around her existence. But even in the sanctity of her professional endeavors, the feeling of being watched followed, an unwelcome companion that lurked just beyond the realm of perception. Every trivial noise, an unexpected click, a rustling breeze, sent tremors of fear rippling through her fragile composure. The once familiar environment of her apartment became a labyrinth of fear, a place where her sanity teetered on the edge of an unsettling abyss. With a fervent determination to reclaim control, Emily installed security cameras throughout her apartment, a desperate attempt to capture proof of the elusive stalker's intrusion. She scrutinized the footage obsessively, hoping for validation, yet the recordings offered nothing substantial. An uneventful loop of mundane existence, devoid of any sign of the elusive presence that tormented her. As the days bled into nights and the haunting sensation of being watched intensified, Emily's world narrowed into a suffocating bubble of fear. She became hypervigilant, her every waking moment consumed by the relentless pursuit of an unseen entity. Then, one ominous evening while immersed in her work, a strange revelation halted Emily in her tracks. An ominous figure, shrouded in darkness, looming just beyond her apartment window. Panic surged through Emily's veins, a heart-pounding realization that her fears had materialized. Summoning every ounce of courage, she approached the window, her hand trembling as it reached for the curtains. Drawing the curtains aside, she braced herself for the alarming confrontation, but the space outside lay vacant. The menacing figure had dissolved into the night, leaving behind an unsettling void that deepened Emily's sense of dread. The encounter rattled Emily's fragile reality. The creepy presence that had haunted her existence had briefly revealed itself, only to vanish into the enigmatic shadows, leaving behind a palpable aura of malevolence. In the aftermath of this unsettling encounter, Emily's world crumbled, her sense of security shattered by an elusive stalker that lurked beyond the veil of perception. With every passing moment, the unexplained nature of her tormentor's pursuit seemed to deepen her entanglement in an unending cycle of fear and uncertainty. Haunted by the realization that some terrors existed beyond the reach of sight, Emily found herself trapped in a nightmarish existence, forever haunted by an unseen stalker, an enigmatic presence forever entwined with her harrowing reality. The Crimson Research Institute stood as a monolith amidst the bustling city, a beacon of scientific exploration veiled in mystery. Dr. Sarah Miller, a luminary in the realm of sleep research, embarked on an audacious venture to unlock the enigmatic depths of hypnagogic states, a realm where the boundaries between wakefulness and slumber blurred. Volunteers, lured by the allure of scientific discovery and monetary compensation, flocked to enroll in the groundbreaking study. Among them, Emily, a graduate student seeking respite from financial constraints, stepped forward, curious but unaware of the haunting trajectory her participation would take. The laboratory, a hushed sanctuary adorned with intricate machinery and faint lighting, served as the stage for the audacious experiment. Emily reclined upon the bed, surrounded by a labyrinth of wires and electrodes, while Dr. Miller meticulously monitored the EEG readings from the adjoining control room. As the sun relinquished its reign to the night, Emily embarked on the intrepid odyssey into the hypnagogic state, a liminal realm where reality was painted in the hues of dreams. Initially benign, her dreams manifested as fragmented glimpses, a hodgepodge of fleeting scenes intertwined with a lurking unease. Minutes dissolved into hours as Emily's consciousness navigated the labyrinthine corridors of her subconscious. Her dreamscape morphed into a surreal tapestry, a twilight realm woven with strands of her deepest fears and latent anxieties. Shadows danced on the periphery, their spectral forms coalescing into ominous apparitions that unsettled her soul. In the monitoring room, Dr. Miller scrutinized the EEG readings with clinical precision, observing subtle oscillations in Emily's brainwave patterns, a testament to the kaleidoscopic shifts in her subconscious terrain. An unexpected spike in neural activity prompted a discreet alarm within the vigilant researcher. Within Emily's subconscious domain, an intangible darkness coalesced. an abstract entity pulsating with an ominous energy. Its spectral presence cast an oppressive veil over her dreamscape, inducing an inexplicable sense of unease. The fragile boundary between reality and reverie blurred, hurling Emily into a nightmarish tableau, a labyrinthine realm bereft of escape. Grotesque visions assailed her senses, an amalgamation of haunting whispers, surreal apparitions, and an imminent sense of dread. Struggling against the nightmarish miasma, Emily's subconscious waged an arduous battle against the malicious entity's relentless grip. Yet her attempts to sever the ethereal shackles proved futile, ensnared within the convoluted machinations of her own mind. In the monitoring room, Dr. Miller wrestled with ethical restraint as Emily's distress intensified. The experimental protocol imposed a stringent non-intervention policy until the experiment's designated conclusion, testing the boundaries of the researcher's professional discretion. With a heavy heart, Dr. Miller reluctantly initiated the awakening protocol, a calculated surge of stimuli intended to wrench Emily from the clutches of the evil dreamscape. Emily's eyes flew open, her body convulsing as she jolted upright, forcibly yanked from the strange reverie. Gasping for air, disoriented and trembling, her terror-stricken gaze met Dr. Miller's concerned eyes through the observation window. As the electrodes were delicately detached, Emily struggled to articulate her harrowing ordeal, an incomprehensible terror that lingered at the edge of her consciousness. Her trauma, a haunting residue of the experiment, carved a sinister imprint that refused to dissipate. Days stretched into endless nights, yet Emily remained ensnared by fragments of the evil dreamscape, a psychological wound etched into the fabric of her mind. The experiment, transcending the boundaries of scientific inquiry, had thrust Emily into a harrowing labyrinth from which she could not liberate herself, an insidious menace forever etched within the recesses of her consciousness. In the aftermath, Emily's nights were tormented by fragmented visions, haunting echoes of the malevolent dreamscape. The sanctuary of sleep became a treacherous abyss, a realm where the spectral evil lurked, perpetuating an unending cycle of torment. Despite seeking solace in therapy and counseling, the spectral entity's haunting grip remained unrelenting. Emily grappled with the ephemeral line between reality and the remnants of her subconscious nightmares, forever haunted by the ethereal evil unleashed within the confines of the Crimson Research Institute. The desolation of her sleepless nights cast a pall over Emily's life, robbing her of tranquility and peace of mind. Every moment was shadowed by the spectral remnants of the experiment, a haunting ordeal that lingered as a constant reminder of the unfathomable depths of the human mind and the terrors that lay within. Story 2. Nestled amidst the undulating hills, the Whispering Inn stood as a sentinel of antiquity, its aged facade whispering tales of the past. As the storm raged on, 3 weary travelers sought refuge within its time-worn walls. Sophia, the intrepid journalist yearning for respite from relentless investigations, found herself drawn to the inn's enigmatic aura. William, the retired professor, harbored an insatiable curiosity that compelled him to seek shelter within its mysterious confines. Ethan, the wandering artist captivated by the inn's haunting allure, sought inspiration in its history. The travelers were greeted by the innkeeper, Mr. Graves, a stoic figure with a penetrating gaze that seemed to pierce through the veils of time. Despite his genial facade, an underlying reserve simmered beneath his composed demeanor, hinting at deeper, untold mysteries. The inn's interior exuded a quaint charm, a rustic parlor adorned with faded tapestries, antique furnishings, and a fireplace crackling with warmth. But an unsettling tension hung in the air, an ominous dread that tugged at the edges of the traveler's consciousness. As the night deepened, each traveler retired to their rooms, unaware of the inn's sordid history, a tapestry woven with vanishing guests and inexplicable occurrences that stained the inn's legacy. Sophia, her investigative instincts piqued by the inn's reputation, delved into the town's archives. Ancient records unveiled tales of Mr. Graves' ancestors, innkeepers whose names echoed through the annals of time, each entwined in a dark legacy of unexplained disappearances and dark phenomena that plagued the inn. Driven by curiosity, Sophia ventured into the hallways, drawn by the ethereal whispers that stirred in the dead of night. As she navigated the corridors, an inexplicable force guided her steps toward the heart of the inn, There, in the flickering shadows, she caught a glimpse of Mr. Graves, a spectral figure bathed in a mystic glow, murmuring incantations that resonated through the hallowed halls. Bewildered yet resolute, Sophia clandestinely observed his arcane rituals, tracing cryptic symbols etched into the inn's ancient foundations. Meanwhile, William, roused from his slumber by the unsettling whispers, sought solace in his scholarly pursuits. His diligent research unfurled a tangled web, a cryptic connection between Mr. Graves' lineage and the enigmatic disappearances of the inn's transient guests, forming a pattern that transcended generations. Ethan, the artist, captivated by the ambience, sought to capture the inn's haunting allure on canvas. His brushstrokes mirrored the spectral whispers that echoed through the corridors, each stroke a reflection of the inn's ethereal essence. As dawn approached, the travelers convened, their discoveries interwoven into a haunting tapestry of revelations. Their inquiries led to an alarming confrontation with Mr. Graves, whose steely gaze hinted at a darkness lurking within. In a scary confession, Mr. Graves divulged the innkeeper's ancestral ties to esoteric practices, dark rituals interwoven into the inn's very fabric. He revealed an ancient pact, forged generations ago, binding his lineage to perpetuate the enigmatic occurrences that plagued the Whispering Inn. The travelers' apprehension peaked as they realized their perilous predicament, trapped within the inn's insidious web, destined to become mere vessels for an unholy pact forged in antiquity. Despite their attempts to flee, the inn's spectral influence thwarted their escape, binding them to the dark legacy. As night descended once more, the travelers found themselves ensnared in a macabre ritual, a fate sealed by the inn's ancient curse. Their essence became conduits, vessels for a dreamy force that pulsed within the inn's walls. The spectral whispers grew in intensity, resonating with the sinister incantations echoing through the halls. Desperate, the travelers sought to unravel the pact's grip, their minds entwined in a struggle against an unseen force that transcended the physical realm. But the inn's ethereal embrace tightened, its dark tendrils ensnaring their very souls. Their screams merged with the haunting whispers, echoing through the corridors, lost to the annals of time, a testament to the unfathomable depths of the Whispering Inn and the inescapable fate that awaited those who dared to seek shelter within its haunted embrace. Story 3. Birchwood Grove held an enigmatic charm, but beneath its serene facade lay the Donovan family, once the epitome of suburban bliss, now ensnared by a haunting truth veiled in shadows. Emily's vanishing reverberated through the tight-knit community, its ripples unfurling into a tapestry of unanswered questions and palpable unease. The Donovan household, once resonant with laughter and warmth, now echoed with an ominous silence. Detective Marcus Hayes, renowned for his astute investigations, found himself entangled in the intricate threads of the Donovan family's secrets. Each passing day brought a heavier burden as the elusive truth eluded his grasp, a constant reminder of the enigmatic case. Helen Donovan, once a paragon of grace and strength, crumbled beneath the weight of uncertainty. Behind closed doors, she grappled with tormenting questions that gnawed at her soul. Her anguish surfaced in sleepless nights haunted by fragmented memories and whispered regrets, a labyrinth of emotions she dared not confront. David Donovan, known for his affable demeanor, projected an illusion of normalcy despite the turmoil brewing within. His stoic facade concealed a turmoil rooted in an irrevocable decision made in the shadows of the past, a choice that threatened to unravel the family's carefully curated existence. Jake Donovan, Emily's younger brother, retreated into a silent realm, a realm of unspoken truths and pent-up emotions. His once vibrant spirit waned, consumed by the burden of knowledge he struggled to articulate, a haunting secret etched into his conscience. As Detective Hayes delved deeper, the tapestry of the Donovan family's history began to unravel. A tale woven with misgivings, concealed resentments, and a deeply buried incident clouded by shame. The tension within the household escalated, the fractures in familial relationships deepening, a palpable rift eroding the once solid foundation of the Donovan family. Unspoken grievances festering beneath the surface, threatening to implode with devastating consequences. Detective Hayes, relentless in his pursuit of truth, uncovered fragments of the family's past, a mosaic of darkness concealed beneath a thin veneer of normalcy. Hidden from prying eyes lay an event, a sinister occurrence that, if unearthed, threatened to shatter the Donovan family's fragile existence. In the quiet solitude of his office, Detective Hayes pieced together the chilling revelation, the connection between Emily's disappearance and a macabre event from the family's history. The unsettling truth gnawed at his consciousness, sending shivers down his spine. The haunting finale unraveled, a revelation that pierced through the facade of the Donovan family's suburban existence. Emily's vanishing was not a random act but a meticulously orchestrated event, a sacrificial pact forged in the depths of the family's darkest secret. Detective Hayes, haunted by the revelation, found himself standing at the precipice of a truth too horrifying to comprehend. The Donovan family's macabre pact, an act of unspeakable darkness, echoed through the corridors of the once happy home, forever tainted by a sinister truth buried beneath the veil of suburban normalcy. The investigation concluded, but the secrets unearthed in Birchwood Grove lingered, a haunting testament to the depths one family went to conceal the monstrous truth at its core. A truth lost to the winds of time, forever concealed within the sinister embrace of a tranquil suburbia. Birchwood Grove, with its winding lanes and peaceful facade, masked the enigma brewing within the Donovan household, a family ensnared in a labyrinth of secrets, each more than the last. Emily's disappearance cast a pall over the once harmonious neighborhood. The frantic search and relentless media attention engulfed the Donovan family in a whirlwind of despair. Detective Marcus Hayes, renowned for his unyielding pursuit of truth, shouldered the weight of the investigation, a daunting task complicated by the family's tightly guarded secrets. Helen Donovan, a pillar of resilience, weathered the storm of Emily's vanishing with a facade of stoic composure. Behind closed doors, however, she grappled with a storm of her own, a tempest of shattered memories and unanswered questions that haunted her nights, leaving her tormented and sleepless. David Donovan, a man known for his amiable nature, attempted to maintain an air of normalcy despite the turmoil festering beneath the surface. But the mask of tranquility he wore grew heavier with each passing day, weighed down by the shadow of an unspeakable past. Jake Donovan, Emily's younger brother, retreated into solitude, a silent bystander to the family's disarray. His once expressive eyes now mirrored a deep-rooted sorrow, concealing a truth he dared not voice, a haunting secret he carried like an anchor around his heart. As Detective Hayes peeled back the layers of the Donovan family's history, a harrowing narrative unraveled, a tale of shattered trust and hidden wounds. The dark undercurrents of the family's past lay obscured, entwined with an incident veiled in secrecy, a malignant event that cast a long shadow over their lives. Within the Donovan home, festering grievances festered, a silent discord that resonated in the strained conversations and the heavy atmosphere that pervaded the once happy abode. Unspoken words hung in the air like a dense fog, suffocating the familial bonds that once tethered them together. Detective Hayes navigated the maze of deceit, uncovering fragments of the family's darkest secret, a scary incident that hinted at a pact forged in desperation, obscured by layers of denial and shame. In the quiet solitude of his office, Hayes pieced together the chilling revelation, the link between Emily's inexplicable disappearance and a cryptic event buried within the Donovan family's history. The truth gripped his senses, sending a shiver down his spine as he realized the magnitude of the dark forces at play. The unsettling conclusion emerged, a revelation that pierced through the facade of suburban tranquility. Emily's vanishing was not an accident, but a calculated act, a sacrificial agreement forged within the murky depths of the Donovan family's most dreadful secret. As the investigation reached its culmination, Detective Hayes found himself standing at the precipice of a truth too horrifying to comprehend. The Donovan family's sinister pact, an act steeped in darkness, reverberated through the hallways of the once joyful home, forever tarnished by a sinister truth buried beneath the guise of normalcy. The investigation concluded, but the secrets unearthed in Birchwood Grove lingered, a haunting testament to the depths one family went to conceal a monstrous truth, a truth lost to the winds of time, forever concealed within the sinister embrace of a seemingly serene suburbia. The midsummer night settled over the suburban neighborhood like a shroud, casting elongated shadows across the neatly trimmed lawns and quiet streets. Emily, a seasoned babysitter known for her calm demeanor, settled in for the evening at the Johnsons' house. The Johnsons were attending a late anniversary dinner, leaving their 2 children, Lucy and Jake, under Emily's care. As the children were tucked into bed, Emily busied herself with homework while occasionally checking on the sleeping youngsters. A muffled ring from her phone startled her. Glancing at the screen, she frowned. An unknown number blinked back at her. Shrugging it off as a wrong number, she muted the ringer and returned to her studies. Minutes later, the phone vibrated again. Emily glanced at it, her curiosity piqued. Another call from the same unknown number. This time she answered cautiously. "Hello?" Silence greeted her on the other end. Frowning, she repeated her greeting, only to be met with continued silence. A cold feeling ran down her back, but she dismissed it as a prank call from some bored teenager. Resuming her tasks, Emily heard the phone ring again. She hesitated but answered once more. This time, a raspy voice whispered, "I can see you." Her breath hitched. "Who is this?" The line went dead. A cold sweat prickled Emily's skin as she scanned the house. The uneasy feeling lingered as she forced herself to believe it was just someone's idea of a sick joke. She convinced herself to check the house thoroughly before alerting the authorities. She tiptoed from room to room, heart pounding in her chest. The unnerving quiet of the house magnified every creak of the floorboards. Emily's nerves were taut as she finished her search, finding nothing out of place. Just as she was about to return to her studies, the phone buzzed again. Trembling, she answered, her voice quivering. "Who's there?" The same silence followed until a guttural chuckle echoed through the line. "You won't find me. I'm much closer than you think." The terror clawed at Emily's throat. She stumbled backward, dropping the phone. Her mind raced, urging her to flee, but she couldn't leave the children alone. Adrenaline surged through her veins as she rushed to the children's room, intent on protecting them. But as she entered, she heard a voice, a low, sinister whisper, from beneath Lucy's bed. "You shouldn't have come here." Emily's blood ran cold. She spun around to see a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness, a twisted grin etched across their face. Panic surged, but she had to protect the children. Summoning her courage, Emily lunged toward the intruder, grappling with them in a frenzied struggle. The room echoed with desperate cries and the thud of bodies colliding against the walls. Amidst the chaos, Emily managed to wrestle the intruder to the ground. Gasping for breath, she turned on the light. Her blood ran icy. Lying on the floor was a deranged man, wild-eyed and grinning maniacally. His appearance was disheveled, and a glint of madness sparkled in his eyes. Suddenly, the police sirens blared outside, their flashing lights casting a glow into the room. With a final surge of strength, the intruder lunged at Emily, a glinting knife in his hand. The world spun. Emily's scream mingled with the shrill sound of the children's cries as the blade descended. The police burst through the door, but it was too late. They found Emily lying lifeless on the floor, a victim of a twisted stranger's madness. The police burst through the door, their boots thudding against the hardwood floor, but it was too late. They found Emily lying lifeless on the floor, a victim of a twisted stranger's madness. Her body was still warm, the scene a tableau of horror that would haunt the officers for years to come. The intruder lay motionless nearby, a grim reminder of the violent struggle that had unfolded in the once peaceful children's room. The children, Lucy and Jake, huddled together in a corner, tears streaming down their faces, their innocent eyes witnessing a nightmare no child should endure. Paramedics rushed in, but their efforts were futile. Emily's life had been ruthlessly snatched away, leaving a void in the hearts of those who knew her and a lingering sense of dread in the community. The investigation unfolded in the following days, revealing dark details. The intruder had been lurking within the house for hours, concealing himself expertly while tormenting Emily with menacing phone calls. He had carefully planned this macabre intrusion, preying upon the unsuspecting babysitter and the innocent children. As the news spread, the neighborhood was gripped by fear. Parents clutched their children closer, and whispers of safety precautions echoed through the streets. The Johnsons, devastated by the tragedy that unfolded in their home, grappled with guilt and sorrow. The police combed through evidence, piecing together the twisted motivations of the intruder. They discovered a history of mental illness and a string of past incidents that hinted at the perpetrator's escalating violence. However, it offered no solace to Emily's family or the traumatized children who had witnessed the horror firsthand. The community rallied in support, organizing vigils and fundraisers to honor Emily's memory and to aid the grieving family. The incident served as a wake-up call, prompting discussions on safety measures and the importance of vigilance, even in seemingly secure neighborhoods. Months passed, but the wounds remained fresh. The Johnsons moved away, unable to bear the haunting memories that lingered within the walls of their once happy home. Emily's legacy endured in the hearts of those who knew her, a beacon of kindness and warmth that the world had lost to senseless brutality. Her tragic fate stood as a stark reminder that evil often wore the guise of normalcy, lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Story 2. The town of Glenview nestled alongside a serene river, its waters shimmering under the moonlit sky. Yet a pall of fear had settled upon the community due to a series of unexplained drownings. Young men had been found dead in the river, each time marked by a graffiti of a sinister smiley face near the scene. Among the concerned townsfolk was Luke, a college student with an insatiable curiosity. The mysterious deaths had captured his attention, and he found himself drawn into investigating the incidents. Armed with a determination to uncover the truth, Luke delved into the strange circumstances. He combed through local archives and interviewed witnesses, hoping to unravel the perplexing sequence of events. His quest led him to discover that the victims had no apparent connections, leaving authorities baffled. However, a common thread emerged: the unmistakable graffiti of a grinning face, scrawled near the riverside where each tragic incident occurred. Luke's inquiries led him to a group of friends who were closely acquainted with the latest victim, Caleb. They spoke of a jovial young man, full of life, whose tragic demise remained a haunting mystery. Determined to dig deeper, Luke ventured alone to the riverbank, the moon casting an ethereal glow upon the rippling waters. As he examined the graffiti etched onto the nearby wall, a cold feeling struck him. The smiley face seemed to mock the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. Night after night, Luke returned to the riverside, hoping for a breakthrough. Each time, the sense of dread grew stronger, an ominous feeling that whispered of unseen danger lurking in the shadows. One fateful evening, as Luke lingered near the water's edge, a faint splash echoed in the stillness. He turned, his heart pounding, to behold a figure emerging from the depths of the river. The figure, shrouded in darkness, approached with an unhurried gait. A silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the gentle lapping of the river against the shore. Before Luke could react, the stranger stepped into the moonlight. His face bore an unsettling grin, mirroring the infamous graffiti that had haunted the town. "Curiosity leads to unfortunate ends," the stranger spoke in a voice that sent a jolt down Luke's spine. Terrified, Luke stumbled backward, his mind racing with fear and disbelief. He turned to flee, but his feet felt as heavy as stone. Panic clawed at his chest as he realized the sinister truth. He was face to face with the mysterious killer. In a swift, horrifying moment, Luke was plunged into the embrace of the river. The icy waters enveloped him, dragging him into the dark depths below. The moon bore witness to the scene, a solitary figure disappearing beneath the surface, leaving behind only ripples on the tranquil river. The following day, Luke's absence stirred concern among the townspeople. A search ensued along the riverbank, but no trace of him was found, save for a faintly drawn smiley face etched onto a nearby wall. The mystery deepened, leaving the town of Glenview haunted by the unexplained disappearances and the smiley faces that seemed to mock their efforts to uncover the truth. As Luke's disappearance echoed through Glenview, a ripple of fear surged within the community. The mystery of the smiley face killer deepened, casting a shadow of unease over the once tranquil town. Concerned whispers filled the air, and the local authorities redoubled their efforts to unravel the sinister puzzle that had claimed the lives of young men. Among those haunted by Luke's vanishing was his friend Sarah. She couldn't shake the feeling of guilt, believing she had unwittingly led Luke into danger by sharing their investigation findings. Determined to uncover the truth and honor Luke's memory, she delved into his notes and research. Sarah retraced Luke's steps, revisiting the riverside where he had last been seen. The moon's pale glow reflected off the calm waters, casting a luminescence across the scene. As she scrutinized the graffiti on the wall, a sense of unease struck her. The smiley face seemed to leer, an ominous presence marking the site of tragedy. Driven by both fear and resolve, Sarah continued her quest for answers. She sought solace in the stories of those who knew the victims, hoping to find a hidden connection that could shed light on the inexplicable deaths. Her investigation led her to an elderly man named Mr. Hastings, a longtime resident of Glenview known for his reclusive nature. Rumors hinted at his knowledge of the town's history, and Sarah believed he might hold clues to the elusive killer's identity. With cautious determination, Sarah visited Mr. Hastings at his secluded cottage on the outskirts of town. The elderly man greeted her with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, his eyes betraying a hidden sorrow that mirrored the town's unease. After gaining his trust, Sarah delicately broached the subject of the smiley face killer. To her surprise, Mr. Hastings' expression darkened and a tremor passed through his frail frame. He spoke in hushed tones, revealing fragments of a long-buried tale. Decades ago, Glenview had been a different place, its past cloaked in shadows of a tragic incident. Mr. Hastings recounted the story of a group of young friends, vibrant and carefree, whose lives were intertwined with the river's serenity. However, a series of unexplained drownings had shattered the town's peace. "There was darkness within the waters," Mr. Hastings murmured, his voice quivering with memories of bygone days. "Something dark that yearned for the souls of the innocent." Sarah's heart raced as Mr. Hastings unveiled an old journal, its weathered pages recounting occurrences that bore an uncanny resemblance to the recent deaths. The journal spoke of strange symbols etched near the river, symbols that mirrored the haunting smiley face graffiti found today. Driven by a desperate need for closure, Sarah pored over the journal's cryptic entries. Amidst the faded ink, she stumbled upon a strange passage, a ritual to appease the river's vengeful spirit, an ancient entity believed to exact retribution on those who dared to unravel its secrets. Doubt and fear gnawed at Sarah's resolve, but the need to honor Luke's memory outweighed her trepidation. Armed with newfound knowledge, she ventured back to the river, clutching the journal as her only guide. The moon hung low in the night sky as Sarah approached the water's edge, the faint murmur of the river an ominous backdrop. She hesitated, feeling an unseen force urging her to turn back. But the memory of Luke spurred her forward. With trembling hands, Sarah followed the journal's instructions, reciting the ancient incantation in a voice that wavered with uncertainty. A sense of dread loomed, the air thick with a strange anticipation. As the final words left her lips, the river stirred, its surface rippling with an otherworldly energy. A gust of wind swept through the air, carrying with it a guttural whisper. Suddenly, the water churned violently, and from its depths emerged a figure, a spectral apparition cloaked in shadows, bearing a grotesque semblance of a scary grin. Sarah's heart raced, terror coursing through her veins as the apparition materialized before her, its form twisted and ethereal. It bore an unmistakable resemblance to the smiley face, a spectral representation of the ancient entity that haunted Glenview's waters. In a moment of horrific realization, Sarah understood the truth. The smiley face wasn't the mark of a killer, but a warning, an ancient symbol guarding a vengeful spirit's domain. The apparition fixated its ghastly gaze upon her, an inscrutable expression etched upon its spectral visage. As fear immobilized her, the spirit extended an ephemeral hand toward Sarah, beckoning her toward the river's dark embrace. A bone-chilling scream pierced the night as Sarah's silhouette vanished into the swirling depths, swallowed by the river's ominous embrace. The moon bore witness to the harrowing event, a lone figure disappearing beneath the waters, leaving behind only ripples on the surface, a grim testament to the haunting legacy of Glenview's spectral guardian. Story 3. In the digital landscape of social media, Jenny found solace. An introvert by nature, she sought companionship through online forums, connecting with like-minded individuals who shared her interests in literature and art. Among her online acquaintances was a user named Eclipse23. Their interactions began innocently enough, a shared admiration for classic literature, discussions about favorite paintings, and the comfort of exchanging thoughts without the pressure of face-to-face encounters. Jenny found herself drawn to Eclipse 23's captivating intellect and engaging conversations. As their online friendship blossomed, Eclipse 23 shared tales of their life, a mysterious and compelling narrative that piqued Jenny's curiosity. Yet despite their frequent exchanges, Eclipse 23 remained an enigma, refusing to divulge personal details or share any photos. Intrigued by the air of mystique surrounding Eclipse 23, Jenny yearned to unravel the veiled identity behind the screen. Her initial trust waned, replaced by a growing unease, a nagging suspicion that Eclipse 23 wasn't who they claimed to be. Despite her reservations, Jenny couldn't deny the pull of their online connection. She hesitated to confront Eclipse 23, fearing the dissolution of the friendship that had become an integral part of her routine. One fateful evening, as the clock struck midnight, Eclipse 23 sent an urgent message, a cryptic invitation to meet in person. Jenny's pulse quickened, torn between apprehension and an insatiable curiosity to unveil the mysterious persona behind the screen. Against her better judgment, Jenny agreed to the clandestine encounter, choosing a well-lit cafe nestled within the heart of the city for their meeting. Anxiety churned in her stomach as she waited, scanning the room for a glimpse of Eclipse 23. A figure approached, cloaked in a dark hoodie, their face concealed beneath the shadows of the hood. The air crackled with tension as Eclipse 23 slid into the seat opposite Jenny, the faint lighting obscuring their features. "Finally we meet," Eclipse 23's voice resonated, laced with an unsettling undertone that made Jenny freeze up. Their conversation, once lively and engaging, now felt strained and unnerving. Eclipse 23's cryptic remarks and evasive answers only fueled Jenny's discomfort, shattering the illusion of camaraderie she had envisioned. As the evening wore on, Jenny's unease transformed into a gnawing sense of dread. A realization dawned upon her. The person sitting across from her was nothing like the charming intellectual presence she had come to know online. A wave of apprehension washed over Jenny, prompting her to hastily excuse herself from the unsettling encounter. Her heart pounded with a mix of fear and relief as she fled the cafe, the feeling of unease lingering like a sinister shadow. Later that night, upon returning to the safety of her home, Jenny received a message from Eclipse 23, a revelation that turned her blood cold. "You shouldn't have run away, Jenny. I know where you live now." Panic surged through her veins and she glanced around her apartment, heart pounding in her chest. She locked the doors and windows, her mind racing with horrifying possibilities. How had Eclipse 23 discovered her address? Minutes turned into agonizing hours as Jenny remained huddled in her apartment, the fear of an imminent threat consuming her thoughts. She considered contacting the authorities, but without concrete evidence or a real identity, it felt futile. Just as she dared to hope for a respite from the terror, a faint knock echoed from her front door. Her breath caught in her throat as she tiptoed toward the peephole, heart pounding with trepidation. A hooded figure stood outside, their face concealed within the shadows. She heard a voice that emanated from beyond the door. "I told you, Jenny, you can't escape me." With trembling hands, Jenny frantically reached for her phone to call for help, but the lights flickered ominously, plunging the apartment into darkness. Her heart raced as the reality of her vulnerable state dawned upon her. The hooded figure's laughter reverberated through the hollow silence, growing louder as it crept closer to the door, a grim reminder of the horrifying truth. Eclipse 23's deception had transformed into a menacing reality, a terrifying encounter with an unknown and sinister presence. The night ended in terror, a harrowing reminder that behind the facade of anonymity lay the lurking danger of deceptive connections. Jenny's pulse quickened, her breath shallow and rapid as she huddled in the corner of her darkened apartment. The hooded figure's ominous presence lingered outside her door, an alarming reminder of the dangerous depths lurking behind the facade of her online acquaintance, Eclipse 23. Her phone lay just out of reach, its screen flickering in the blackness that enveloped the room. Jenny's mind raced, grappling with fear and desperation. The realization of her vulnerability in the face of this unknown threat made her pulse rise. As she strained to control her panicked breathing, a sudden movement caught her eye, a faint glow emanating from her laptop on the coffee table. It flickered, the screen illuminating the room with an odd blue hue. Jenny's heart raced with a mix of dread and curiosity. Despite her apprehension, she inched closer, her fingers trembling as she reached for the laptop. The device seemed to beckon her, offering a lifeline amidst the encroaching darkness. With a hesitant touch, Jenny opened the laptop, revealing the screen displaying her chat history with Eclipse 23. A flurry of messages appeared, each more alarming than the last. "You can't hide forever, Jenny. I know everything about you." The words glowed ominously on the screen, a stark reminder of the looming threat outside her door. Jenny's mind raced with fear, grappling for a solution amidst the overwhelming dread. In a desperate attempt to seek help, she accessed a messaging app, typing frantic pleas for assistance to a friend. Her fingers trembled on the keys, the urgency of her situation propelling her forward. But as she hit send, the screen froze, the cursor blinking ominously before it vanished altogether. Panic surged through Jenny as she realized her only hope of reaching out was now lost. The sound of footsteps echoed outside her door, growing closer with each passing second. Jenny's breath hitched, her heart pounding in her chest as she searched desperately for an escape route. She scanned the room, her eyes darting to the window. With a surge of determination, she lunged toward it, fumbling to open the latch in a frenzied attempt to flee the encroaching danger. As she pushed the window open, a gust of cold night air rushed in. But before she could clamber out, a voice pierced the silence from behind her. "I told you, Jenny, there's nowhere to run." A hand, cloaked in darkness, seized her shoulder, wrenching her backward with unnerving strength. Jenny's scream echoed through the room as she struggled against the relentless grip, her fight for escape futile against the overpowering force. The hooded figure towered over her, their presence suffocating, their identity shrouded in the darkness. A sense of dread enveloped Jenny as she realized the sheer helplessness of her situation. The hooded figure leaned closer, their breath against her ear as they whispered, "It's too late now." In a horrifying moment, Jenny was dragged into the unknown abyss beyond her apartment, leaving behind only echoes of her piercing screams that faded into the night. The dark shroud of mystery and terror remained, an unsettling reminder of the perils that lurked within the maze of online connections. The night ended in an abyss of fear, leaving behind a mystic legacy of the dangers concealed behind deceptive encounters in the digital realm. Amelia Carter had always been attuned to the subtle shifts in her surroundings. It started with a fleeting glance from a stranger on her morning commute, a whisper of familiarity in the bustling cityscape. Insignificant, she had thought at first, until a series of incidents began to unravel the fragile tapestry of her life. One crisp autumn morning, as Amelia emerged from her apartment building, she caught a glimpse of a figure lingering in the shadows, a silhouette veiled by the early morning mist. The person vanished into the bustling crowd before she could discern more than a haunting impression, leaving her unsettled and on edge. Days passed and Amelia's unease grew. She noticed a series of subtle but scary signs, a flickering street lamp that seemed to follow her on her evening walks, a cryptic note tucked beneath her door, and inexplicable phone calls that dissolved into static when answered. The messages were cryptic, fragments of sentences that hinted at a familiarity with her past, details only someone intimately acquainted with her life could possess. Paranoia gnawed at the edges of her mind, and she found herself scrutinizing every passerby, every shadow that danced along the pavement. As the incidents escalated, so did Amelia's desperation to unearth the elusive stalker. She combed through the corridors of her memory, searching for a connection to the cryptic messages, but the past offered no solace, only a labyrinth of uncertainties. The turning point came when she stumbled upon an old journal, its pages yellowed with time. Buried within its faded ink lay the remnants of a long-forgotten friendship, a friendship that had soured into betrayal and resentment. With a jolt of realization, Amelia made a connection. The stalker's cryptic messages held echoes of a past she had tried to bury, a past entangled in broken promises and shattered trust. Fueled by a mix of fear and determination, Amelia delved deeper, seeking answers to the haunting puzzle that had invaded her life. Each step she took seemed to bring her closer to the truth, a truth veiled in shadows and obscured by a relentless pursuer. One fateful evening, as the city lay shrouded in darkness, Amelia found herself at the rendezvous point, a desolate alleyway that bore witness to the climax of her unsettling pursuit. The stalkers stood before her, their face obscured by the cloak of night. A silence hung in the air as Amelia confronted the mysterious figure, a culmination of weeks of torment and uncertainty. The stalker's whispered words carried a familiarity, the echo of a voice from the past that sent shivers down her spine. "You thought you could escape me," the stalker hissed, their voice laced with a haunting familiarity. "But the past always finds a way back." Amelia's heart raced, her breath shallow as she grappled with the horrifying revelation, a revelation that unraveled the sinister connection to her own history. Before she could respond, the stalker vanished into the obscurity of the night, leaving Amelia haunted by the realization that the past she had long tried to forget had returned with a vengeance. As the night drew to a close, Amelia stood alone in the alleyway, her mind reeling with the unsettling encounter. The stalker's warning lingered, a reminder that the echoes of the past could never truly be silenced. And though the confrontation had ended, the true horror lay in the realization that the haunting pursuit might never cease, leaving Amelia ensnared in an inescapable web spun from the tangled threads of her own history. Haunted by the unsettling encounter, Amelia found herself entangled in a maze of conflicting emotions, fear, confusion, and a haunting sense of déjà vu that clawed at her thoughts. The stalker's words reverberated in her mind, a ceaseless echo that refused to fade. Days became restless nights as Amelia grappled with the stalker's cryptic warning. She sought solace in the semblance of normalcy, but each mundane task was tainted by the ominous shadow of her past. In a desperate bid to break free from the relentless pursuit, Amelia sought refuge in the familiar confines of her childhood home. A quaint cottage nestled amid the tranquil countryside, a sanctuary she hoped would shield her from the haunting specter that had invaded her life. However, the solitude only amplified her paranoia. In the quietude of the countryside, every rustle of the leaves, every creak of the floorboards, carried a sinister implication. The stalker's unsettling messages lingered, their cryptic resonance echoing within the walls of the cottage. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of amber and indigo, Amelia ventured into the surrounding woods, seeking solace in the tranquility of nature. The whispers of the leaves seemed to offer a fleeting respite from the suffocating grip of fear that plagued her. Yet, as dusk descended, an ominous sensation pricked at the edges of her consciousness. A shadow flitted between the trees, a specter veiled in darkness, an unwelcome visitor in the sanctuary she had sought. Panic surged within her, the sensation of being watched intensifying with every step she took. In a frenzied attempt to escape the encroaching terror, Amelia raced through the entangled paths, the haunting whispers of her past entwined with the echoes of the present. A sudden realization struck, an epiphany born from the convergence of fear and determination. With a resolve fueled by desperation, Amelia turned to confront the elusive figure that had dogged her steps. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice quivering but resolute, seeking answers that had eluded her for too long. A fleeting figure emerged from the shadows, a silhouette familiar yet shrouded in mystery. As it drew closer, Amelia's breath hitched, a collision of dread and recognition coursing through her veins. The figure stepped into the dim light, revealing a face she had long tried to forget, a face from her past, an acquaintance who had once been a trusted confidant but whose intentions had curdled into darkness. "You thought you could escape your past," the figure uttered, their voice laced with a haunting familiarity. "But the truth always catches up." Amelia's heart pounded against her chest, the past and present colliding in an unsettling crescendo. Memories of betrayal and unresolved grievances surfaced, intertwining with the realization that the stalker was none other than a past acquaintance, a person she had once trusted implicitly. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within her, a blend of rage, fear, and an overwhelming sense of betrayal. Before she could respond, the figure dissolved into the obscurity of the surrounding woods, leaving Amelia enveloped in a vortex of unresolved emotions and haunting revelations. As the night enveloped the tranquil countryside, Amelia stood amidst the silence, a tumultuous storm raging within her. The encounter had answered some questions but left a trail of unanswered queries. An unresolved chapter from her past had resurfaced, leaving her ensnared in a haunting web spun from the tangled threads of betrayal and fear. With a heavy heart burdened by the echoes of her past, Amelia knew that the confrontation had only scratched the surface of a mystery far more intricate and unsettling than she could have imagined. The stalker's ominous warning reverberated within her, a grim reminder that the pursuit was far from over, and the tendrils of her past would continue to ensnare her in an inescapable cycle of fear and uncertainty. Story 2. The towering skyscraper of Tenebris Enterprises loomed over the bustling city, its sleek glass exterior reflecting the chaotic hum of corporate ambition that permeated within. Among the sea of ambitious professionals navigating the jungle of cubicles, Claire Hastings stood as a rising star, a dedicated and focused asset to the company's marketing division. Claire's routine at Tenebris had been methodical until the arrival of peculiar notes that disrupted her semblance of normalcy. It started innocuously, with the first note slipping beneath her office door, a cryptic message that hinted at personal details, secrets only privy to her thoughts. The message bore an unsettling familiarity, a revelation that pierced the facade of professional decorum. As the days passed, the notes increased in frequency, each revealing intimate aspects of Claire's life, details that no one within the company should possess. Fear gripped her heart, transforming the once familiar office environment into a claustrophobic maze of paranoia. Every passerby seemed a potential threat, every corner harboring an unseen observer. The whispers of her colleagues became ominous murmurs, their glances laden with suspicion and curiosity. Desperate for answers, Claire navigated the harrowing corridors of her past, searching for a connection to the unsettling messages that had infiltrated her professional sanctuary. Yet her past remained shrouded in secrecy, offering no solace or explanation for the invasive scrutiny she faced. As the stalker's relentless pursuit escalated, Claire's work suffered, her once sharp focus clouded by the suffocating grip of fear. The notes became increasingly sinister, the stalker's intentions veiled in menacing implications. One fateful evening, as the office lay bathed in a silence, Claire lingered behind to confront the unseen adversary haunting her professional existence. The flickering fluorescent lights cast elongated shadows that danced along the corridors, mirroring the unsettling uncertainty that loomed over her. In a daring attempt to unveil the identity of her tormentor, Claire ventured into the deserted office, each step a testament to her resolve to unravel the mystery. The silence was deafening, broken only by the sound of her racing heartbeat echoing through the vacant halls. A figure emerged from the shadows, a phantom draped in darkness, their features obscured by the veil of obscurity. Claire's pulse quickened, a visceral combination of terror and determination urging her forward. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice wavering but resolute, seeking the answers that had eluded her. The figure remained silent, a spectral presence that seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. A flicker of recognition surged within Claire, a haunting familiarity that sent a cold drop of sweat down her neck. Before she could comprehend the implications, the figure dissipated into the maze depths of the office, leaving Claire enveloped in a silence that reverberated with the sinister revelation. The encounter had offered no closure, only a haunting realization, a truth that clawed at the recesses of her mind. The stalker's ominous warning lingered, a reminder that the shadows within the workplace held secrets far more insidious than she had ever dared to imagine. As the night descended upon the office, Claire stood alone, her thoughts engulfed in a tempest of unanswered questions. The confrontation had left her ensnared in an unsettling uncertainty, a claustrophobic maze of fear where the stalker's identity remained an elusive enigma, an unresolved terror that haunted the very corridors she navigated each day. The office, once a bastion of professional aspiration, now harbored shadows that whispered dark secrets, secrets that threatened to consume Claire in an inescapable network of fear and uncertainty. Haunted by the encounter, Claire found herself in a relentless pursuit for answers. Days turned into nights, and nights blurred into restless slumber, haunted by recurring visions of the enigmatic figure shrouded in darkness. The workplace, once a thriving hub of productivity, had transformed into an ominous maze of paranoia. Every glance felt like an accusation, every whispered conversation a potential harbinger of impending doom. Claire's professional persona had become a mere facade, veiling the harrowing turmoil that raged within her. Determined to unmask the identity of her tormentor, Claire embarked on a relentless investigation, meticulously scrutinizing her professional and personal circles for any semblance of connection to the mysterious stalker. But the elusive figure remained an enigma, a specter that lingered at the periphery of her consciousness. Amid the tormenting uncertainty, Claire sought refuge in the solace of a trusted confidant, her longtime colleague and friend, Alex. She confided in him, divulging the haunting saga that had plunged her life into disarray. Alex listened intently, a furrow creasing his brow as Claire recounted the events that had unfolded within the confines of their workplace. "Claire, this is disturbing," Alex murmured, concern etched on his features. "Let me help you. We'll figure this out together." The prospect of an ally in her battle against the unknown invigorated Claire with a renewed sense of hope. Together they combed through the intricacies of Claire's life, piecing together fragments of past encounters and acquaintances, in a fervent attempt to unmask the stalker's identity. The days quickly turned into weeks, and the relentless pursuit for answers cast a suffocating veil over Claire's existence. Yet, amidst the twist of uncertainties, a breakthrough emerged, an unexpected connection that illuminated the dim recesses of her memory. A memory, long relegated to the depths of forgotten encounters, surfaced. An encounter with a former colleague, whose presence had once been an inconsequential blip in Claire's professional trajectory. As realization dawned, Claire's heart raced with a tumultuous blend of dread and resolution. She discovered unsettling truths buried within the forgotten contours of her past. A past entwined with fractured relationships and veiled intentions. Summoning the vestiges of courage that had been obscured by fear, Claire confronted the former colleague, the figure who had once been a fleeting shadow within her professional sphere. "You." Claire's voice trembled with a mixture of accusation and apprehension as she confronted the figure who stood before her, their presence once innocuous but now shrouded in malice. The former colleague's features contorted into a chilling smirk, a haunting echo of Claire's suspicions. "You never saw it coming, did you?" they taunted, their voice dripping with vindictive satisfaction. Claire's pulse quickened, a jarring realization settling like an icy weight in the pit of her stomach. The stalker's identity, once concealed within the familiar contours of her workplace, had finally emerged from the shadows. Before she could muster a response, the figure disappeared into the depths of the office, leaving Claire ensnared in an unsettling epiphany. An epiphany that the true horror was not in the identity of the stalker, but in the disquieting revelation that the corridors she once navigated with confidence had harbored treachery and deception. The confrontation had unraveled the mystery, yet it left Claire burdened with the realization that the workplace menace she had faced was not merely an external threat. It was a sinister manifestation of betrayal lurking within the very fabric of her professional domain. As the office lay enveloped in the silence of the night, Claire stood alone, the haunting truth gnawing at her spirit. The stalker's identity had been unmasked, yet the true horror lay in the shadows cast by the echoes of deceit, a haunting reminder that the darkest threats often lurk within the corridors we least expect. Story 3. The sun rose above the rugged terrain, casting a golden hue upon the vast expanse of wilderness that stretched as far as the eye could see. A group of friends, bound by adventure and camaraderie, embarked on a hiking trip, an escapade into the heart of nature's embrace. Among them were Rachel, Alex, Emily, and Mark, a quartet united by their shared love for the outdoors. The trail snaked through dense woods, each step a testament to their exhilaration and the thrill of exploration. However, what started as an adventure into the untamed wilderness soon turned into a haunting ordeal. As the day waned and the sun dipped below the horizon, an unsettling sensation crept upon the group, a worrying presence that lingered at the edges of their consciousness. Unease settled like a shroud over the campsite, as inexplicable incidents disrupted the tranquility of the night. Subtle rustles in the underbrush, fleeting shadows in the moonlight, whispers of an unseen stalker silently tracking their every move. Paranoia simmered among the friends, festering into a brew of fear and suspicion. What was that? Rachel's voice trembled, a note of uncertainty lacing her words as she scanned the darkened woodland. Probably just a small animal, Alex reassured her. But the unease lingered, a palpable tension that hung heavy in the air. With every passing hour, the sense of being watched intensified. Mysterious scratches marred the tent flaps, and faint echoes of footsteps resonated through the night. a haunting symphony that amplified the group's apprehension. As dawn broke, the friends convened, their faces etched with concern. They resolved to explore the surrounding area, seeking to dispel the looming specter of paranoia that had eclipsed their once joyous adventure. However, the wilderness offered no solace, only a silence that seemed to mock their futile attempts to unravel the mystery. In their search, they stumbled upon cryptic markings etched upon tree trunks, an omen that hinted at a menacing presence lurking within the woods. Emily's voice quivered as she pointed to the symbols etched upon the bark. "What does this mean? Is someone following us?" Mark's attempts to allay their fears fell upon deaf ears, for the unspoken dread had woven its tendrils into the fabric of their minds. The stalker's intentions remained shrouded in uncertainty, the wilderness echoing with silent threats that haunted their every step. As dusk descended upon the landscape, a realization dawned upon the group. Their stalker was not a mere observer, but a creepy force, their intentions as enigmatic as the symbols that adorned the trees. In a desperate bid to evade the unseen pursuer, the friends pressed on, their pace quickening as the ominous silence of the woods grew deafening. Yet the stalker's presence loomed closer, an intangible cruelness that cast a pall over their flight. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the woods. Rachel's voice echoed through the foliage, a harrowing cry that bore the weight of impending terror. The group rushed to her aid, their hearts pounding with dread as they found her trembling, a terrified gaze fixed upon the surrounding wilderness. "There was someone there," Rachel gasped, her words choked with fear. "A figure, lurking in the shadows." Panic seized the group, their resolve splintering in the face of the encounter. The stalker's unseen menace had materialized, its intentions veiled in the sinister echoes of the wilderness. As they attempted to flee, a haunting realization settled upon them. Trapped within the labyrinth of the woods, they were at the mercy of an adversary whose intentions remained shrouded in the enigma of the wilderness. The harrowing ordeal culminated in an unspoken understanding. Their stalker's identity would forever remain an unsolved mystery, and the echoes of that haunting night in the wilderness would linger as a testament to the unfathomable horrors that nature could conceal. With hearts racing and fear clawing at their souls, they bolted through the dense undergrowth, their frenzied escape echoing through the woods, a final attempt to outrun the ominous presence that stalked their every move. Yet as the darkness enveloped them, the chilling reality lingered, an unresolved terror that lurked within the wilderness, a haunting reminder that the untamed wild could harbor the darkest of secrets. The group, gripped by terror, navigated the dense thicket, their strides frantic as they attempted to outpace the unseen menace. With each passing moment, the veil of darkness deepened, obscuring their path and amplifying their sense of desperation. Emily's breaths came in ragged gasps as she stumbled over roots and fallen branches, her heart pounding in synchrony with the frenetic rhythm of the forest. She glanced over her shoulder, her eyes wide with fear, half expecting to glimpse the silhouette that haunted their every step. "We can't keep running blindly." Mark's voice, tinged with urgency, cut through the cacophony of their panicked flight. "We need to find shelter, regroup, and figure this out." His words resonated with the semblance of reason, a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. They veered off the trail, seeking refuge amid the snarl of trees, their hearts burdened by the lingering presence of their unknown pursuer. As they huddled together, the forest seemed to draw them into its embrace, the night alive with whispers that stirred the foliage and rustled the leaves in a haunting symphony. Every snap of a twig and every distant howl of the wind carried with it the ominous echo of their pursuer's unseen presence. Shrouded in the suffocating embrace of uncertainty, the friends attempted to piece together the fragmented events that had culminated in their harrowing flight. But their attempts at coherence were thwarted by the palpable dread that pervaded their sanctuary, the fear palpable in their shared silence. Hours stretched into an unsettling vigil, each passing minute weighed down by the oppressive atmosphere of the forest. Anxiety gnawed at their resolve, fraying the fragile threads of hope that bound them together. Amidst the suffocating tension, a faint rustling interrupted the silence, a subtle yet unmistakable indication that their unseen pursuer lingered in the shadows, observing their desperate plight. "Who's there?" Alex's voice quivered, a trembling plea for answers in the face of an implacable adversary. The forest offered no response, the silence a testament to the enigmatic terror that lurked within its depths. Paralyzed by fear, the friends huddled closer, their unity their sole defense against the unknown menace that encircled them. As the night wore on, a distant glimmer of dawn cast a faint light upon the horizon, the promise of a new day tainted by the lingering dread that had consumed their once carefree excursion. A sudden realization dawned upon them, a somber acknowledgement that their stalker's identity would remain forever veiled within the shroud of the wilderness. With a heavy heart burdened by unresolved terror, they mustered the remnants of their courage to resume their journey out of the treacherous woods. The trek back to civilization was fraught with trepidation, every rustle in the underbrush and every gust of wind a haunting reminder of the peril they had narrowly escaped. Finally emerging from the suffocating embrace of the forest, the friends stood at the threshold of safety, their faces etched with relief tinged by the haunting memories of the night that had forever altered their perception of the untamed wild. Their experience remained an unspoken testament, an unsettling reminder that within the pristine tranquility of nature's embrace, there existed an unfathomable terror that could ensnare the unwary, leaving behind an indelible mark of fear and uncertainty. Story 4. The sprawling campus of Arden University buzzed with the excitement of academia, its vibrant atmosphere a sanctuary for aspiring minds seeking knowledge and enlightenment. Among the throng of students, Sarah Adams navigated the corridors of higher learning, her academic pursuits overshadowed by an insidious presence that lurked within the campus's confines. It started with inconspicuous notes, cryptic messages that materialized in Sarah's dorm room, warning her of an unseen observer who had infiltrated her academic haven. Initially dismissive, Sarah attributed the notes to a misguided prank, a fleeting disturbance in the otherwise serene ambiance of campus life. However, the notes grew increasingly malevolent, each message bearing a menacing undertone that unsettled Sarah's peace of mind. Intrusive evidence of stalking emerged, subtle but invasive clues that hinted at a relentless pursuer weaving through the very fabric of her academic and personal existence. Sinister shadows seemed to dance at the periphery of Sarah's vision, a dark reminder of the pervasive threat that encroached upon her sanctuary of learning. Paranoia gnawed at her consciousness, a haunting uncertainty that reverberated through every corridor and lecture hall. As the stalker's relentless pursuit intensified, Sarah's academic aspirations faltered, her once ardent passion for learning overshadowed by the suffocating fear that ensnared her. The campus, once a bastion of intellectual growth, transformed into a web of shadows where every face became a potential adversary. Desperate for answers, Sarah sought solace in the confines of her friendships. Yet the insidious presence remained elusive, a ghostly entity manipulating the very fabric of her existence within the university's hallowed halls. With unease etched upon her features, Sarah confided in her closest confidant, Emily, divulging the saga that had shattered her collegiate tranquility. Emily, alarmed by the gravity of Sarah's plight, resolved to uncover the identity of the relentless stalker. Together they embarked on a perilous quest for truth, scouring the campus for clues that would unmask the hateful specter haunting Sarah's academic sanctuary. Yet, the stalker's cunning evaded their pursuit, leaving behind a trail of cryptic messages that taunted their futile efforts. One ominous evening, as dusk cloaked the campus in an eerie twilight, Sarah found herself ensnared in a confrontation, an encounter that would forever alter her perception of the seemingly idyllic academic domain. The stalker materialized, a spectral figure shrouded in darkness, their features obscured by the veil of anonymity. Sarah's heart raced with a palpable dread as the stalker's voice reverberated through the deserted courtyard. "You thought you could escape me." The voice, laced with malice, echoed through the corridors of Sarah's terror-stricken mind. Before Sarah could comprehend the gravity of the situation, the figure vanished into the night, leaving behind an unsettling void, an unresolved terror that lingered within the very walls of her collegiate refuge. As the night descended upon the campus, Sarah stood alone, the encounter a haunting reminder of the shadows that lurked within the seemingly tranquil abode of learning. The confrontation had unraveled the mystery, yet it had left Sarah ensnared in an unsettling epiphany, the realization that the sanctuary of knowledge she had cherished was not immune to the insidious threats that festered within its corridors. The campus, once a beacon of scholarly pursuits, now harbored an enigma, a lurking menace that cast a pall over the very essence of Sarah's academic journey. In the hushed silence of the night, Sarah stood at the threshold of a disquieting revelation. A revelation that within the halls of higher education lay secrets far more sinister than any lesson the textbooks could impart. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the quiet street. It was here, amid the fading light, that Blake Reynolds felt the prickling sensation of being watched. He hurried his pace, a cold settling in his bones as a sense of unease grew. At first it was a subtle feeling, a lingering awareness that someone followed his every move. The shadows seemed to elongate unnaturally, bending in shapes that resembled a silhouette, one that mirrored his own gait. Blake glanced over his shoulder, but there was no one there. Days passed, yet the sensation persisted, a haunting presence, a figure that stayed just beyond his line of sight. Blake attempted to rationalize it, attributing the unease to work stress or fatigue, but the feeling lingered like a whisper brushing against the edges of his consciousness. It wasn't until he stumbled upon an old family album tucked away in the attic that a cold sweat raced down his back. Amid the faded photographs, a familiar face emerged. A face he hadn't seen in years, one he had hoped to forget. The figure in the photographs, a haunting reminder of a past he had tried to bury, was unmistakably similar to the elusive shadow that had been tailing him. Blake's mind raced as fragmented memories resurfaced, a turbulent past marred by events he wished to erase. With trepidation, he delved deeper into his own history, a history laced with unresolved conflicts and secrets. He unearthed forgotten names and faces, each thread leading back to a chapter he had locked away, hoping it would remain confined to the annals of time. Yet the more he searched, the clearer the connection became. The stalker bore a disturbing resemblance to a tormentor from his youth, a tormentor whose ominous presence had cast a pall over his formative years. The realization struck Blake with chilling clarity. The figure lurking in the shadows was a ghost from his past, an embodiment of the darkness he had fought so hard to escape. Panic set in as he grappled with the prospect of facing a specter he had long thought vanquished. In a desperate attempt to confront the haunting apparition, Blake returned to the neighborhood where he had spent his troubled adolescence. A feeling of impending doom clouded his senses as he retraced steps he had long avoided. As he neared the decrepit house, a relic of a tumultuous past, he saw the silhouette materialize, standing at the edge of the dimly lit street. The figure remained cloaked in darkness, an ominous specter that triggered a surge of visceral fear. With trembling steps, Blake approached, heart pounding in his chest. A sense of disquiet permeated the air as the figure turned slowly, revealing features twisted by spitefulness. Recognition dawned his eyes, clouded with malice, locked onto his. In a paralyzing moment, Blake comprehended the harrowing truth. The stalker, the apparition haunting his present, was the embodiment of the tormentor from his past, a specter resurrected from the shadows of his darkest memories. A gut-wrenching scream tore through the silence as the figure lunged forward, merging past and present into a nightmare. Blake's terror reached a crescendo as he realized that the horrors of his youth had resurfaced, embodied in the hateful force that now stood before him. The night shrouded the neighborhood in a strange silence, concealing the sinister conclusion to a tale woven with the threads of a dark past, a past that had come back to claim its vengeance, leaving behind a haunting legacy etched in fear and unrelenting terror. Blake's heart raced, the pounding reverberating through his chest as he grappled with the nightmarish realization that the figure before him was indeed his tormentor from the past. Memories surged, a tumultuous youth marked by anguish and a desperate flight from the haunting specter now manifesting in the present. Fear rooted Blake to the spot as the ill-willed apparition edged closer, a twisted smirk etched across its face. With every step, a sense of déjà vu washed over him, plunging him into the depths of a nightmarish past. In a moment of fleeting clarity, Blake recognized the facade of the abandoned house, a symbol of the unspeakable horrors he had endured. A suffocating sense of helplessness engulfed him, the ghostly figure a reminder of scars he had thought healed. With trembling hands, Blake groped for a semblance of control. Desperation fueled his resolve, urging him to confront the looming nightmare. "Why are you doing this?" he stammered, his voice strained with an undercurrent of terror. The figure's mocking laughter cut through the silence, a haunting sound that echoed with echoes of the past. "You thought you could escape me," it hissed, voice dripping with malice. "But the past always catches up, doesn't it?" Blake staggered backward, memories of the torment he had endured clawing at the fringes of his mind. Shadows danced around him, merging past and present into an inescapable vortex of dread. The figure lunged, a sinister glint in its eyes, and Blake stumbled, his back colliding with the cold, unforgiving ground. Panic surged, a primal fear that threatened to consume him whole. But in that moment of desperation, an unexpected surge of resilience bloomed within him. With a surge of defiance, he grappled against the suffocating grip of fear, drawing strength from the depths of his soul. Fueled by sheer willpower, Blake pushed himself to his feet, meeting the specter's gaze with unwavering determination. "You have no power over me," he declared, voice trembling but resolute. A fleeting flicker of uncertainty flashed across the figure's face, a fracture in its malevolent facade. For a brief moment, the air crackled with tension, an unspoken battle between the haunting past and the emboldened present. With a haunting laugh that echoed through the desolate street, the figure dissipated into the night, fading into the shadows from whence it came. Blake remained rooted to the spot, chest heaving with a mix of terror and relief, the echo of that sinister laughter haunting his thoughts. As dawn approached, a newfound sense of resolve surged within Blake. The past, though haunting, no longer held the same paralyzing grip. With determined steps, he walked away from the abandoned house, leaving behind the spectral remnants of a past he refused to be defined by. Though the encounter had shaken him to his core, Blake carried forth a newfound strength, an indomitable spirit forged from the crucible of fear and past torment. He vowed to confront his history and reclaim the fragments of his life that had long been held captive by shadows. The night had ended, but for Blake it marked the beginning of a journey toward healing and redemption, a journey where the echoes of his past would no longer dictate the path ahead. With resolute determination, he stepped into the dawn, leaving behind the scary stalker, the embodiment of his darkest fears, in the recesses of a haunted past, choosing to embrace a future untainted by the shadows that had once imprisoned him. Story 2. The Belford mansion stood as an aging relic amid the quiet countryside, its faded grandeur hiding secrets etched within its time-worn walls. When the Jenkins family embarked on its restoration, little did they anticipate unearthing a hidden chamber that would unravel a sinister enigma. Tom Jenkins, a history enthusiast, envisioned restoring the mansion to its former glory. As renovations commenced, a mason accidentally stumbled upon a concealed passageway hidden behind a crumbling wall in the study. Curiosity piqued, Tom ventured into the newfound chamber, a space untouched by time, shrouded in a silence. The air hung heavy with the scent of age-old dust, and his footsteps echoed across the chamber's stone floor. Amid the darkness, Tom unearthed a series of cryptic messages etched into the walls, a tapestry of symbols and phrases. Intrigued, he set out to decipher their meaning, unaware of the sinister truth they concealed. With each passing day, Tom became consumed by the hidden chamber's mysteries. The cryptic messages hinted at a history darker than the mansion's facade suggested, a tale of evil forces veiled within its walls. The more Tom delved into the chamber's secrets, the more he sensed a presence, a sensation that seemed to linger even after he exited the chamber, following him like a shadow. Unease crept into the Jenkins household. Unexplained occurrences plagued the family, whispers in the dead of night, fleeting shadows darting across the corridors, and an unshakable feeling of being watched. Tom tried to rationalize these phenomena, attributing them to the stress of the renovations. As he delved deeper into the hidden chamber's mysteries, Tom uncovered a startling connection to the mansion's past, an unspeakable tragedy that had transpired within its walls. Cryptic messages hinted at a force that had tormented past inhabitants. With a growing sense of trepidation, Tom realized that the chamber held more than just forgotten secrets. It concealed a sinister entity, a dormant force awakened by their intrusion. As Tom painstakingly deciphered the cryptic messages, a revelation struck. The entity, long confined to the hidden chamber, sought liberation, its dark past seeping into the fabric of the mansion. One fateful night, as Tom toiled over the inscriptions, a sudden gust of wind rattled the mansion's windows. Whispers echoed through the corridors, chilling him to the bone. Panic surged as shadows danced across the walls, coalescing into a sinister figure, the embodiment of the Malice Force. With a blood-curdling shriek, the entity surged forth, a darkness unchained from its confines. Tom's heart raced as he grappled with a terror beyond comprehension. The truth of the mansion's sinister secret revealed in its horrifying manifestation. In a frenzied escape, Tom bolted from the hidden chamber, the entity's laughter haunting his every step. The mansion, once a symbol of elegance, now pulsated with an ominous energy, a darkness that had been unleashed. Though Tom and his family fled the mansion, they carried with them a haunting truth, a legacy of fear etched within the walls of the Belford mansion. The hidden chamber, a repository of cryptic messages, became a harbinger of an unspeakable horror, a sinister secret that would forever cast its shadow over the mansion, a reminder of the force lurking within its depths. Deep within the hidden chamber of the Belford mansion, the entity, unshackled from its long confinement, continued to seethe with an insatiable hunger for terror. As night descended upon the estate, a silence draped over the once stately halls, concealing the impending dread. Tom Jenkins and his family sought refuge in a nearby inn, but the horrors they had unearthed within the mansion lingered, festering like a wound that refused to heal. Nightmares plagued their sleep, visions of the sinister entity tormenting their restless minds. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, darkness took on a life of its own, an old force that prowled the corridors, its presence suffocating the very essence of the estate. Whispers echoed through the walls, carrying cryptic messages that reverberated with a mystic intent. Weeks passed, and the Jenkins family, haunted by the mysterious force, couldn't shake off the feeling of impending doom. Desperate for closure, Tom resolved to confront the entity, to put an end to the spectral horror that had invaded their lives. Returning to the mansion under the shroud of dusk, Tom entered cautiously, his pulse racing with apprehension. The air felt thick with an otherworldly chill, and an unsettling stillness settled over the estate. In the hidden chamber where the entity had been unleashed, Tom noticed a peculiar change. A sinister energy pulsated within the room, an aura of malice that seemed to throb in rhythm with his pounding heart. Gathering his resolve, Tom ventured deeper into the mansion's heart, navigating through the corridors. Whispers echoed around him, faint echoes of the malevolent force's intent, clues shrouded in cryptic messages. As he reached the hidden chamber, a surge of primal fear gripped Tom. Shadows danced in a haunting ballet across the walls, coalescing into a murky silhouette, an ominous figure that exuded an aura of palpable terror. The entity loomed before him, its form shifting and contorting with sinister movement. Tom braced himself, attempting to confront the entity's dark intentions. "What do you want?" he demanded, his voice quivering but determined. A malicious laughter filled the chamber, reverberating through the mansion. The entity's creepy response echoed with a cold, haunting tone. "I crave what you fear most," it taunted, its voice laced with an unholy hunger. With a sudden surge of courage, Tom fought back the encroaching dread, desperately seeking a way to dispel the weird force. He brandished an ancient talisman, an artifact he had discovered amidst the cryptic inscriptions, a last-ditch attempt to banish the entity. As Tom held the talisman aloft, an ethereal light radiated from its surface, casting a brilliant glow that pushed back the encroaching darkness. The entity recoiled, writhing in torment as if struck by an unseen force. With a deafening shriek that pierced through the very essence of the mansion, the entity dissipated into a spectral mist, vanishing into the depths from whence it came. Silence settled over the estate, broken only by Tom's heavy breaths, mingling with the fading echoes of the entity's laughter. Though the dark force had been banished, the Jenkins family knew the horrors they had encountered would linger, a haunting legacy etched within the walls of the Belford mansion. As dawn broke, Tom emerged from the estate, carrying with him a newfound strength, a resolve forged from facing the darkest of fears. The mansion, once a haven for unspeakable malevolence, stood silent, a relic haunted by the echoes of a sinister secret, a secret that would forever endure as a testament to the indomitable force of fear and the enduring power of human resilience. Story 3. Emily Simmons was an unassuming writer, her days punctuated by the rhythmic routine of life in the bustling city. Yet one seemingly ordinary morning, an innocuous envelope lay atop her morning paper, bearing no return address. Curiosity piqued, Emily opened the envelope to find a note, a meticulous account detailing her daily routine with unsettling accuracy. Every mundane task, from her morning coffee at the corner cafe to her evening walk in the park, was meticulously chronicled. A cold ran down Emily's back as she read the intimate details outlined in the note, details only someone keenly observant could have known. Questions tugged at her mind. Who could possess such intricate knowledge of her life? And more pertinently, why? Dismissal gave way to a nagging unease that lingered, each daily activity tainted by the voyeuristic nature of the mysterious note. Emily scrutinized her surroundings, scrutinizing every passerby for a hint of familiarity, a glint of recognition. With a growing sense of paranoia, Emily's routine became a delicate dance, second-guessing her every move, her once mundane life cast under a cloud of suspicion. Sleep eluded her, and the constant scrutiny wore her down, fraying the edges of her sanity. Desperate for answers, Emily delved into her past, a labyrinth of relationships and encounters that might harbor clues. Yet the more she searched, the deeper the mystery grew. No tangible connection to the elusive entity behind the note. As the days lingered and Emily's distress escalated, the note now a sinister presence, its words etched in her mind like a haunting melody. She felt a pervasive gaze, an unseen eye scrutinizing her every move, tormenting her with a sense of helplessness. One evening, as dusk settled over the city, Emily ventured to the park. An eerie calm pervaded the air. The space felt unfamiliar, shadows elongating into sinister shapes, a stark contrast to its usual serenity. A sudden rustle in the bushes sent a jolt of fear through Emily's veins. She spun around, heart racing, expecting to confront the unknown entity behind the unsettling note. But there was nothing, only the whispering of the wind through the trees. Anxiety clenched at her chest, a worrying sense that the mystery had taken a sinister turn. As Emily retraced her steps, a realization struck. A familiar figure lingered in the distance, cloaked in darkness. With trembling hands, Emily approached, her heart pounding in her ears. The figure remained motionless, a spectral silhouette that seemed to merge with the gathering shadows. "Who are you?" Emily called out, her voice quivering with a mix of fear and desperation. A scary laugh pierced the silence, a haunting sound that echoed with the cryptic intent of the note. "I am the reflection of your deepest fears," the figure replied, its voice hollow yet resonant. In a sudden rush of terror, Emily turned to flee, only to find herself surrounded by shadowy apparitions, ethereal figures that mirrored her own movements, closing in with an ominous intent. The darkness enveloped her, a suffocating embrace that consumed her very essence. Emily's screams echoed through the park, fading into the night, a testament to a mystery unresolved, a sinister connection to an unknown entity that lurked within the recesses of her own mind. Emily gasped for breath, her pulse racing with an unrelenting rhythm. Darkness enveloped her, shrouding the once familiar park in an otherworldly haze. She struggled against the suffocating grip of fear, the oppressive weight of the unknown entity bearing down on her. Echoes of her own frantic heartbeat reverberated through the void, each pulse a baleful reminder of her escalating terror. She reached out in a desperate attempt to grasp at something, anything, but the spectral figures loomed closer, encircling her in an unbreakable ring. With a surge of determination, Emily fought against the paralyzing fear, a flicker of resilience blooming within her. She steeled herself against the encroaching darkness, a defiant glimmer in the face of an unseen adversary. "I won't be afraid of you," Emily declared, her voice quivering but resolute. "You're nothing but a manifestation of my own fears." The ethereal figures hesitated, their incorporeal forms wavering as if thrown off balance by her words. The darkness quivered, a ripple of uncertainty unsettling its sinister hold. In a moment of unexpected clarity, Emily realized the truth. The baffling entity, the note, the haunting whispers, all manifestations of her deepest insecurities, her anxieties manifested in spectral form. Summoning every ounce of courage, Emily confronted the ethereal figures with unwavering determination. "You can't control me," she proclaimed, her voice steady despite the tumultuous fear gnawing at her core. The figures wavered, their spectral forms flickering like candle flames in a gale. Emily pressed forward, each step a resounding declaration of defiance against the encroaching darkness. With a sudden surge of resolve, Emily reached into the depths of her own psyche, grappling with the fears that had tormented her. She acknowledged them, accepted them, and in that acceptance, she discovered an unforeseen strength. The spectral figures quivered, their once menacing demeanor fading into a dark stillness. The darkness dissipated, receding like a retreating tide, leaving Emily standing alone in the park, her breathing labored but resolute. As dawn broke on the horizon, a newfound sense of empowerment surged within Emily. She emerged from the park, her steps carrying the weight of an unsettling revelation, a disturbing truth that the entity behind the mysterious note was an embodiment of her deepest fears. Though the encounter had shaken her to the core, Emily carried forth a newfound resilience, a resolve born from confronting her own insecurities. The strange note that had once tormented her now held no power. It was but a reminder of the strength she had discovered within herself. The city stirred to life, oblivious to the harrowing ordeal Emily had faced. She walked away from the park, leaving behind the echoes of her fears, choosing to embrace a future liberated from the shadows that had once imprisoned her mind. With each step she carried the unspoken courage, the courage to confront the unknown, the courage to conquer her fears, and the courage to embark on a path unshackled from the haunting whispers that had once held her captive. I had been driving for hours, the monotonous hum of the engine and the endless stretch of highway threatening to lull me to sleep. It was well past midnight when I spotted the neon sign on the side of the road. The Lone Star Motel. Vacancy. Relief washed over me as I pulled into the gravel lot, the crunching sound beneath my tires signaling the end of my long journey. The motel was a single-story building with a row of doors facing the parking lot, each illuminated by a flickering overhead light. It wasn't much to look at, but it was exactly what I needed, a place to rest for the night. I parked my car and stepped out, stretching my tired limbs. The night air was cool and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees that surrounded the motel. I made my way to the office, the crunch of gravel underfoot echoing in the stillness of the night. The office was small and dimly lit, the counter separating me from a middle-aged man with tired eyes and a worn-out expression. He glanced up from his newspaper as I entered, offering me a half-hearted smile. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice lacking any enthusiasm. "I need a room for the night," I replied, equally unenthusiastic after hours of driving. He nodded as if expecting nothing more. "How many nights?" "Just one," I said, relieved to be spending only a single night at this dreary place. He pushed a weathered guest book toward me and I scribbled my name and contact information. He handed me a key with a plastic fob that read room 7 inches and pointed to a small map of the motel. "Your room is at the end of the building on the left," he said, his tone never wavering. I handed him some cash and he counted it meticulously before handing me a receipt. "That'll be $50, he said, as if the amount was etched in stone. I took the key and thanked him, then made my way to room 7. The motel was eerily quiet, the only sound the soft hooting of an owl in the distance. The door to my room was worn and faded, the paint peeling in places. I inserted the key and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a dimly lit interior. The room was simple, with a double bed covered in faded floral sheets, a nightstand, and a rickety old chair in the corner. The overhead light flickered ominously, casting unsettling shadows on the walls. I switched on the bedside lamp, illuminating the room in a soft yellow glow. As I settled into bed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The room had an odd, almost oppressive atmosphere, as if it held secrets of its own. The air was heavy, as though it hadn't been refreshed in years. I tried to shake off the feeling and closed my eyes, but sleep was slow to come. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant sound from the office seemed magnified in the stillness of the night. It was as if the motel itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Hours passed and I was still awake, my mind racing with thoughts of the long road ahead. That's when I heard it, a soft whispering voice. It was faint at first, like a distant murmur carried on the wind. I strained to listen, trying to make out the words. The voice grew louder, more distinct, and I realized it was coming from the room next door. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was urgent, panicked. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, and pressed my ear to the wall. "Please, no," a woman's voice pleaded, followed by the sound of muffled sobs. My blood ran cold and I reached for my phone, ready to call 911. But just as I was about to dial, the voice stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the faint hum of the motel's aging air conditioning unit. I hesitated, torn between my instincts to help and a growing sense of dread. What if it had all been in my head? What if I was overreacting? I lay back down, trying to convince myself that it was just a nightmare, a trick of my tired mind. But sleep remained elusive and the minutes ticked by slowly. Finally, as the first light of dawn began to filter through the curtains, I couldn't stand it any longer. I had to know if the woman next door was all right. I got out of bed and approached the connecting door between our rooms. I listened carefully, but there was no sound, no movement from the other side. Gathering my courage, I knocked softly. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. There was no response, just an eerie silence that seemed to stretch on forever. I knocked again, louder this time, and called out once more, but still there was nothing. With my heart in my throat, I turned the doorknob slowly, my palms sweaty. The door swung open to reveal an empty, dimly lit room. The bed was neatly made, and there was no sign of the woman I had heard. It was as if she had never been there. I stepped into the room, my heart still racing, and checked the bathroom, the closet, and even under the bed. But there was no one. It was impossible, I thought. I had heard her cries, her pleas for help, as clear as day. I returned to my own room, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and fear. Had it all been a hallucination, a trick played by my sleep-deprived mind? I couldn't make sense of it, but one thing was clear. I needed to get out of that motel as soon as possible. I hastily packed my things and went to the office to check out. The same clerk was there, his expression unchanged. I tried to explain what I had heard, but he only shrugged. "People come and go all the time," he said, as if dismissing my concerns. Maybe she checked out early. I left the motel in a hurry, my heart heavy with unease. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong with that place, something hidden beneath its nondescript exterior. I continued my journey, putting miles between myself and the Lone Star Motel. The day passed in a blur, and as night fell once again, I found myself in another town, another motel. This one was newer, cleaner, and more welcoming. I checked in without hesitation, determined to put the strange events of the previous night behind me. But as I settled into bed, I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being watched. The room was pristine, the air fresh, yet I couldn't shake the eerie sensation that I was not alone. I glanced out the window, half expecting to see a face in the darkness, but there was nothing. I tried to dismiss my unease and closed my eyes, willing myself to sleep. But just as I was on the brink of slumber, I heard it again. The soft, whispering voice, the same urgent, panic tone. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest. It was coming from the room next door, just like before. This time, I wasted no time. I grabbed my phone and called 911, my voice trembling as I explained the situation. The police arrived quickly and I led them to the room next door. The door was locked and they had to force it open. Inside, they found a woman, disheveled and terrified. She had been held against her will, the victim of a deranged man who had been stalking her for months. As they arrested the man and led him away in handcuffs, the woman thanked me, tears in her eyes. She had been sure that no one would hear her cries, that no one would come to her aid. She had almost given up hope. I couldn't help but think back to the Lone Star Motel, to the woman I had heard but had never seen. Had she been a victim too? Had I missed my chance to help her? I never found out the answer, but one thing was certain. The events of that night had changed me forever. I couldn't erase the memory of those whispered pleas for help, the feeling of unease that had followed me from that motel. As I continued my journey, I couldn't help but wonder about the darkness that could hide behind the most ordinary facades. the secrets that could be buried beneath the surface. The world was a vast and unpredictable place, and I had learned that even in the most unlikely of places, heroes could emerge, and villains could be unmasked. I drove on, my headlights cutting through the darkness, my mind forever haunted by the night I had spent at the Lone Star Motel, a place where the line between reality and the unknown had blurred, and where the true nature of fear had been revealed. Story 2. It was a bleak and stormy night when I found myself driving down a desolate stretch of highway, the windshield wipers struggling to keep pace with the relentless rain. The gloomy landscape outside offered no solace, and I knew I had to find shelter soon. That's when I saw the neon sign flickering weakly in the downpour, like a lighthouse beckoning a lost sailor. The Midnight Haven Motel, it read. The sign was old and worn, but it promised warmth and a respite from the raging storm. With a sense of relief, I pulled into the gravel lot and parked my car under the dimly lit canopy. As I stepped out of my vehicle, I was immediately greeted by the harsh wind and rain, which seemed to intensify in this desolate part of the country. I hurried to the office, my soaked clothes clinging to my body, my shoes squishing with every step. The motel office was a small, dimly lit room that smelled of stale cigarette smoke and old wood. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man with a gruff demeanor. He barely looked up from his newspaper when I entered, acknowledging me with a simple nod. "Need a room?" he grumbled as if I were inconveniencing him. "Yes, please," I replied, my voice quivering from the cold. "How many nights?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the sports section of his newspaper. "Just one," I answered, eager to be on my way in the morning. He handed me a tarnished key with a plastic fob that read Room 9. "That'll be $50, he said without a hint of a smile. I handed him the cash and he counted it meticulously, as if suspecting me of trying to cheat him out of a few dollars. Finally, he handed me a receipt and I took the key and headed out into the storm once more. Room 9 was at the end of a long, dimly lit corridor. The hallway was narrow and lined with peeling wallpaper, the carpet underfoot damp and musty. The place had clearly seen better days. I fumbled with the key in the lock, and when I finally entered the room, I was greeted by a stark and dimly lit space. The room was small, containing only the essentials: a lumpy double bed with faded sheets, a rickety nightstand with a flickering lamp, and a small dusty television mounted on the wall. The air was thick with the scent of mildew, and the walls seemed to close in around me. I quickly stripped off my wet clothes and turned on the lukewarm shower. The bathroom was equally unimpressive, with cracked tiles and a showerhead that sputtered water intermittently. As I stood under the tepid stream, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was an irrational fear, I told myself, a product of my exhaustion and the eerie atmosphere of the motel. After the shower, I dried off and dressed in the spare clean clothes I had packed. I climbed into bed, hoping to find solace in sleep, but the uneasy feeling lingered. The rain outside showed no signs of letting up, and the incessant tapping on the window pane only added to my discomfort. I tried to shake off my unease and closed my eyes, but sleep remained elusive. Every creak of the floorboards in the corridor, every distant sound from the office, seemed magnified in the stillness of the night. The storm outside raged on, the wind howling like a restless spirit. Just as I was beginning to drift off, I heard it, a soft, eerie whispering. It was barely audible at first, like a faint rustling of leaves in the wind. I strained to listen, trying to make out the words, but they were just beyond my grasp. The whispering grew louder, more distinct, and I realized it was coming from the room next door. It was a woman's voice, and she sounded panicked, her words tumbling out in a desperate stream. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding as I tried to make sense of what I was hearing. "Please, you have to let me go," she pleaded, her voice trembling with fear. I strained to hear more, but the words became unintelligible, as if she were speaking in a language I couldn't understand. It was as though she were caught in the grip of some terrible nightmare. Fear gripped me, and I considered calling the police, but I had no way of knowing if the woman next door was in real danger or if she was suffering from some kind of delusion. I sat in my room, paralyzed by uncertainty as the woman's pleas grew louder and more frantic. The minutes stretched on, and I couldn't take it any longer. I had to do something. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, explaining the situation to the operator. She assured me that help was on the way and urged me to stay in my room. I waited anxiously, the minutes feeling like hours, until I heard the sound of sirens approaching. The police arrived quickly, and I led them to the room next door, my heart pounding with dread. The officers knocked on the door, identifying themselves, but there was no response from inside. With a sense of urgency, they forced the door open, and I watched as they entered the room, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. I could see nothing from my vantage point in the hallway, but I strained to listen, hoping to hear some sign that the woman was safe. Then there was a scream, a bone-chilling, blood-curdling scream that sent shivers down my spine. It was followed by the sound of a struggle, of furniture being overturned, of desperate cries for help. I wanted to rush into the room to assist the officers, but fear kept me rooted to the spot. The struggle seemed to go on forever, the woman's screams echoing through the corridor until finally there was silence, a silence that was even more unsettling than the chaos that had preceded it. The officers emerged from the room, their faces pale and grim. They told me that the woman had been alone in the room, her frantic screams and pleas for help seemingly directed at an invisible assailant. There was no sign of forced entry, no evidence of an intruder. I was left in a state of shock and confusion. Had I imagined the woman's cries for help, or had she been the victim of some unseen supernatural force? The officers assured me that she was now in their care and would receive the help she needed. But the mystery of what had transpired in that room haunted me. I couldn't stay at the Midnight Haven Motel any longer. The sense of unease and dread that hung in the air was suffocating, and I longed to put the unsettling events of the night behind me. I checked out of the motel early the next morning, and as I drove away, I couldn't help but glance back at the flickering neon sign. The storm had passed, and the motel looked almost peaceful in the pale light of dawn, but I knew that appearances could be deceiving, that darkness could lurk beneath even the most ordinary of facades. As I continued my journey, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had witnessed something beyond explanation, something that defied reason and logic. The memory of that night would stay with me, a chilling reminder that the line between reality and the unknown is thinner than we dare to imagine, and that the scariest things can often be found in the most unexpected places. Story 3. The rain pounded against the windshield as I pulled into the parking lot of the dilapidated motel. The neon sign above the office flickered intermittently, casting an eerie glow on the cracked asphalt. It was late, and I was tired from hours of driving through the desolate countryside. I just needed a place to rest for the night, and this was the only option for miles. As I approached the motel office, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The building looked as though it had seen better days, its paint peeling and its windows covered in a thick layer of grime. A flickering vacancy sign hung in the window, its letters missing here and there, making it hard to read at first glare. I stepped inside, a bell above the door jingling softly. The interior was dimly lit, and the air was heavy with the musty scent of old carpet and cigarette smoke. A bored-looking clerk sat behind the counter, her eyes glued to a small television that played a rerun of some late-night talk show. "Can I help you?" she mumbled without looking up. "I need a room for the night," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. She finally looked up, her eyes cold and distant. "We got rooms," she said, her voice devoid of enthusiasm. "How many nights?" "Just one," I said quickly, eager to be out of there. She handed me a tarnished key attached to a plastic fob with a faded room number, 13. "That'll be $50, she said, her tone as dull as ever. I handed her the cash and she counted it slowly, her long, nicotine-stained fingers moving methodically. Finally satisfied, she handed me a worn-out receipt and a rusty key. "Room 13 is at the end of the building," she said, her gaze returning to the television. I grabbed the key and made my way down a dimly lit corridor, the carpet underfoot squishing with each step. The corridor seemed to stretch on forever, and I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. The motel was eerily quiet, save for the distant hum of the rain outside and the low drone of the television from the office. When I reached room 13, I hesitated for a moment before inserting the key into the lock. The door creaked open, revealing a small, dimly lit room. The air inside was stifling, and I quickly opened a window to let in some fresh air. The room was sparsely furnished with a sagging double bed, a rickety nightstand, and a flickering overhead light that cast eerie shadows on the walls. As I settled in for the night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination playing tricks on me, but the sensation persisted. I glanced out the window and saw nothing but darkness and rain. It was just my tired mind, I told myself, playing tricks on me after a long day on the road. I decided to take a shower to relax and wash away the grime of the day. The bathroom was equally dismal, with cracked tiles and a shower head that sputtered water sporadically. As I stepped under the lukewarm water, I couldn't help but feel a creeping sense of unease. It was as though the shadows in the corners of the bathroom were moving, shifting ever so slightly. I quickly finished my shower and stepped out, wrapping a towel around myself. I tried to push the eerie feeling from my mind as I got dressed and climbed into bed. The rain outside had intensified, the drumming on the roof like a steady heartbeat. I pulled the scratchy motel blanket up to my chin and tried to relax, but sleep eluded me. Every creak of the floorboards in the corridor, every distant sound from the office, seemed amplified in the silence of the night. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with thoughts of the strange motel and its even stranger inhabitants. Suddenly I heard a soft, rhythmic tapping on the window. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, my eyes fixed on the glass. The tapping continued, growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment. I hesitated for a moment, my hand trembling as I reached for the curtain. When I finally pulled the curtain aside, I gasped in horror. A figure stood outside, obscured by the rain-smeared glass. It was a man, his face hidden beneath a hooded raincoat, but I could see the glint of something metallic in his hand. A knife. I stumbled back in terror, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure continued to tap on the window, his eyes locked on mine. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking as I dialed 911, but as I brought the phone to my ear, I realized there was no dial tone, only static. The figure outside the window began to speak, his voice muffled by the glass but filled with an unsettling calmness. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his words sending a chill down my spine. "This place, it's not what it seems." I backed away from the window, my mind racing with fear and confusion. Who was this man, and what did he mean? I glanced around the room, searching for anything that could help me defend myself. The room was bare, with no weapons in sight. As I turned back to the window, the figure had disappeared. I hesitated for a moment, my breath coming in ragged gasps, before I mustered the courage to approach the window once more. I cautiously peered outside, but the man was gone, leaving no trace of his presence. I locked the window and pulled the curtains closed, my heart still pounding in my chest. I knew I had to get out of there, but the rain outside showed no signs of letting up. I had no choice but to wait until morning. I spent the rest of the night in a state of heightened anxiety, my senses on high alert. Every sound, every creak of the floorboards seemed like a potential threat. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something sinister lurked in the shadows of the motel. When morning finally came, I wasted no time packing my things and checking out of the motel. The clerk at the front desk seemed as disinterested as ever, and I couldn't bring myself to tell her about the terrifying encounter I had endured. As I drove away from the motel, I couldn't help but wonder about the strange events of the night. Who was the mysterious figure outside my window, and what did he mean by, "This place is not what it seems"? I knew I would never have answers to those questions, but I also knew that I never wanted to set foot in that motel again. The rain had finally stopped, and the sun had broken through the clouds, casting a warm glow on the countryside. I took a deep breath, relieved to be leaving that nightmarish place behind. But as I glanced in my rearview mirror, I could have sworn I saw a faint figure standing in the doorway of room 13, watching me leave with hollow, empty eyes. I sped away, putting as much distance between myself and that motel as possible. The memory of that night would haunt me for the rest of my days, a chilling reminder that sometimes the scariest things are not the ones that go bump in the night, but the ones that lurk in the darkest corners of our own minds. Living with roommates was nothing new to me. In fact, it had been a significant part of my adult life since graduating from college. The shared rent, responsibilities, and the occasional company of fellow housemates had always seemed like a reasonable arrangement. But when my new roommate, John, introduced me to his girlfriend, Sarah, Our home dynamic took a turn into uncharted territory, revealing a dark secret that would forever change my perspective on shared living. John had moved in about a month ago, taking over the room across the hall from mine in our cozy two-bedroom apartment. He was a friendly, easygoing guy, always ready with a joke or a helping hand when needed. He had mentioned his girlfriend, Sarah, a few times in passing, but I hadn't had the chance to meet her until one fateful Friday evening. I was relaxing in the living room, engrossed in a book, when I heard the front door swing open, followed by the muffled sound of conversation. I looked up as John and a woman entered the apartment. She was petite, with a cascade of jet black hair and an air of mystery that seemed to envelop her. "Hey, this is Sarah," John said with a warm smile. "Sarah, meet my roommate, Alex." Sarah extended her hand and I shook it, offering a polite greeting. There was something about her that piqued my curiosity, a sense that there was more to her than met the eye. But I dismissed it as mere intrigue, thinking that perhaps it was just my overactive imagination. As the weeks went by, Sarah became a regular presence in our apartment. She and John spent most evenings together, cooking dinner, watching movies, and sharing stories of their day. On the surface, they appeared to be the picture-perfect couple, deeply in love and genuinely happy. However, I couldn't help but notice that Sarah had a certain aloofness about her. She would often retreat into herself, lost in thought as if carrying a weighty secret. I tried to respect their privacy and dismissed it as a personal quirk, but a growing unease began to gnaw at me. One evening, I found myself alone in the kitchen with Sarah. John had gone out to run some errands, leaving us in an awkward silence. I decided to break the ice. "So Sarah, how did you and John meet?" I asked, trying to keep the conversation light. Her eyes flickered with a shadow of something I couldn't quite place, a mixture of sadness and fear. "We met at a support group," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "A support group?" I asked, intrigued and concerned by her answer. Sarah hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Yes, it's a group for people who have experienced trauma," she said, choosing her words carefully. I could sense that Sarah was holding something back, something dark and painful. I didn't want to pry, but my curiosity got the better of me. "Trauma?" I asked gently, hoping she would open up a little more. She took a deep breath, her eyes welling with tears. "I can't go into details, but let's just say that we've both been through some really difficult times," she replied, her voice trembling. I didn't press her for more information, but her words left a lingering sense of unease. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of trauma had brought Sarah and John together, and what dark secret she was hiding beneath her quiet demeanor. Over the following weeks, I began to notice subtle changes in Sarah's behavior. She would often startle easily, her eyes darting around the room as if expecting danger to strike at any moment. Her cheerful moments with John grew fewer, replaced by long periods of brooding silence. One evening, as I was in my room working on a project, I overheard a heated argument between Sarah and John in the living room. Their voices were raised and I couldn't make out the words, but the tension in the air was palpable. It was the first time I had witnessed such a dispute between them, and it left me with a growing sense of concern. The following morning, I ran into John in the kitchen. He looked exhausted, his eyes bloodshot from what appeared to be a sleepless night. "Is everything okay with you and Sarah?" I asked cautiously. John sighed, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "We've been going through a rough patch lately," he admitted. "Sarah's been dealing with some personal demons, and it's been taking a toll on both of us." I wanted to offer my support, to reach out to Sarah and let her know that she wasn't alone, but I didn't know how to broach the subject without intruding on their privacy. Instead, I decided to keep a watchful eye on the situation, hoping that things would eventually improve. As the days turned into weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong with Sarah. She had become increasingly withdrawn, rarely leaving the apartment except for her support group meetings. I had tried to strike up casual conversations with her, but she would respond with one-word answers, her eyes haunted by a deep sadness. One evening, as I was returning from work, I found Sarah sitting alone her eyes fixed on the flickering television screen. Her gaze was distant, and she appeared lost in a world of her own. "Sarah, are you okay?" I asked, genuinely concerned. She turned to look at me, her eyes welling with tears. "I can't do this anymore, Alex," she whispered, her voice filled with anguish. I sat down next to her, offering a comforting presence. "Do what, Sarah? You can talk to me." She hesitated for a moment, as if wrestling with her thoughts. Then, in a trembling voice, she began to reveal her dark secret. "I've been living in fear for years," she confessed, her words heavy with pain. "There's someone from my past, a dangerous person who's been haunting me. I thought I could escape, start a new life with John, but he's found me. And now he's threatening to destroy everything I hold dear." I listened in shock as Sarah recounted a harrowing tale of abuse, manipulation, and a relentless pursuit by a figure from her past. She had been forced to change her identity, move to a different city, and join the support group to escape the tormentor who had haunted her for so long. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, and I could see the terror in her eyes. It was a story of unimaginable suffering, and I couldn't help but feel a deep sympathy for her. "Why haven't you gone to the police?" I asked, my concern growing. Sarah's expression turned to one of sheer terror. "I can't," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "He's always been one step ahead of me. If he finds out that I've gone to the police, he'll stop at nothing to find me. I can't put John or anyone else in danger." I realized that Sarah was trapped in a living nightmare, unable to escape the dark shadow of her past. It was a chilling revelation, and I knew that I had to do everything in my power to help her. Over the next few days, I worked with Sarah to develop a plan to ensure her safety. We installed security measures in our apartment, changed her routines, and she began attending therapy sessions to address the trauma she had endured. It was a small glimmer of hope in an otherwise bleak situation. But as we delved deeper into the intricacies of Sarah's past, it became clear that her tormentor was growing increasingly relentless. Strange and threatening messages would appear on our doorstep, and we would occasionally spot a shadowy figure lurking in the shadows near our building. The situation reached a breaking point one fateful night. John had gone out to run an errand, leaving Sarah and me alone in the apartment. As we sat in the living room, the light suddenly went out, plunging us into darkness. Fear clenched at my chest as I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight. I could hear Sarah's rapid breathing, and I knew that we were not alone in the apartment. The sound of shuffling footsteps echoed through the darkness, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, bathed in the dim glow of my phone's flashlight. It was a man, tall and menacing, with a look of malevolence in his eyes. He advanced toward us, a chilling smile on his lips. "Sarah, you can't hide from me," he hissed, his voice dripping with malice. I sprang into action, doing my best to shield Sarah from the intruder. With a surge of adrenaline, I managed to push him back and slam the door shut, locking it securely. "Call the police," I told Sarah urgently, as I braced the door with all my strength. Sarah dialed 911, and I could hear her shaky voice as she relayed our terrifying situation to the dispatcher. Meanwhile, the intruder pounded on the door, his threats growing more unhinged by the second. Minutes felt like hours as we waited for the police to arrive. The intruder continued his relentless assault on the door, and I could feel my strength waning. Just when it seemed like he might break through, the sound of sirens filled the air and the intruder fled into the night. The police arrived, taking our statements and promising to investigate the incident. It was a small victory, but it came at a great cost. Sarah was traumatized by the encounter, and the fear that had consumed her for so long had now become a horrifying reality. In the days that followed, Sarah and John decided to relocate to a different city, hoping to escape the relentless tormentor who had haunted their lives. I helped them pack their belongings and wished them well, hoping that the distance would finally provide them with the safety and peace they deserved. As I watched them drive away, I couldn't help but reflect on the darkness that can lurk beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary lives. Sarah's ordeal had been a stark reminder that the past can cast a long shadow, one that can engulf even the most promising futures. I returned to my apartment, grateful that Sarah and John were safe, but haunted by the knowledge that their tormentor was still out there, lurking in the shadows. It was a chilling reminder that sometimes, the darkest secrets are the ones that threaten to consume us whole, and that even in the face of unimaginable fear, there is always a glimmer of hope. And so, as I settled back into my quiet, unassuming life, I couldn't help but wonder how many other individuals were living with their own dark secrets, how many others were grappling with the shadows of their pasts. It was a sobering thought, a reminder that we never truly know the demons that may be lurking just beneath the surface. Story 2. The chill of autumn had settled into our small college town, and with it came the promise of new beginnings. I was excited to start my freshman year at Crestwood University, eager to make friends and explore the world beyond my hometown. Little did I know that the darkest, most unsettling chapter of my life was about to unfold within the walls of my dormitory. My roommate Mark seemed like an ordinary guy at first. He was friendly, always willing to help with my heavy bags during move-in day, and he even offered to share his stash of snacks. We hit it off quickly, bonding over our shared love of horror movies and late-night gaming sessions. Everything was perfect, or so I thought. As the weeks passed, I began to notice odd things about Mark. He was a night owl, staying up until the early hours of the morning. I'd often wake to find him hunched over his desk, staring at his computer screen with an intensity that creeped me out. I tried not to think too much of it, chalking it up to his eccentric study habits. One evening, curiosity got the better of me. Mark had left his laptop open, and I couldn't resist taking a peek. What I saw made my blood run cold. His screen was filled with newspaper articles and photographs of missing persons, each one carefully cataloged with notes. My heart raced as I realized the extent of his obsession. "Mark, what is all of this?" I asked, my voice trembling as I confronted him about the disturbing discovery. He turned to face me, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Just a hobby," he replied casually, as if discussing the weather. "I'm interested in unsolved mysteries, that's all." But it wasn't just the obsession with missing persons that unnerved me. Mark's behavior grew increasingly erratic. He would disappear for days on end, claiming he was visiting his family or taking impromptu trips. Whenever he returned, he'd bring back strange, unmarked packages that he stashed in the depths of our closet. I tried to distance myself from Mark, spending more time with my new friends on campus, but he always managed to pull me back into his world. He'd invite me to movie nights or offer me his snacks, and I'd find myself unable to refuse. It was as though he had some strange power over me, a magnetic pull I couldn't resist. One evening after a particularly long gaming session, I couldn't hold back my questions any longer. "Mark, what are those packages you keep bringing back? And why do you always leave in the middle of the night?" He grinned a chilling, predatory smile. "I have a secret," he whispered, his voice laced with menace. "But I can't tell you just yet. You'll find out soon enough." I should have run then, fled from the darkness that seemed to envelop my roommate. But fear held me captive, and I couldn't tear myself away from the web he'd woven around me. Weeks turned into months, and the campus buzzed with rumors of missing students. It was as if our peaceful college town had become a breeding ground for tragedy. I couldn't help but connect the dots, wondering if Mark's obsession with missing persons had taken a sinister turn. One night, as I lay in bed unable to sleep, I heard the creaking of our closet door. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched in horror as Mark emerged, carrying one of the mysterious packages. He didn't notice me, too consumed by whatever dark purpose drove him. I watched in terror as he unwrapped the package, revealing a collection of photographs, all of them featuring me. Each image had been taken without my knowledge, capturing intimate moments from my life. Fear gripped me as I realized that I was at the center of his obsession. "Mark, what the hell is this?" I screamed, my voice trembling with rage and fear. He turned to face me, his eyes filled with a manic intensity. "You see, I have a secret and you're a part of it," he hissed. I knew I had to escape, to run as far away from Mark as possible. I leaped out of bed and bolted for the door, but he was faster, tackling me to the ground. We grappled on the floor, my fear-fueled strength matching his desperation. As we struggled, Mark's words spilled out in a frenzied confession. He had been responsible for the disappearances on campus, luring unsuspecting students into his twisted web. He had been studying me, preparing for the day when I would become his next victim. With every ounce of strength, I managed to break free from his grip and make a run for it. I dashed out of the room, the chilling echo of his maniacal laughter following me down the dormitory hallway. My mind raced as I fled, knowing that I had narrowly escaped a fate worse than death. I reached the campus security office, breathless and covered in bruises. They took my statement and launched an immediate search for Mark. As they combed through his room, they discovered a chilling array of evidence, including photographs and personal items belonging to his victims. Mark was apprehended, and the truth of his dark secret was laid bare for all to see. He had been living a double life, posing as an ordinary college student while hiding a sinister obsession with abducting and tormenting his fellow classmates. In the aftermath, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had taken hold of me. The scars, both physical and emotional, ran deep, a constant reminder of the horrors I had narrowly escaped. Crestwood University would never be the same, and neither would I. As the seasons changed and the years passed, I found solace in therapy and the support of my friends and family. Mark was locked away, never to harm another soul, but the nightmares of that fateful year would haunt me forever. The darkness that had once resided within my own dormitory had been exposed, but the true nature of Mark's secret would forever remain a chilling mystery, one that I hoped would fade into obscurity, never to be unearthed again. But the story didn't end with Mark's capture. As the investigation deepened, the authorities discovered a network of hidden chambers beneath our dormitory, each one containing evidence of Mark's depraved activities. The underground lair was a chilling maze of photographs, journals, and mementos, each one linked to a different victim. It became clear that Mark had been operating in secret for years, selecting his victims with disturbing precision. He had meticulously documented their lives, collecting information and mementos that allowed him to assume their identities. It was a nightmare beyond comprehension, a secret so dark and twisted that it defied explanation. The campus was in shock, and the media descended upon Crestwood University, hungry for every detail of the horrifying discovery. Students and their families demanded answers, and the university was forced to confront the unthinkable truth that had festered beneath their very noses. As the investigation continued, more victims were identified, and the full scope of Mark's crimes became clear. Families were reunited with their missing loved ones, but the scars of their ordeals ran deep. Crestwood University would never fully recover from the stain of Mark's actions, and the dormitory where the nightmare had unfolded was forever tainted. In the years that followed, I tried to move on with my life, but the memories of that fateful year continued to haunt me. I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, of a darkness that lingered in the corners of my mind. The nightmares persisted, a relentless reminder of the horror I had endured. As I walked the halls of Crestwood University, I couldn't help but wonder how many other secrets lay hidden beneath the surface, how many other nightmares were waiting to be uncovered. The campus had been forever changed by the darkness that had taken root within its walls, a darkness that had nearly claimed me as its victim. The legacy of Mark's dark secret would cast a long shadow over Crestwood University, a chilling reminder that even in the most ordinary of places, the most sinister of secrets could be lurking, waiting to be revealed. And so, as I looked out at the campus that had once been a place of promise and hope, I couldn't help but wonder if the darkness that had consumed Mark might one day resurface, casting its sinister shadow once again. Story 3. I had always thought of myself as someone who could handle life's twists and turns with ease. After all, I had weathered my fair share of ups and downs over the years. But nothing could have prepared me for the peculiar turn my life would take when I moved in with my new roommate, Alex. It was a sweltering summer day when I first met Alex. I'd been searching for a roommate to share the rent of my small 2-bedroom apartment, and he had responded to my online ad. We met at a nearby cafe, and our initial conversation was pleasant enough. Alex was a tall, wiry man in his early 30s, with a mop of unruly brown hair and an awkward but endearing smile. We quickly agreed to become roommates. His rent payment would be a lifesaver for me, and Alex assured me that he was quiet and kept to himself, which sounded like a dream come true for a roommate. Little did I know that his reserved demeanor would soon unravel into a series of bizarre and unsettling behaviors. The first sign that something was amiss came in the form of late-night noises. At first, I chalked it up to the usual settling sounds of an old apartment building. But as the weeks went by, the noises became more distinct and scary. I would hear faint whispers and soft thumps in the middle of the night, as if Alex were engaged in some mysterious nocturnal activity. One night, unable to ignore it any longer, I ventured out of my room to investigate. I found Alex sitting cross-legged in the living room, surrounded by an array of candles. He was hunched over a worn leather-bound book, muttering incantations in a language I couldn't recognize. His eyes were wide, unblinking, and filled with an intensity that made my blood freeze. "Alex, what are you doing?" I stammered, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and confusion. He looked up at me, his eyes momentarily vacant, before a twisted smile crept across his face. "Just some late-night reading," he replied cryptically before closing the book and extinguishing the candles. I returned to my room, my heart pounding in my chest. The encounter had left me deeply unsettled, but I convinced myself that it was nothing more than an eccentric habit, a quirk that I could tolerate in a roommate. As the weeks turned into months, Alex's behavior grew increasingly erratic. He would spend hours locked in his room, and when he emerged, he would be carrying strange items, a taxidermy crow, an antique dagger, and even a collection of unmarked vials filled with murky liquids. I had no idea what he was doing with these items, but it was clear that he was immersed in some bizarre and unsettling hobby. One evening, I returned home from work to find our living room transformed into a makeshift altar. Candles, incense, and strange symbols were scattered across the floor. Alex was kneeling at the center, his eyes closed in what appeared to be deep meditation. "Alex, what is all of this?" I demanded, my frustration and anxiety boiling over. He opened his eyes slowly, gazing at me with a scary calmness. "I'm pursuing a higher purpose," he replied, his voice carrying an otherworldly quality. "I've found a path to enlightenment, and I must follow it." I couldn't make sense of his cryptic words, and a sense of dread settled over me. It was as if Alex had ventured into a world of his own, one that was steeped in mysticism and darkness. I couldn't fathom what had led him down this path or how it had taken hold of him so completely. As the days turned into weeks, I became increasingly isolated in my own home. Alex's presence loomed over me like a dark cloud, and I couldn't escape the feeling that he was hiding something far more sinister than his eccentric hobbies. It was as though a wall had been erected between us, and I was left on the outside, trying to peer in and make sense of the madness that had consumed my roommate. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to investigate further. I carefully picked the lock to Alex's room and ventured inside. What I discovered would haunt me for the rest of my days. The walls of his room were covered in intricate symbols, drawn in what appeared to be blood. Shelves were lined with ancient-looking books, each one filled with cryptic texts and illustrations of grotesque creatures. The air was heavy with the scent of incense, and in the center of the room I found a circle etched into the floor, surrounded by candles and adorned with disturbing symbols. As I inspected the room, I stumbled upon a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. Inside, I found a collection of journals, each one filled with Alex's ramblings and accounts of his bizarre experiences. He wrote of visions of encounters with entities from other realms, and of a growing obsession with the occult. My heart raced as I realized the depth of Alex's descent into madness. It was clear that he had become entangled in a world of dark magic and forbidden knowledge, and there was no telling where it would lead him, or what it might mean for me. Terrified and unsure of what to do, I confronted Alex about what I had discovered. His reaction was unlike anything I could have anticipated. He laughed, a chilling, mirthless laugh. "You've stumbled upon the truth, my friend," he said, his eyes gleaming with a manic intensity. "I've unlocked the secrets of the universe, and there's no turning back." I knew then that I had to escape, to flee from the madness that had consumed my roommate. I packed my belongings hastily and made plans to move out. But as I prepared to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that Alex's dark obsession would follow me, that I had become entangled in a web of darkness that would never let me go. As I settled into my new apartment, far away from the nightmare of my old life, I couldn't help but wonder what had become of Alex. Had his obsession with the occult consumed him completely, or had he found some semblance of peace? I would never know the answers, but the memory of those eerie nights in our shared apartment would haunt me forever. I had learned a valuable lesson about the darkness that can lurk within the hearts and minds of those we think we know. It was a lesson that would stay with me, a reminder that sometimes the most unsettling and inexplicable mysteries can be found closer to home than we ever imagined. In the years that followed, I tried to put the nightmare of my former roommate behind me, to move on with my life and leave the darkness that had consumed him far behind. but I couldn't escape the feeling that some part of that darkness had latched onto me, that I had become a part of a story that was far from over. And so, as I looked out at the world, I couldn't help but wonder how many other individuals were hiding their own dark secrets, how many others were on the brink of a descent into madness and obsession. The line between reality and the unknown was thinner than I had ever imagined, and I couldn't help but fear what lurked on the other side. Working at Walmart was never glamorous, but it paid the bills. I was just an ordinary employee, one among the sea of blue vests, stacking shelves and dealing with the quirks of everyday customers. The store was a monotonous place, predictable and unchanging. That was until I started working under Manager Phillips. Manager Phillips was a tall, middle-aged man with graying hair and an unassuming demeanor. He wasn't particularly friendly, but he wasn't unkind either. He ran the store efficiently, and that's what mattered to most of us. However, there was something about him that made me uneasy from the very beginning. It started with the way he looked at us, his employees. His gaze was penetrating, as if he were trying to read our souls. It was a look that lingered too long, that made you want to squirm and look away. But I couldn't deny the effectiveness of his management style. Our store was running like a well-oiled machine, and our sales numbers were steadily climbing. One day, as I was restocking the canned goods aisle, I overheard a hushed conversation between two of my co-workers, Rachel and Mike. They were whispering about Manager Phillips and the strange things they had seen him do. My curiosity got the better of me, and I moved closer to eavesdrop. "He's always in the break room during his lunch break," Rachel said, her voice barely audible. "And he locks the door behind him." Mike nodded in agreement. "Yeah, and I've seen him go out to the parking lot late at night, sometimes after everyone else has left. It's weird, man." I had noticed some odd behaviors from Manager Phillips myself, but I had brushed them off as quirks. Now, hearing my co-workers' concerns, I couldn't help but wonder if there was more to the man than met the eye. That evening, after my shift, I decided to follow Manager Phillips. It was a foolish and impulsive decision, driven by a curiosity I couldn't ignore. I watched from my car as he left the store, his figure disappearing into the night. I trailed him at a distance, my heart pounding in my chest. He drove to a remote area outside of town, a place I had never been before. He parked his car near a secluded pond, and I watched as he got out and walked to the water's edge. In the dim moonlight, I saw him raise his hands, palms up, and begin to speak in a low, almost hypnotic voice. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone of his voice was dark and cold. It was as though he were engaged in some kind of ritual. I watched in stunned silence as Manager Phillips continued his strange behavior. He stayed by the pond for what felt like hours, his movements deliberate and purposeful. It was clear that whatever he was doing was deeply important to him. Finally, he returned to his car and drove back to the store, seemingly unaware that he had been observed. I waited a few minutes before I followed him back, my mind racing with questions and suspicions. Over the next few weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong with Manager Phillips. I kept a close eye on his actions, documenting the strange occurrences I witnessed. It became an obsession, something I couldn't let go of. One day, I decided to confide in Rachel and Mike, the co-workers I had overheard earlier. I told them about what I had seen at the pond, and they shared their own observations. It was clear that we all had a growing sense of unease about our manager. Rachel had noticed that Manager Phillips seemed to have an uncanny ability to predict when the store would be busy or when a major sale would occur. It was as though he had insider information that the rest of us didn't. Mike, on the other hand, had discovered that Manager Phillips had access to a room in the back of the store that no one else did. It was a small, windowless space, and the door was always locked. Mike had tried to ask about it, but Manager Phillips had brushed off his inquiries, claiming it was simply a storage room. As our suspicions grew, we decided to do some digging. We scoured the store's records and discovered that there were financial irregularities that seemed to be connected to Manager Phillips. Money was unaccounted for, and inventory seemed to vanish mysteriously. It was as though the store was bleeding money, and Manager Phillips was at the center of it all. One evening, as we were discussing our findings, Rachel had a breakthrough. She had been looking into Manager Phillips's background and had discovered that he had a history of involvement with a secretive and obscure religious group. The group's beliefs were unconventional, to say the least, and its members were known for their eccentric rituals. It all clicked into place. Manager Phillips' strange behavior, his ability to predict the store's fortunes, the locked room, and now his connection to this enigmatic religious group. It was all part of a puzzle that we were determined to solve. We decided to confront Manager Phillips with our suspicions. We confronted him in his office one evening, armed with our evidence and the determination to uncover the truth. He listened to us calmly, his expression unreadable. When we presented our findings, his only response was a chilling smile. "You've been very observant, haven't you?" he said, his voice dripping with condescension. "But you have no idea what you're getting into." We demanded answers, but Manager Phillips refused to divulge anything more. Instead, he warned us to drop our investigation and forget everything we had discovered. It was a veiled threat, and we knew we were treading on dangerous ground. Undeterred, we decided to take our concerns to higher-ups in the company. We believed that they needed to know about Manager Phillips's behavior and its impact on the store's finances. We gathered our evidence and prepared to make our case. But before we could take our concerns any further, things took a sinister turn. Rachel disappeared one night after her shift. She had been conducting her own investigation into Manager Phillips, and we feared that she had crossed a line that put her in danger. We reported her disappearance to the police, but there was no sign of her. It was as though she had vanished without a trace, leaving us with a growing sense of dread and helplessness. Mike and I were now the only ones left to unravel the mystery of Manager Phillips. We knew that we were risking our own safety, but we couldn't turn back. We had to uncover the truth, not only for Rachel's sake, but for our own as well. We continued to gather evidence, documenting every irregularity and suspicious behavior we could find. The financial discrepancies grew more alarming, and it became clear that Manager Phillips was siphoning money from the store for reasons known only to him. One night, as I was going through some old records in the break room, I discovered something creeped me out. I found a photo of Manager Phillips with a group of people, all dressed in robes, standing in front of a dark, imposing building. It was the same building I had seen in my dreams, the one that haunted me with its foreboding presence. The photo was old, faded, but there was no mistaking Manager Phillips's face among the group. It was as though he had a connection to that sinister place. I showed the photo to Mike, and he recognized the building as well. It was located on the outskirts of town, and it had always been associated with rumors of strange rituals and secretive gatherings. With this new piece of evidence, we decided to investigate the building ourselves. We couldn't ignore the possibility that it held the key to uncovering Manager Phillips's dark secret. Late one night, we drove to the location, our hearts pounding with anticipation and fear. The building loomed before us, a dark and imposing structure that seemed to radiate malevolence. We knew we were walking into the unknown, and we were prepared for whatever we might find. As we entered the building, the air grew cold and the silence was oppressive. We made our way through a cloudy lit hallway, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The building was filled with strange symbols and markings, and the walls seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Finally, we reached a large, cavernous chamber, and what we saw inside made our blood run cold. Manager Phillips stood at the center of the room, surrounded by a group of robed figures. They were engaged in a ritual, their voices raised in a chant. In the center of the room was an altar, and on it lay a figure covered by a black shroud. It was Rachel, unconscious and seemingly lifeless. Manager Phillips was overseeing the ritual, his eyes filled with a manic intensity. We watched in horror as the ritual reached its climax. The figures chanted louder, and the air crackled with an unnatural energy. And then the unthinkable happened. Rachel's body began to twitch and convulse, and she let out a haunting scream. It was as though she were being possessed by some dark force. We couldn't bear to watch any longer, and we turned to flee. But before we could escape, we were discovered by Manager Phillips and his followers. They cornered us in the chamber, their eyes filled with a fanatic zeal. Manager Phillips spoke in a voice that was not his own, his words filled with an eerie resonance. He revealed the true nature of his secret, a pact with a sinister entity that granted him power and knowledge beyond comprehension. He offered us a choice: join him in his dark endeavors or become sacrifices to the entity he served. We refused to submit to his twisted desires, and a battle ensued. It was a desperate struggle for our lives, as we fought against Manager Phillips and his followers, determined to stop their sinister ritual. As we grappled with them, we managed to disrupt the ritual, freeing Rachel from the entity's grip. She was weakened and traumatized, but she was alive. In the end, we managed to escape the building, leaving Manager Phillips and his followers behind. We reported the incident to the police, but they found no trace of the manager or his group when they arrived at the scene. The experience left us scarred and haunted, but we knew that we had done the right thing. We had uncovered Manager Phillips's dark secret and put an end to his dark plans. We never returned to that Walmart store, and we never saw Manager Phillips again. But the memory of that night, of the sinister rituals and dark entity, would haunt us for the rest of our lives. As we moved on, we couldn't help but wonder how many other secrets were hidden in the most ordinary of places, waiting to be discovered by those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. The world was full of mysteries, some more terrifying than we could ever imagine, and we had come face to face with one of them. Story 2. It was an ordinary Tuesday evening when I decided to make a quick trip to Walmart. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, casting the sprawling parking lot into darkness. A flickering streetlight hummed above me as I exited my car. I shook it off as a result of the chilly autumn air, reminding myself that Walmart was just a stone's throw away, and I'd be inside the well-lit store in no time. I strolled through the automatic sliding doors, greeted by the familiar overhead hum of fluorescent lights and the sight of endless aisles filled with products of every kind. There's something oddly comforting about the predictability of Walmart even at night. Rows of neatly stacked shelves, the faint smell of plastic and cleaning supplies, the muffled chatter of employees and late-night shoppers. It was all so ordinary. I had come for a few essentials, so I grabbed a shopping cart and began to browse. The soft squeaking of wheels echoed around me as I navigated through the labyrinthine aisles. My footsteps seemed unusually loud against the linoleum floor, but I shrugged it off as my imagination playing tricks on me. I picked up a box of cereal, some milk, and a few other items, steadily making my way toward the checkout lanes. As I turned into the snack aisle, something caught my eye. A man in a faded green hoodie. He was standing near the potato chips, his head buried in a bag as if he were genuinely shopping. At first, there was nothing remarkable about him, just another shopper in a Walmart hoodie. But then, something about his posture struck me as odd. He seemed tense, like a predator sizing up its prey. He didn't glance my way, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me, studying me. It made my blood freeze, making me hesitate. I continued down the aisle, glancing over my shoulder to find him still there, pretending to examine bags of chips. I quickened my pace, now acutely aware of my surroundings. Every aisle I turned into, he was there, never too close but always within my line of sight. Panic started to creep in, and I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe he was just doing his shopping and I was reading too much into it. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. When I reached the personal care aisle, I decided to test my theory. I grabbed a random item off the shelf, a bottle of shampoo I didn't even need, and headed for the electronics section. If he was following me, he'd have to reveal his true intentions. Sure enough, as I entered the electronics section, he followed. I tried to act nonchalant, glancing at the TVs and browsing the video games, but my heart raced. There was no doubt now he was following me. Fear constricted my chest as I considered my options. I couldn't confront him directly. I needed help. I reached for my phone, but a quick glance told me I had no signal. Walmart's notorious dead spots, I thought. Panic set in as I realized I was on my own. I decided to make a beeline for the front of the store, where there were always employees at the registers. The man could be a harmless coincidence, but my gut told me otherwise. I picked up the pace, my cart squeaking loudly in protest. I passed through the clothing section, then the home goods aisle, but he stayed with me, never more than a few aisles away. I could feel his eyes on me, and I knew he was closing in. Finally, I reached the main thoroughfare of the store, lined with registers and manned by Walmart employees. I hurriedly pushed my cart toward the closest checkout lane, relief washing over me. The cashier, a young woman with a friendly smile, scanned my items and made small talk as she worked. But just as I was starting to calm down, I saw him. The man in the green hoodie was standing a few lanes away, pretending to examine a display of candy bars. He wasn't shopping. He was watching me, waiting for his chance. I paid for my items, thanked the cashier, and made a quick decision. Instead of heading for the exit, I turned and pushed my cart toward the pharmacy section at the back of the store. It was further away from the entrance, but it was also less crowded, and I hoped I could lose him there. As I walked, I took a deep breath and tried to think rationally. I needed to find a store employee and alert them to the situation. I knew I couldn't confront this man on my own. But where were the employees? It was as if the store had emptied out, leaving only me and the stalker. I turned a corner and entered the pharmacy area. It was eerily quiet, with only the soft hum of fluorescent lights above. I scanned the rows of medicine and health products, desperately searching for a store employee. There was no one in sight. I felt a cold sweat forming on my brow as I continued to push my cart. My heart pounded in my chest, and every sound, every shadow, seemed amplified. The man in the green hoodie was still behind me, closer now, his footsteps echoing ominously on the linoleum floor. I rounded another corner and my heart sank. There, standing in front of me, was a display of Halloween masks and costumes. Rows of plastic faces leered at me, grotesque and terrifying. The irony of the situation hit me. The scariest thing in the store wasn't a mask, it was the man following me. I knew I couldn't keep running forever. My phone still had no signal and there were no store employees in sight. I had to make a stand, find a way to escape this nightmare. I glanced around, searching for anything that could help me. That's when I saw it, a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall. It was my only chance. I approached it, trying to remain calm. The man was now just a few feet away, his eyes locked on me, a sinister grin playing on his lips. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed the fire extinguisher and aimed it at him. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice quivering but determined. The man froze, his grin fading into a look of surprise. Whoa, calm down," he said, holding up his hands. "I'm not here to hurt you." I wasn't convinced. "Then why are you following me?" I demanded, my finger on the extinguisher's trigger. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "I'm not following you. I work here, in loss prevention. I thought you might be a shoplifter." My heart pounded in my chest as I considered his words. Could he be telling the truth? I lowered the fire extinguisher slightly, but I didn't put it down. "You're a Walmart employee?" I asked, still on edge. "Yes," he replied, his hands still raised. "I'm just doing my job, trying to prevent theft. I'm sorry if I scared you." I looked around, finally noticing the security cameras placed throughout the store. It made sense. He was an employee trying to protect the store's assets. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me as I realized my mistake. I thought you were stalking me," I admitted, feeling foolish. He nodded sympathetically. "I can see how it might have looked that way. I should have introduced myself and explained, but I didn't want to blow my cover." Relief flooded through me as I lowered the fire extinguisher completely and handed it back to him. "I'm sorry for overreacting," I said, my voice shaky. "It's just that, well, it's been a really strange night." He offered a friendly smile. "No worries. I'm Chris, by the way. I promise I won't be following you anymore." We both chuckled nervously, and I finally started to relax. Chris walked me to the front of the store, where other employees were now visible at the registers. He explained the situation to a manager, who assured me they would review the security footage to confirm everything was okay. As I left the store, I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. What had started as a routine trip to Walmart had turned into a terrifying ordeal, all because of a misunderstanding. I realized that sometimes fear can distort our perceptions and lead us to make rash decisions. From that night on, I never looked at Walmart the same way. It was no longer just a place to shop. It was a reminder that even the most ordinary settings can become the backdrop for a terrifying encounter. And as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man in the green hoodie had given me a glimpse into the darker side of the ordinary world. A world where shadows lurked in every aisle, and fear could turn even the most mundane moments into a nightmare. Story 3. Working the night shift at Walmart was never the highlight of my week. The sterile fluorescent lights seemed to drain the life out of everything, casting harsh shadows that danced eerily on the linoleum floor. But the pay was decent, and it was a job, so I couldn't complain too much. One particular night, as the clock ticked closer to midnight, I found myself manning the customer service desk. It wasn't a particularly exciting job. I spent most of my time handling returns and dealing with the occasional irate customer. But that night was different, as I would soon discover. I had just finished processing a return when I saw him. He stood at the entrance, lingering in the faint-lit vestibule. His silhouette was framed by the automatic sliding doors, and something about him immediately sent a shiver down my spine. The man was tall and gaunt, his features obscured by the hood of his tattered coat. He wore dark, worn-out jeans that seemed to sag under their own weight, and his shoes were scuffed and filthy. But what really caught my attention were his eyes, or rather the lack of them. His face was hidden in the shadows, and I couldn't make out any facial features, just two dark voids where his eyes should have been. I blinked, thinking it was a trick of the light, but when I looked again, his unsettling gaze remained. It was as though he had no eyes at all, just empty sockets staring into the store. I felt a freezing sensation, and I couldn't tear my gaze away from him. As the automatic doors slid shut behind him, he stepped into the store, his footsteps almost inaudible on the polished floor. I watched in a mix of curiosity and unease as he moved deeper into the store, his hooded head bowed slightly as if in contemplation. I quickly glanced around the store to see if any of my coworkers had noticed the strange man, but they were all busy with their tasks, oblivious to his presence. Part of me wanted to alert someone, call security, or at least keep an eye on him, but another part of me hesitated, unsure of what to make of the situation. After all, he was just a customer, albeit a peculiar one. I decided to keep an eye on him from the customer service desk, rationalizing that it was my job to monitor the store. As I watched, he wandered aimlessly through the aisles, occasionally picking up an item, only to put it back haphazardly. His movements were jerky, almost mechanical, and there was an unsettling air of purposelessness about him. Time seemed to stretch as I observed him, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was profoundly wrong. It was as though he didn't belong here, as if he were a glitch in the system, an anomaly in the orderly world of Walmart. As the minutes turned into hours, the store grew quieter, and the few remaining customers hurried through their shopping, eager to leave. The man, however, remained, seemingly unfazed by the late hour. It was almost as if he were waiting for something or someone. I watched him for what felt like an eternity, my unease growing with each passing moment. Then, to my surprise, he abruptly stopped in front of the customer service desk, his empty gaze fixed on me. My heart pounded in my chest as I met his eyeless stare, and a cold sweat formed on my brow. "Can I help you with something?" I asked, my voice quivering slightly. He didn't respond. Instead, he extended a bony hand, the fingers unnaturally long and thin, and placed a crumpled piece of paper on the counter. I cautiously picked it up and unfolded it, my eyes widening in shock as I read the scrawled message. "They're coming for you." My heart raced, and I looked up at the man, my mind racing with fear and confusion. "Who's coming for me?" I demanded, my voice trembling. The man remained silent, his hooded head still bowed. I felt a growing sense of dread, as though I had stumbled into a nightmare from which there was no escape. I decided to call for help. I picked up the store phone and dialed the security extension, but there was no answer, just static on the line. Panic welled up inside me as I realized I was on my own, with this mysterious man who seemed to defy reason. I glanced around, hoping to catch the attention of one of my coworkers, but they were all preoccupied with their tasks, oblivious to the tension that had gripped the store. It was as if I were trapped in a parallel reality, isolated with this enigmatic stranger. I turned my attention back to the man who had now stepped closer to the desk, his hood concealing his face even more. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice quivering. He finally spoke, his voice low and raspy, sending a shiver down my spine. "I am a harbinger of the inevitable," he said cryptically. I didn't know what to make of his words, but they filled me with a sense of foreboding. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He reached into the pocket of his coat and pulled out a small, worn-out photograph. He slid it across the counter toward me, and my hands trembled as I picked it up. The photograph was old and faded, depicting a group of people standing in front of a dilapidated house. It looked like it had been taken decades ago. Among the people in the photo, one figure stood out, the man himself, his face whole, his eyes filled with life. I looked up at him, my confusion deepening. "Is this you?" He nodded slowly. It was once. I couldn't make sense of it. The man in the photograph bore no resemblance to the eyeless, hooded figure before me. "What happened to you?" I asked, my curiosity overcoming my fear. He didn't answer directly, instead choosing to speak in riddles. "I have seen the depths of the abyss, tasted the darkness that lies beyond the veil of reality. I have glimpsed the true nature of existence, and it has taken everything from me." I didn't know what to say. His words were both cryptic and unsettling, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled upon something beyond my understanding. Suddenly, the store's intercom crackled to life, the sound echoing through the empty aisles. "Attention Walmart associates," a voice announced. "We have received a report of a suspicious individual in the store. Please be on the lookout and report any unusual activity to security." My heart sank as I realized the announcement was about the man standing before me. I had to act quickly. I grabbed the phone and dialed the security extension again, hoping someone would pick up this time. To my relief, a voice answered on the other end. "Security, what's your emergency?" I quickly explained the situation, the strange man, the cryptic message, and the unsettling photograph. The security officer assured me they would dispatch someone immediately. As I hung up the phone, I turned to the man who had remained strangely calm throughout the ordeal. "Security is on their way," I said, my voice trembling. "You need to stay here until they arrive." He nodded, seemingly unfazed by the impending arrival of security. "I will wait," he said softly. Minutes felt like hours as I stood behind the customer service desk, the man standing before me, his hooded head bowed in contemplation. The store remained eerily quiet, the harsh fluorescent lights casting long shadows that seemed to dance in rhythm with my racing heart. Finally, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. Two security officers, clad in blue uniforms, entered the store, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. I rushed to meet them, explaining the situation and pointing to the mysterious man. The security officers approached the man cautiously, their flashlights illuminating his hooded face. They exchanged wary glances as they questioned him, but he remained cryptic and evasive, offering no concrete answers. As the officers handcuffed him and led him away, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. The ordeal was over, and I could finally breathe easy. But even as I watched him being escorted out of the store, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story, that the man's enigmatic words held a deeper meaning. Days turned into weeks, and the memory of that unsettling night at Walmart began to fade. Life returned to its usual routine, and I tried to put the bizarre encounter behind me. Then one evening, as I was leaving work, I found a small envelope waiting for me at the customer service desk. It was addressed to me in handwriting I didn't recognize. I cautiously opened it and found a single piece of paper inside, along with another faded photograph. The photograph depicted the same group of people standing in front of the dilapidated house. But there was something different about it. The man who had been eyeless in the previous photograph now had eyes, dark and piercing, staring into the camera with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. On the back of the photograph, a message was scrawled in the same handwriting as the envelope. "The abyss is patient. It waits for those who seek to understand its secrets. Beware the truths you seek, for they may consume you." I couldn't make sense of it. Who had sent me this message, and what did it mean? The enigmatic encounter at Walmart had left me with more questions than answers, and I couldn't escape the feeling that I had stumbled upon something beyond my comprehension. As I left the store that evening, the harsh fluorescent lights casting long shadows around me, I couldn't help but wonder what other mysteries lay hidden in the most ordinary of places, waiting to be discovered by those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. My name is Alex Holloway, and I never believed in ghosts until I moved into Hollywood House. I had inherited the old Victorian mansion from a distant relative I'd never met. The news of my sudden inheritance came as a shock, but the prospect of living in such a grand, historic house excited me. Little did I know that the house came with a history that would test the very limits of my skepticism. I'd always considered myself a rational, level-headed person. I was an engineer by profession, and I approached life with a practical and analytical mindset. Ghost stories were nothing more than tales told around campfires designed to scare and amuse. But that was before I set foot in Hollywood House. The mansion sat atop a hill overlooking the sleepy town of Hollywood. The exterior was a sight to behold, with its ornate architecture, towering turrets, and sprawling gardens. It was a place that seemed to belong to a different era, and the townsfolk whispered about its dark past. The house had stood empty for as long as anyone could remember, and its imposing presence cast a shadow over the town. My first night in Hollywood House was a surreal experience. As I walked through the echoing hallways with a single flickering candle, I couldn't help but wonder about the stories I'd heard. People claimed to have seen figures in the windows at night, heard unexplained footsteps in the empty corridors, and witnessed lights flicker and doors open and close on their own. These were the tales that had earned the mansion its haunted reputation. I settled into one of the spacious bedrooms on the second floor, the large canopy bed and heavy drapes making me feel like I'd stepped into a period drama. As I lay in bed, I tried to dismiss the unease I felt. The wind whistled through the old windows, and the house seemed to sigh with its own ancient history. That night, as I drifted off to sleep, I heard it, a faint, distant whisper. I dismissed it as a trick of the wind or my own overactive imagination. But the whisper persisted, growing louder and more distinct. It was as though a voice from the past was trying to communicate with me. I strained my ears, and the words became clearer. "Help me," the voice pleaded, soft and trembling. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, my breaths coming quick and shallow. The voice sounded desperate, like a soul in torment. I leaped out of bed and searched the room, but there was no one to be found. The windows were shut tight and the doors were locked. I had heard the voice, there was no doubt about it, but its source remained a mystery. In the following days, I tried to put the incident out of my mind, convincing myself that it had been a vivid dream. I was determined not to let such irrational thoughts take hold of me. I delved into my work, focusing on renovations to make the house livable. However, the feeling of being watched and the whispers persisted. It was as though the house itself was trying to communicate with me, to tell me something I couldn't yet comprehend. One evening, as I was exploring the dusty attic, I came across a trove of old letters and journals. They were written by the previous inhabitants of Hollywood House, the Eldridges, who had lived there in the late 19th century. The journals were filled with accounts of strange occurrences that mirrored my own experiences. One of them caught my eye. The house is not what it seems. It harbors a presence that defies explanation. We hear the whispers at night, voices from another world, and the shadows move with a purpose we cannot comprehend. The house is cursed, and it hungers for something we cannot fathom. The journals were filled with similar stories, of doors that opened on their own, of apparitions in the hallways, and of voices that pleaded for help. The Eldridges had lived in constant fear, and they eventually abandoned the house, leaving it to decay. I couldn't ignore the striking similarities between their experiences and my own. The house was not just haunted, it was cursed, as if an insatiable darkness clung to its very foundations. As I continued my research, I learned that the house had been built on the site of a tragic event, a fire that had claimed the lives of several townspeople. It was said that the souls of those who had perished in the fire were never at rest, and their restless spirits haunted the mansion. My skepticism wavered as the evidence piled up. The history of Hollywood House was filled with inexplicable events and unexplained phenomena. It was clear that the house held secrets that defied logic and reason. One night, as I sat in the library, the whispers grew louder. They seemed to surround me, as if the walls themselves were trying to communicate. I strained to listen, and the voice became distinct, a woman's voice filled with anguish. "Help me," she implored, her words resonating with sorrow. I followed the voice to the grand staircase, where a shadowy figure materialized before me. It was a woman, her eyes filled with despair. She was dressed in a gown from a bygone era, and her form flickered in and out of existence. "My name is Eleanor," she said, her voice trembling. "I died in the fire, and my spirit has been trapped here ever since. You are our only hope." Eleanor's story was one of tragedy. She had been a resident of Hollywood, a young woman with dreams and aspirations, until the fateful night of the fire. She had perished along with others, and their spirits had been bound to the house, unable to find peace. I couldn't turn my back on Eleanor's plea for help. I reached out to a local historian, Mr. Thompson, who had spent years researching the history of Hollywood House. He explained that the house was a focal point for paranormal activity, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was thin. With Mr. Thompson's guidance, we decided to conduct a ritual to free the trapped souls and cleanse the house of its dark history. We gathered in the living room, surrounded by candles and incense, and recited incantations passed down through generations. As we chanted, the atmosphere grew heavy, and the air seemed to vibrate with energy. The whispers in the walls intensified, as if the spirits were aware of our intentions. I felt a presence in the room, a gathering of souls seeking release. Suddenly, the room grew icy cold, and the shadowy figures of the trapped souls materialized before us. Eleanor, along with others, stood in a solemn assembly, their eyes filled with gratitude and longing. The atmosphere was charged with emotion as we completed the ritual. The spirits began to fade, their forms dissolving into the ether. Eleanor's voice, filled with relief, echoed through the room. "Thank you," she whispered, and then she was gone. The house fell silent, and the weight of its cursed history seemed to lift. The whispers were gone, and the oppressive atmosphere had dissipated. I had not only inherited a haunted house, but had played a part in setting its restless souls free. In the weeks that followed, Hollywood House no longer felt haunted. It was a place of serenity, with no whispers or unexplained phenomena. The history of the mansion had changed from one of darkness to one of redemption. As I continued my life in Hollywood, I couldn't help but reflect on the mysteries of the house. I had learned that sometimes the unexplainable defied the rational mind. The spirits that had haunted the house were not malevolent, but trapped souls seeking release from their torment. I had been a part of their liberation, and the experience had forever altered my perception of the supernatural. Hollywood House, once a place of fear and uncertainty, had become a sanctuary of peace and redemption. Its history no longer whispered of despair, but of the resilience of the human spirit and the power of compassion and understanding. And as I looked out at the town of Hollywood from the mansion's grand windows, I knew that the house had found its own peace, and so had I. And as I looked out at the town of Hollywood from the mansion's grand windows, I knew that the house had found its own peace, and so had I. Story 2. I had always imagined that the first year of marriage would be full of love, laughter, and adventure. My husband John and I were excited to begin this journey together. Little did we know that our adventure would take us to a place shrouded in mystery and darkness, a house with a history that had the townsfolk filled with fear. The house stood at the end of Willow Street, an imposing Victorian structure that loomed over the neighborhood. The moment we laid eyes on it, we fell in love. The high, arched windows, the ornate wooden details, and the sprawling garden in the back. Everything about the house was perfect. We were told that it had been empty for years, but no one seemed eager to share the reason. As we moved in, I couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. The house had an air of antiquity, with creaking floorboards and long, dark hallways. The previous owner had left behind old, dusty furniture that seemed to belong to another era. The entire place was a throwback to the 19th century. We spent our first few days unpacking and exploring our new home. The living room was adorned with a grand fireplace, and a beautiful chandelier hung from the ceiling. It was the perfect place for cozy evenings together. The kitchen, though outdated, had a charming feel, and I couldn't wait to cook our first meal there. The bedroom, with its heavy drapes and old-fashioned wardrobe, was both enchanting and slightly eerie. It wasn't long before strange occurrences began. At first, it was the soft whispers that seemed to emanate from the walls. John and I exchanged nervous glances as we tried to make out the words. The whispers were unintelligible, but they sounded like voices from another time. One evening, as we sat in the living room, we heard the whispers again. This time, I was certain that the voice said, "Help me." I shivered and looked at John, who had a concerned expression. He dismissed it as a draft or our imagination, but the unease lingered. As the weeks went by, the whispers grew more frequent. I decided to confide in our neighbor, Mrs. Davis, who had lived in the neighborhood for decades. She was known as the local historian and a keeper of town secrets. Mrs. Davis listened to my story with a knowing look. "That house, dear," she began. "It has a history and not a pleasant one. It was built by a wealthy family in the late 1800s, the Chattertons. They were reclusive, strange people, and the townsfolk had always whispered about their dark practices." She paused for effect. "The Chattertons dabbled in the occult, trying to communicate with the dead. They believed the house had a connection to the spirit world, and they performed rituals in the hopes of unlocking its secrets." My heart raced as I realized that the whispers we heard might be connected to the Chattertons' experiments. Mrs. Davis went on, "It said that they summoned a presence they couldn't control, and it cursed the house. After that, no one dared to live there, and the Chatterton family vanished without a trace." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The house we had so eagerly moved into had a dark and chilling history. But what could we do? We had just started our life together, and leaving wasn't an option. We decided to research the house's history and learn more about the Chatterton family. Our research led us to old newspaper clippings and journal entries from the late 1800s. The more we discovered, the more we realized the depth of the Chatterton family's obsession with the supernatural. They believed that the house was a portal to the afterlife and that they could communicate with the dead through seances and dark rituals. One journal in particular made my pulse rise. "The whispers grow louder, and I fear we have awakened something dark. Shadows move through the house at night, and I've seen apparitions in the hallways. We must find a way to undo what we've done before it's too late." It was evident that the Chattertons had unleashed something beyond their control, and it had plagued the house ever since. As we delved deeper into the history, we couldn't ignore the increasing occurrences in the house. Doors would open and close on their own, and we heard footsteps in empty rooms. The whispers continued, and I couldn't help but feel that they were trying to tell us something. One night we awoke to the sound of a child crying. John rushed out of bed and followed the sound to the nursery. There he saw a faint, ghostly figure, a little girl in a white dress. She turned to him with tearful eyes, her voice trembling as she said, "Help me, please." As he reached out to touch her, she disappeared into thin air. John returned to our room, his face pale. "I saw her," he said, his voice shaking. "A little girl, just like the one from the old photographs we found in the attic. She was asking for help." We couldn't ignore the plea of the ghostly child any longer. We reached out to Mrs. Davis once more, hoping she could shed light on the mysterious girl. She listened intently and revealed that the Chattertons had a daughter, Emily, who had gone missing and was never found. It was believed that the entity they had summoned had taken her, and her spirit was trapped in the house. We realized that Emily's spirit was trying to communicate with us, asking for the help she never received in life. We couldn't turn our backs on her, and we decided to try and find a way to release her from the house's curse. Mrs. Davis suggested that we perform a ritual to free Emily's spirit. She explained that it would be a way to break the connection between the Chattertons' experiments and the trapped souls. We were hesitant but desperate to bring peace to the house. With Mrs. Davis's guidance, we gathered the necessary materials and prepared for the ritual. The air grew heavy as we lit candles, burned sage, and chanted incantations. The whispers in the walls grew louder and more frantic, as if the spirits were aware of our intentions. In the midst of the ritual, a chill filled the room and a shadowy figure appeared before us. It was Emily, her eyes filled with both fear and longing. She whispered, "Thank you," before slowly fading away, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of relief. As the ritual concluded, the house fell silent. The whispers were gone and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. It was as though the curse that had plagued the house for decades had finally been broken. We felt a sense of peace we had never experienced before. In the weeks that followed, the house no longer felt haunted. It was a place of warmth, and we could finally enjoy our marriage without the constant presence of restless spirits. Emily had found her release, and the darkness that had clung to the house had dissipated. Story 3. The day we moved into Sterling House was like any other. The sun cast long shadows on the lawn as we carried our boxes through the creaking front door. My husband David and I had always dreamed of owning an old Victorian house, and Sterling House was the embodiment of that dream. It was a stately 3-story structure with a wraparound porch, intricate woodwork, and a history that whispered through its weathered walls. Our two children, Emily and Daniel, were thrilled at the idea of living in such a grand house, though there was one peculiar aspect that gave them pause. The townsfolk had whispered about the house, calling it haunted and cursed. They claimed it was a place of restless spirits and unexplained events. But we dismissed these stories as mere superstition, eager to start our new life. The first night in Sterling House was quiet and uneventful. We gathered in the cozy, old-fashioned living room to celebrate our new beginning. The fireplace crackled with life, and Emily and Daniel played with their toys. The only thing that seemed odd was the faint odor of roses that lingered in the air, but we attributed it to some old potpourri left behind by the previous owners. That night, as we settled into our respective rooms, I couldn't help but marvel at the house's character. The rooms were spacious, and the moonlight filtered through the lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the hardwood floors. I fell asleep to the soothing sound of the wind rustling through the leaves outside. But then, in the dead of night, I was jolted awake by a soft, distant whisper. It was so faint that I couldn't make out the words. I lay in bed, straining my ears, but the voice disappeared as quickly as it had come. I shook off the cold feeling, blaming it on my imagination running wild. Over the next few weeks, strange things began to happen. Emily started having vivid nightmares, waking up in tears, speaking of a dark figure at the foot of her bed. Daniel claimed he saw his toys move on their own and heard whispers in the hallways. I too experienced the whispered voices at odd hours, and the scent of roses became more pronounced. David, ever the skeptic, brushed off our concerns, attributing it to stress and our overactive imaginations. He urged us to embrace the house's charm and history, rather than fear its supposed hauntings. One day, while I was cleaning out the attic, I came across a stack of old, dusty journals. They were filled with the handwritten thoughts and experiences of previous residents. The entries were a mix of mundane daily life and accounts of strange occurrences that mirrored our own. One sentence from the year 1923 stood out. "The whispers persist, and I can't bear to sleep in the master bedroom anymore. The scent of roses lingers, and I often feel a cold presence by my side. I know not what haunts this house, but I am certain it is not of this world." The journal was filled with similar stories, and it sent a cold breeze down my back. I shared my discovery with David, who, despite his skepticism, couldn't deny the scary connection between our experiences and those of the previous residents. As our unease grew, we decided to investigate the house's history. We discovered that a family named the Sterlings had lived in the house for generations until it was sold to the family we had purchased it from. The Sterlings had been prominent in the town, known for their wealth and power. Rumor had it that the family had a dark side, dabbling in the occult and dark practices. Determined to put an end to the unsettling occurrences, we decided to contact a local historian to learn more about the Sterling family's past. The historian, Mrs. Anderson, was a frail, elderly woman with a wealth of knowledge about the town's history. She invited us to her home to share her findings. Mrs. Anderson's living room was filled with ancient books and dusty tomes. She began to recount the history of the Sterlings, explaining that they had been obsessed with the occult and the afterlife. They were rumored to have performed dark rituals within the house, and it was said that they had communed with the dead. The Sterlings were searching for something beyond the realm of the living, Mrs. Anderson said. They believed that the house held a gateway to another world, and their experiments were their attempt to bridge the gap between life and death. As she spoke, I couldn't help but wonder if the strange occurrences we'd experienced were somehow linked to the Sterling family's obsession with the supernatural. Mrs. Anderson offered to help us cleanse the house and rid it of any lingering negative energy. She explained that we needed to perform a ritual that would break the connection between our world and the other side. That night we gathered in the living room, the hearth crackling with a warm fire. Mrs. Anderson led the ritual, guiding us through each step. We lit candles, burned sage, and recited incantations to banish any lingering spirits. As we chanted, the air grew heavy and the scent of roses became overpowering. A soft wind rustled through the curtains. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped and a shadowy figure materialized before us. It was a woman, her eyes hollow and sorrowful. She seemed to be from another time, dressed in a gown reminiscent of the early 1900s. Her presence made my blood freeze. The figure spoke in a soft, mournful voice. "You have awakened me from my slumber. I am Isabella Sterling, and I have been trapped in this house for eternity. The experiments of my family tethered me to this realm, and I have longed for release." Tears welled up in her eyes as she told us her story. Isabella explained that she had been an innocent victim of her family's dark pursuits. They had used her as a vessel to communicate with the dead, and her spirit had been bound to the house ever since. We felt a deep sympathy for Isabella, trapped in a liminal state between life and death. Mrs. Anderson continued the ritual, beseeching Isabella to find peace and move on to the afterlife. Isabella's form began to waver, and her voice faded as she gradually disappeared into the ether. The room grew still and the scent of roses lifted. It was as though the weight of centuries had been lifted from Sterling House. We completed the ritual, ensuring that Isabella's spirit had found the release it had longed for. In the days that followed, the house felt different. The air was lighter, and the unsettling occurrences ceased. Emily and Daniel's nightmares subsided, and the whispers that had haunted us for weeks disappeared. It was as if the house had been cleansed of its dark past. Sterling House, once a place of fear and uncertainty, had become a warm and welcoming home. Isabella's presence no longer lingered, and the history that had whispered through its walls was now a distant echo. We had finally found peace in our new home. As the years passed, we cherished our time in Sterling House. It had become a place of happiness, where our family had grown. In the heart of summer, Mark set out on a cross-country journey to visit his family. The open road stretched before him, inviting him to embark on an adventure filled with excitement and the promise of reunions with loved ones. Armed with a map, a trusty old car, and a sense of adventure, he headed out, leaving behind the bustling city for the wide expanse of the countryside. As Mark drove through picturesque landscapes and quiet towns, he marveled at the diversity of the country. The journey was marked by changing scenery, from lush forests to rolling hills and dusty highways. Along the way, he exchanged pleasantries with friendly strangers, visited quaint diners, and admired roadside attractions. The trip was proving to be everything he had hoped for. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Mark found himself in a remote stretch of the highway, far from any signs of civilization. The desolation of the area was almost sinister, with miles of empty road surrounded by an expansive wilderness. As he drove, he noticed that his fuel gauge was approaching empty, and the nearest gas station was still miles away. Growing increasingly anxious, Mark kept an eye on the fuel gauge, hoping that he could reach the gas station in time. But as the needle inched closer to E, a sense of unease settled in. He knew he was in a remote area, and the idea of running out of gas in the middle of nowhere was unsettling. The car's engine sputtered, and Mark watched in dread as the fuel gauge finally hit E. The engine died, and he coasted to a stop on the side of the highway. Panic surged through him as he realized the predicament he was in, stranded in a desolate place with no one in sight. Mark's initial reaction was to call for help, but to his dismay, he discovered that his cell phone had no signal in the remote location. He felt a sense of isolation and vulnerability, and his mind raced as he tried to figure out what to do next. Just as he was considering starting the long walk to the gas station, a vehicle approached from behind. A pickup truck pulled up, and Mark watched with a mixture of relief and caution as a burly man in his 40s stepped out. The man wore a worn flannel shirt, and his face was obscured by a scruffy beard. He had a gruff appearance, and Mark couldn't quite read his intentions. "Car trouble?" the man asked, his voice a gravelly baritone. Mark nodded, trying to sound as composed as possible. "Yeah, I ran out of gas. I was just about to start walking to the gas station." The man's response was a slow, almost menacing smile that made Mark freeze. "No need for that, friend. I can help you out." Reluctantly, Mark accepted the man's offer of assistance. The stranger retrieved a gas can from his truck and began pouring the fuel into Mark's tank. As he worked, he engaged Mark in conversation, asking about his journey and his destination. Mark was polite but guarded, sensing something unsettling about the man. There was an air of intensity and a strange gleam in the stranger's eyes that made him uncomfortable. Still, he couldn't afford to turn down the help, especially in such a remote area. As the man finished refueling the car, Mark tried to offer him some money as a token of appreciation. The stranger waved it away with a dismissive gesture. "No need for that. I'm just glad I could help out a fellow traveler." Mark felt a growing sense of unease as the man returned to his truck. He thanked the stranger and got back into his car, eager to leave the desolate stretch of highway behind. However, as he pulled away, he noticed the stranger getting into his truck as well, and an uncomfortable feeling gnawed at his gut. Mark couldn't shake the sensation that he was being followed. He tried to rationalize it, telling himself that the man might be going in the same direction, but the unease persisted. The stranger's presence and the strange conversation they had shared haunted him as he drove on. Miles passed, and the highway seemed to stretch on forever. The stranger remained a constant presence in Mark's rearview mirror. Never too close, but never too far either. The paranoia grew, and he couldn't escape the nagging feeling that something was horribly wrong. To put his mind at ease, Mark decided to exit the highway at the next opportunity, hoping to lose the stranger on the back roads. He made a quick turn, leaving the main road behind, and tried to find a place to lay low. As he navigated the winding roads, he glanced in his rearview mirror, relieved to see that the stranger was nowhere in sight. Mark drove for several more miles, feeling a renewed sense of freedom. It seemed that he had successfully eluded his unwanted companion. He decided to stop at a nearby rest area to gather his thoughts and plan his next move. But just as he pulled into the empty rest area and parked his car, a sense of dread washed over him. The stranger's pickup truck had pulled in behind him, and the man emerged from the vehicle, wearing the same scary smile as before. Mark's heart raced as he realized the stranger had been following him all along. He considered his options, but the isolation of the rest area left him with few choices. The stranger approached his car, and Mark locked the doors, his hand trembling as he reached for his cell phone, still hoping for a signal. The stranger tapped on the window, his grin growing wider and more unsettling. "You tried to lose me back there, didn't you? That's not very nice." Fear coursed through Mark's veins, and he had no doubt that the stranger's intentions were far from benign. Desperation gripped him, and he reached for the car's ignition, preparing to make a hasty escape. But before he could react, the stranger produced a knife from his pocket, its blade glinting in the dim light. He began to slash at the tires of Mark's car, rendering it immobile. Panic and terror consumed Mark as he realized the dire situation he was in. With his car incapacitated, Mark had no choice but to open the window and face the menacing stranger. The man's smile had transformed into a sadistic grin, and he leaned in closer, the glint of the knife blade dancing in his eyes. "You shouldn't have tried to run, friend," the stranger whispered, his voice dripping with malice. Just as Mark feared the worst, the rest area's silence was shattered by the distant wail of sirens. The approaching police cars' flashing lights painted the scene with a sense of hope. The stranger, realizing the imminent danger, retreated and fled to his pickup truck. The police car skidded to a stop, and officers apprehended the stranger, who struggled violently but was eventually subdued. Mark's heart pounded with a mixture of relief and gratitude. The police explained that the man was a known criminal with a history of violence and assault. They had been tracking him for some time, and Mark's call for help had led them to the rest area just in the nick of time. Story 2. David and Sarah, a married couple, set out on a romantic getaway to celebrate their anniversary. They decided to explore the less traveled back roads of the countryside, hoping to discover hidden gems and make memories together. The open road stretched before them, and they were filled with anticipation and excitement. The journey was punctuated by laughter, heartfelt conversations, and moments of pure happiness. They cherished the serenity of the open road, taking turns behind the wheel, and stopping at quaint roadside diners and antique shops. One evening they found themselves on a winding, desolate road, far from the bustling towns they had grown accustomed to. The remoteness of the area was almost creepy, with dense forests on either side of the road and no other vehicles in sight. As the day waned and the sun dipped below the horizon, David noticed that their fuel gauge was nearing empty. Sarah glanced at the gauge and said, "We should look for a gas station soon. The nearest town should have one." With growing concern, they continued driving, their eyes scanning the forested landscape for any signs of civilization. But as the fuel gauge inched closer to E, a sense of unease began to settle in. David muttered, "We're running low on gas. I hope we find a station soon." Just when their anxiety was reaching its peak, they spotted a small road sign that pointed to a nearby gas station. Their relief was palpable as they followed the signs to the station, anticipating a chance to refuel and continue their journey. However, when they reached the gas station, their optimism turned to dismay. It was dark and abandoned, a relic from a bygone era. The pumps were old and rusted, with no sign of life around. It became clear that the station had been out of operation for years. With a heavy heart, David turned to Sarah and said, "It looks like we'll have to find another station. Let's hope there's one not too far away." As they continued driving down the winding road, the forest grew denser and the sense of isolation more pronounced. Sarah, peering at the map, suggested that there was another gas station a few miles ahead. But as they drove on, there was still no sign of civilization, and their fuel gauge inched perilously close to empty. The anxiety that had been simmering for some time began to boil over. David felt a growing sense of dread, but he didn't want to burden Sarah with his fear. Instead, he kept his eyes on the road, searching for any sign of hope. Just when they were beginning to lose hope, they spotted a small, secluded house nestled in the woods. A dim light glowed in one of the windows, offering a faint glimmer of hope. David decided to stop and ask for directions or help, thinking that maybe the residents would have a gas can or some information about the nearest station. As they approached the house, the atmosphere grew increasingly strange. The dense woods seemed to encroach upon the road, and the night was eerily silent. The sense of isolation was overwhelming, and it felt as if they were the only people for miles around. David parked the car in front of the house, and they hesitantly approached the front door. As they reached the porch, they could hear faint, muffled voices from inside, and the sound of clinking utensils and dishes. Sarah whispered, "It seems like a family dinner. Let's knock and ask for help." David agreed, and he raised his hand to knock on the door. But before he could do so, the door swung open with a creak, revealing a tall, imposing man in his 50s. He had a scruffy beard and intense, unblinking eyes that seemed to pierce through David and Sarah. "Can I help you?" the man asked, his voice steady but devoid of warmth. David stammered, "We're out of gas and we were wondering if you could point us to the nearest gas station. We saw your lights on and thought maybe you could help." The man's smile was strained and his gaze never left them. "I'm sorry, but we're quite far from the nearest gas station. You're welcome to come inside and wait for morning, but we can't offer any gas." As they entered the house, the weird atmosphere only intensified. The interior was strange, and the dining room was filled with people, their faces blank and devoid of emotion. It was as if the entire family had been frozen in time, trapped in a strange tableau. The man introduced David and Sarah to his family, but there was something deeply unsettling about the encounter. The family members barely acknowledged their presence, and their dinner table was laid out with strange, unappetizing dishes. The air was heavy with silence, punctuated only by the sound of utensils scraping against plates. As David and Sarah sat at the table, the man's demeanor grew more unnerving. He continued to stare at them, his gaze unyielding. "You must be hungry after your journey. Please help yourselves to dinner." David and Sarah glanced at the peculiar dishes before them, unable to hide their discomfort. The food appeared to be a mix of unidentifiable ingredients, and an odd odor permeated the room. They politely declined the offer, but the man insisted, his insistence growing increasingly unsettling. Hours passed, and the couple found themselves trapped in a strange, unsettling limbo. The family remained unresponsive, their strange tableau unchanged. David and Sarah felt like unwelcome guests, and the fear that had been simmering beneath the surface grew more pronounced. Finally, as the clock approached midnight, the man rose from the table and approached David and Sarah, his eyes fixed on them with an unsettling intensity. "You can't leave. You must stay the night." Sarah's heart raced as she asked, "Why can't we leave?" "We just need to find a gas station." The man's response was chilling. "You can't leave because you've seen too much. You know our secret, and we can't allow you to leave." In an instant, the situation escalated from strange to horrifying. The man's demeanor turned menacing, and his family members rose from the table, their blank faces now contorted with malevolence. David and Sarah realized that they were in grave danger. With adrenaline surging through their veins, they made a desperate attempt to escape. They bolted for the front door, but the man and his family pursued them with a chilling determination. As they raced back to their car, the night seemed to close in on them, the forest swallowing them whole. The pursuit was relentless, and the man's sinister laughter echoed through the woods. Desperation drove David and Sarah to their limits as they tried to outrun their pursuers. They sprinted through the thick woods, their breaths ragged and their hearts pounding. But the family's knowledge of the terrain gave them an advantage, and the pursuit showed no signs of relenting. Just when it seemed that David and Sarah were doomed, they stumbled upon a small cabin in the woods. The door was unlocked and they burst inside, barricading themselves in. The family members arrived moments later, their hands pounding on the door with a terrifying, relentless rhythm. David and Sarah huddled together, their hearts racing as they realized the direness of their situation. The cabin's interior was shrouded in darkness, and they knew that they had no means of escape. The scary sounds of the family members outside, their footsteps and taunts, filled the cabin with dread. As the night wore on, the couple's hope began to fade. The sinister family showed no signs of giving up, and the relentless pursuit had become a nightmare that refused to end. The darkness was their only ally, but it couldn't shield them from the malevolent presence lurking just outside the cabin. In the darkness, David and Sarah clung to each other, their fear and desperation consuming them. The horrifying realization that they were trapped in a remote cabin with no hope of escape, at the mercy of a sinister family, was a nightmare come to life. Story 3. In the heart of summer, 4 friends, Lisa, Jake, Sarah, and Mike, decided to embark on a road trip that would take them through the picturesque landscapes of the American Southwest. With a packed car, they set out on a journey filled with laughter, adventure, and the promise of unforgettable memories. Their chosen route would lead them through desolate stretches of highway that wound through vast, arid deserts, isolated and remote. As they drove, the scenery transformed from bustling cities to barren wilderness, and the open road seemed to stretch on forever. Lisa, the driver, navigated with precision as Jake, her partner, manned the stereo. Their laughter filled the car, and they sang along to their favorite tunes, their spirits high as they embraced the freedom of the open road. Sarah and Mike in the back seat shared jokes and snacks, their faces illuminated by the ever-present glow of their smartphones. Hours passed, and the group marveled at the stunning vistas that unfolded before them. The landscape was simultaneously awe-inspiring and desolate, a stark reminder of the vastness of nature. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, the realization dawned that they were venturing deeper into the isolated desert, with no signs of civilization in sight. "We should probably find a gas station soon," Lisa remarked, her eyes scanning the barren landscape. Jake consulted the map and his smartphone, trying to determine the nearest gas station. There should be one a bit further ahead, but it's hard to tell exactly how far. With growing concern, they continued driving, hoping to reach the elusive gas station before their fuel gauge reached empty. But the hours passed and their situation grew more precarious. The landscape became increasingly desolate with no signs of life or infrastructure. The fuel gauge continued its relentless descent, and anxiety filled the car. Jake's phone lost signal, leaving them without GPS or a means to contact anyone for help. The group exchanged worried glances, realizing they were in a dire predicament. "It's been hours since we saw a gas station," Lisa said, her voice tinged with panic. Mike, trying to stay positive, tried to reassure the group. "There's got to be something up ahead, we'll make it." As the last dregs of fuel were siphoned from the tank, the engine sputtered and died. The car coasted to a halt on the side of the highway, surrounded by an endless expanse of desert under the moonlight. Desperation hung heavy in the air as they stepped out of the car and looked around. The silence was dark, broken only by the howling of the wind through the barren landscape. "We can't stay out here," Sarah said, her voice trembling. Mike's face was grim as he surveyed the empty highway. "We'll have to start walking and look for help. Maybe we'll find a gas station or a passing vehicle." With no other option, they set off on foot, clutching their flashlights and whatever supplies they had in the car. The desert night was unforgiving, the temperature dropping rapidly, and the haunting emptiness of the landscape added to their growing fear. Hours turned into a seemingly endless trek, and their energy waned. Sarah and Lisa shivered in the cold desert air, their feet aching from the miles they'd walked. Their hope began to fade, replaced by a gnawing dread that they might never find help in this desolation. Suddenly, Mike spotted a distant glow on the horizon. "Look, there's a light. It could be a gas station or a building. Let's go." Renewed with hope, they quickened their pace, heading toward the distant light. But as they approached, they realized it was not a gas station, but a solitary, dilapidated building that seemed abandoned for years. The flickering neon sign that once declared Oasis Diner hung precariously, its letters missing or askew. Reluctantly, they entered the diner, their flashlights revealing a scene frozen in time. Dust-covered tables and chairs, shattered glass, and tattered menus were strewn about the interior. It was a haunting sight that left them with a sense of foreboding. Mike called out, but there was no response. The place seemed deserted, and its silence was scary. With no other options, they decided to search for any supplies that might help them get back on the road. As they explored the diner, they discovered an old cash register, empty except for a few decaying dollar bills. In the kitchen, they found a pantry with canned goods and bottled water, which would sustain them for a short while. The group debated whether to spend the night in the abandoned diner or continue their journey on foot. The decision was fraught with uncertainty, but the chilling isolation of the desert night outside made the choice clear. They decided to stay and rest before resuming their quest for help at first light. In the diner's back room, they huddled together, trying to find comfort and warmth. They shared stories and jokes to lighten the mood, but the strange surroundings and their dire situation hung heavily over them. Sleep proved elusive, as the hours crept by in torturous silence. The sense of isolation weighed on them, and their growing anxiety made each creak of the abandoned building seem like an impending threat. Just as they were beginning to doze off, a haunting sound echoed through the diner, a sound that sent a cold feeling down their backs. It was a faint, creepy melody, like an old music box playing a twisted lullaby. The group's eyes met, their faces pale with fear. "Did you hear that?" Jake whispered, his voice trembling. Sarah nodded, her eyes wide with terror. "It's coming from the kitchen." Mike, with a flashlight in hand, ventured into the dark kitchen. The others followed, their hearts pounding as the haunting melody grew louder. As they entered the kitchen, they discovered the source of the sound. An old music box on the counter, its cracked lid slightly ajar. The music box played its haunting tune with a life of its own, its winding key untouched. The melody had an ethereal quality, as if it were beckoning them to some dark, mysterious place. Terrified and unable to comprehend the phenomenon, they watched as the lid of the music box slowly closed, its music fading into silence. Goosebumps covered their skin, and a sense of dread weighed heavily on their hearts. Before they could react, a figure emerged from the shadows of the kitchen, its presence sending shockwaves of fear through their bodies. It was a haggard, emaciated man, dressed in rags, his eyes hollow and empty. The man's voice croaked as he whispered, "You should have left when you had the chance." The group retreated in terror, their hearts racing as they realized they were not alone in the abandoned diner. The man's ghastly appearance and his cryptic words left them paralyzed with fear. Their instincts kicked in and they ran for the exit, fleeing the diner in a panic. The night had grown colder and the desert was an even more inhospitable place than they had thought. They were filled with a deep sense of dread, unsure of what horrors awaited them in the desolate darkness. As they ventured further into the desert, the echoes of the haunting melody and the spectral presence of the man lingered in their minds, haunting their every step. The night was unrelenting, and their fear grew with each passing moment. Their desperate journey seemed endless, and they were tormented by the belief that they were being pursued by an unseen force. The desert landscape stretched out before them, an unforgiving expanse that offered no solace. Just as exhaustion threatened to overcome them, they spotted the distant glow of headlights. A vehicle was approaching, and they waved their arms frantically, their voices hoarse as they cried for help. The vehicle slowed to a stop and a lone figure stepped out. It was a truck driver, a grizzled man with a weathered face who listened to their story with a mixture of concern and skepticism. "We ran out of gas and ended up in an abandoned diner," Lisa explained, her voice shaking. "We heard a music box playing by itself. and there was a man there who said we should have left. The truck driver's expression darkened and he glanced toward the horizon. "You're lucky I found you. That abandoned diner has a dark history. They say it's haunted by the souls of those who got lost in the desert and never found their way out." With a sense of urgency, the truck driver offered to take them to the nearest town, where they could get the help they needed. As they piled into the truck, their relief was palpable, and they couldn't escape the feeling that they had narrowly escaped a horrific fate. On the rugged cliffs of Ravens Point, overlooking the tempestuous sea, stood an ancient lighthouse that bore the scars of time. Locals whispered of its haunted history, a tale of lost souls and a beacon that called out across the abyss. Intrigued by the eerie rumors, I embarked on a journey to unravel the mysteries that shrouded the desolate structure. As I approached Ravens Point, the wind carried with it the mournful cries of seagulls and the distant roar of crashing waves. The lighthouse loomed on the cliff's edge, its weather-beaten exterior bearing witness to decades of maritime tumult. A lone beam of light swept across the darkening horizon, a spectral sentinel that seemed to beckon those daring enough to uncover the secrets within. The entrance creaked open with a foreboding groan as I stepped into the lighthouse. The air was thick with the scent of salt and decay, and the walls echoed with the sound of my footsteps on the spiraling staircase that ascended to the beacon above. Flickering candlelight cast distorted shadows on the walls, and the haunting melody of the wind seeped through the cracks in the structure. As I climbed higher, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The air itself seemed to thicken, and the temperature dropped as if the lighthouse retained the cold touch of the souls it had witnessed. The steps beneath my feet felt worn and hollow, echoing the weight of forgotten footsteps that had ascended the staircase before. Upon reaching the beacon room, I discovered a vast, circular chamber with panoramic windows that offered a view of the tumultuous sea below. The beam of light swept across the darkness, cutting through the night like a spectral blade. An old ship's wheel stood at the center, an artifact of a bygone era when the lighthouse was manned by keepers who braved the elements to guide sailors to safety. The room bore the scars of abandonment, with dusty charts and faded nautical instruments scattered about. The wind whistled through the cracks in the windows, producing an eerie, melodic hum that seemed to echo the lighthouse's lament. It was as if the very structure mourned the absence of the keepers who had once tended to its beacon. As I examined the artifacts, a sudden gust of wind extinguished the candles, plunging the room into darkness. The beam of light outside continued its ceaseless rotation, casting intermittent flashes that revealed glimpses of a figure standing at the far end of the room, a shadowy silhouette that seemed to materialize from the abyss. A chill ran down my spine as the figure approached, its movements deliberate yet ethereal. The air crackled with an unseen energy, and the temperature plummeted. The room became a battleground between light and shadow, and the wind carried with it a mournful whisper that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The figure, now discernible in the intermittent flashes of light, bore the attire of a lighthouse keeper from a bygone era, a tattered uniform and a weathered hat that obscured its features. Hollow eyes stared into the abyss, and a ghostly hand reached out, beckoning me to follow. Driven by a morbid curiosity, I stepped into the darkness with the figure as my guide. The beam of light outside cast a fractured illumination on the spiral staircase, revealing glimpses of spectral apparitions that lingered in the shadows. It was as if the lighthouse itself had become a realm between worlds, a purgatory for lost souls bound by a maritime tragedy. Descending deeper into the lighthouse, the whispers of the sea grew louder, weaving a haunting symphony with the echoes of bygone footsteps and the lament of the wind. The air vibrated with a spectral resonance, and the boundary between the living and the dead blurred into a disorienting dance of shadows. In the bowels of the lighthouse, I discovered a forgotten chamber, the keeper's quarters adorned with faded photographs and maritime memorabilia. The figure, now a melancholic specter, stood beside a decaying cot, its gaze fixed upon an old journal that lay open on a weathered desk. As I approached, the journal revealed the tragic tale of the lighthouse keeper, a man named Elias Grayson who had tended to Ravens Point for decades. The entries chronicled the keeper's descent into madness, his isolation, and his obsession with a ghostly siren's song that echoed across the sea. Elias's words spoke of an otherworldly allure that had ensnared him, a haunting melody that seemed to emanate from the depths of the ocean. The spectral figure beside me reached out, and as its ghostly fingers traced the words in the journal, the very air seemed to vibrate with the lament of the lighthouse keeper. In a moment of revelation, the figure turned toward me, its hollow eyes filled with an eternal sorrow. It spoke, its voice a whisper on the wind, revealing the tragic fate of Elias Grayson, a man consumed by the haunting song of a siren that lured him to the treacherous cliffs below. As the spectral figure recounted Elias's demise, the chamber itself seemed to morph into a spectral tableau. The wind howled with a mournful intensity, and the very walls bore witness to the lighthouse keeper's tragic descent into the abyss. The air thickened with an otherworldly energy, and the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred into a disorienting dance of shadows. In a final, harrowing revelation, the figure gestured toward the panoramic window. The beam of light outside cast a fractured illumination on the churning sea below, revealing ghostly apparitions that ascended from the depths, a legion of lost souls trapped in the siren's song, forever bound to the lighthouse's lament. And then, with a spectral wail that echoed through the abyss, the figure and the ghostly apparitions vanished into the shadows. The room itself seemed to exhale, the air heavy with the weight of a maritime tragedy that refused to be forgotten. As I stood alone in the now silent chamber, the wind carried with it the mournful cries of the lost souls that lingered within the lighthouse's haunted embrace. The beam of light outside continued its ceaseless rotation, casting an ephemeral glow on the desolate sea below, a sea that held the secrets of a spectral song that would forever haunt Ravens Point. Story 2. In the small town of Ravenswood, nestled between the dense woods and rolling hills, there existed a dilapidated mansion that bore the weight of a dark history. Locals spoke of the house in hushed tones, avoiding the overgrown path that led to its imposing entrance. Rumors of a sinister presence, of spectral apparitions that wandered its desolate halls, kept even the bravest townsfolk at bay. I, however, was not one to succumb to local superstitions. Fueled by a journalist's curiosity and a thirst for unraveling the unknown, I decided to venture into the heart of Ravenswood and investigate the haunted mansion. The air was thick with an unspoken tension as I approached the creaking iron gates that guarded the path to the foreboding structure. The mansion loomed in the distance, its facade obscured by the twisted branches of gnarled trees. The overcast sky cast a pallor over the desolate landscape, intensifying the eerie atmosphere that clung to the air. As I approached the entrance, the wind whispered through the decaying leaves, as if warning me of the darkness that awaited within. The mansion's doors groaned in protest as I pushed them open, revealing a grand foyer that had long lost its former splendor. Dust-covered furniture lay shrouded in white sheets, and the air carried the musty scent of neglect. A cold draft swept through the corridor, carrying with it a mournful sigh that seemed to echo through the empty halls. My footsteps echoed as I explored the mansion's labyrinthine corridors. Each room bore the scars of time, with faded wallpaper peeling away to reveal the decaying walls beneath. Portraits of somber-faced individuals stared down at me from their gilded frames, their eyes seeming to follow my every move. It was as if the very walls themselves held memories that refused to fade. As I delved deeper into the mansion, a subtle unease settled in the pit of my stomach. Shadows danced on the walls, shifting and contorting as if animated by unseen forces. The temperature dropped, and an otherworldly hush enveloped the air, creating an almost tangible sense of foreboding. In the dark light, I stumbled upon a door at the end of a long corridor, seemingly untouched by time. The wood, though aged, retained a certain luster that set it apart from the rest of the mansion's disrepair. The handle felt cool to the touch as I turned it, revealing a room bathed in an ethereal glow. The room was adorned with ancient tapestries and archaic symbols etched into the walls. A single flickering candle illuminated a peculiar object at the center, a mirror that seemed to emanate an otherworldly aura. The reflection in the mirror, however, was not my own. As I gazed into the reflective surface, the room seemed to warp and contort. The air thickened with an unseen energy and the temperature plummeted. The mirror revealed not the grandeur of the room, but a desolate expanse, a realm of shadows and twisted reality. It was as if the mirror was a portal to another dimension, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was thin. A figure materialized in the distorted reflection, a specter with hollow eyes that bore into mine. Its gaunt features twisted in anguish, and an ethereal wail filled the room. The very fabric of reality seemed to unravel as the figure reached out from the mirror, its ghostly fingers stretching toward me. I stumbled back in terror, but an invisible force held me in place. The room pulsated with an otherworldly energy as the specter emerged from the mirror, its form transitioning from the spectral realm into the corporeal world. The air crackled with an unholy force, and the temperature dropped to an icy chill. The specter, now free from the confines of the mirror, moved with a haunting grace. Its movements were deliberate, as if driven by a dark intent. The room seemed to darken in its presence, the shadows coalescing around the figure like loyal minions. I tried to flee, my footsteps echoing through the desolate mansion, but the specter pursued with an inexorable determination. The air itself seemed to resist my escape, as if the very mansion conspired with the spectral entity to keep me captive within its walls. As I reached the grand foyer, the mansion itself seemed to shift. The walls groaned and the shadows reached out with ghostly fingers. The specter closed in, its hollow gaze fixed upon me. I could feel its icy breath on the back of my neck, and a whispered lamentation echoed in the air. In a final act of desperation, I burst through the mansion doors and stumbled into the moonlit night. The air outside was thick with an oppressive energy, and the wind carried with it the mournful wails of the specter that lingered within. The mansion loomed behind me, its windows glowing with an otherworldly light, as if the very soul of the structure had been tainted by the sinister force that now walked its desolate halls. I fled through the twisted path, the forest seemingly alive with spectral echoes. The very trees whispered in tandem with the haunting footsteps that pursued me. The specter, now a looming presence at the edge of my vision, cast a shadow that stretched far beyond its physical form. In a final moment of dread, I realized that escape was impossible. The specter overtook me with a spectral embrace, its form merging with mine. Darkness enveloped my senses, and a chorus of anguished whispers filled my mind. I became one with the specter, a prisoner in the mansion's eternal grasp. The night air echoed with the mournful wails of the haunted entity, now free to roam the desolate corridors with a new, unwilling companion. The mansion, now cloaked in an otherworldly glow, seemed to revel in its newfound darkness. The wind carried with it the sorrowful echoes of the trapped souls that lingered within, and the very air vibrated with a spectral lamentation. In that moment of horrific union, I became a part of the haunted history of Ravenswood Mansion, a tale whispered in the shadows, a spectral presence forever bound to the dark force that dwelled within its walls. Story 3. In the heart of the Appalachian Mountains, nestled between ancient trees and winding trails, there lay a village forgotten by time. Locals spoke in hushed whispers about the mysterious hamlet, its existence known only to a select few who dared to venture into the depths of the dense forest. Rumors of an otherworldly presence and unsettling occurrences clung to the village like a shroud, but no one could pinpoint its exact location. Intrigued by the tales that had passed through generations, I embarked on a journey to unravel the mysteries of the vanishing village. Armed with little more than a backpack and a sense of trepidation, I delved into the heart of the dense forest. The air was thick with an unspoken tension, and the shadows of the towering trees seemed to whisper secrets that eluded my understanding. As I ventured deeper into the woods, the ambient sounds of nature faded into an oppressive silence. The only company I had was the rhythmic crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush. A thick fog clung to the air, shrouding the forest in an eerie stillness. Hours passed, and just as doubt began to creep into my mind, I stumbled upon a clearing bathed in an otherworldly light. In the center stood the village, a collection of weathered cottages and cobblestone paths that seemed to materialize out of the mist. It was as if the village had been plucked from the pages of a forgotten fairy tale, frozen in time and untouched by the passage of centuries. The air in the village carried a sense of sadness, and the creaking of the old windmill added to the haunting ambience. The cobblestone streets were empty, and the windows of the cottages stared back at me like vacant eyes. It was a place lost to time, a relic of a bygone era. As I explored the village, a disconcerting feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. The silence was deafening, broken only by the distant hum of the wind. It was as if the village itself held its breath, waiting for something that lingered just beyond the edge of perception. The cottages, though seemingly abandoned, bore signs of recent activity. Tables were set for meals, and clothes hung on washing lines as if the inhabitants had vanished mid-task. Unease gripped me as I realized the village was not abandoned but suspended in a perpetual state of anticipation. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch with a life of their own. In the light, I noticed a figure in the distance, a silhouette that stood motionless at the edge of the village square. As I approached, the figure revealed itself to be an elderly man, his eyes glazed with a haunted gaze. He spoke in hushed tones, revealing the tale of the village's curse. Generations ago, the villagers had made a pact with an ancient entity, trading their mortality for prosperity. In return, the entity demanded a sacrifice, a soul to be claimed each year as the price for the village's continued existence. The man's voice trembled as he explained how the village had become trapped in a nightmarish loop, forever reliving the same events leading up to the annual sacrifice. Each year, a chosen villager would vanish without a trace, and the rest would continue their lives as if nothing had happened. The memories of the taken were erased, and the village would reset, ready to repeat the cycle once more. As he spoke, the air grew colder, and the shadows around us seemed to writhe with an unnatural energy. The man urged me to leave, to escape the clutches of the village before the cycle reset once more. But a morbid curiosity held me in place, as if an unseen force compelled me to witness the unfolding tragedy. The night wore on, and a sense of impending dread hung in the air. The villagers moved through the motions of their lives, oblivious to the looming darkness that threatened to consume them. As the hour approached midnight, the atmosphere in the village became increasingly tense, a palpable energy that crackled with darkness. In the village square, a group of villagers assembled in somber silence. They moved with a resigned determination, their faces etched with a sorrow that transcended the passage of time. At the center of the gathering stood a hooded figure, the harbinger of the annual sacrifice. As the clock struck midnight, a haunting melody echoed through the village, emanating from an unseen source. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the spectral tune, as if the very fabric of reality resonated with the impending ritual. The hooded figure stepped forward, and the villagers parted to reveal a trapdoor hidden beneath the cobblestones. With a heavy heart, I watched as the trapdoor opened, revealing a yawning abyss below. The hooded figure descended into the darkness, disappearing from sight. The villagers, their expressions vacant, closed the trapdoor and returned to their daily lives, the memory of the sacrifice erased from their minds. A chilling realization gripped me. The sacrifice was not just a physical disappearance, but a metaphysical erasure of existence. The soul of the sacrificed villager was not only taken from the village, but erased from the collective memory of those who remained. As the night wore on, the cycle of the village's curse reset once more. The hooded figure reappeared in the square. The trapdoor opened, and the villagers, oblivious to the horror unfolding before them, repeated the same tragic dance. It was a nightmare caught in an infinite loop, a purgatory from which there seemed to be no escape. As I attempted to leave the village, the very landscape seemed to warp and contort, redirecting me back into the heart of the cursed hamlet. No matter how far I walked, the village persisted, an inescapable labyrinth of sorrow and despair. The hooded figure, now gazing at me with empty eyes, beckoned me toward the trapdoor. The haunting melody swelled, and the shadows closed in around me. I felt an unseen force pulling me toward the abyss, the air filled with the anguished whispers of the forgotten. In that horrifying moment, I understood the true nature of the village's curse. I was destined to become the next sacrifice, my very existence to be erased from the fabric of reality. The hooded figure approached, and as its cold touch enveloped me, the village and its cursed inhabitants faded into darkness. Story 4. In the heart of the mist-shrouded town of Eldridge, where the streets seemed to coil and twist like the whispers of the wind, there stood an imposing mansion known as Blackthorn Manor. The locals spoke in hushed tones about its dark history, tales of an evil force that had gripped the mansion for generations. Intrigued by the rumors, I decided to delve into the enigma that was Blackthorn Manor and uncover the secrets it harbored. The mansion, veiled in a perpetual gloom, loomed at the edge of Eldridge like a sentinel of shadows. As I approached, the air grew heavy, and an unsettling feeling gripped me. The wrought iron gates groaned as I pushed them open, revealing a path overgrown with gnarled vines that seemed to writhe in silent agony. The entrance hall echoed with the creaking of the floorboards as I stepped into the oppressive darkness within Blackthorn Manor. Dust-laden furniture draped in white sheets loomed like ghostly sentinels. The air carried the musty scent of abandonment, and the silence was broken only by the distant murmur of the wind. As I traversed the mansion's labyrinthine corridors, the walls seemed to close in on me, their faded wallpaper peeling away to reveal the decaying structure beneath. Portraits of solemn-faced ancestors adorned the walls, their eyes following my every move with an eerie intensity. It was as if the very essence of the mansion observed my presence, judging me with a silent ill will. The deeper I ventured, the more the oppressive atmosphere intensified. The air itself seemed to thicken, laden with an unseen weight that pressed down on my shoulders. Whispers, indistinct and haunting, echoed through the halls, as if the very walls held secrets that refused to be forgotten. A grand staircase, its steps worn by the passage of time, beckoned me to the upper floors. The light cast long, twisted shadows that danced along the walls like specters in a macabre ballet. The silence was punctuated only by the distant howling of the wind, a mournful symphony that seemed to echo the mansion's desolation. In one of the rooms, I discovered an old study adorned with dusty, leather-bound books and tattered maps. The fireplace, though long extinguished, emanated a residual warmth that hinted at a bygone era. As I perused the books, a sense of dread settled in the pit of my stomach, as if the very knowledge within the room held a forceful power. The study, it seemed, belonged to a former owner of Blackthorn Manor, a scholar who had delved into forbidden realms of the occult. The pages spoke of eldritch rituals and dark pacts made in the shadows. The scholar's descent into madness, fueled by his insatiable quest for forbidden knowledge, was etched in the ink of the cursed tomes. Driven by an inexplicable compulsion, I continued my exploration, guided by the indistinct whispers that seemed to beckon me to the mansion's darkest corners. The walls seemed to absorb the very essence of my presence, and the air became charged with a palpable evil. In the heart of the mansion, I stumbled upon a forgotten ballroom, a vast expanse of faded opulence, its chandeliers hanging like grotesque ornaments. The air was thick with an unnatural chill, and the room seemed to pulse with a spectral energy. As I stepped further into the ballroom, the shadows seemed to come alive, coalescing into amorphous shapes that writhed and contorted. A ghastly apparition materialized at the center of the ballroom, a figure cloaked in tattered finery, its face obscured by the shadows. The specter moved with an ethereal grace, its movements echoing the remnants of a dance from a bygone era. The very air seemed to vibrate with the spectral waltz, a haunting melody that echoed through the chamber. The specter, its hollow gaze fixed upon me, beckoned me to join the spectral dance. The room itself seemed to pulsate with a dark energy, the walls closing in around me. A cold sweat broke out on my brow as an unseen force compelled me to become a part of the macabre ballet. As I danced with the spectral figure, the shadows enveloped us in an otherworldly embrace. The air became charged with a hateful force, and the very fabric of reality seemed to warp. The haunting melody reached a crescendo, and the room itself dissolved into an abyss of darkness. In that moment of disorienting blackness, I felt a searing pain, a wrenching sensation that tore at the very core of my being. The spectral dance had become a nightmarish descent into a void of suffering. The air echoed with the anguished cries of forgotten souls, and the shadows became a suffocating shroud that enveloped me in an eternal torment. The room, now a realm of perpetual darkness, resonated with the tormented whispers of the mansion's hostile history. The spectral figure, its features contorted in an eternal scream, loomed in the shadows, a harbinger of the horrors that lurked within Blackthorn Manor. And then, in a horrific revelation, the darkness consumed me entirely. I became one with the shadows, a tortured soul bound to the sinister force that gripped Blackthorn Manor. The echoes of my own screams joined the chorus of the forgotten, lost in the eternal abyss that lurked within the mansion's desolate halls. I had always imagined that the first year of marriage would be full of love, laughter, and adventure. My husband John and I were excited to begin this journey together. Little did we know that our adventure would take us to a place shrouded in mystery and darkness, a house with a history that had the townsfolk filled with fear. The house stood at the end of Willow Street, an imposing Victorian structure that loomed over the neighborhood. The moment we laid eyes on it, we fell in love. The high, arched windows, the ornate wooden details, and the sprawling garden in the back. Everything about the house was perfect. We were told that it had been empty for years, but no one seemed eager to share the reason. As we moved in, I couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. The house had an air of antiquity, with creaking floorboards and long, dark hallways. The previous owner had left behind old, dusty furniture that seemed to belong to another era. The entire place was a throwback to the 19th century. We spent our first few days unpacking and exploring our new home. The living room was adorned with a grand fireplace, and a beautiful chandelier hung from the ceiling. It was the perfect place for cozy evenings together. The kitchen, though outdated, had a charming feel, and I couldn't wait to cook our first meal there. The bedroom, with its heavy drapes and old-fashioned wardrobe, was both enchanting and slightly eerie. It wasn't long before strange occurrences began. At first, it was the soft whispers that seemed to emanate from the walls. John and I exchanged nervous glances as we tried to make out the words. The whispers were unintelligible, but they sounded like voices from another time. One evening, as we sat in the living room, we heard the whispers again. This time, I was certain that the voice said, "Help me." I shivered and looked at John, who had a concerned expression. He dismissed it as a draft or our imagination, but the unease lingered. As the weeks went by, the whispers grew more frequent. I decided to confide in our neighbor, Mrs. Davis, who had lived in the neighborhood for decades. She was known as the local historian and a keeper of town secrets. Mrs. Davis listened to my story with a knowing look. "That house, dear," she began. "It has a history and not a pleasant one. It was built by a wealthy family in the late 1800s, the Chattertons. They were reclusive, strange people, and the townsfolk had always whispered about their dark practices." She paused for effect. "The Chattertons dabbled in the occult, trying to communicate with the dead. They believed the house had a connection to the spirit world, and they performed rituals in the hopes of unlocking its secrets." My heart raced as I realized that the whispers we heard might be connected to the Chattertons' experiments. Mrs. Davis went on, "It said that they summoned a presence they couldn't control, and it cursed the house.